A global blackout of inexplicable origin precipitates the cessation of scholastic activities, industrial operations, and all forms of transit, accompanied by the exhaustive depletio. End of supermarket provisions, heralding the insidious advent of a more profound exigency. Persistent heat waves, solar radiation, dust storms, meteoric descents, tectonic rifts, torrential downpours, tsunamis, pestilential plagues, virulent influenzas, mutated pathogens, zombie infestations, biological transmutations, frigid blizzards, and glacial deliquescence collectively engender a cataclysmic milieu wherein human existence is imperiled and so see. Tao, norms disintegrate. Jiang Si persevered for a decade amidst this eschatological panorama, witnessing the annihilation of her kin. Her grandmother swept away by tempestuous gales, her grandfather engulfed. Ed by tidal surges, her father succumbing to zombified predation, her mother succumbing to illness-induced suicide, and herself vivisected by a mutated entity. Following the annihilation of her entire family, Jiang Si finds herself not only resurrected, but also endowed with a spatial dimension. At present, the cataclysm is a month away. Jiang Si initiates a frenzied, stockpiling regimen, procuring recreational vehicles, helicopters, yachts, bullion, victuals, armaments, pharmaceuticals, and a majestic white tiger, affording her the simple joys of cuddling and petting its prodigious tail. She vows to avert the annihilation of her lineage. However, why does her white tiger shed fur and molt? And why does it transform into a handsome man? Chapter 1. Rebirth. Ms. Jiang, kindly affix your signature upon verifying the contract's integrity. Long-forgotten memories unfold with vivid verisimilitude, stirring Jiang Si's consciousness and sharpening her gaze at a real estate agent with a fawning smile, an impatient homeowner, and a glass of water on the table. Jiang Si grasped a bottle of Nongfu Spring and took a hearty sip, savoring its sweet and refreshing essence. The sensation of it nourishing her lungs felt remarkably vivid. With a swift gulp, she drained the bottle, experiencing a profound sense of satisfaction, her gaze landing on the wall. Clock displaying May 1st, 2033. Only then did she dare to believe that she had been reborn. Having returned to a month before the apocalypse, she utilized her savings of $3 million to purchase a spacious home of over 100 square meters in the outskirts of S-City. The house was newly acquired, yet devoid of furnishings or decoration when an inexplicable global blackout struck unexpectedly. People assumed they would endure a few days of inconvenience, awaiting governmental assistance to restore normalcy. However, the electrical systems remained unrepaired for an extended period. Basic survival conditions could not be met, prompting mass exodus from cities. Jiang Si reacted relatively swiftly when her food supplies dwindled. She equipped herself and cycled back to her hometown that a journey that would typically take 2 hours by plane took her an entire month by bicycle. From June to the end of August, relentless heat prevailed, with temperatures soaring to an unprecedented 50 degrees Celsius, then escalating to 60 and 70 degrees, causing rivers to dry up rapidly. In a delayed realization, the populace acknowledged that the apocalypse had arrived. When they sought to hoard resources for self-preservation, it was already too late to venture outdoors, as the sun's radiation was potent enough to corrode skin. Jiang Si felt fortunate that her home still contained provisions, allowing her family to endure for a year. Yet, calamity struck suddenly, and they were besieged by a relentless sandstorm that obliterated their roof and consumed their food supplies, along with her grandmother. Before the family could even process their grief, torrential rain ensued, culminating in a devastating tsunami that claimed her grandfather as well. Suffering and disaster seemed endless plagues of insects, serpents, influenza, pestilence, viruses, zombies, earthquakes, and mutated creatures that in the struggle for survival resources. The conflict among kindred is more putrid than rotting flesh. Unable to bear the relentless onslaught of misfortune, mother succumbed to depression and took her own life. All of her loved ones perished, leaving Jiang Si with nothing but a solitary admonition: live well. Jiang Si endured 10 years of torment, only to be brutally slain by a mutant who tore out her heart. Coming to terms with the reality of rebirth, she clenched her fists and abruptly rose to her feet. In this life, she vowed not to allow her family to suffer the same fate. The real estate agent was taken aback, stammering, "Miss Jiang, what are you?" Without hesitation, Jiang Si declared, "I'm sorry. but I will not be purchasing the house. The property she considered investing $3 million in would soon be worthless. It was imperative that she utilized her available funds to stockpile various resources and acquire essential survival gear. When the opportunity slipped away, the real estate agent, undeterred, chased after her, exclaiming, "To buy such a house with full payment is truly a rare opportunity. If the owner weren't changing schools, we wouldn't have this chance. Miss Jiang, don't let it pass you by." Jiang Si shook her head. "There are urgent matters at home. I truly cannot buy it." The agent's expression darkened instantly. "You ridiculous fool. What are you doing looking at houses without money? Are you toying with me?" Having endured a decade of apocalypse, she had taken countless lives, and her very essence was steeped in malice. To provoke her meant a struggle for survival. "Either you perish, or I do." Jiang Si's icy gaze resembled a bloodied blade, swift as lightning, as she swiftly seized him by the nape of his neck, delivering a sharp kick to his knee. "You ought to be grateful that we live in a society governed by law." The real estate agent found himself forced to kneel on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he quickly yielded. Sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me. My hand aches from hitting you, and my heart aches in unison." Jiang Si's terrifying glare was particularly fearsome as she flung him to the ground with a single hand. "Get lost." The real estate agent felt a chill run down his spine, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Faced with such a formidable character, he could only consider himself unfortunate. Daring to call the police was out of the question. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the menace in Jiang Si's eyes vanished. "Hello, Cece? Have you eaten yet?" Upon hearing the familiar voice of Jiang Linhai, Jiang Si thought she could hold back her emotions, yet she couldn't, and began to weep. "Dad." Jiang Linhai quickly inquired, "What happened? Who bullied you? He'll settle the score." Hearing Jiang Linhai's robust voice, Jiang Si couldn't help but laugh through her tears. How wonderful it was that her father was still alive. This was the essence of rebirth, wasn't it? Jiang Linhai expressed surprise. "What is it that cannot be said over the phone? Why on earth are we renovating the house? Our home is perfectly fine as it is. Dad, trust me, I won't endanger you. You must do as I say." In her previous life, their family's abundance of food and water had nearly drawn the wrath of their fellow villagers, putting them in grave danger. In addition to raising the protective walls, the roof must be reinforced and covered with thick insulating panels. Ditches should be excavated around the house for drainage, moisture-proof mats and drainage pipes laid within, the foundation elevated, and all doors and windows replaced. Jiang Si has always been resourceful, and Jiang Linhai trusts her judgment. Albeit with a hint of curiosity, he agrees to her plans. Upon returning to the rental apartment, Jiang Si opens her computer to provide ideas, commissioning a designer to draft the renovation plans, which she then sends to Jiang Linhai, while also beginning to compile a list of necessary materials for procurement. One of the most coveted resources in a post-apocalyptic world is medicine. One must stockpile as much as possible. Essential medications include common cold remedies, antipyretics, gastrointestinal medications, anti-inflammatory drugs, analgesics, antihistamines, antidiarrheals, antihypertensive, antibiotics, headache relief, cephalosporins, heart-saving pills, insulin, glucose thermometers, saline solution, and iodine tincture, among others. Jiang Si's shopping cart on Taobao accumulates over 100 items of medicine alone. Yet, no matter how much is bought, it cannot be carried away when a tsunami strikes. With a sigh, Jiang Si muses, "If only I had a space of my own." Suddenly, her chest glows brightly, and she finds herself in a white expanse, the size of an acre. The energy stones that the supernatural beings sought to extract are suspended above her. Stunned, Jiang Si probes with her consciousness, realizing why the supernatural beings were unable to remove the energy stones from her body. They had long since been absorbed, transformed into her unique spatial abilities. Chapter 2. Stockpiling. Jiang Si measures the height of her newfound space. With her mind, it reaches approximately 10 meters. With a little effort, such an area can accommodate a considerable amount of items. It suddenly occurred to her that, given her ability to breathe within the dimension, the possibility of cultivating crops and raising livestock there existed. Could she potentially bring her family into the dimension to seek refuge from the apocalypse? In the aftermath of the cataclysm, much of the land had been contaminated. Even an unpolluted plot, if cultivated, will be coveted by others and subject to various calamities, lead ing to barren harvest. If her family could reside safely within the dimension, they would have nothing to fear. Jiang Si introduced a hydroponic pothose and an apple into the dimension for verification. The pothose remained in the same state as it was outside the dimension, not perished and capable of continued growth. The apple, cut in half, oxidized after a brief period, indicating that the flow of time within the dimension was synchronous with that of the outside world. Jiang Si then ventured downstairs to the refuse heap and captured 2 flies. The flies were impervious to Jiang Si's mental command and could not enter the dimension. Somewhat disheartened, Jiang Si furtively sought out an ant colony in the garden. But after considerable effort, she remained unsuccessful, and no living creature other than herself could enter the dimension. Nor could food be preserved for extended periods. Fortunately, the cultivation of grain remained an option. With judicious planning, a single acre could barely suffice to satiate her entire family. However, the means to store survival provisions were non-existent. Jiang Si researched vertical greening technology for vegetable cultivation from the land of the rising sun online. Fertilizer circulation and drainage systems also facilitate the ease of cleaning the cultivation racks. More than 20 varieties of vegetables can be cultivated concurrently, utilizing the same environment and controlled liquid fertilizer. The duration from sowing to harvest is a mere 42 days, and rice cultivation allows for 3 harvests per annum. The cultivation racks can be stacked high, allowing for the realization of self-sufficient grain and vegetable production on merely half an acre. City, the largest modern metropolis in the country, is home to this company's urban farm, conveniently located near her residence. Upon entering, Jiang Si was captivated by the vibrant office building teeming with life. Whether in the CAF or the workspaces, the presence of flowers, plants, and fruits was palpable, creating an ambience reminiscent of living on an actual farm. After touring the rice paddies and vegetable gardens, Jiang Si approached the manager of the urban farm that I wish to purchase a batch of your products. Must I exclusively use your seeds and cultivation soil and fertilizers? The manager replied with a smile, any seeds, nutrient-rich soil, and fertilizers can be utilized with our company's vertical circulation planning system. Naturally, our seeds are of superior quality, having been meticulously cultivated and selected by hand for exceptional quality and taste. Jiang Si inquired, is the rice yield high? The manager affirmed, the yield can reach as much as 1,000 pounds per acre. Jiang Si nodded, deciding on domestic hybrid rice seeds, which could yield between 2,000 to 3,000 pounds per acre. After calculating the height and area, she estimated the number of cultivation racks that could fit in half an acre. I would like 6 sets of the vertical circulation planning devices. Can you deliver them by tomorrow? In a city where every inch of land is precious, wealthy individuals who cultivate the land are a rarity. Jiang Si's request for 6 sets delighted the manager, who remarked, we just happen to have 6 sets in stock. If Miss Jiang requires them, we can arrange for our workers to come and assemble them for you tomorrow. Jiang Si contemplated for a moment. I will make the payment now and send you the address shortly. 6 sets of 3-dimensional circulating cultivation devices cost a total of $1.8 million. The person in charge also generously provided a plethora of vegetable and fruit seeds, fertilizers, and agricultural tools. Jiang Si exited the urban farm and took a taxi to the outskirts, where she rented 2 factories, one for assembling the 3-dimensional circulating cultivation devices and the other for storing supplies, keeping her activities discreet. Without electricity, modern equipment had become obsolete in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Heating, lighting, and cooking required venturing outside, exposing oneself to considerable danger. Jiang Si then purchased a high-powered industrial generator, a solar generator, and 5,000 barrels of oil. On June 1st, a global blackout occurred, and it would not be until 6 months later that electromagnetic power would be restored, allowing the generators to function. Utilizing the generators within the confines of her space should remain unaffected, one would assume. 2 million of her funds had swiftly diminished to 2/3, and Jiang Si aspired to acquire a fully equipped RV and a luxurious life raft. Ordinary RVs and yachts lack the resilience to withstand the intense radiation from the sun. Better quality options, capable of accommodating her entire family of 5, demanded a minimum price of $1 million. With insufficient finances, she resorted to renting. Though it felt morally questionable, she saw no alternative. That very evening, she contacted a rental company, selecting the most luxurious and fully equipped options. The combined cost for the RV and yacht exceeded her expectations, amounting to $800,000. However, given the extended rental period, the company offered a discount after accounting for service fees and deposits. She spent $700,000. This left her with merely $300,000 at her disposal. Jiang Si also wished to rent a small helicopter, the most economical option accommodating 5 individuals, which would cost $500,000 per month. In the face of an apocalyptic calamity, the absence of helicopters to respond randomly renders survival exceedingly arduous. It is imperative to devise a means of acquiring funds, especially since there remains a multitude of items yet to be procured. Jiang Si opened WeChat and sent a message to the general manager of the Extreme Sports Club. Mr. Zhang, I hereby resign. May I receive my deposit back tomorrow? Jiang Si's grandfather, Jiang Chengwu, a retired soldier, raised her since childhood, instilling in her a daring spirit and a penchant for adventure. Consequently, she joined the Extreme Sports Club as an instructor, where she could earn a living while relishing the thrill of life. Upon securing a client at the club, a 20% fee is deducted, but upon leaving, the full amount is refunded. Jiang Si officially commenced her employment after graduating from university, and now, 2 years later, her refundable deposit amounts to $260,000. In her previous life, due to a power outage, transactions were impossible, and Mr. Zhang directly distributed gold bars to everyone. These bars proved to be of considerable assistance to Jiang Si during the early days of the apocalypse. Cultivating an exceptional female instructor at the Extreme Sport Club is no simple feat. It is only natural for families to harbor concerns for their daughters. Without further deliberation, Mr. Zhang generously replied, "Please come to the club tomorrow to complete the necessary formalities, and the funds will be transferred to your account by the afternoon." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang," Jiang Si responded. After hanging up, she swiftly began to organize her existing outdoor gear at home. Polar mountaineering attire, first aid kits, tents, paragliders, wingsuits, diving masks, oxygen tanks, climbing ropes, envelope-style sleeping bags, and slip gloves. Low-energy waterproof flashlights, compasses, thermometers, detectors, magnifying glasses, whistles, hunting knives, entrenching tools, multifunctional survival axes, and hammers. RST aid manuals, solar chargers, flintstones, life jackets, raincoats. In the storage area below, there are also jet skis and kayaks, as well as mountain bicycles. All of these provisions have been supplied by the club, and the assortment is quite comprehensive. It is fortuitous that I am heading to the club tomorrow. I can procure a similar set for my family based on our standards.
As the clock struck midnight, Jiang Si meticulously organized her belongings. Another day had passed closer to the apocalypse. Lying on her bed, she shut her eyes, and the vivid, sanguinary memories surged forth like a relentless tide, engulfing her with an acute sense of despair. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her expression icy and resolute. Gripping the blanket tightly, she clenched it harder and harder until cold sweat beaded on her brow, the excruciating pressure radiating through her hands. Jiang Si breathed deeply, attempting to soothe herself. "It's all right. It's all right. This is not a dream." Walking into the grocery store, she inquired of the proprietor, "Sir, which grains have the longest shelf life?" Understanding that stability was paramount, she sought provisions with extended durability. The shopkeeper chuckled. "Rice and sorghum can last the longest, up to 10 years. Soybeans can be preserved for 3 to 7 years, while wheat generally lasts 2 to 4 years. Corn, if properly dried and stored in a pest-free environment, can also endure 2 to 3 years. However, once these grains are processed, their shelf life diminishes to merely 1 year." Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Si requested a ton of rice, a ton of sorghum, soybeans, wheat, and 5,000 gen of corn. The shopkeeper, accustomed to wholesale transactions, was hardly fazed by her modest order. "Would you like to add anything else, miss?" he asked. Jiang Si nodded again, ordering an additional 2,000 gen of white rice, 1,000 gen of flour, 500 gen of millet, and 100 gen each of yellow beans, green beans, and red beans. She also requested 100 bags of vermicelli and 100 barrels each of soybean oil, sunflower oil, and peanut oil. Even without farming, this would suffice to sustain her family for a decade. With basic survival provisions secured, Jiang Si proceeded to the spice section. Salt was of utmost importance. While soy sauce could be reconstituted from soybeans after consumption, and sugar could be brewed from malted grains, salt remained irreplaceable. The primary component of salt is sodium oxide. Thus, the issue of expiration is non-existent. Jiang Si ordered 5 tons in one breath. She also procured white sugar, rock sugar, brown sugar, pickled vegetables, tea leaves, dried radish, preserved eggs, fermented tofu, doubanjiang, spicy bean paste, hot pot base, tofu skin, sauerkraut, salted duck eggs, dried mustard greens, jujubes, goji berries, dried chili peppers, honey, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, chicken essence, baking powder, edible alkali soy sauce, dark soy sauce, white vinegar, aged vinegar, cooking wine, 5-spice powder, cured meat, instant noodles, luncheon meat, and more. Due to concerns about shelf life, she only purchased a 2-year supply. For her favorite snacks such as milk tea, chocolate, soda, and coffee, she bought only a modest amount. She made a substantial purchase of 100 boxes of compressed biscuits, which are convenient, have a long shelf life, and provide a sense of satiety. High-purity liquor serves multiple purposes and can be utilized as alcohol in critical situations. Thus, Jiang Si ordered 2 large vats and additionally bought 10 bottles of Wuliangye for her father and grandfather. Following a global power outage, the prolonged high temperatures would lead to a scarcity of water resources. She ordered 1,000 cases of bottled mineral water, knowing that the space still needed to accommodate agriculture, and this amount would be far from sufficient. She opted for 200 large water purification barrels, which could be connected to tap water for a more economical solution. The shopkeeper, recognizing her as a significant customer, smiled broadly and handed her the invoice, assuring her that in the future, a simple phone call would suffice for delivery. After leaving the food wholesale store, she passed by a traditional Chinese medicine shop and purchased some herbal remedies for treating colds, fevers, and plagues. While passing an agricultural supply store, she acquired a substantial quantity of realgar powder, rodenticides, and potent insecticides, alongside a myriad of assorted vegetable and fruit seeds. Additionally, she purchased one each of a shelling machine, oil press, water pump, drilling machine, seeder, and harvester. Everyday necessities are consumed rapidly, and Jiang Si is not particular about brands, leaving the selection of long shelf life products to the proprietor. She procures an array of items including shampoo, body wash, soap, baby cream, cleaning agents, sanitary napkins, tissues, toothpaste, toothbrushes, mouthwash, disinfectants, hand soap, candles, lighters, fire extinguishers, sewing kits, matches, alcohol swabs, disposable gloves, tableware, protective masks, air purifiers, hot water bags, and warming pads, among others, in considerable quantities. The intense solar radiation on certain days can scorch the skin, necessitating ample preparations of sunscreen, sun protective clothing, cooling sleeves, and headgear. The variety and quantity of Jiang Si's purchases delighted the owner of the daily necessities store, who even offered her a discount of 20%. Upon exiting the wholesale store, dawn had already broken, prompting Jiang Si to hasten to the adjacent department store. She purchased 5 sets each of down comforters, silk quilts, blankets, mattress pads, mattresses, pillows, self-heating blankets, and cool mats, accounting for the number of family members. To be prepared for any eventuality, she also stocked up on burlap, cotton fabric, wool yarn, leather, cotton, and silk. The apocalyptic weather is extreme, with soaring temperatures and frigid cold, devoid of any predictable patterns. Therefore, she ensured a reserve of thermal clothing, down jackets, military coats, sweaters, undergarments, hats, socks, gloves, boots, hiking shoes, ice skates, athletic shoes, sandals, slippers, and swimsuits. Recalling how the fierce sunlight nearly blinded her, Jiang Si decided to purchase 10 pairs of high-grade goggles, 5 pairs of reading glasses, and several contact lenses of varying prescriptions from the optical store. Her home refrigerator was somewhat outdated and could not accommodate much. Consequently, she ventured into the appliance section and selected 2 double-door refrigerators and 2 freezers for storing fresh produce. The all-in-one washer-dryer, induction cooker, rice cooker, hair clipper, oven, ice maker, intercom, water purifier, heating table, air conditioner, electric blanket, hairdryer, computer, and television. Despite already possessing these items at home, she purchased them nonetheless, as there was a generator that ensured their functionality within her space. Once settled, these would become their invaluable possessions. Concerned that the generator might not supply enough power, Jiang Si hastily ordered 2 additional units, along with 5,000 barrels of gasoline, only to realize upon transferring funds that her outstanding debt on Huabei had reached 500,000. The helicopter had yet to be rented, and a multitude of other purchases loomed. Jiang Si rushed to the club to process her resignation. After enduring a decade of apocalyptic turmoil, she had grown numb and even weary of extreme sports. Given a choice, she would prefer to cultivate a peaceful life in the fields with her family. Shaking her head with resolute determination, she stated, "My family is still waiting for me. Mr. Zhang, take care." Mr. Zhang chuckled lightly. "You make it sound like a farewell of life and death. Your home is in Nanqing, right? I'll bring everyone to visit you another day." Indeed, Mr. Zhang was a wealthy man. During the global blackout that heralded the apocalypse, he astutely sensed the impending danger and stockpiled resources. The Extreme Sports Club was filled with elite adventurers, and he generously provided them with funds, winning their loyalty. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, Jiang Si encountered him at the northern base, where he had become a figure of considerable authority. However, he did not recognize her. Perhaps even if he had, he might have deemed the disheveled Jiang Si of no practical value. Overall, Mr. Zhang was worth cultivating a good relationship with, yet Jiang Si had no intention of revealing the imminent threat of the apocalypse. In the initial phase of the apocalyptic blackout, a swift response offers everyone a glimmer of hope for survival. However, once alerted, Mr. Zhang will inevitably begin to question how she possesses the foresight of future events, leading him to dig deeper and ultimately unveil her secret space. In this lifetime, her sole desire is to ensure her family lives safely and soundly, devoid of any risks. Chapter 4. The peculiar man 2,600,000 has been deposited, yet it remains insufficient. A complete set of outdoor equipment, procured from within the club, costs over 3 million, not to mention the exorbitant prices of wingsuits, jet skis, and mountain bikes. Even if her family pooled their resources, they could muster no more than an additional million. Jiang Si sighed deeply, suddenly envious of Mr. Zhang's financial prowess. Contemplating ways to acquire funds, an idea sparked in her mind. Jiang Si departed the club and hurried to the stock exchange, investing the entirety of the 2,600,000 into shares of the Xianglin Pharmaceutical Research Company. Today is the 3rd, and tomorrow, Xianglin Pharmaceutical will hold a global press conference, after which the stock price is expected to soar 5-fold. At that moment, she would finally possess the wealth she seeks. After purchasing the stocks, Jiang Si raced against time to the warehouse. The 3-dimensional cyclical planting apparatus is already in its 3rd phase of assembly. She touched the nutrient-rich soil just introduced and inquired of the foreman, "Will it be possible to complete the assembly today?" The foreman shook his head, indicating that testing is still required, and at least 2 more days of work are necessary. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Si proposed, "What if I double the wages? Can we finish by tomorrow?" The sooner she could plant the grains and vegetables, the more at ease she would feel. With the same workload yet double the pay, the workers had no reason to refuse. The foreman happily replied, "All right, we can have everything assembled for you by tomorrow afternoon." Jiang Si proceeded to another warehouse. The vehicles were continuously unloading, and the vast storage space was already filled to half its capacity. The supervising manager, drenched in sweat, hurried over upon spotting her. "Miss Jiang, can you manage alone?" Having employed him for just 1 day, he hoped to earn some extra income upon seeing her solitary presence. Unfazed, Jiang Si replied, "My staff will arrive shortly. I appreciate your help today. I have already transferred the payment to you via WeChat." The manager's face displayed a hint of disappointment, but upon noticing the 2,000 yuan she had sent, he instantly beamed. "Thank you, boss. I shall take my leave now. Do call me if you need anything." Once he departed, Jiang Si deactivated all the surveillance cameras around her and stored the delivered items into her spatial realm. Grateful for her ability to manipulate with her consciousness, she knew that otherwise, the mere organization of such a large quantity would exhaust her. The warehouse continued to receive numerous deliveries throughout the day, and it wasn't until evening that Jiang Si found time to dine. The night market buzzed with liveliness and prosperity, featuring bare-chested men grilling skewers, pets gazing longingly at their owners, affectionate couples, and the aromatic delights of street food, all composing the most exquisite tapestry of human existence. Unfortunately, all of this would soon cease to exist. A vendor approached her. "Beautiful lady, what would you like?" Habitually valuing food, Jiang Si ordered a bowl of seafood congee. A kindly security guard helped her carry it, and upon seeing the labels, which were all medicinal, he couldn't help but ask, "Young lady, why do you purchase so many medicines?" To which she responded, "Your son is fortunate to have a father like you. To have a daughter like you is indeed a true blessing." As the security guard spoke, he contemplated introducing her to his son, but Jiang Si politely declined and retreated to her room to massage her numb face. It had been years since she had engaged in such a lengthy conversation, leaving her feeling rather uneasy. She meticulously peeled away the packaging of the medicine box, discarding it into her storage space, tucking it amidst her previous belongings to conserve even a fraction of space. In a world where resources were becoming increasingly scarce, lacking the ability to protect oneself often resulted in being among the first casualties. Jiang Si opened Taobao and added to her cart an array of self-defense items: a baton, helmet, high-pressure flamethrower, bow and arrows, bulletproof vest, pepper spray, gunpowder, sulfur, nitrate, fuses, watermelon knife, nail gun, animal traps, cages, handcuffs, trackers, infrared monitors, drones, and sonar alarms, changing the delivery address to her warehouse. With the weapons secured, Jiang Si continued to fill in the gaps in her supplies. She selected outdoor shower equipment, portable toilets, various stationary items, a printing machine, telegraph, calendar, measuring tape, adhesive tape, hair ties, and other small items that suddenly came to mind. Discarded everyday refuse could pose unnecessary risks, prompting her to choose a waste disposal unit as well. In this apocalyptic world, certain mutated creatures could be domesticated as mounts, so Jiang Si also selected various models of saddles and long-lasting forage. For illumination, she replenished her stock of fluorescent lights and powders, the latter serving the dual purpose of tracking foes or prey. Should the day come when they discover a serene sanctuary, they would undoubtedly require the means to construct a dwelling. She placed another order for various construction materials: cement, tiles, wires, welding equipment, drills, rebar, water pipes, folding beds, toolboxes, plugs, lubricants, hand trucks, safety nets, transformers, and batteries. Among the daily necessities, she almost forgot the most commonly used plastic bags, fresh-keeping boxes, and sealing machines. Jiang Si browsed Taobao until 3 in the morning, adding everything to her shopping cart, planning to make the payment once she sold her stocks the following day. With heavy eyelids and a slight hunger pang, Jiang Si headed to the kitchen to boil a packet of instant noodles and fry 2 eggs. Just as she was about to indulge, while scrolling through videos, an idea struck her, prompting her to hurriedly open Taobao again and purchase a dozen high-capacity USB drives, signing up for memberships on various entertainment websites to bulk copy the essence of human civilization. By the time she completed these tasks, her noodles had already gone cold. Nevertheless, as she ate, her spirits remained high. On May 4th, the stock of Shanglin Pharmaceutical Research Company Limited surged dramatically, which Jiang Si had anticipated. The stock manager excitedly called her, informing her that her investment of 2.6 million had quintupled and was expected to continue rising. The astonished voice of the stock manager conveyed, "Now is the prime time for growth. Even if you wish to sell, it would be wiser to wait a couple of days." However, Jiang Si could not afford any delays, especially since the company would soon face external scrutiny, potentially leading to a plummet in stock prices. "I need the funds urgently. Let us sell," she decided. The stock manager felt a tinge of regret but realized he would still earn a substantial commission, so he agreed, "All right, I will handle it right away." With someone in charge, the transaction was processed swiftly, and the funds were credited to her account that very afternoon. In the ensuing 3 days, Jiang Si exchanged 10 million in gold bars, rented a helicopter, and remained in the warehouse to gather supplies or ventured into her space to nurture the seeds and seedlings. Just as she boarded the helicopter, an unusual man suddenly took a seat beside her. The sweltering heat seemed to be rising like smoke, yet he was clad in a suffocating ensemble. Gloves, a mask, and sunglasses, all meticulously donned, concealing him entirely. His tall, Slender frame and chiseled facial features immediately conveyed an air of striking handsomeness. The two young women behind Jiang Si whispered among themselves, speculating about which celebrity he might be. With a fleeting glance, she caught his gaze, and in that instant, it felt as though a beast was intently observing her. Chapter 5. The dawn of the apocalypse. This man exhibited a vigilance surpassing her own. Jiang Si offered a friendly smile, prompting him to temper his demeanor with a slight nod. She secured her seatbelt and closed her eyes to rest. Whether it was an illusion cultivated over the past decade, she couldn't shake the feeling that his eyes were subtly scrutinizing her. Unsettled, she turned slightly, only to hear him shift in his seat, which allowed her to exhale slowly. Upon hearing the destination, the driver kindly remarked, "Miss, it's quite a distance from here." Jiang Si nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware it's perfectly fine." With that reassurance, the driver relaxed. The taxi journeyed out of the city center and into Baijiang County, where Jiang Si gradually recognized familiar neighborhoods. Their residence was perched on the mountainside within the Baijiang County Forest Protection Zone. As the driver navigated the winding roads, the thoroughfare transformed into a one-way street, making the following vehicles conspicuously evident. She had been exceedingly cautious in her procurement of supplies and utilization of her space. As they neared the village entrance, Jiang Si decisively instructed the driver to halt. "Please drop me off here." She alighted from the vehicle, and simultaneously, a man emerged from the car behind her. To her astonishment, it was the peculiar man from the airplane. She took the suitcase that the driver had unloaded, while the man retrieved 2 suitcases from the trunk. Could this be mere coincidence? Such a coincidence seemed highly improbable. Jiang Si remained vigilant, dragging her luggage while subtly observing the man from the corner of her eye. In this village, where everyone was interconnected, Jiang Si ought to address Li Chui as aunt. However, in her previous life, Li Chui had incited the village chief, Lin Jiangyuan, to lead a mob to vandalize her home, resulting in her grandfather suffering grave injuries. Thus, she deemed Li Chui unworthy of her cordiality. Jiang Si's expression was frigid. She had not earned any money from her labor, rendering her unable to afford anything. Li Chui's scheme to take advantage of her had failed, and her displeasure was palpable as her gaze fell upon the man behind Jiang Si, tauntingly remarking, "Oh, your boyfriend is bundled up so tightly in this sweltering heat. Does he have something to hide?" Li Cui's brows twitched in anger. "How dare you speak to me like that? After years away, you've gained no skills and have forgotten to address your elders properly." Jiang Si lifted her gaze, retorting, "Elder? Do you truly deserve that title?" Li Chui's eyes widened in disbelief. You. I will go speak to your parents and inquire how they have raised you. None of your concern." In a fit of rage, Li Chui shouted and lunged at Jiang Si, who effortlessly evaded her, causing Li Chui to stumble into a ditch, her mouth filled with mud. The oppressive heat kept the villagers indoors, leaving no one to witness her humiliation. Her cries echoed in solitude. Jiang Si's gaze pierced like a knife, poised to strike. Frightened, Li Chui scrambled to her feet, vowing menacingly, "Just wait until I tell your grandmother." Ah, grandmother! In her previous life, while on a mission outside the northern base, Sun Xiao and Xin Fu took the opportunity to carve flesh from her motherless leg in exchange for food, even intending to sell her into humiliation. In this life, she has no grandmother. Li Chui, oblivious to the danger, rushed to report the matter. Jiang Si let out a cold laugh, dragging her suitcase to a crossroads, with the man closely following behind her. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she finally asked, "What do you want by following me?" The man paused, his gaze lingering on her face for a few seconds, and then he abruptly pointed to a dilapidated house next to Jiang Si's home, succinctly stating, "My house." Jiang Si was taken aback. His house? In her previous life, he had never appeared. Why was there suddenly a change in circumstances? Had she inadvertently set off a chain reaction akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings? Jiang Si tentatively inquired, "Are you Pei Xin?" Yes, it truly was him. The timid figure hiding among the haystacks bore an astonishing contrast to his current unapproachable demeanor. "I am Jiang Si from next door. We should have met in our childhood. Are you planning to stay long?" Pei Xin coldly nodded, showing no intention of engaging further with the neighbor, and he simply walked past her toward the crumbling house. Jiang Si stood frozen, her lips twitching. He couldn't possibly think she held any interest in him. Could he? Suddenly, her phone rang, shattering the brief awkwardness. She answered, "Hello, Dad, I will be there soon." But then, Jiang Linhai's voice abruptly stopped. The phone had run out of battery? No, that couldn't be. It was fully charged when she got in the car. Jiang Si restarted her phone, but the screen remained black. A cacophony of voices emerged from behind, as several individuals engaged in a card game rushed out of the convenience store, exclaiming, "Why has the power suddenly gone out? Perhaps the circuit breaker tripped. Hurry and fix it. Without air conditioning, we're going to suffocate in here, and it's a waste of my good hand." Before long, a woman appeared atop the neighboring roof, calling out to those around her, "Have you all lost power too?" "Indeed, the power is out. Soon," someone exclaimed in alarm. "Hey, why won't my phone turn on? It's broken." "Mine too. Mine as well." The inexplicable depletion of battery life in their phones could only be attributed to the disappearance of electricity, an occurrence that had only transpired during global blackouts. Zhang's heart sank. Today was May 7th, and the anticipated global blackout was still 3 weeks away. No, she realized, the end of the world could very well come earlier than expected. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the clouds, prompting everyone to look up. A passenger plane descended rapidly from the sky, the deafening noise scraping against their ears. They watched, wide-eyed, as the aircraft descended closer until it passed directly overhead, stirring a powerful gust of wind that filled the air with dust and debris, stinging their eyes. With a resounding crash, a tremendous sound echoed from the mountains, as if the very earth trembled. Thick black smoke billowed up from the forest. The villagers blinked in disbelief, muttering, "Good heavens, a plane crash. Quick, call 119. What are you talking about? The phones won't connect." "Then let us drive to the fire station for help." Someone climbed into the car, and before long, emerged in disbelief, exclaiming that the vehicle wouldn't start, wondering if it had been affected by the airplane. As the villagers deliberated on whether to form a team to search for survivors, the deafening roar echoed once more. The village chief, Lin Changhua, pointed towards the sky, trembling as he uttered, "It's coming again! It's coming again!" In the midst of his words, another passenger plane suddenly plummeted from the sky. Their attempts at rescue would yield no results. The fatality rate of a plane crash was a harrowing 100%. Even if there were survivors, the ambulances would be unable to reach them, leading to certain doom. The protective measures at home were still inadequate, and with the impending arrival of the day of reckoning, it was imperative to inform the family of the grave seriousness of meddling in affairs. Chapter 6. The extreme heat. He had come to pick up Jiang Si, but in the chaos of the plane's descent, his mind had gone blank. As Jiang Si entered her home, she surveyed the yard. Insulation boards, bricks, protective barriers, and safety nets were piled in a corner. The foundation had only been raised halfway, and the windows and doors had yet to be replaced. The apocalypse had arrived prematurely, yet the house had been transformed by less than a tenth. She had a space to retreat into at any moment, but her family did not. Gazing at the blood-red sun on the horizon, Jiang Si's anxiety intensified exponentially. Shen Baoying joyfully welcomed her, asking if she was hungry, as dinner was nearly ready. As soon as Jiang Si set down her suitcase, her tone turned grave, as if a calamity had befallen them. "Mom, I'm not hungry. Everyone go to your rooms. I have something important to discuss." Jiang Si's expression was more serious than during her college entrance examination, and her family, concerned for her, followed her upstairs. Once inside the room, Jiang Si locked the door and windows, her gaze sweeping across their faces, her eyes gradually welling with tears. After so many years, she had finally reunited with them. However, in comparison to the joy of reunion, there exists a matter of greater significance that demands attention. As Shen Baoying observed her daughter enter the house, she immediately sensed a striking change in her demeanor. Her eyes bore a complex weight, as if she had accumulated a multitude of burdens during her time away. Shen Baoying cautiously inquired, "Sisi, what on earth has transpired?" Jiang Chenggu also noted his granddaughter's unusual state. He had never witnessed her so anxious, as if the end of the world were imminent. Zhang Qingji, believing she had suffered some grievance, tenderly approached Jiang Si, saying, "Do not be afraid, dear. We are all here for you. If you are short on funds, your grandmother has her pension, and we will find a way to support you. The concern of her family infused Jiang Si with boundless strength. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to speak. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, the apocalypse has already arrived. The global blackout is merely the beginning. An even greater catastrophe is forthcoming. While there is still time, we must hasten our preparations. Apocalypse? The family looked bewildered, questioning how a mere power outage and a plane crash could signify the end of days. Anticipating their disbelief, Jiang Si extended her hand, conjuring a washing machine, refrigerator, motorcycle, mountain bike, and gold bars from thin air. The family stood in stunned astonishment. It was inconceivable that so many items could be concealed within Jiang Si's room, and it was impossible for her to perform such magic before their very eyes. Zhang Linhai, a man who had devoted his life to science, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he were dreaming. Shen Baoying pinched him hard, causing him to grimace in pain. This was no dream. Jiang Si's expression was serious as she asked, "Do you understand how I acquired this ability?" The family collectively shook their heads. In this present moment, I am reborn. In my previous life, my entire family perished in the apocalypse. Following a global blackout, a prolonged drought ensued, lasting nearly half a year, during which our provisions were plundered. With tear-filled eyes, Jiang Si gazed at Zhang Qingfang. "Grandma, you were swept away by a sandstorm while attempting to retrieve a single ear of corn. We watched helplessly as it happened. Faced with the dire scarcity of food, we left Longquan village in search of salvation. Midway, a torrential downpour struck suddenly, accompanied by a towering tsunami that crashed upon us. Our small boat capsized, and I struggled to reach the shore, reuniting with my parents, only to find that my grandfather had become separated from us once again. In our quest for survival, my parents and I wandered aimlessly, ultimately reaching a survivor's base. Yet, due to our inability to provide the requisite 2 pounds of food, we were barred from entry, and to make matters worse, the undead surrounded us. In a selfless act to secure our escape, my father diverted the zombies, sacrificing himself in the process. The group that rescued my mother and me had ulterior motives, treating us like livestock for their own gain. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, I managed to lead my mother to freedom. A decade has passed since the end of days. If it were not for the hope you instilled in me to persevere, I would have long forsaken life, the coveted ability stones that everyone clamored for. I swallowed them whole, yearning for release. Yet, had I known that an earlier liberation would allow me to reunite with you, I would have unhesitatingly embraced death at once." The moment Jiang Si manifested supplies, disbelief transformed into faith in her words among the onlookers. Shen Baoying gazed into her daughter's sorrowful eyes, unable to fathom the extent of the tragic moments she had endured alone. Embracing Jiang Si, she gently patted her back as she had done in her childhood, murmuring, "Do not fear. It is all behind us now. We are still here." Zhang Linhai's heart ached with remorse, blaming himself for his past inadequacies that had left them vulnerable, causing Sisi to suffer so much. Jiang Si wiped away the tears from Shen Baoying's eyes, turning to the others, "Do not weep any longer. Heaven has granted me another chance, and we still have room to stockpile supplies. This time, we shall live through it safely. Therefore, we must not delay." Following the trajectory of the previous life after the global blackout, urban facilities would cease to function, and soon, the city's inhabitants would flood out in search of sustenance. We must transform our home into an impregnable fortress before that happens. On the 2nd and 3rd floors, all windows, except for the bedrooms, were to be sealed with bricks, leaving no possible exits. Subsequently, Jiang Si retrieved several bundles of anti-theft spikes from their storage space and said to Zhang Linhai, "Father, ensure that all doors and windows are securely sealed, and hasten to install the insulation boards on the roof. Cover the courtyard walls with shards of glass and anti-theft spikes. We can install the protective netting later, once the temperature has cooled, lest it melt under the heat. This time, we are preparing our supplies in advance, guarding against potential dangers, perhaps allowing us to avoid constant relocation." Recalling the madness that ensued in their village during times of famine, Jiang Si cautioned, "If anyone inquires, do not disclose any information about the apocalypse. Once revealed, they will assume we possess ample resources. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. It is a perilous danger. Zhang Linhai now heeds Jiang Si's every word. Very well, let us proceed. Shen Baoying felt a wave of panic. We must stockpile sufficient provisions. The early rice, sweet potatoes, and corn at home can yield a few thousand pounds. Oh, we must also hasten to slaughter the pigs, curing them into preserved meat, and prepare some pickled vegetables and sauerkraut. Without salt, one could fall ill. Without vegetables, one may suffer from heat. We must also procure salt and beans, for when vegetables are scarce, we can sprout beans or grind them into tofu. In this apocalyptic decade, even this may prove inadequate. We must purchase more grain. Her anxiety escalated with each word. The grandmother quickly added, we also need lifeboats, life jackets, wound dressings, painkillers, and a few more axes and sabers for self-defense. As they spoke, the burden of such purchases weighed heavily upon them. It seemed impossible to acquire so many items without attracting attention. Jiang Si could not suppress a laugh, saying, Mother, grandmother, you need not worry. My space can cultivate crops, and they have already begun to sprout. The future supply of grain is assured. I have prepared the other necessary materials in the city, so you may focus on organizing the house. Anything you deem essential, hand it over to me, and I shall place it in my space. Shen Baoying and the grandmother were overjoyed, astonished by the vastness of Jiang Si's space. While they busied themselves with tidying up, Jiang Si also lent a hand to Zhang Linhai and the cement work. They had anticipated at least a few days of transition time, yet unexpectedly, at 10 o'clock that evening, the sky remained as bright as day, and the temperature suddenly soared to 45 degrees. A scorching wave rolled in, distorting the entire world. A palpable sense of apocalyptic dread has gradually enveloped the village. Today, the temperature has soared to 45 degrees, with tomorrow's forecast perhaps reaching an unbearable 50. The chives in the courtyard have wilted instantaneously under the relentless heat. The family's motorcycle is alarmingly hot to the touch. With the air conditioning and electric fans rendered useless, the windows and doors are shut tight, transforming the home into a stifling sauna. In Longquan village, the average summer temperature barely reaches 28 degrees. At this moment, Jiang Si feels akin to popcorn on the verge of exploding. Jiang Qinggu and Zhang Linhai don specially crafted ice vests made by Jiang Si, racing against time to affix thick insulation boards to the rooftop. Meanwhile, grandma and mother are in the kitchen, slaughtering chickens and ducks, for even in the sweltering heat, it is a torment to keep them alive. Unconcerned about being seen, Jiang Si has laid ice blocks over every water tank and bucket in the house. The temperature plummets, creating a stark contrast with the outside world. Their home, not lacking in size, poses a challenge for the installation of the insulation boards, and the ice vests worn by Jiang Qinggu and Zhang Linhai can only withstand the heat for so long. Jiang Si takes up an umbrella, offering cooling services to those around. The food supplies are dwindling, barely sufficient for a few months. Jiang Si squints, wary of the situation. The villagers are now in a state of utter panic, wielding sickles and hoes to hastily harvest whatever grain they can find, rushing to the village's only small shop, shouting for it to open. Luo Chong is not foolish. He recognizes that the situation is dire. How could he possibly sell his supplies for mere scraps of worthless paper currency? He refuses to open the door, and the villagers begin to kick against the security door, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a band of frenzied bandits, forcing him to resort to throwing firecrackers from the rooftop to disperse the crowd. This is merely the beginning of the apocalypse, with every household still possessing some reserves. After the insulation board was installed on the roof, the temperature inside the house significantly decreased. Even without the use of ice to cool down, it could be maintained at around 30 degrees. If an additional layer of thermal paint were applied, the temperature could reach a comfortable 25 degrees. When the temperature soared above 60 degrees outside, the house would remain breathable. After working diligently, my father and grandfather were eager to proceed with the slaughter of the pig. Everyone had been bustling about like spinning tops for over 10 hours, and the house was currently secure. Jiang Si advised, Father, we can wait until tomorrow to slaughter the pig. There is no need to rush. Jiang Si nodded. While others are busy harvesting grain, our family should not be absent, as that would raise suspicions. Grandmother, grandfather, and mother can stay at home. I will go with you. We will go together. No, I fear someone may sneak into our home to steal. You all should remain at home and take turns resting to develop a habit of vigilance. Jiang Si's cautious demeanor reflected the peril of the impending apocalypse. Everyone complied with her arrangements, and soon, Jiang Si and Jiang Linhai set off with their baskets towards the cornfield. Despite it being their own cornfield, several individuals stealthily invaded to brazenly pluck corn. Upon seeing Jiang Linhai and Jiang Si, they quickened their pace in harvesting. Jiang Si raised her sickle and exclaimed, "Who dares to touch our corn? If anyone moves again, I shall strike you down." As a mere girl, her threats seemed inconsequential to them. They remained unconcerned, and the opportunistic Li Chui shamelessly laughed. "What's the big deal about picking a few? It's not gold." As Jiang Linhai was about to lose his temper, Jiang Si swiftly flung the sickle in her hand, unhesitatingly severing the bun atop Li Chui's head with unerring precision. With her hair now floating lightly above her head, Li Chui felt a chill run down her spine, her eyes wide with terror. What if Jiang Si's aim had faltered, and she had decapitated her instead? Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Jiang Si produced 2 butcher knives from her basket, her gaze fierce. "Are you leaving or not?" "That wretched girl, Jiang Si." The others, perceiving the tension, discreetly retreated, leaving Li Chui to shout, "Jiang Linhai, your daughter is trying to kill me. Aren't you going to do something?" Jiang Si's demeanor mirrored that of Jiang Linhai. To him, Li Chui was insignificant. Jiang Linhai took the kitchen knife from Jiang Si's hand and gently admonished, "A young lady should refrain from violence." Yet, in a sudden turn, he declared with fervor, "Leave it to Daddy. Let's see if I can't deal with her." Li Chui could hardly believe her eyes as she witnessed Jiang Linhai's menacing expression, brandishing the gleaming knife and charging towards her. Terrified, she shrieked, scattering corn from her basket across the ground. This father and daughter duo must have gone mad. Jiang Si gave her father a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Dad, you're amazing. Let's see who dares to bully us now." They were establishing an image that was not to be trifled with. In a village where people lacked food and clothing, they would not be the first to come to mind. Having harvested grain for several days, the temperature soared to 50 degrees, disrupting the balance of day and night, leaving no one certain whether it was day or night. The ground was scorched. Livestock in the village perished in droves, and those who couldn't bear to part with them turned them into preserved meat for sustenance. After basking in the sun for a while, Jiang Si felt her skin burning with an intense heat. She prepared a high SPF sunscreen for the entire family and donned breathable sun-protective clothing to guard against the corrosive effects of rising temperatures. The swift increase in temperature, coupled with the intense rush to harvest crops, resulted in the sudden demise of several elderly individuals. Many young people also suffered from heat stroke, exhibiting symptoms such as dizziness, headaches, and difficulty breathing. Given their advanced age, Grandma and Grandpa had a stock of medicine at home, which many in the village were aware of. Jiang Si earnestly cautioned her family, "If anyone comes seeking medicine, you must not give it to them. Understand? Once you open that door, an endless stream of people will come begging. You must learn to be ruthless if you wish to survive in this apocalyptic world." The family nodded in agreement when suddenly, a panicked voice echoed through the village. "The Longquan River has run dry." The village was plunged into darkness as power was cut off, and the water supply ceased. The Longquan River, flowing beneath the village, was their sole source of drinking water. Without water, mere food would not suffice for survival. The underlying fear among the villagers soared to unprecedented heights, prompting every household to begin digging cisterns. If water was not stored now, who could predict whether it would suddenly run dry tomorrow? Jiang Linhai shouldered a burden, declaring, "I will go fetch water as well." Jiang Si stopped him, saying, "Dad, the weather is too hot. Wait until the sun sets. Let someone see you then. Our family will not lack water for the time being. Above all, your health is paramount." Jiang Linhai nodded. "All right, I will heed your advice." No sooner had he spoken than the heavy iron gate was knocked upon with a resounding thud, and Luo Fengjiao's voice rang out, bowing, "I know you are home. Can you spare me a box of heat-relief medicine? My son is unwell." Luo Fengjiao maintained a harmonious relationship with her mother in the village. In her previous life, when she sought medicine, her mother, momentarily swayed by compassion, provided it. Luo Fengjiao's son recovered, But soon her husband fell ill again, prompting her to return for more medicine. Their household, already lacking in medicinal supplies, was further strained by her grandmother's suffering from heatstroke. When her mother refused to give her any more, Luo Fengjiao erupted in anger, chastising her mother for her lack of empathy and for not treating her as a true friend. Her outburst led the villagers to believe that their family possessed ample medicine, and they came to their door demanding access. Her son, now recovered, was the loudest among them. Fortunately, their sturdy iron door held firm, and her father and grandfather resorted to throwing excrement and urine at the intruders, wielding knives to drive them away. Later, when Su Fengjiao's husband passed away, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards their family. Her father, while searching for water, was injured by a scythe in her vengeful hands, as she vowed to make her mother experience the pain of losing a husband. Her mother, disheartened, shed tears, lamenting that her meddling had led to her husband's misfortune. In this new life, Jiang Si resolved that she would not allow her to take even a single grain of medicine. Su Fengjiao pounded on the iron door, her shouts escalating to near screams. "Baoying! Baoying! I beg you, open the door and give me a box of medicine. Chong Chong has grown up under your watchful eye, calling you auntie since he was a little child. Just one box of medicine could save his life, no, could save the lives of our entire family." Shun Baoying felt a twinge of compassion but remembered Jiang Si's admonition and awaited her decision. Jiang Si shook her head resolutely. She was not a good person and could not relent. Furthermore, Luo Fengjiao and Luo Yong were siblings, and Luo Yong owned a small shop stocked with basic medical supplies. If Luo Fengjiao sought assistance, she should turn to her brother. If we remain silent, she will soon seek out Luo Yong instead. Shun Baoying's voice had become hoarse from shouting, yet no one answered her pleas at the door. Contemplating climbing over the wall, she looked up only to discover that Jiang Si's courtyard wall had been raised by an additional meter, adorned with shards of glass and thorny brambles. Unless she sprouted wings, entry seemed impossible. Time was of the essence for her son's ailment. Comparatively, her brother's courtyard wall appeared more surmountable. Luo Fengjiao, wiping away her tears, kicked the iron gate with a resounding thud and vented her frustration, shouting, "Shun Baoying, I see through you. Let us see if you ever find yourself in need of help again." In a hurried flurry, Luo Fengjiao departed, leaving a tinge of guilt in her mother's heart. Little did she realize the terrifying depths to which human hearts could sink alongside the impending doom. Jiang Si grasped Shun Baoying's hand tightly, offering her solace. "Mother, do not torment yourself over others' opinions. The most important thing is that our family remains safe and sound." Jiang Si was unaware of the torment her mother must have endured in a past life to possess such resolute determination. Shun Baoying's heart ached as she choked out, "Mother is merely a bit unaccustomed. But do not worry, Si, I will soon become tougher than steel." Upon returning indoors, Jiang Si retrieved a military-grade telescope from her spatial storage, positioning herself at the third-floor window to observe Luo Fengjiao's situation. Luo Fengjiao and her husband had procured a wooden ladder, intending to infiltrate Luo Yong's residence. Fearing that others might follow suit, Luo Yong hurled down 3 boxes of medicine from the second floor. Ecstatic, Luo Fengjiao clutched the boxes, only to have 2 snatched away in an instant by another. Her screams pierced the air as her husband, fearing the last box would be taken as well, brandished a sickle in a desperate defense. A villager fell to the ground, blood staining the earth, as madness etched itself upon every face. Jiang Si's heart was enveloped in tranquility. This was merely an appetizer of the apocalypse. As night fell, while others meticulously calculated every grain of rice at home, her mother prepared a sumptuous meal of 3 dishes and a soup: braised pork ribs, sour soup beef, scrambled eggs with chives, and cold cucumber salad. Outside, the surface temperature soared to 60 degrees, yet the kitchen remained a comfortable 25 degrees, a haven of ease. Jiang Si relished 2 generous bowls of rice, contentedly letting out a satisfied belch. The household's vegetables, aside from potatoes and sweet potatoes, could not be stored for long. Zhang Qingji inquired with concern, "Si, how are the seedlings in the spacefaring?" Jiang Si replied with a smile, "The chives are growing rapidly, already reaching the length of my palm. The other seedlings are thriving as well. I selected those with fast growth rates. In just over a month, we shall be able to enjoy tomatoes, eggplants, and green beans. Zhang Qingji felt both joy and regret, lamenting, "It is a pity we cannot assist you in the fields. It must be exhausting for you alone." Jiang Si shook her head, assuring her, "Not at all. The space is equipped with a generator, allowing for semi-automated cultivation management. You needn't conserve your rations. Rest assured, there is more than enough." Jiang Si had even taken a couple of instant photographs of the space to share with her family. With a clearer understanding of their stockpile, the anxiety on their faces diminished. As dusk fell, Jiang Si directed her family in securing the locks and installing the anti-theft door, setting traps and applying fireproof oil. Jiang Linhai glanced at the time and remarked to Jiang Si, "I shall go fetch water now." Jiang Si set down the paint and replied, "I will accompany you. We can gather some firewood as well. It is better to have two for safety." "All right," Jiang Linhai agreed. Just as they reached the village entrance, they were halted by Zhao Yun from the village. With eyes brimming with tears, she gestured towards the smoldering house, her voice cracking with emotion. "Linhai, our house is ablaze. I implore you, could you assist us in fetching water to extinguish the flames? We beseech you, as no one else is willing to lend a hand." Zhang Dingtian and Jiang Linhai, having been comrades since childhood, shared an unbreakable bond. This wasn't a plea for resources, but a simple request for assistance in extinguishing the fire. Jiang Linhai was inclined to consent. He instinctively glanced towards Jiang Si. Zhang Dingtian was known for his integrity, and his family had even accompanied them in search of water in their previous lives. With Jiang Si's acquiescence, he responded to Zhao Yun, "Very well. I shall assist you immediately." Zhao Yun was effusively grateful. "Linhai, thank you truly." Jiang Si added, "I shall accompany you as well." "Thank you. Thank you. Your compassion in this hour of need will forever be etched in our hearts." The elevated temperature within Zhao Yun's residence made it susceptible to ignition from the slightest spark. In short order, the conflagration consumed 80% of the dwelling. Zhang Dingtian's family, bereft of hope, collapsed onto the ground, their sorrowful cries piercing the air. The few buckets of water that Jiang Si and Jiang Linhai brought were woefully inadequate to quell the inferno. Zhao Yun, consumed by remorse, knelt on the ground, striking her own face in self-reproach. "It is all my fault for wanting to light a torch. Had I not done so, this tragedy would never have occurred." Zhang Dingtian embraced her tightly. "It was an accident. It was merely an accident." Zhang Jing, of the same age as Jiang Si, fixed his gaze upon the charred remains of his home. Summoning his resolve, he humbled himself and knelt before Jiang Linhai. "Uncle, our home is uninhabitable. My grandparents are advanced in years, and in this sweltering heat, they will surely perish. I implore you, could you provide us with shelter for a time? If provisions are insufficient, we can forage for sustenance in the mountains. We can also assist you with fetching water and gathering firewood. We will endeavor not to impose upon you." Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Linhai would undoubtedly extend a helping hand to his good friends, allowing them to take refuge in his home. However, this is the apocalypse. Their presence would inevitably bring complications. Jiang Si's space and the layout of his residence could easily be compromised. Even if they managed to conceal their circumstances well, the coexistence of two families under one roof could breed discord. Witnessing their prosperity might incite feelings of profound imbalance, rendering them the greatest potential threat to his household. Zhao Yun, in her meekness, and Zhang Dingtian, with reddened eyes, were on the verge of kneeling. Jiang Linhai grasped him firmly, yet he could not prevent Zhang Dingtian's parents from kneeling heavily, their eyes brimming with tears as they implored, "We are old and have lived long enough. If we perish, so be it. Linhai, please lend us your assistance. Good deeds are rewarded. We beg you." Jiang Si cast a sharp glance at Zhao Yun, who averted her gaze in guilt, fearing that she had already resolved to impose upon their hospitality. Jiang Linhai felt a tumult of emotions within him, but he simply could not acquiesce. "I can provide you with some daily necessities. The structure of the house remains intact, and with a bit of tidying, could be habitable." His words were, in essence, a refusal. A sense of despondency flickered in Zhang Dingtian's eyes, yet he comprehended Jiang Linhai's position. At least he was willing to offer some assistance. However, Zhao Yun and Zhang Jing were growing anxious. Their home had previously felt as if scorched by flames. Now, with the house in such disarray and lacking basic protection, the temperature could easily reach 50 degrees Celsius, rendering it uninhabitable. Seeking refuge in the city was equally unwise, as the absence of rescue left everyone in a state of trepidation. They are unable to transport even a few 100 pounds of grain and have taken refuge in Jiang Linhai's home. If they truly run out of food, Jiang Linhai would surely be compassionate enough not to let them starve. Furthermore, he has a stockpile of medicine at home, ensuring that they could receive treatment if illness were to strike. If they cannot find shelter in Jiang Linhai's house, it is unlikely that anyone else would offer them assistance. Zhao Yun, in a fit of despair, weeps profusely and pleads loudly, "Linhai, we can give you all our remaining food. With our house reduced to ashes, anyone could ransack what remains. We are willing to stay with you. Our entire family consists of able-bodied laborers, and we can help fend off others, allowing you to fetch water and gather firewood with peace of mind. Please grant us a place to stay. In such sweltering heat, if you do not take us in, I will feel I have betrayed my family. I might as well end my life." With that, she picks up a stone from the ground and raises it to strike her head. But Zhang Jing intervenes just in time, crying out in anguish, "Mother, please don't do this. Uncle Zhang will surely take us in." Zhang Dingtian, feeling a surge of frustration, struggles to speak for the sake of his family. "Linhai, could we stay for just a month? I promise to make repairs on our house and move out as soon as possible. Just 1 month will suffice." It is easy to invite a deity but difficult to send them away. Zhao Yun begins to calculate her next moves, aware that once inside their home, it would be challenging to guard against her schemes. Jiang Linhai finds it difficult to maintain his composure. She, however, does not falter. Jiang Si stepped forward, addressing Zhang Dingtian. "We are willing to offer whatever assistance we can, yet Uncle Zhang should not continue to trouble my father. Although your house was destroyed, it is not impossible to temporarily arrange a room. Your insistence on staying with us raises questions about your true intentions, which you are well aware of. There is no need for me to articulate it further." Zhao Yun believed that with such words spoken, Jiang Linhai would undoubtedly concede, but unexpectedly, Jiang Si intervened. She struggled to suppress her anger and implored, "Jiang Si, you misunderstand. If we could immediately prepare a room, we would never impose on you. You and Jing Jing have grown up together, and your Uncle Zhang cares for you deeply, always considering your well-being. We truly harbor no ulterior motives. In the face of calamity, guarantees are the most futile of promises." Jiang Si's dark eyes shimmered with a chilling light. "Your family of 5 is healthy. Instead of engaging in moral coercion, you ought to focus on tidying your own home." Jiang Linhai furrowed his brow and said, "Ding Tian, you have family, and so do I. I hope you can understand my position." With unwavering resolve, Jiang Linhai stood firm, prompting Zhao Yun to rise abruptly. Unable to contain her emotions, "Jiang Linhai, you are heartless. To have a friend like you is truly a stroke of ill fortune." Jiang Si kicked over a water bucket, her fierce gaze locking onto Zhao Yun. "It is having a wife like you that brings misfortune. Helping others has only led to mistakes. Thankfully, you have not been allowed to stay, for who knows how vile your true colors would have been revealed afterward." Zhao Yun clutched her heart, feigning a dramatic display of agony, while the Zhang family surrounded her, weeping in a collective lament. Turning her head, she realized that Jiang Si and Jiang Linhai had already departed. Zhao Yun's performance abruptly ceased, and with a hint of panic, she implored Zhang Dingtian, "Hurry, follow them to retrieve the supplies." Regret washed over her. She lamented her earlier confrontation with Jiang Linhai, fearing she would be unable to borrow even the most basic necessities. Zhang Dingtian and Zhang Jing hastily pursued them. Jiang Si and Jiang Linhai moved with remarkable speed, akin to the wind, and despite Zhang Jing's distant shouts, they soon vanished through the iron gate. In frustration, Zhang Jing cursed under his breath, his gaze landing on the neighboring house of Jiang Si. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face. "Father, we need not rely on them. Let us scale the wall into Qin Songming's residence. Though somewhat dilapidated, the essentials should still be intact." Zhang Dingtian, equally disinclined to beg, felt a spark of hope. Meanwhile, Jiang Si, wary of the Jiang family's persistence, noticed them attempting to climb over the wall into Qin Shen's home. Unsure whether to alert Qin Shen, she peered through her binoculars and saw that he was not home. Zhang Jing effortlessly vaulted into Qin Shen's yard, swung open the gate from within, and excitedly beckoned to Zhang Dingtian. "Father, come quickly." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Si spotted Qin Shen emerging from the back mountain, each shoulder bearing the weight of a massive wild boar. Even one boar weighed over 100 pounds. Together, they easily surpassed 300 pounds. Such strength was indeed formidable. Furthermore, Qin Shen moved with remarkable steadiness and speed, showing no signs of exertion as he approached his home. Meanwhile, Zhang Dingtian and Zhang Jing were still struggling with the lock, brandishing a kitchen knife. A resounding thud echoed as the wild boar collided with the ground. The father and son turned, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow before Qin Shen, in a blur of motion, unleashed a powerful punch that sent the boar crashing down. In a swift follow-up, he delivered a swift side kick to their midsections. Zhang Jing and Zhang Dingtian were thrust against the wall, curling up like shrimp, groaning in agony. Suddenly, Qin Shen lifted his head, his cold, dark eyes fixating on her with a predatory intensity. Jiang Si's heart skipped a beat as she hastily lowered the window. Having endured a decade of the apocalypse, she had never encountered anyone as swift or as alert as Qin Shen. He exuded an aura of danger that sent shivers down her spine. Curiosity gnawed at her regarding how Qin Shen would deal with Zhang Dingtian and Zhang Jing. Holding her breath, she discreetly shifted to another peephole to continue her observation. Qin Shen approached step by step, a bloodied military knife glinting in his hand. Zhang Dingtian, terrified, scrambled to his feet and hastily pleaded, "We had no idea you occupied this place. Had we known, we would never have dared trespass. Please, spare us." Zhang Jing's gaze fell upon the two wild boars behind Qin Shen, forcing a smile despite the pain. "Brother, we truly did not mean any harm. This house has been vacant for quite some time, and our home was burned down. We had no choice but to seek refuge here. If you would be so kind, we can assist you in curing meat or working for you. Just grant our family one room." Unbeknownst to them, Qin Shen was the son of Qin Songming. He cast a penetrating glance at them and coldly commanded, "Get lost." Zhang Jing never anticipated residing under the same roof as such a perilous individual. They limped out of the yard, and Jiang Si was rather surprised. She had distinctly perceived a profound intent to kill in Qin Shen's gaze, yet he ultimately chose to spare them. His moral integrity appeared commendable, indicating that, for the time being, he would not pose a threat to their family. Jiang Si stowed away her binoculars and turned to descend the stairs, unaware that Qin Shen, standing still, suddenly cast his gaze in her direction. His dark eyes glimmering with a fragmented coldness, his expression shrouded in inscrutable silence. Zhang Dingtian and Zhang Jing returned defeated, and Zhao Yun turned to seek out Grandpa Su, the village elder who remained behind. After a fervent plea, the elderly man, who also required care, finally consented to their relocation into his home. Zhang Lin Hai kindly offered to transport their belongings, but Zhao Yun found them insufficient and requested that he bring a few large water tanks for storing water. Jiang Si ignored her, pulling Zhang Lin Hai away. On their way back, the ground had cracked even further, the rice paddies peeling open like a wound, revealing twisted fissures. Jiang Si took out a specialized thermometer from the meteorological station and measured the air. It shot up to 65 degrees in an instant. It was likely that soon, the Longquan River would run dry. When that time came, the villagers would be plunged into utter panic, devising desperate means to seize water resources. Jiang Si planned to fill the water she had consumed from the purification barrel and refrain from venturing outside again. She and Zhang Lin Hai arrived at the banks of the Longquan River, where they observed a significant drop in water levels, exposing the riverbed, on which numerous fish were struggling for survival. The villagers were frantically collecting fish. Under the scorching sun, some bore large blisters on their faces, resembling a dreadful affliction. Jiang Si and Zhang Lin Hai made their appearance here, naturally compelled to exhibit a hint of madness. The father and daughter exchanged a glance and ventured towards the center of the river, choosing a spot with relatively less sediment. Clad in rubber boots, they had scarcely taken a few steps when they beheld an enormous carp. Preserving the fish through drying or curing would allow it to last for a year or two. Given the constraints of Jiang Si's spatial capacity, she would inevitably require resupply after a certain extent of consumption. Zhang Linhai picked it up and placed it in the backpack, only to soon spot another sizable carp stranded in the mud. He approached it in a few swift strides, stepping on something that burst beneath his feet, producing a series of unsettling pops that sent shivers down his spine. Momentarily mistaking it for fish roe, he dismissed it and continued his pursuit of fish. Having stood on a stone and successfully caught several fish, Jiang Si reached the center of Longquan River. She extended her hand, intending to fill the water bucket from her spatial storage directly. Just as her fingers grazed the water's surface, she observed numerous transparent bubbles tinged with a hint of red floating within. Upon closer inspection, the water was densely populated with these mysterious bubbles, each containing a small red dot that appeared to writhe. These were mosquito eggs. In an instant, Jiang Si's expression changed dramatically, and she abruptly stood, startling Li Chui, who had been poised to push her into the water. In her previous life, an unexpected swarm of mosquitoes had descended upon her, akin to terrifying vampires. Without the time to secure doors and windows, they flooded in, capable of draining a person to a mere husk in an instant. Some mosquitoes were carriers of viruses, and a single bite could lead to inexplicable ailments. The memory of her family huddled in a room, with the swarm buzzing ominously outside, relentlessly battering the door, still sent chills down Jiang Si's spine. In this life, the temperature has risen sharply, and it seems that the swarms of mosquitoes will hatch ahead of schedule in just a few days. With so many fish around, she specifically targets Jiang Si, clearly seeking trouble. Behind Li Chui stand her 3 sons and daughters-in-law. No wonder she feels so audacious. As others witness Jiang Si being bullied, fearing that Li Chui might covet their fish, they hurriedly distance themselves. Only Nyo from the neighboring village turns to the forest ranger, Lu Jifeng, exclaiming, "Daddy, they are bullying my sister." Lu Jifeng's expression reveals hesitation. Seeing Jiang Si in distress at the hands of Li Chui, Zhang Linhai raises his sickle and bellows, "Li Chui, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will ensure your family meets a tragic end." Li Chui scoffs, "I shall see who meets that fate." Li Chui's sons and daughters-in-law simultaneously raise their sickles, displaying an air of brazen confidence. The Longquan River has been completely overtaken by mosquito eggs. Jiang Si has no intention of keeping the fish, nor will she allow Li Chui to benefit. Picking up her basket, Jiang Si squints her eyes and declares, "You want fish, do you? Very well, I shall oblige." Li Chui, smug in her belief that Jiang Si is timid, suddenly produces a pair of scissors and, pressing further, states, "Last time you nearly took my life by cutting my hair. Today, either leave your hair intact or gather 100 pounds of fish for me." The surface of the river reflects the light, and once submerged, one feels as though they are being boiled alive. Jiang Si gathering 100 pounds of fish may well cost her dearly. Zhang Linhai seizes the fish in his basket and forcefully hurls them at Li Chui's face, exclaiming, "Take as much as you want. I will provide you with all you desire, it won't kill you too." The floundering carp splashed Li Chui, causing her to tumble into the mud, where she sat amidst a plethora of mosquito larvae, the crunching sound sending shivers down her spine. Li Chui's son and daughter-in-law remained oblivious, raising their sickles to strike at Zhang Linhai and Jiang Si. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Si hurled the fish basket at their heads, drawing forth a dagger just as a gunshot rang out, startling Li Chui's family into a state of paralysis. Lu Jifeng's gaze was piercing as he aimed the ominous black barrel at Li Chui's head. Get lost. No matter how swiftly the sickles swung, they could never outpace a bullet, and once struck, no one could offer salvation. Before Li Chui could rise, her son and daughter-in-law had vanished from sight. Trembling with fear, she wept and begged for mercy while scrambling away, her previous arrogance now replaced by utter disgrace. Although Jiang Si did not require Lu Jifeng's intervention, gratitude was still owed for his timely assistance. She resolved to offer him 50 pounds of millet and a piece of cured meat. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Nyo waved her hand with a charming smile, saying, "Sister, uncle, see you next time." While Lu Jifeng's forest-guarding rifle ensured their safety, could not predict other lurking dangers. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Si pointed to the abundant mosquito larvae visible in the puddle and remarked, "The mosquito eggs are large and numerous. I suspect they have undergone mutation. Uncle Lu, please stock up on mugwort at home. Applying mugwort to our bodies and spraying it on our clothes can effectively repel mosquitoes. If the room is filled with mugwort, we may evade disaster. When the external temperature exceeds 70 degrees, even the heat-resistant mosquitoes cannot survive." Lu Jifeng, cradling his daughter, stood by the riverbank, hesitating to catch fish as he noticed peculiar insect eggs in the water. Upon Jiang Si's reminder, he crouched down to examine them closely and indeed found that they were the undeveloped larvae of mosquitoes. The prospect of so many eggs hatching was quite alarming. Lu Jifeng tightened his embrace around his daughter and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Si before hastily seeking out mugwort. Jiang Si gazed enviously at the forest protection gun slung across Lu Jifeng's back. Despite having purchased numerous pieces of equipment, none could rival the formidable power of his firearm. The Longquan Forest Nature Reserve was expansive, and poaching was rampant. Lu Jifeng had been appointed as the captain of the forest protection team several years ago, suggesting he possessed more than one firearm. If the opportunity arose, perhaps he could barter some supplies for a weapon. Zhang Linhai inquired of Jiang Si, "Should we also gather some mugwort?" Their home was adjacent to the back mountain, and during the summer, snakes, insects, and rodents were plentiful. They had planted some in their yard, but upon witnessing the dense cluster of insect eggs, Zhang Linhai felt a prickling unease, realizing that their supply was far from sufficient. The benefits of mugwort were numerous. Naturally, the more, the better. Zhang Linhai knew where to find a large quantity of mugwort, and after a brief harvest, the father and daughter had managed to collect several hefty bundles. Many others were also gathering, not for mosquito repellent, but for firewood. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the edge of the forest. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Qin Shin had astonishingly caught 2 massive wild boars. Were wild boars truly so easy to capture? Fearing a future devoid of meat, many households have not seen their cured pork grace the table for quite some time. Witnessing Qin Shin's successive captures of wild boars, a longing for hunting wild boar began to stir among the onlookers. Jiang Si's household, with 2 pigs transformed into cured meat, had enough provisions to last for a considerable duration, alongside a plethora of other meat products. She harbored no interest in the wild boars Qin Shin had caught. However, he approached her, inquiring, "Do you desire wild boar? I am in need of salt." Jiang Si was somewhat taken aback. Amidst the crowd, he chose to engage her specifically. Perhaps their proximity facilitated an exchange of wild boar meat? The locals had a tradition of making pickled vegetables, purchasing salt by the case. With the summer heat proving unbearable, many households had slaughtered their pigs, and some families even found themselves without a single pig to rear, their diets consisting solely of vegetables, leaving them feeling faint. Jiang Si pondered how much pork she could acquire in exchange for 3 bags of salt. The others perked up, intrigued. Qin Shin casually pointed to a hind leg, noting that a single hind leg of a wild boar weighed around 20 pounds, easily exchangeable for 3 bags of salt. What a fortunate opportunity! Qin Shin turned to the crowd, indicating that she would go first, then looked at Jiang Si and inquired earnestly, "Is that acceptable?" There are numerous methods to procure salt, and Qin Shin's desire for it likely stemmed from a need to preserve food. 3 bags of salt indeed represented a fair trade. Jiang Si nodded in agreement. "I will exchange. Then I shall prepare the wild boar meat, and you can bring the salt for the trade," Qin Shin instructed. "Very well." Zhang Gumai, a relative of his grandmother, wished to exchange for wild boar meat but was unable to produce 3 bags of salt. Consequently, he set his sights on Zhang Linhai. Zhang Ma-yi was known as the most miserly individual in the village, and Zhang Linhai had little faith that he would part with wild boar meat in exchange for millet. Zhang Linhai turned directly to Qin Shin and inquired, "Can millet be exchanged for wild boar meat?" Qin Shin nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, 100 jin of millet can be traded for 20 jin of wild boar meat." The wild boar meat that could previously be acquired for 3 bags of salt had suddenly escalated to 100 jin of millet for a mere 20 jin of pork. Zhang Mai, unwilling to accept this, retorted, "Linhai, you have so much salt at home. 3 bags is hardly worth such meticulous calculations." Zhang Linhai shook his head, his expression earnest as he replied, "We have very little salt left after making sauerkraut. 3 bags is the utmost we can spare. If it were not for the children needing meat, I would hesitate to trade. With the sweltering heat bearing down, Jiang Linhai was reluctant to continue the debate, asserting, "Our millet is already scarce. That's enough. Let us not prolong this conversation. We'll all be sunburned." He abruptly ended the discussion, denying Zhang Mai any chance to take advantage, which left him fuming, stamping his feet in frustration. "You refuse to assist with such a trivial matter, disregarding familial bonds. How selfish after all these years." Seeing Qin Shin surrounded and the wild boar meat about to be claimed, Zhang Mai hurriedly interjected, "I will offer half a bag of salt for 10 jin of loin meat." "Not interested," came the terse reply. Zhang Mai, exasperated, exclaimed, "Loin meat is hardly superior to shank meat. You should be grateful for half a bag of salt." As Qin Shin hoisted the wild boar meat to depart, Zhang Mai blocked his path, saying, "You're quite young. Do you not understand basic courtesy? If you acquire too much pork without sufficient salt, it will spoil within 2 days. My offer of half a bag is quite generous, certainly better than having it rot and breed maggots." Qin Shin cast a cold glance at him and replied, "Step aside." Unyielding, Zhang Mai insisted on bartering a mere half-pound of salt for 10 pounds of pork belly, drawing scorn from onlookers who branded him shameless. He retorted vehemently, proclaiming Qin Shin the offspring of a murderer, warning that consumption of his wild boar meat would lead to poisoning. A piercing scream then echoed through the heavens as Qin Shin delivered a forceful kick, sending Zhang Mai sprawling onto the edge of the rice paddy. Those initially inclined to trade with Qin Shin for the wild boar meat were suddenly dissuaded. The notion that a murderer's proclivities were hereditary took root, and Qin Shin's swift aggression fueled fears of potential poisoning, leaving them with no recourse in the event of their demise. Even the outhouse was temporarily sealed, with makeshift commodes employed. The collected refuse then utilized to fertilize the garden within the confines of their sanctuary. Subsequently, she directed Jiang Qinggu and Jiang Linhai to construct a concealed honeycomb-style gate near the entrance. This would serve to minimize the intrusion of insects should they need to venture out on short notice. Tasking Jiang Linhai with retrieving a wild boar leg from Qin Shin's residence, she observed from the window, discovering a multitude of individuals advancing towards their abode. Their manner of knocking on doors and accosting villagers suggested they were urban refugees seeking sustenance and water. Their numbers were overwhelming, reminiscent of a locust swarm. When villagers refused them provisions, they resorted to coercion, invading homes. Scarcely a few moments after raising her binoculars, Jiang Si witnessed the forceful breaching of several homes in the village. Witnessing the emaciated, zombie-like figures ascending the hillside, Jiang Si felt a surge of alarm and rushed downstairs, abandoning her binoculars. Her grandmother and mother were engrossed in exploring the cultivation of sweet potatoes in burlap sacks, while her grandfather sat nearby, engrossed in medical texts. Startled by her urgent footsteps, they all rose anxiously, inquiring as to the cause of her distress. Jiang Si spoke rapidly while retrieving defensive weapons from the space. The townspeople had arrived, and several households in the village had already been invaded, leading to robbery and murder. Her father had just gone out and was likely to encounter danger. "You stay here and guard the home. I will go to rescue him. Here are bows, crossbows, nail guns, firecrackers, explosives, tang knives, and even bulletproof vests. Grandpa, assess the situation and launch an attack if necessary. If you hear me and Dad calling, you must not open the door. Understand?" Jiang Chengwu's gentle gaze suddenly turned stern as he picked up the tang knife from the ground, reaching out to stop Jiang Si. "It is too perilous outside. You must stay." Jiang Si, unwilling to argue about who should go in such a dangerous moment, insisted loudly, "Listen to me, Grandpa. Stay home to protect Grandma and Mom, as we previously agreed." Jiang Chengwu's tone grew grave. "You must prioritize your safety, all right?" Jiang Si swiftly made her way to the courtyard gate, where Zhang Qingji and Shen Baoying, armed with nail guns, were already tear-streaked. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom held their breath in unison, raising their nail guns, calling out to Jiang Si, "Si, come quickly." Before the last word left their lips, Jiang Linhai's anxious voice rang from outside. "Si, do not be afraid. It's me." The moment the courtyard door closed, Those intruders had already charged toward Qin Shin's house, leaving no chance to be trapped at the entrance. Jiang Linhai tossed the wild boar leg to the ground, breathlessly urging, "Si, si, hurry up and prepare the firecrackers." Before his words could fully escape his lips, the heavy iron gate was once again met with a cacophony of banging. Jiang Chenggu, in the midst of gathering the firecrackers, felt the knocking intensify, voices of men, women, and children clamoring, "Please, give us something to eat. Open the door. There are 3 children here. The youngest is only 3 years old. We haven't eaten in 3 days. We beg you. Even if you ignore us, please spare a morsel for the children." Jiang Chengwu's hand, poised to throw the firecrackers, froze. He could not bring himself to act against a mere 3-year-old child. Moments later, the weak cry of a little girl pierced the air. The grandmother's heart ached, and she said softly, "See, perhaps we should give the children something to eat." It was not that Jiang Si was devoid of compassion, unwilling to spare even a crumb for a child. She had observed earlier that this was a large family. Granting aid would only attract more people to their doorstep. Though the walls of their yard had been raised by a meter and fortified with shards of glass and barbed wire, there was still the possibility of intruders. Jiang Si furrowed her brow and replied, "Grandmother, if our door had not been sturdy just now, they would have stormed in to seize our provisions or worse. If we provide food for the children now, will they not linger here, continuing to beg for more, or seek another opportunity to break in? Grandmother, it is not that I hold a bleak view of human nature. I have endured a decade of it in my past life. Have the events unfolding in our village these days not illuminated the truth for you? Moreover, is it not possible to catch fish in the river or forage for food in the forest at this moment? They have not yet reached the point of utter desperation, yet they compel us to provide sustenance. Have you ever contemplated this?" Zhang Qingji, having lived a life of kindness, lowered her gaze in sorrow at the anguished cries of the children outside, letting out a heavy sigh, which did not go unnoticed by her grandmother. She felt a deep sympathy for those unfortunate children, yet her heart ached even more for her own family. Ultimately, everyone is selfish, which inadvertently validates Jiang Si's words, suggesting that such a reality may indeed come to pass. The oppressive heat, with no shade at the entrance of their courtyard, felt akin to being ensconced in a furnace. Regardless of their pleas and wails, the household remained utterly unresponsive. The intruders in the neighboring Qin Shin's home had likely already satisfied their hunger. Suddenly, Zhong Manting, cradling her daughter, rose with a fierce determination, replacing her pleading expression, commanding the men, "If they are this cold-hearted, refusing to share even a morsel of food, then pry open the door with knives and slay everyone inside." The men, who had long yearned to take action, raised their kitchen knives to force the door open, but the security door was too sturdy, leaving their hands numb from the effort, without even a hint of looseness at any lock. "Curse this wretched door," Zhong Manting exclaimed, raising her head to notice the towering walls of the house, fortified with anti-theft spikes and shards of glass. Her eyes glinted with malice. "Then let us set it ablaze and force them out. Yes, set it on fire and watch how those wretches evade us." Zhang Qingji, overhearing the discussions outside, was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Jiang Si, pondering what course of action to take. Jiang Siqing lowered his eyes, reassured by the fireproof treatment of his home and the absence of flammable materials, eliminating any concern of a blaze. "Father, aim the nail gun at their eyes through the doorway. A single explosive charge could resolve everything." Yet Jiang Si hesitated to harm innocent children. The gaps beneath the steps of the courtyard gate had been sealed with cement and bricks. Jiang Si and Jiang Linhai donned protective goggles and stealthily approached, unaware that the individuals outside had yet to sense their presence, tirelessly gathering nearby firewood to fashion into incendiary materials, their blood-red eyes filled with an insatiable desire to incinerate the entire family. The security door had layers of protection. As the nail gun was positioned, it unleashed a flurry of shots aimed at their eyes, followed by a cacophony of anguished screams echoing through the air. Zhong Manting's husband clutched his bleeding eyes, wailing in agony, oblivious to the source of the projectiles. Out of 8 men, 4 were struck in the eyes, 1 was shot in the temple and died instantly, while 3 others sustained varying degrees of injury. Zhong Manting, cradling her daughter, faced the iron gate with a pallid complexion, her eyes seething with resentment akin to a demon from the depths of hell, shrieking. Why won't you grant us a chance to live? Why must you drive us to our demise? We merely seek a morsel of food. Why are you so unwilling to provide it? Why? Why? She pounded on the door relentlessly, as if pleading for Jiang Si to grant her respite. Just moments ago, Zhong Manting had brazenly declared her intent to annihilate their entire family, and no matter the circumstances, she was undeserving of sympathy. Jiang Si aimed at the frenzied Zhong Manting, as the child suddenly opened her mouth, exclaiming, "Mama, I'm so hungry." The child's voice, weak to the brink of exhaustion, caused Jiang Si to hesitate. Zhong Manting, reigniting her will to survive, swiftly darted aside and urged the others, "Let us go, quickly. We can find food elsewhere. With so many of us, we must be able to procure something." Chapter 13. Intense heat. Rat infestation. Zhong Manting turned her gaze toward the Qin family's residence. The wide-open courtyard gate suddenly spewed forth two lifeless bodies, startling her into instinctively covering her daughter's eyes. Moments later, another pair of bloodied corpses were hurled out. Summoning her courage, Zhong Manting peered cautiously into the yard, only to be met unexpectedly by a pair of beast-like, jet-black eyes. Qin Shen stood shrouded in shadow, his dagger dripping with blood, surrounded by a multitude of corpses, each marked with different splotches of blood, resembling an eerie sacrificial pattern. These were the very individuals who had invaded the Qin household earlier. Despite the sweltering heat of 60 degrees, a chill coursed down Zhong Manting's spine, more terrifying than the thought of her husband's eyes being shot out. We must leave, we must leave." Jiang Si, at the window with binoculars in hand, witnessed the horrifying scene of corpses littering the Qin residence. One body, two bodies, three bodies in a mere moment. Qin Shen had single-handedly slain a total of 18 individuals. Each wound inflicted was lethal. Suddenly, Qin Shen lifted his gaze toward her, his tall figure, piercing eyes, and exceptional alertness suggesting he was perhaps a special forces operative, or maybe a trained assassin. Qin Shen's father had taken lives. He could not possibly be a soldier, thus he must belong to the latter category. Jiang Si was increasingly troubled by such a formidable neighbor. A killer, when cornered, is unlikely to adhere to moral standards. It would be wiser to wield two guns instead. Wait, could Qin Shen possibly possess firearms? He has yet to reveal them. Jiang Si scrutinized every move of Qin Shen. He had piled all the corpses at the entrance. Those who dared to intrude into the courtyard merely cast a fleeting glance, nearly losing their wits in terror. They fled as swiftly as their legs could carry them, and consequently, no one from Jiang Si's family dared to return. At present, having him as a neighbor seemed rather advantageous, though she wondered how he was faring now. Jiang Si spoke softly, declaring that she had eliminated all who dared to trespass. Zhang Linhai's pupils constricted in shock at the audacity of Qin Shen to slay so many. He suddenly recalled that Jiang Si had also taken a life earlier, the body still laid at their doorstep. Concerned about her mental state, Zhang Linhai composed himself and cautiously remarked, "If they do not provoke us, we shall not provoke them. They deserve to die. Qin Shen was justified, and we are not at fault." Jiang Si nodded in agreement and handed Zhang Linhai a bottle of medication for psychological distress, saying, "Dad, take a pill if you're feeling uneasy." In his attempt to comfort his daughter, he felt instead that she had seen through him. Zhang Linhai took the bottle, a wry smile gracing his lips as he lamented, "Cici, am I of no use? I intended to protect you well, yet I find myself averse to taking lives." Jiang Si shook her head and replied nonchalantly, "Dad, you merely require a period of adjustment. In this cataclysmic world, being able to wield a weapon to safeguard oneself and one's family is no small feat indeed." It was no small feat. Zhang Linhai tightened his grip on the medication. What was the point of a grown man being so sentimental? Without the timely warning from Qin Shen, Zhang Linhai could have found himself in peril. Deciding to express her gratitude, Jiang Si resolved to airdrop some medical supplies to his home. She retrieved hydrogen peroxide, iodine, erythromycin ointment, gauze, Yunnan Baiyao spray, adhesive bandages, cotton balls, and disinfectant from her space, wrapping each item carefully in bubble wrap before forming them into a sphere. To augment the weight for throwing, she inserted a brick inside and penned a note. However, just before launching, Jiang Si dismantled the bubble sphere, retaining only a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, Yunnan Baiyao spray, and some gauze, reasoning that too much might suggest an abundance of supplies at her home. Once securely rewrapped, she accurately hurled it into Qin Shin's yard. Hearing the commotion, Qin Shin emerged and picked up the bubble sphere, extracting the conspicuous note within. After confirming its contents, he lifted his gaze and inclined his head slightly towards her. Jiang Si nodded in return, closing the window to shut out the surrounding clamor. As she descended the stairs, her grandmother's surprised exclamation from the kitchen startled her. "Oh my!" Jiang Si's heart raced, and she dashed into the kitchen, where she found her grandmother struggling to retrieve a disheveled little puppy from the stove. The puppy was covered in soot, whimpering softly, and soon another dark figure emerged from the hole in the stove, struggling to escape. Her grandmother reached in and pulled out a gaunt black dog, presumably the puppy's mother. The mother licked her offspring, mimicking a nursing gesture, her large, watery black eyes gazing imploringly at her grandmother, as if begging her to take them in. Her grandmother gently stroked the dog's head. It displayed no hostility, instead nuzzling affectionately against her palm. Grandmother, upon seeing the creature's bloodied and battered paws, with its nails completely torn, remarked to Jiang Si, "All beings possess a spirit. It has gone to great lengths to burrow through our kitchen in order to enter. Let us keep it here to guard our home, for this will lighten our burdens." Unlike humans, dogs are steadfast and unassuming. They are loyal and selfless, and in return for saving their life, they shall repay it with unwavering devotion. Jiang Si retrieved 2 cans of meat from the storage and placed them before the dog, saying, "Feast upon this. From now on this shall be your home." The mother dog seemed to comprehend, barking softly before devouring the food hungrily. In no time, both cans were emptied, and grandmother wished to offer it a bowl of pig liver rice. But Jiang Si shook her head. "It is evident that it is ravenous. Consuming too much will upset its stomach. Perhaps a bit of goat's milk would suffice." Grandmother prepared a bowl of goat's milk and set it before the dog with a smile. "Si, why not bestow upon them names?" Jiang Si nudged the suggestion towards grandfather, who scrutinized the animals for a considerable time, before finally declaring, "Let us name them Big Black and Little Black." Simple yet memorable. Zhang Linhai couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was simple and easy to remember, and fortunately, Big Black and Little Black were merely dogs and would not mind the name's lack of sophistication. The tunnel that Big Black had excavated, along with the kitchen floor, required a complete recasting of concrete to prevent others from infiltrating underground as he did. The family toiled for 3 consecutive days, and based on her observations, Jiang Si noted that at least 1/3 of the households in Longquan village had been overtaken by others. Some had been slain, while others expelled. Unable to withstand the oppressive heat, they fled into the forest with their last glimmer of hope. Corpses scattered throughout the village exude a pungent stench in the sweltering heat. Despite their attempts to purify the air with mugwort and air fresheners, the foul odor lingers. Peering out the window, grandfather anxiously remarked, "Sisi, could a plague emerge?" The intense decay of the bodies poses a significant risk for the spread of infectious diseases. Reflecting on the catastrophic events of the past, which diverged from the present timeline, Jiang Si furrowed her brow and stated, "If the temperature remains above 70 degrees, the corpses will soon be reduced to decayed ashes, likely preventing any outbreak of contagion." Just as grandfather was about to inquire whether rain would follow the heat wave, a tide of dark shapes surged forth from the ground, swiftly encircling the bodies, devouring them at a terrifying pace. Jiang Si lifted her binoculars, her expression shifting in alarm. "Rats! It's all rats!" Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from downstairs. A swarm of rats, each the size of a fist, scurried up the walls of their home. Jiang Si and Jiang Qingguo exchanged a glance, hurriedly securing all the doors and windows on the 2nd floor before racing downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were met with countless fist-sized rats darting chaotically around the house. Dehe relentlessly pounced on the rodents, while Zhang Linhai braced the bathroom door, the transparent tempered glass revealing writhing rats threatening to fill the ceiling of the restroom. Grandmother, clutching a small puppy, and mother screamed and danced in panic on the coffee table. Beneath the restroom door, A 2-centimeter gap allowed the relentless onslaught of mice to emerge, as if they possessed the ability to contort their bodies. They viciously seized Jiang Li's ankle, attempting to wriggle up his pant leg. At the moment Jiang Li forcefully flung the rodent away, the restroom erupted with a cacophony, resembling an impending explosion. Should the mice flood into the house, their formidable destructive power and the pathogens they harbored would spell utter ruin for the dwelling. Jiang S reacted swiftly, handing Jiang Chngw a bottle of rodenticide, and brandishing another, she shouted to everyone, "Quickly head to the side room. I will hold them off. Hurry!" The potent rodenticide proved effective. As the mice lunged toward Jiang S, the moment they caught a whiff of the substance, they swiftly retreated. Under Jiang S's cover, the others successfully made their way into the room, while Jiang Chngw continuously sprayed the pesticide, creating a protective barrier for everyone. As the restroom door threatened to reach its breaking point with a series of deafening thuds, Jiang S conjured a massive double-door refrigerator to firmly brace it. In her haste, fearing the mice might still emerge, she quickly manifested a safe, a sofa, cabinets, concrete, and bricks around the refrigerator. Although the restroom door was secured, numerous mice had already infiltrated the home. Jiang S tossed several bottles of rodenticide to the group, and under their cover, she retrieved glue traps, mouse traps, and rodent cages from her space, laying them out meticulously on the floor with no gaps left. The large rodent cage proved to be the most effective, as the bait enticed the mice to leap inside, filling the cage in no time. The trapped mice squeaked incessantly as they were ensnared by the traps, their sharp claws and teeth frantically gnawing in a desperate attempt to escape. Jiang Si scattered rodent poison around them. Foolishly, the mice accepted the bait without hesitation, and soon, they lay motionless. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, all the mice within the house fell victim to Jiang Si's efforts. A glance revealed the devastation. The furniture, reduced to splinters, surrounded by countless lifeless mice, frothing at the mouth. Outside the door, the noises from the bathroom, creaking and crashing, sent shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, the excess doors and windows in the house had been sealed, and the remaining ones were of iron, leaving the rodent horde outside, frustrated and anxious, unable to breach the defenses. Jiang Si looked down. Aside from her unscathed legs in long boots, everyone else bore wounds from the mice. Jiang Linhai was particularly grievously injured. His calves and ankles were a tapestry of raw flesh, blood oozing, a testament to the rodent's ferocity. Mice are notorious carriers of various diseases, among which the plague, hemorrhagic fever, and rat bite fever are the most insidious. The plague brings forth symptoms such as high fever, profuse sweating, excruciating headaches, paralysis of limbs, and conjunctival congestion. In severe cases, it can lead to confusion, internal bleeding, and multi-organ failure, posing a direct threat to life. Historically, the 3 pandemics of the plague have claimed the lives of over 135 million individuals. Hemorrhagic fever and rat bite fever present milder symptoms. The former is characterized by conjunctival bleeding, skin bruising, and facial and neck congestion, resembling a state of intoxication, accompanied by common ailments such as nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. With medical intervention, recovery may extend from 1 to 2 months. The condition known as rat bite fever manifests with redness, swelling, and ulceration at the site of the bite, accompanied by pronounced rashes on the body that coalesce into patches, ultimately forming hardened plaques. If inflammation is not promptly addressed, the consequences can range from the excision of necrotic tissue to amputation. Should any family member become infected with such a disease, they would endure immense suffering. Jiang Si forcefully kicked aside the deceased rats and retrieved several large water dispensers from her storage. She then handed out soap and clean water to everyone, instructing them to wash thoroughly for 15 minutes using the soapy solution, before attempting to expel as much blood as possible from the wounds. "I will tend to father first." Jiang Linhai, suppressing his excruciating pain, shook his head, insisting that he was fine and could manage on his own, urging her to treat her own injuries first. Jiang Si donned her gloves and mask, firmly stating, "I am not injured. Your wounds are severely swollen and beginning to fester. If we delay, you might face amputation of both legs." Jiang Linhai fell silent, and after she had cleaned his wounds, The sight of the mangled flesh brought a surge of emotion to her. She retrieved a bottle of alcohol, saying, "Father, please bear with me. I need to pour this." The extent of his injuries was so considerable that a cotton swab would be ineffective.
Yam fin, you pour.
Jiang Linhai closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. As the alcohol was applied, a piercing scream echoed throughout the house, nearly causing Jiang Si to spill the alcohol in her grasp. "Hold still," she commanded, firmly pressing down on his legs. Given the severity and size of the wounds, it took 3 bottles of alcohol and needle and thread to finally release Jiang Linhai, drenched in cold sweat. Having been spared a prior encounter with a rodent infestation, Jiang Si initially prioritized administering tetanus and rabies vaccines to Jiang Linhai and the others, as opposed to the epidemic hemorrhagic fever vaccine. This was done to preempt potential complications. Additionally, she provided them with a vial of penicillin. With these measures taken, Jiang Si turned her attention to Dehe, who had sustained injuries, including a torn ear, comparable to those of Jiang Linhai. Cognizant of the pain medication might inflict, she administered an anesthetic injection to Dehe. Witnessing Dehe's immediate slumber, Jiang Linhai, who had endured over 20 stitches, expressed incredulity. "CC, you had anesthesia?" Jiang Si paused, a mixture of amusement and guilt washing over her. "I was so preoccupied that it slipped my mind." Jiang Linhai remained silent. With Dehe's wounds addressed, the family members, clad in protective suits, had meticulously collected the rodent carcasses in biohazard bags. The house remained in disarray, strewn with rodent droppings, urine, and gnawed fragments. Fortunately, the valuable provisions were safely stored within Jiang Si's dimension, averting bacterial contamination. The family members, casting worried glances at Jiang Si, voiced their concerns. The residual pathogens in the house may spread through the respiratory tract and aerosols. Alas, when will the plague of rodents subside, allowing us to ventilate the house with fresh air? What was initially perceived as an early onset of natural disasters had now been compounded by an unforeseen rodent infestation. Jiang Si could only implore everyone to remain patient. If the rodent infestation proves uncontrollable, she will lead everyone out in search of a more stable refuge, perhaps to reside in caravans. All refuse and rodent excrement within the house will be meticulously disposed of, and the premises thoroughly disinfected with a pesticide sprayer. Additionally, she will lay traps in the corners where mice are likely to infiltrate. Hours slipped by, and as dawn approached, the commotion of the rodent horde began to wane, allowing the desperate cries of villagers to emerge. Jiang Si speculated that the rising temperatures might have driven them into hiding, though they could return once night fell. Ascending to the 2nd floor, she opened the metal partition to behold a sun-drenched scene littered with skeletons, ravaged by decay. The army of rodents had vanished as if they had never existed. Next door, the windows and doors of the Qin family lay shattered, leaving their fate uncertain. Shifting her gaze, she observed several survivors emerging from their rooms, disheveled and fearful. Some, terrified of contracting strange illnesses from rodent bites, dragged others from their homes, brandishing knives to force their compliance. The ailing Grandpa Su was unceremoniously abandoned by Zhang Jing and Zhang Mai in a nearby field, left without even a garment to shield him as they fled. Having once taken them in, Grandpa Su now faced this desolate fate, pondering whether he would still welcome wolves into his fold if given a second chance. Soon, confirming the absence of external threats, families began dispatching 1 or 2 robust members to scour the quiet houses, seeking to rectify the losses inflicted by the rodent invasion. Jiang Si and her grandfather had just loaded the mouse carcass onto a cart, intending to find a suitable place for incineration and burial, when a climbing hook unexpectedly swung in, snapping onto their yard gate. Moments later, an elderly man emerged, gripping the climbing rope as he swung over their gate. Before he could finish his words, as he perched on the gate, his gaze fell upon Jiang Si and Jiang Qinggu, and the smile on his face abruptly froze, his mind blank in an instant. Lin Zhu, noticing his motionless state, called out from outside the gate, inquiring about what was amiss. Only then did he awkwardly chuckle. "So, you're still alive?" Jiang Chengwu's expression darkened, and Lin Changhua, suddenly realizing his previous gaffe, hastily corrected himself. "It's wonderful that you're okay. Last night was truly harrowing. Haha, I specifically came to see you." His clumsy lie startled Lin Zhu, who had just realized that Jiang Si and the others had survived, prompting him to shout, "Dad, come down quickly." Lin Chenghua wanted to flee, but perched on the gate. He surveyed Jiang Si's home, noting that all their windows remained intact. From this vantage point, he could overlook the entirety of Longquan village, finding no signs of the plague whatsoever, which assuredly surpassed the food and water they had desperately salvaged, indicating a far greater safety. A sudden, crooked thought crossed Lin Chenghua's mind as he scolded Lin Zhu. "What are you shouting for? I have matters to discuss with your uncle." Lin Zhu appeared bewildered, questioning, "What are you talking about? Aren't they here for zero-cost shopping?" Jiang Si, unwilling to squander any more time with Lin Chenghua and eager to avoid peril, urged him to leave swiftly. Once they moved into Jiang Si's home, she was certain there would be a way to resolve everything concerning them. Fearing that Jiang Chenggu would flatly refuse, Lin Chenghua deliberately baited him, saying, "We still have several thousand pounds of rice in our warehouse, 2,000 pounds of corn, and various medicinal herbs. We truly do not wish to take advantage of your family. If we join forces and assist each other, we will undoubtedly endure this trial together." In his previous life, Li Chui incited Lin Chenghua to rally the entire village to rob their home, revealing a heart devoid of kindness. The notion of mutual assistance was utterly ridiculous. Without hesitation, Jiang Chenggu retorted, "Get lost. I have no time for your nonsense." Lin Chenghua's eyes darted as he hastily added, "My grandson is a doctor. In critical moments, he can save lives. If we move over, it will only bring benefits, never drawbacks. Whether defending against others or venturing out for water, our safety will be significantly enhanced." Jiang Chenggu furrowed his brow, scoffing, "A doctor? My foot. Yes, merely a veterinarian. If you don't leave, I won't hold back." In the sweltering heat, conversing with such a deceitful individual ignited a fire within him. Lin Chenghua wiped the sweat from his brow, bursting a blister, the sting of the salt-laden perspiration intensifying his discomfort. Yet he persisted, stating, "Veterinarians can also save lives in crucial times. Do not underestimate their skills." Jiang Si, having exhausted his patience, let out a cold laugh. He drew his bow and swiftly loosed an arrow. Lin Chenghua, terrified, realized Jiang Si truly dared to act. His eyes widened in horror. In that instant, it was too late to evade. The arrow pierced his shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and tumble heavily from the courtyard gate. Through the gate, Lin Chenghua's screams echoed, frantic and desperate. Jiang Si coldly remarked, "Perhaps a veterinarian can tend to you." "Jiang Si, you wretched scoundrel. You're a curse. Come out, you. I will make sure you two don't survive." Lin Zhu roared, clutching Lin Chenghua. In response, a kitchen knife descended from the heavens, narrowly missing his head. With the troublesome matter resolved, Jiang Si and Jiang Chenggu, wary of potential pathogens from the charred remains of the mouse, deliberately chose a downwind clearing. Before they could ignite the mouse carcass, Lu Jifeng, carrying his daughter, unexpectedly appeared with a gun. Typically, firearms have a range of 50 to 100 meters, while nail guns and crossbows only reach about 20 meters, their efficacy diminishing significantly beyond 10 meters, far less lethal than a bullet that can strike from a distance. Although not sensing any hostility from Lu Jifeng, Jiang Si remained vigilant, shielding Jiang Chenggu behind her, ready to deploy her blast shield at a moment's notice. As Lu Jifeng approached, Jiang Si discerned that his face and hands bore wounds from mouse bites, largely untreated. His daughter, Nyunyo, was obscured beneath a sun-protective garment. Her condition was unclear, but her small face was flushed, and she appeared lethargic, struggling to keep her eyes open while yawning repeatedly. Yet, despite her fatigue, she managed to lift her head and flashed a sweet smile at Jiang Si and Jiang Chenggu, greeting them with, "Hello, sister, grandpa." After her greeting, she nestled her head back onto Lu Jifeng's shoulder, succumbing to her drowsiness. Lu Jifeng explained his purpose. Nyunyo was ill, and he sought to exchange some medicine for food and clothing. Jiang Si cautioned him against mosquitoes, only to learn that a rodent infestation had occurred the previous night. He had taken refuge in the narrow armory with Nyunyo, narrowly escaping disaster. Unfortunately, their household supplies had been completely ravaged by the mice, leaving them without even a semblance of decent clothing. He possesses a firearm, which could be employed to seize supplies. However, this morning, he felt unwell and was reluctant to embark on an adventure with Nyonyo. After much contemplation, he decided it would be wiser to trade with the Jiang family. The worth of a single gun should suffice to procure all the necessities urgently required by him and his daughter. Additionally, it served as a precautionary measure in case of unforeseen circumstances, allowing him to utilize the equipment in the armory, enabling the Jiang family to care for Nyonyo. Therefore, he aimed to establish a relationship with the Jiang family through the exchange of a handgun. Jiang Si regarded him with significant intent, inquiring what he wished to trade, aware that food, water, and medicine were currently invaluable commodities. She asserted her authority as the decision-maker of the Jiang household. Lu Jifeng retrieved a Colt from his pocket and offered it to Jiang Si, adding that the magazine contained a total of 10 rounds. Jiang Si had always desired to acquire a firearm, yet the onset of the apocalypse had caught her completely off guard. With Lu Jifeng proactively offering the gun for trade, she eagerly accepted, unabashedly expressing her yearning for it. "Please allow my grandfather to inspect the firearm first." Surprised by Jiang Si's vigilance, Lu Jifeng cautiously replied, "I cannot part with the magazine at this moment." "Very well." With a single hand, he tossed the gun into the air, where it arced gracefully before landing securely in Jiang Chengwu's hands. Jiang Chengwu disassembled the pistol for inspection, then reassembled it, nodding to Jiang Si, confirming that the firearm was indeed in good condition. Now that the merchandise had been verified, it was time to clarify the amount of supplies to be exchanged. The possession of a firearm signifies an undeniable strength within this region. For Lu Jifeng, relinquishing his weapon implies an increased danger for both himself and his daughter. He is reluctant to demand excessively, fearing that it might incite resentment from Jiang Si and the others. Additionally, the armory has limited capacity for storage. After much contemplation, he declared, "I require 1,000 jin of rice, 100 jin of soybeans, 2 bags of flour, 5 bags of salt, clothing and shoes suitable for both myself and Nyonyo, 4 sets for each season, 2 sets of bedding, as well as various medications including those for external injuries, fever, diarrhea, and some penicillin." The items he requested, under normal circumstances, would not hold substantial monetary value. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, these necessities may prove to be more precious than weapons. Moreover, their family had only managed to harvest 3 mu of grain, and with so many mouths to feed, openly presenting such a significant quantity of supplies would send a clear signal that they possess ample resources. Jiang Si furrowed his brow and replied, "Uncle Lu, your demands are rather excessive. We can only provide you with 500 jin of rice at most, and we have just 1 bag of flour available. If we give you some of our medicine, we will be left with none. I can only offer you a few medications for fever and cold, along with disinfectant alcohol and band-aids. Furthermore, 10 bullets are insufficient. You must at least provide us with 20 in return." Lu Jifeng remained resolute. "This is the only exchange I can accept. Otherwise, I shall forgo the trade." Jiang Chengwu cast a glance at Jiang Si, which conveyed the sentiment of possibly exchanging with them. Lu Jifeng could have seized the opportunity, yet he chose to trade with their family, a testament to his integrity. Considering Nyonyo, Jiang Si was inclined to engage in the exchange, but not without due consideration. Truth be told, the items she possessed could potentially be bartered for a military engineering team in the city. Observing the emergence of rosy spots on Lu Jifeng's skin, indicative of a rat bite fever infection, she proposed, "Let us gather 500 jin of potatoes and sweet potatoes, add some toiletries for Nyonyo, and also provide you with a bottle of antibiotics. How does that sound?" As a forest ranger, Lu Jifeng was acutely aware of the unbearable itchiness of his wound and the overwhelming weakness it brought. He understood that timely antibiotic administration could effectively inhibit the bacteria, enabling him to safeguard his daughter's well-being. Moreover, Jiang Si's resolute demeanor suggested that their family's medical supplies were indeed scarce. Potatoes and sweet potatoes could be preserved for a while, so they would make do for the time being. Ultimately, Lu Jifeng relented. "All right, high temperatures effectively eliminate bacteria, and the cement mixed with water hardens rapidly." Jiang Si produced the recently exchanged handgun, having traded it for supplies Lu Jifeng's family had lost to rats. With Nyonyo suffering from a fever and Lu Jifeng being bitten by a rat, he had no choice but to seek a trade with them. Jiang Si, having knowledge of certain forest ranger practices, remarked each year, capturing a few poachers allows him to accumulate quite a number of hunting rifles. There is no need for excessive concern. Since he dares to trade, he must possess hidden resources yet to be revealed. Cultivating a good rapport with him could yield benefits. Grandmother nodded with a sense of relief, remarking that it was good, and then inquired, with so many items, won't they be seen if we move them directly? Jiang Si replied, I promised Lu Jifeng that once the rodent infestation has passed, he will come by at night to transport the goods. Grandfather will send a basket over first, covered with some firewood. It should not raise too much suspicion. We must prioritize safety, she added. Jiang Si arrived at the lookout tower where Lu Jifeng and Nuno were stationed. The iron ladder had been retracted by Lu Jifeng. Jiang Si rang the bell several times, and gradually, a sturdy basket was lowered from the hollow tower. Lu Jifeng instructed Jiang Si to place the items into the basket, while he would hoist them up. Lu Jifeng felt utterly fatigued, struggling to maneuver the rope, prompting Nuno to descend from the spring bed and exert all her strength to assist her father. As they removed the layers of grass and leaves, a basket brimming with supplies was unveiled, eliciting joyful smiles from the father and daughter. They encountered unfamiliar faces from the village, likely individuals who had fled from the city. The leading man, robust and burly, raised a kitchen knife and menaced the others, stating, This old man looks prosperous. His home must be filled with provisions. Capture him and let his family hand over the goods. The other men, who appeared to be typically docile and only resorting to robbery out of desperation, cast a guilty glance at Jiang Si and muttered an apology. Forgive us. After all, they merely wished to survive. Jiang Si calmly drew his firearm, causing all present to instinctively recoil. Just as they contemplated fleeing, the leading man, in a fit of frustration, shouted, What are you afraid of? It's just a toy gun. Charge at him. Jiang Si was reluctant to waste a bullet. Yet Jiang Si had admonished him to ensure his safety promptly, warning against complacency simply due to his martial prowess. He raised his handgun, aiming it squarely at the forehead of the leading man, offering them one final opportunity. Leave now. The ominous black muzzle, resembling that of a genuine firearm, sent a shiver through the leader's heart, though he remained skeptical that an old man could wield a gun with such ease. Others hesitated, yet he brandished a kitchen knife, snarling defiantly, You think you can intimidate me? At that moment, a gunshot rang out, slicing through the air as the bullet pierced the man's brow, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The remaining individuals, pale as ghosts, watched in horror as blood flowed forth, their faces blanching in terror. In an instant, they transformed into frightened birds, fleeing into the woods. Meanwhile, Jiang Si, at home, was startled by the sudden gunfire, fearing for Jiang Si's safety. Just as she prepared to venture out, she was firmly restrained by Zhang Linhai. No, father, you mustn't go. What if it isn't Jiang Si? The Dragon Spring Forest Nature Reserve harbored more than just Lu Jifeng as a ranger armed with a weapon. Though Zhang Linhai's legs were injured and he walked with a limp, Jiang Si could not allow him to leave. Father, please listen. With tears brimming in his eyes, Zhang Linhai relented. I will heed your wishes, my child. Only then did Jiang Si open the courtyard door, entering the house where everyone anxiously inquired, Who fired the gun? What transpired? Jiang Si sighed, It was I who fired the weapon. I encountered a robbery and ended a life. As grandmother and mother exchanged a glance, their hearts raced, and they promptly reassured one another, It's all right, it's all right. Zhang Linhai handed a small bottle to Jiang Si, saying, Dad, if you're feeling unwell, take one of these to alleviate your psychological stress. This was the antidepressant medication provided by Jiang Si, and he felt that it was perhaps more suited for Jiang Si at this moment. Upon inspecting the bottle, Jiang Si dismissed Zhang Linhai's concern, exclaiming, What are you talking about? Your father has faced far worse situations. Back when the forest patrol encountered poachers, I charged at them with a kitchen knife and even injured two. You know that well enough. Zhang Linhai could only respond with silence, deciding to keep the medication for himself. Zhang Qingji's sweet potatoes, planted in a sack, had been devoured by mice. Aware of her restless nature, Jiang Si had thoughtfully given her several mushroom kits along with some potted strawberries, peppers, eggplants, and tomatoes, saying, "Grandma, once the weather cools down, we can dig the soil. For now, let us plant these." Jiang Qingji cheerfully accepted, inquiring, "How do I plant these?" Jiang Si pointed to the small text on the packaging, explaining, "The nutrient soil and agents are included. Simply sow the seeds directly into the soil, and with suitable temperatures and proper watering, they will thrive." After carefully reading the instructions and glancing at the household thermometer, Jiang Qingji concluded, "We need to sterilize the soil. The current temperature is too high. Let us wait until the day after tomorrow to plant. For now, just set them aside. All right, to prevent any unexpected outbreaks of disease." Today's meal was simple. Each person received a bowl of aged pickled vegetable noodles, accompanied by a poached egg and a plate of braised beef from yesterday's lunch. Even instant noodles, when prepared by mother, were the most delectable. Jiang Si meticulously scooped the pickled vegetables from her clean bowl, then rolled up a steaming mound of instant noodles, slurping them into her mouth. The piping hot old jar sour soup was robust and flavorful. Jiang Si finished every last bite, patting her belly, leaving not a trace. Her grandmother, who typically had a poor appetite, was encouraged by Jiang Si's hearty enjoyment and managed to consume a small bowl of noodles herself. Jiang Si felt this was insufficient. "Grandma, you and Mom need to eat more. You may soon face various dangers. Your physical condition and reaction abilities must be strengthened. Once Dad is feeling better, Grandpa and I will conduct physical training and survival skills training for you." It was alarming how quickly the world had descended into chaos. Jiang Si was right. They needed to enhance their survival skills to avoid being a burden. Both her grandmother and mother nodded in agreement, their gazes resolute. "We will learn diligently." Jiang Linhai set down his bowl and scratched his back vigorously. When his mother lifted his shirt, she found his back covered in a multitude of red spots and bumps. She gasped, "Mom, look, is Linhai's back bitten by fleas? Or is it an allergic reaction?" Their home was spotless, having not seen fleas in many years. When Grandma touched the spots and observed the flea bite marks, she confirmed with a nod. "Yes, it's fleas. With so many rats around, it's no surprise that fleas have entered the house." Upon hearing about the fleas, Jiang Si felt an itchiness all over her body. She retrieved some erythromycin ointment for her grandmother and lifted her own shirt to check, discovering slight redness on her waist. Unbeknownst to her, she too had fallen victim to the bites. Moreover, it soon became increasingly unbearable, an insatiable urge to scratch overwhelming him. Jiang Si retrieved some erythromycin ointment to apply on his skin, yet the itching persisted unabated. Jiang Linhai writhed in discomfort, unable to restrain himself from scratching, prompting his grandmother to suggest, "Use some medicated oil. It works wonders." Shen Baoying applied a soothing menthol balm to Jiang Si's waist, and the cooling sensation penetrated his skin, significantly alleviating the itchiness. Jiang Linhai sighed in relief. In a household where a single flea resides, it can proliferate into countless others. Jiang Si's gaze fell upon the incessantly scratching Big Black and Little Black. Donning protective gear, he crouched down for a closer inspection, and to his dismay, discovered that both animals were infested with fleas, which had already begun to lay eggs on their skin. Should these hatch, extermination would become exceedingly challenging. Without delay, Jiang Si bathed Big Black and Little Black with diluted insecticide, then procured a spray to treat every corner of the house. Everyone changed their clothes, discarding the old ones in the yard to be burned. The sound of popping fleas echoed continuously, revealing the sheer number that had been concealed within their garments. However, it wasn't long before they encountered fleas once more in various corners of the house. Fleas are remarkably resilient parasites. Devoid of vision, they rely on their antennae to detect the host's body heat and locate the most suitable feeding grounds. Flea eggs are notoriously difficult to eradicate, scattering wherever the host moves. No matter how thoroughly one cleans, as long as there are remnants of fleas in the corners, given the right conditions, they will swiftly hatch into larvae. In the effort to eradicate the bacteria brought by the mice, the household refrained from employing ice to lower the temperature, resulting in an indoor climate hovering around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. It is no wonder that despite the liberal application of insecticides, no discernible effect was achieved. Jiang Si, with the tip of her fingernail, swiftly crushed a flea, only to discover another on her protective suit moments later. the larger and smaller dogs, both fur-clad and donned in a specially tailored protective outfit from their grandmother, remained prime targets for the relentless fleas. The accumulation of fleas on the larger dog became increasingly visible, likely due to insufficient grooming, as they incessantly gnawed at the protective attire to alleviate their discomfort. The smaller dog, too diminutive to fend for itself, could only whimper helplessly, its plaintive cries evoking sympathy. Jiang Si furrowed her brow tightly, persistently spraying insecticide. Grandfather produced a razor and suggested, "Let us shave their fur. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage." The fleas conceal themselves within the fur, making it challenging to administer treatment, and dogs are inherently susceptible to skin diseases when infested by fleas. The larger dog obediently lay at grandfather's feet, as the blade glided through its fur, gradually revealing inflamed skin beneath. The smaller dog, too, was relieved of its fluffy coat, having been sheltered by their grandmother prior, which had preserved its skin in a somewhat better condition. Jiang Si began to feel a slight itch on her skin, a creeping fear that the fleas might have ingested the blood of the infected mice, potentially transmitting the plague bacillus to them. Although the likelihood was minimal, it was not entirely unfathomable. Jiang Si recalled having purchased every conceivable medication, including streptomycin specifically intended for the treatment of various forms of the plague, which could effectively control the virus. She hurriedly rummaged through the medicinal supplies in her space, urging her entire family to take the medication urgently. Yet, the household's flea problem remained unmanageable. Mere ingestion of medicine proved insufficient. As Jiang Si contemplated a solution, her grandmother extracted a generous portion of mint paste and applied it to the whimpering little black dog. The moment it was smeared on, the tightly clinging fleas sprang away in an instant. Jiang Si was taken aback when her grandmother suddenly remarked, "Cici, I recall a traditional Chinese medicine method for eliminating fleas. By crushing mint and boiling it in water, then adding white vinegar, one can scatter it around the home to drive away pests. Moreover, using it for bathing can prevent wound infections. It's entirely natural and harmless. Indeed, mint possesses properties that alleviate heat and detoxify, as well as dispel wind and relieve itching, making it a potential nemesis for fleas." Jiang Si retrieved the mint she had purchased from the herbal shop, declaring, "Let us give it a try." The dangers lurking outside far outweighed the perils of remaining within this flea-infested abode. Thus, leaving the house was not an option unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, the eradication of fleas was imperative. As the mint and vinegar concoction simmered in the pot, suddenly, the big black dog stood up and barked vehemently towards the gate. "Woof! Woof!" Jiang Si ascended to the second floor and crouched by the window. To her alarm, several men with bloodshot eyes were swiftly approaching their courtyard, wielding hammers and hoes. They had once been a group of polished university students, but the sudden global blackout had transformed their campus, a hub of gathering, into a battleground for looting the supplies of others. Soon, with the city devoid of governmental support for resources, provisions became increasingly scarce. Deprived of water, electricity, and food, the oppressive heat and rampant panic rendered everyone as if they were being roasted alive. The 8 individuals in their dormitory had managed to raid a household just to secure a day's worth of sustenance. Uncertainty loomed over when the natural calamities would cease. They armed themselves, preparing to seek a location with ample water and fertile land, a place with a broad vista conducive to defense, where they could strive to survive. Lu Daji recalled his visit to the Longquan Forest Nature Reserve, where he had once purchased water from a small shop in Longquan Village. The moment the name was mentioned, his thoughts immediately turned to the Jiang family. Their solitary house, perfectly situated, stood amidst a desolate landscape, with the only other structure being an abandoned dwelling. All other homes in the village lay exposed below. Undoubtedly, it was their most favorable option. After enduring the relentless sun for 7 or 8 hours, they finally reached Longquan Village at a point of utter exhaustion. Upon their arrival, the Jiang residents did not disappoint their expectations. It was the sole remaining luxurious abode in the village, untouched and unoccupied. Yet, they failed to consider that the Jiang family, able to maintain such a stronghold amidst chaos, could hardly be benign. Lu Daji licked the cracks in his dried blood, a smirk of satisfaction playing on his lips. "Let us enter the house, replenish our strength, and then scout the village for provisions. Anyone who dares to refuse us shall face death." Such acts of robbery and murder had become commonplace. No one flinched at the thought. The group nodded in unison, their gazes fixated on the towering 2-meter-high wall of the Jiang family, their expressions shifting from hollow apathy to a frenzied crimson. "Let those who dare obstruct us witness bloodshed," one declared. The wall, constructed of merely 2 layers of red cement bricks, promised to yield to a few strikes. Zhang Linhai brandished a nail gun and called out from below, "Si, what shall we do?" Lu Daji raised his hammer high, declaring, "One strike." Bang! The gunfire shattered the silence, warm blood splattering across the astonished faces of the crowd. Lu Daji collapsed, a deep crimson hole appearing on his head. That was a gun. This household possessed a firearm. Terror swiftly enveloped them as their hearts raced, and they looked up in alarm. At the second-floor window, Jiang Si, with a gun in hand and a piercing gaze, seemed poised to take aim, ready to fire a second bullet, sending them fleeing in panic. In just one day, she had expended 2 bullets. Jiang Si lamented, wishing she had her own arsenal. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Qin Shin, standing in the dilapidated courtyard, gnawed at by rodents, quietly observing her. His dark eyes sparkled like fine jewels, leaving her uncertain if he harbored intentions towards them. Perhaps he was in search of prey? What if he could not find any? Jiang Si furrowed her brow. The surveillance equipment was useless, and she needed to devise a strategy to keep him at bay. Mint-infused vinegar insecticide had proven effective. Areas it was sprayed on had been rid of fleas. Yet, a single pot of the concoction was far from sufficient. To thoroughly cleanse the entire home, she would need to brew at least a dozen more pots. Furthermore, she had to prepare for the potential resurgence of the rodent population and flea retaliation that night. With all the mint in her space exhausted, she could only brew 2 more pots at most. Just as everyone was troubled by this predicament, her mother spoke up. "The Chen Shou family has a patch of mint behind their house, primarily used for making sachets and mint tea, though I wonder if it is still there." Jiang Si replied, "The Chen Shou family has no one left. I will go see how much mint I can gather." Jiang Linhai and Jiang Chenghai both wished to accompany her, but Jiang Si shook her head. It was far too unsafe for her mother and grandmother to remain alone at home. "You all stay here. I can manage on my own." With a note of concern, Mother said, "At the very least, let your father accompany you." Jiang Si raised her toy gun, assuring everyone, "Do not worry, I am swift and it will not take long." She offered a comforting smile, adding, "Having survived in this dire world for a decade, I am impervious to harm from ordinary individuals. There is no cause for concern." Reluctantly, the others acquiesced to Jiang Si's resolve. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Si immediately sensed the temperature soaring to at least 65 degrees. The village's basketball court had transformed into a rubbery swamp, bubbling ominously. Each household in the village bore the scars of an invasion, and occasionally, she heard eerie, anguished cries echoing through the air. Suddenly, a woman dashed out in front of her, pursued by several lascivious men. Spotting Jiang Si, the woman, desperate for salvation, rushed toward her, seeking refuge behind her. "Help me! Save me! Jiang Si, please!" Jiang Si recognized this woman. She was Jiang Liwen, a classmate from elementary school through high school. "Well, if the big brother feasts, we shall sip the broth." The men leered at both Jiang Si and Jiang Liwen with unrestrained malice. Jiang Liwen trembled in fear, gasping, "Please, just let me go. I beg you." "Ha ha ha, let you go? How is that even conceivable? Even in death, amidst the apocalypse, we shall seize the fleeting moments of joy." The men guffawed shamelessly. In a flash, Jiang Si's movements were swift. With her nail gun, she fired 8 shots in rapid succession. The men, almost in unison, clutched their eyes and collapsed to the ground, shrieking in agony. Jiang Sio unleashed a barrage of 8 nails, embedding them into their temples, thereby extinguishing any future threats. Coldly, she shook off the hand that reached for her, reminding herself that she was merely an ordinary person without a nail gun. When Jiang Liwen came rushing towards her, she knew all too well what fate awaited her. Sensing Jiang Si's indifference, Jiang Liwen hurriedly sought to ingratiate herself, exclaiming, "Jiang Si, you are so formidable. I always knew you were different from other girls since childhood. Exceptionally striking." Jiang Si offered her no glance, resolutely striding forward. A pang of alarm struck Jiang Liwen, who suppressed her disgust and leaped over the corpse on the ground, trailing behind Jiang Si like a persistent gum. "Sisi, are you alone now? Would you like to come to my home? My parents would certainly treat you like their own daughter." Suddenly, Jiang Si halted and turned to face her, uttering in an icy tone devoid of warmth, "Do not follow me." Her revulsion was palpable. Jiang Si had already shown considerable mercy by saving her. Now, she commanded, "Get lost." Jiang Liwen, eyes wide in disbelief, responded with a tone of indignation. "Sisi, we grew up together. I merely asked for your help to save my parents. Is it really necessary for you to be so cruel? Besides, being alone is dangerous too. If you're frightened, you could lend me your nail gun. I promise to return it after rescuing my parents." Jiang Liwen, emboldened, dared to covet her nail gun. A smirk crept across Jiang Si's lips, leading Jiang Liwen to mistakenly believe she had softened. In a sudden, shocking motion, Jiang Si raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. Jiang Si's strike was fierce, executed with great force. Jiang Liwen's cheeks visibly swelled, and blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. "No one is obligated to help you." Jiang Si's dark eyes glinted with a chilling coldness. 1. Jiang Liwen felt a sudden jolt in her heart and quickly gathered her composure, pleading with a tone of vulnerability. "Sisi, what I said earlier was in anger. Please forgive me. I beg you, save my parents. They used to pick you up from school when we were children. Can you truly bear to watch them perish? They were not Jiang Si's parents, after all, and how could she possibly remain unfeeling?" 2. Jiang Si gradually released her grip on the nail gun, her fingers poised to let go, genuinely unafraid for her life. Jiang Liwen gritted her teeth, realizing that as long as there was life, there was hope, and swiftly turned to flee. Perhaps she too had discovered the effects of the mint. Jiang Si cursed Jiang Liwen for being foolish, fixating on the bound mint that Qin Shen had prepared, contemplating how to broach the subject in order to procure half for herself. To her surprise, Qin Shen proactively greeted her and inquired, "Do you want some mint?" Jiang Si nodded, bracing herself for his exorbitant demands. However, she was taken aback by Qin Shen's straightforwardness as he pointed to half of the mint and said, "I'll give you half. Can I have a few sets of clothes and shoes in return?" Jiang Si was momentarily stunned by the simplicity of the exchange, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of haggling. She instinctively nodded in agreement. It appeared that his already meager resources had been entirely depleted by the rat swarm the previous day. Observing the genuine aura he exuded, she could not reconcile him with the notion of a cold-blooded killer, and her boldness in negotiating surged forth. "How much food do you need?" Qin Shen asked tentatively. "1 wild boar and 100 pounds of grain." "My goodness, what a remarkable little angel of generosity." Jiang Si was almost inclined to agree immediately, yet she cautiously inquired, "Why not trade with others? A wild boar in exchange for 100 pounds of grain would surely entice many." But could it be that Qin Shen had poisoned the boar, intending to infiltrate their homes under the guise of a barter? Qin Shen's expression remained composed as he replied, "They are unwilling to trade with me." Jiang Si paused, and a moment of clarity washed over her. It seemed that others feared the possibility of being robbed should the trade not go as planned. After all, no matter how delectable wild boar meat may be, cannot outlast grain in terms of preservation. Without salt for curing, its shelf life diminishes even further. Thus, they preferred to forego meat altogether to avoid such risks. Qin Shen was acutely aware of their circumstances, and seeking a trade with her was indeed his optimal choice. Jiang Si nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall trade with you." Qin Shen delivered the mint to Jiang Si's doorstep, stepping back a few paces to alleviate her concerns that he might intrude. He then said, "You can simply toss the items from the 3rd floor into my yard." Jiang Si raised an eyebrow, while she considered throwing the items. The sheer volume of clothes and shoes would require an enormous bundle to be thrown 50 meters. Lacking the endurance forged through a decade of apocalyptic trials, her strength was inadequate. Jiang Si shook her head. "I believe I shall leave them at your doorstep." "Very well," Qin Shen replied. As soon as Qin Shen departed, the gate creaked open. Her family, all ears, looked on with curiosity. Jiang Si helplessly explained, I harvested the entire mint crop from Chen Shou's household, and I made a small trade with him, receiving half in return. Eagerly, they pressed her for details. What exactly did you trade? Only a few sets of clothing. Jiang Linhai and Shin Baoying exchanged glances. Was this all they needed? The request for garments indicated that Qin Shin had reached a state of utter desperation. This young man, surprisingly sincere. Jiang Si chuckled and remarked, "Isn't it better to have fewer changes?" Jiang Linhai held a favorable impression of Qin Shin. Squinting with a knowing smile, he commented, "Good, quite good. The lad is honest and possesses gentlemanly demeanor." Their grandmother added, "He is quite handsome, tall and charming." As the conversation progressed, it veered off course, as if she were about to embark on a matchmaking endeavor. Jiang Si, sensing the shift, deftly redirected the topic. "Let us first boil the insect repellent. The fleas at home are becoming unbearable." In the face of impending doom, their chatter was merely superficial. Who could genuinely trust another in such times? Zhang Chenggu delivered the items while Jiang Si surveyed the rooftop for threats. Jiang Liwen buzzed around Qin Shin like an irritating fly, tearfully obstructing his path, likely enamored by his looks and strength, perhaps hoping to ensnare him into a commitment, turning him into an unwitting benefactor. Jiang Si, intrigued, smirked. If Qin Shin were to acquiesce, such foolishness would hardly pose a threat. However, disappointment washed over her as Jiang Liwen attempted to touch Qin Shin, only to be violently kicked away, sliding 10 meters across the ground. Upon the arrival of Jiang Chenggu, who carried a woven bag, he was greeted by this astonishing scene, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. It felt as if she and Qin Shin had some clandestine affair. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped, signaling the approach of night. Beware, for the rodent horde may emerge from their lair at any moment. Everyone donned 2 layers of protective garments and meticulously inspected the doors and windows to ensure they were securely sealed. In a mere instant after closing the doors and windows, the cacophony of the mice's emergence resonated like a tidal wave, an unending symphony of rustling and squeaking. The very walls, windows, and ceiling trembled, as if some dreadful creature were poised to burst forth from the confines of their home. Concern etched on their faces, they huddled closely together. Suddenly, a speck of ash fell from the ceiling, landing upon the phosphorescent orb that Jiang Si was using for illumination. Jiang Linhai felt a jolt of alarm. "Si. The teeth of these mice are exceptionally sharp, and they are adept at burrowing. With such a multitude, surely they wouldn't focus their efforts on a single spot?" The walls of their abode were not particularly thick, and with so many mice, it was conceivable that even a metal barrier could be breached. Worry begets reality. Scarcely had the thought crossed his mind when the unmistakable sound of gnawing echoed ominously in their ears. In the corner of the living room, a hole the size of a thumb was gnawed into the wall. The dark creature bared its teeth, relentless in its pursuit. Following the gaze of the beast, they beheld the sharp claws of the mice emerging from the aperture, their bodies writhing in unison as they endeavored to enlarge the breach with their razor-like teeth. Shin Baoying, "Si. Let us quickly find something to block the opening." By the time they managed to ascend a ladder and seal the breach, it was likely that the mice had already infiltrated from another direction. Even if she conjured a caravan for everyone to hide within, the likelihood remained that the rodents would find their way inside through the exhaust pipe. In but a moment, a mouse's head peeked through the gap. Jiang Si retrieved a torch from her space and declared, "Mice fear fire. Let us give it a try." Effectiveness is indeed effective, yet a single torch cannot deter the relentless onslaught of an overwhelming horde of mice surging from all directions. As Jiang Linhai spoke, several more holes were excavated by the rodents in the corners of the living room. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang suggested to everyone, "We shall simultaneously open the door while dousing the ground in gasoline and igniting it as we rush outside. We can create a barrier against the mice in the yard, and if all else fails, we can seek refuge in the RV." With a firm resolve, Jiang ignited the gasoline leading to the door. At the instant Jiang Chenggu turned the doorknob, everyone raised their torches in unison. The mice recoiled like a receding tide. Jiang gestured for caution as they formed a protective circle, carefully stepping outside. They were immediately taken aback by the sight of countless pairs of glowing red eyes staring back at them. A moment's lapse in vigilance could spell their demise. Under the cover of their comrades, Jiang swiftly poured gasoline into a circular formation, igniting a barrier that forced the mice to remain at bay. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. As long as the fire remained ablaze, their safety for the night was assured. The flickering flames of Jiang's household served as a beacon for the surrounding survivors. Lacking gasoline, they resorted to igniting their clothes, shoes, sofas, and towels. A renewed spark of survival ignited in their hearts as they frantically searched for anything combustible, preventing the mice from encroaching any further. As day lengthened and night waned, they persevered for over 4 hours, stripped of all clothing and utterly devoid of flammable materials. At last they welcomed the dawn. The rapidly rising temperature and blinding sunlight signaled the retreat of the rodent swarm, granting the surviving villagers a glimmer of hope. Jiang Si removed her water-squeezable protective suit, while Shen Baoying handed her a face towel, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Indeed, the mint and white vinegar insecticide proved effective. Despite the multitude of mice, no fleas had yet been discovered in their home. Jiang Si wiped her face and raised her gaze towards the dilapidated state of their house, letting out a deep sigh. "We must expedite the repairs today," she stated. Shaking her head, she contemplated the potential for even more terrifying creatures, those that would fear neither fire nor light, to infiltrate their space. Furthermore, if the house remained unrepaired, the ice would soon melt, and the unbearable heat would affect everyone. Zhang Qinggu nodded in agreement, saying, "We shall heed your words, Si. With the days growing longer, after breakfast, let us clean up the rodent droppings and promptly commence our work." "Very well," Shen Baoying replied, preparing a steaming pot of dumplings, accompanied by a fried egg for each person, a sausage, and 3 small dishes of sides. They savored their meal heartily, while the others in the village had not a morsel to fill their stomachs. The swarm of mice from the previous night had nearly consumed all their provisions, leaving none for others. Attempting to fish in the now dry Longquan River revealed it was entirely overrun by a sticky mass of insect eggs. Even if a few fish were found, their insides, mouths, and bodies were all filled with this repugnant goo, rendering them unappetizing. The presence of so many poachers in the Longquan Forest Nature Reserve indicated a significant population of wildlife. However, once one ventured inside, losing their way and failing to locate a water source before nightfall would spell certain doom. Few possessed the courage to enter, and the thought of robbing others was even more inconceivable. Jiang Si possessed a firearm, and venturing forth would only lead to demise. Zhao Yun had tightly bound provisions for her son, husband, and in-laws for an entire month. After enduring the previous night, they were elated, believing their lives were momentarily spared. However, fate had other plans, as they soon fell victim to a robbery that nearly cost them their lives. Zhao Yun collapsed in Zhang Jing's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "How are we to survive now?" Zhang Dingtian wiped the tears from her face. His gaze fixed on the direction of Jiang Si and gritted his teeth. "I shall implore Lin Hai for a month's worth of food." Zhao Yun shook her head. "Without a heart, Jiang Si will undoubtedly refuse us aid. I've heard they have acquired firearms. Should you be harmed, our hopes will vanish entirely." Zhang Jing, in a state of desperation, stomped his feet. "Mother, if we do not seek them out, shall we merely await our end here?" He had gone an entire night without sustenance and had recently suffered a wound, losing considerable blood. If he did not consume something soon, starvation would claim him within 3 days. Zhao Yun's peripheral vision fell upon the charred remains of the rat from the previous night, her heart constricting. Amidst Zhang Jing's anxious murmurs, she finally resolved to speak. "We shall not perish. We certainly will not." Zhang Jing's expression brightened. "Mother, do you have a plan? The rats from last night could sustain their family of 5 for a lifetime. In times of dire poverty, one would resort to such measures. Yet, what distinguished their current plight from that of others?" Zhang Jing stared at the charred rat in Zhao Yun's hand, which emitted a tantalizing aroma, struggling to swallow his apprehension. Zhang Dingtian frowned. "These rats appear too peculiar. They may carry disease. It would be wiser not to consume them."
I shall go beseech Jan Linhai.
Zhao Yun gazed at him with disdain, letting out a cold scoff as she pointed towards the direction where Jiang Si and the others were. "They might offer us a meager meal sufficient for a day, a week, or even a month. But what then? Do you truly believe they will continue to provide for us?" Zhang Jing felt a surge of anger at the mere thought of Jiang Si. The day had been unbearable. Zhang Dingtian cast his gaze upon the dead rat on the ground, hesitating. If there were food available, who would genuinely desire to consume a dead rat? Reluctant to beg Jiang Linhai, he was nonetheless unwilling to let his family suffer such indignity. With a heavy sigh, he resolved, "Very well, I shall attempt to negotiate first. If all else fails, I shall proceed as you suggested." Zhang Qingfang, open the door. I implore you to open the door. Zhang Qingfang, do you not care for a shred of familial bond? What sets you apart from a beast?
Jiang Si,
Is it you who forbids the door from opening? Your heartlessness is akin to severing the line of progeny. Open the door. We are on the brink of perishing under this scorching sun. Even if we are strangers, saving a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda. Do not be so selfish. Luo Fengjiao knelt on the ground, cradling her son as tears streamed down her face. Bowing, please open the door and grant my son a morsel of food. You are his aunt. Bowing, I bow before you. I beseech you. Zhang Mayi's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting, while Luo Fengjiao's head threatened to crack against the ground in desperation. Yet the gates of Jiang Si's household remained steadfast and unmoving. Many others lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment. Under such dire circumstances, it was utterly inconceivable for Jiang Si and her group to open the door. Zhang Jing could no longer contain himself. He picked up the charred rat, severed its head, peeled away the skin, and skewered it with a stick. He roasted it over the fire, sprinkling a touch of salt. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of perfectly roasted rat meat wafted through the air. Zhang Jing, without needing to overcome any psychological barriers, eagerly seized a piece and took a hearty bite. Surprisingly, the chewy rat meat proved to be quite delectable. As Zhang savored his meal, the rest of the Zhang family, shedding their reservations, joined in to indulge in the rat meat. The enticing scent drifted beyond the courtyard, enticing onlookers to scale the walls for a closer look. Upon witnessing the family feasting on rat meat, rather than feeling repulsed, many found themselves salivating, desperately searching for the rats that had been killed the night before. Jiang Si, observing the village through binoculars, noted the desperate hunger of many, who were scavenging for rat meat, and an ominous sense of foreboding arose within her. Consuming rat meat poses a significant risk of contracting the plague. Should an outbreak occur within the village, even those who remained indoors would be in a respiratory infection zone. Perilous situation indeed. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Si mentally scanned her supplies for medical protective gear and preventive medication against the plague, relieved to find a sufficient stock. The walls of their home were riddled with fist-sized rat holes, through which scorching sunlight streamed like lasers. Together with her father, Jiang Si mixed cement, while her mother and grandmother prepared disinfectants for a second round of sanitation. Her grandfather stood on the stairs, using wall putty to seal the rat holes. In the midst of this, Dehe fed Xiaohe, creating a warm atmosphere, albeit with a hint of heat. Within her space, Jiang Si had stored 1,000 boxes of mineral water and 200 large water tanks, designated for irrigating the farmland as well as daily household use. The water needed for ice production and cooling consumed resources at a rapid pace. Following the trajectory of her previous life, the pristine water she had stockpiled would be more than sufficient to last until the scorching days passed, awaiting the return of rainfall. At that time, she would be able to store more water. After all, her space was not static. Even if the water barrels could sterilize, a 2-year storage period was already the limit. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse arrived prematurely, shattering her meticulously organized plans. Fearing that the extreme heat would linger far longer than in her previous life, Jiang Si was reluctant to use water excessively. She decided to assess the situation further. If it proved untenable, she would have to seek out a water source. In her past life, Zhang Linhai had discovered the location of underground water in the forest, a memory she retained vividly. It had taken an entire morning for her family to patch up the mouse hole together. The chives in Jiang Si's space were thriving. She entered to harvest a generous handful and retrieved several eggs from the double-door refrigerator. Jiang Si presented the ingredients to Shen Baoying. "Mother, the chives are fresh. Shall we make chive pockets?" Shen Baoying nodded with a smile. "All right, let me start cooking some multigrain porridge first." Jiang Si accompanied her to the kitchen to prepare dog food for Dahe. Noticing the dwindling supply of dry firewood, she resorted to using coal instead. Shen Baoying lamented. Use the coal sparingly. Once the rat infestation subsides, your father can gather more firewood. Hearing this, Zhang Linhai picked up the freshly washed chives and declared, I will go chop some wood right now. The temperature in the forest should not be too high. One tree will suffice for several days. Jiang Si sighed, Father, there's no need to rush. Look outside. How many people are lurking with ill intentions? How long can our supplies last? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a stone struck the window. Dahe barked incessantly, and Jiang Si dashed upstairs, while Jiang Qingguo brandished a gun to intimidate the approaching crowd beyond the courtyard wall. A resounding crack echoed twice, claiming the lives of 2 individuals. Yet, the throng gathering beyond the courtyard wall continued to swell, their eyes a fierce crimson, faces marred with splotches of red, resembling deranged zombies. Jiang Qingguo cast a worried glance at Jiang Si, his brow furrowed. How could they be unafraid of death? Jiang Si retrieved a package of explosives from her space, declaring that they should all perish. Countless familiar faces clamored and battered against their courtyard wall, relatives from the village. Jiang Qingguo hesitated, the explosives poised in his hand, as Jiang Si ignited the fuse and deftly hurled it away. A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries of the injured. One package of explosives wounded several. Yet still, many persisted, determined to breach their home. Observing the scene outside, reminiscent of a city besieged by zombies, Shen Baoying turned pale and pointed at the oddly expressioned Li Chui, exclaiming, Have they undergone some transformation? Jiang Si distributed the explosives among them before replying, No, they must have ingested rats and contracted hemorrhagic fever. Shen Baoying's heart raced. But why are they relentlessly charging towards our home? Perhaps they believe we possess medicine. Without it, death is inevitable. They gamble on seizing our supplies, hoping to survive. Jiang Si mused. The disfigured, blood-soaked figures pressed forward, the source of their tenacity unknown. Grandmother sighed heavily, unable to bear the sight. Even if they were to rob us with so many of them, how much medicine could they possibly acquire? Hemorrhagic fever cannot be cured in an instant. Yet, hope lingers in everyone's heart. What if one of them survives? Jiang Si's gaze was icy as she hurled several more explosive packages, the air filled with an unending chorus of anguished screams. Li Chui, supporting her frail body, cast a malevolent glance at her family, signaling them to wait until the supply of explosives from the Jiang family was exhausted before they made their move. With the front line decimated, there would be no one left to contest their advance. Li Chui watched helplessly as wave after wave of people fled in terror, the Jiang family's explosives seemingly inexhaustible. One could only wonder where they had procured such an abundance of explosives. It was no mystery why Jiang Si was so audacious. Ding Shang licked his cracked lips, timidly suggesting, Mother, perhaps we should seek alternatives elsewhere. Even if we endure the hemorrhagic fever a little longer, it does not guarantee death. Jiang Si had obliterated the raucous Zhang Mai, displaying a ruthless disregard for kinship. Any approach towards her was certain to end in demise. Li Chui shot him a fierce glare. You may be strong enough to endure, but what of me? What of Junjun and Mimi? If they possess explosives, their household is likely stocked with ample medicine and provisions. If we can breach their defenses, our family will be saved. A sudden wave of palpitations washed over her, and Ding Shang retched several times, too weak to rise. But we cannot possibly get inside, he lamented. Indeed, Mother, shall we not consider heading into the city for solutions? Suggested the eldest daughter-in-law. Li Chui pointed in the direction of Longquan County. It will take us several hours to reach there. Without water or transportation, and with illness plaguing us in this sweltering heat, can you endure? Can the children hold on? The townsfolk flock to our secluded corner, indulging themselves in the chaos. If they truly venture here, cough, cough, they may perish even faster than in the village. Heed my mother's words if you wish to survive. Opportunities will surely arise. The courtyard wall, unable to withstand the relentless bombardment, finally collapsed, creating a substantial breach. Zhang Qingji, both astonished and remorseful, exclaimed, Sisi, what should we do? I've blown open the wall. They will come through there. Without the wall as a barrier, another blast could obliterate their own home. In the midst of their conversation, Li Chui had already led her family to the base of Jiang Si's building, fervently contemplating how to unlock the door. With darkness approaching, leaving their home would undoubtedly pose greater peril. Jiang Chenggu seized a nail gun, declaring, "I shall confront them." Jiang Si halted her grandfather, calmly retrieving an empty medicine box, into which she poured a small bag of cement. "I have a plan." She hurled the medicine box from the upper floor, scattering its contents across the ground. Li Kui, spotting the life-saving fever reducer, was overwhelmed with excitement and lunged for the medicine. In that instant, the others also noticed the scattered pills.
Li Kui dove forward,
managing to grasp a box of medicine, yet the frenzied crowd trampled over her. With a sickening crack, her wrist was broken, and she screamed in agony as the medicine box was snatched from her grasp. Ding Shang, having secured a box of medicine, barely had a moment to rejoice before he was pinned to the ground, receiving 2 punishing blows. His tightly clenched fist was gradually pried open, and as he watched the medicine box slip away, he caught sight of his bloodied wife. A sudden surge of resolute determination ignited within him. He bit down hard on the man's wrist and, clutching his wife, hurriedly fled. Before he could take more than a few steps, he was forcefully pinned to the ground by his 2 brothers. Jun Jun is still waiting for her medicine. Mei Mei is only 5 years old, so small. Give me the medicine first. Chapter 23. Scorching heat, blood-sucking mosquitoes. The fratricidal conflict soon left only a handful of survivors. Blood stained their courtyard, and the bodies lay like worthless, decaying flesh. Zhang Qingji and Shen Baoying stood on the upper floor, witnessing the horrifying scenes, truly grasping the terrors of the apocalypse. It transformed individuals into mere shells of humanity and turned them into merciless machines of slaughter. Ding Shang was beaten to a pulp by his 2 brothers, yet the medicine box in his hand was snatched away by others. At the same moment, the 3 brothers, united by a shared hatred, fiercely gripped each other's throats until the struggle ceased and breath was lost. Ding Chou swiftly picked up the crumpled medicine box, which felt remarkably light, clearly empty. With ferocity, he tore apart the box, kicked Ding Shang away, and bellowed at everyone still engaged in combat. "The medicine box is empty. Those bastards have deceived us." As his words echoed, everyone froze as if a pause button had been pressed, trembling hands tearing open the medicine box. Empty. Empty. Still empty. The invaders' furious gazes swiftly transformed into murderous intent. "You shall accompany us to the grave today." They picked up sticks, hammers, and kitchen knives, launching another ferocious assault, smashing walls, prying open doors, and hacking at barriers. As Jiang Si threw the explosive package, he had already devised an escape route. If they could not be stopped, he would take out the safety rope and retreat from the rear. The RV had already been modified by her, ensuring that no mice could infiltrate. They found a spot to light a fire circle, allowing the family to spend the night safely. Jiang Si urged everyone to fasten their safety belts, when suddenly, a buzzing sound surged like a tidal wave. She lifted her gaze, and her pupils constricted in an instant. A dense swarm of mosquitoes blotted out the sky, descending upon them like a collapsing ceiling, instantly engulfing all living things on the ground. They moved with alarming speed, and it was clear they were heading straight for them. Just as the others were about to inquire why they weren't leaving, Jiang Si shoved them into the pavilion. She secured the rooftop with utmost firmness, quickly retrieved the mugwort insect repellent, and sprayed it generously over everyone before urgently exclaiming, "The mosquito eggs have all hatched." No sooner had the words left her lips than the earth seemed to tremble with the deafening hum of the mosquito swarm, enveloping the entire house, as if the sky had darkened in an instant. The frenzied crowd outside, hell-bent on breaking in, fell abruptly silent. The metal layer on the second-floor window had yet to be lowered, prompting Jiang Si to rush upstairs. There, she witnessed mosquitoes the size of longan fruit, gathering in formidable numbers, ready to shatter the glass at any moment. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, pulling down the metal layer just as the glass was about to explode. The maddening buzz reverberated around them, instilling a sense of trepidation, as they remained tense, continuously spraying the mugwort repellent. After a considerable time, Her mother's anxious voice pierced the silence. What do we do if the rats come all at once? The air fell eerily quiet for several seconds. Burning large amounts of gasoline indoors could lead to poisoning, and a small fire would do little to deter the frenzied horde of rats. Venturing outside meant confronting the blood-sucking mosquitoes. It seemed that despite their thorough preparations, they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Jiang Si calmly analyzed, mosquitoes feed on our blood, and they certainly would also feed on the blood of mice. Rest assured, we will be just fine. Jiang Linhai's eyes lit up. Indeed, it would be splendid if the mosquitoes drained the mice to death, and in turn, the mosquitoes succumbed to their own gluttony. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Grandmother expressed her hope. It would be wonderful if we could hold out until dawn. Jiang Si retrieved numerous iron boxes of varying sizes from the space, stacking them like Russian nesting dolls in the living room, forming a total of 6 layers. He encircled the stacked boxes with a ring of fire and prepared an oxygen tank for everyone, declaring, "With 6 layers of metal, I wonder how long it will take for them to gnaw through." They all squeezed into the innermost iron box, which was narrow enough that each person could barely sit, unable to even turn around. The tightness was secondary. The heat was the primary concern. Jiang Si scattered a pile of ice cubes among the gaps, and everyone donned protective suits. Xiao Hei and Ahei lay comfortably on their laps, which oddly made the situation more bearable. Before long, it seemed night had fully descended. Jiang Si sensed that the mass of mice had mobilized, and everyone held their breath, straining to listen. The sounds of the mice diminished, as though they were being relentlessly drained by the mosquitoes. It seemed that the mosquitoes possessed a fiercer attacking prowess. After 5 hours, dawn was anticipated. Jiang Si emerged from the stack of boxes, his knees aching from the cramped position. Xiao Hei and Ahei appeared invigorated, having enjoyed a restful night. The buzzing of the mosquitoes had lessened significantly. Jiang Si cautiously pulled back a layer of metal and peered through the glass window, only to be astonished by the sight before him. As I gaze upon the horizon, the sky is shrouded in darkness, teeming with mosquitoes, while the ground is awash in pink, densely carpeted with mosquito eggs. Beneath these eggs lie countless lifeless bodies of rats, and the remains of humans have long been engulfed within this macabre scene. In a previous life, there existed blood-sucking mosquitoes, yet their numbers were far fewer, and there were no swarms of rats to furnish sustenance, allowing them to proliferate in such alarming quantities. It is truly horrifying. Shen Baoying covered her mouth and trembled as she asked, "Sisi, can we still leave this place?" Surely, donning additional layers of protective clothing would suffice, wouldn't it? Jiang Si furrowed her brow. While it was indeed possible to depart, the question lingered. Where could one find safety? If we were to relocate elsewhere, it might be no different from our current predicament. It would be better to remain. Familiar surroundings facilitate coping. Venturing into unknown territories could expose us to even more terrifying threats than the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Mutated plants only emerged in the latter stages of the apocalypse. Yet from the moment the cataclysm began, Jiang Si had lost her grasp on the unfolding chaos. A collective sigh escaped their lips as they nibbled on a few compressed biscuits, then resumed fortifying the doors and windows of their home. 1 day, 2 days. Jiang Si observed that the adult insects in the sky were gradually perishing, while the crimson eggs swelled ominously. Anxiety mounted among them, as they feared a world overrun by these mutated bloodsuckers. Just as the eggs were on the verge of hatching, the temperature soared. They had placed ice cubes indoors to mitigate the heat, yet it climbed above 40 degrees Celsius, with outdoor temperatures conservatively estimated to reach at least 70 degrees. One morning, Jiang Si awoke to a delightful surprise. The mosquito eggs had hatched all at once. Perhaps due to the soaring temperatures, the conditions were no longer conducive for the proliferation of mosquitoes. The family was filled with excitement, and grandmother opened the window to let in some air. The moment her fingers grazed a ray of sunlight, she gasped, as if scalded by a burning cigarette. Jiang Si swiftly shut the insulated window and took a spray bottle, continuously misting her grandmother's hand, which alleviated the intense burn slightly. Jiang Linhai frowned and remarked, "Has the sun mutated?" After applying burn ointment to her grandmother's hand, Jiang Si gazed out the window, shook her head, and sighed. It's solar radiation. Stepping outside would result in sunburn. Just an hour outdoors would surely turn one into a desiccated corpse. Chapter 24. Extreme heat. Solar radiation. The entire family was taken aback by the potency of the solar radiation. Shen Baoying anxiously inquired, "Will we develop skin cancer?" Jiang Si shook her head reassuringly. "No, as long as we remain indoors and avoid sunlight, we are safe." A slight sense of relief washed over them. Yet they sighed, pondering when this ordeal would come to an end. The village lay eerily quiet, likely with only a few souls remaining. Although Jiang Si was worried about the prolonged extreme heat, she maintained a brave face, stating, "It's all right. We have ample supplies, and we can continue to cultivate food. Living without stepping outside for a lifetime is not an issue." While the supplies were indeed plentiful and food could be grown, the concern lingered. What if it never rained again? Without water, what would become of CC in the future? Though they did not voice their anxieties, the worry weighed heavily on their hearts. Even with careful water conservation, going 10 days or half a month without a shower would surely become unbearable for everyone. Jiang Si luxuriated in the bathtub, utilizing a purely natural and non-polluting soap, with the used water set aside for nourishing the vegetable garden. Emerging from the bathroom with her hair cascading in fluffy disarray, she felt considerably lighter, as if several pounds had been shed. The sheer delight of a warm bath was unparalleled. The wet nurse also bathed the two dogs, Dehei and Xiaohei, in a basin of water. They approached her, tails wagging, their fluffy coats exuding a delightful fragrance. Jiang Si extended her hand to ruffle their heads and declared, "Come, let us dine." The oppressive heat had rendered the air still, permitting Shen Baoying to leisurely prepare a sumptuous banquet. The meal featured braised pork ribs with radishes, mapo tofu, sweet and sour potatoes, minced meat with eggplant, spicy chicken, cucumber salad, tomato and egg soup, alongside a steaming pot of dumplings. After days without a proper meal, everyone's appetite soared as they eagerly seized the dumplings to devour. Shen Baoying's culinary skills were beyond reproach. Jiang Si savored her meal, her satisfaction evident as she indulged. Xiaohei, having consumed a dumpling, looked up at her with its bright, round eyes, exuding an air of pitiful longing. Jiang Si broke off a small piece of dumpling and placed it at its feet. Xiaohei's ears perked up and wagged energetically, its tail spinning like a propeller, joyfully poised as if ready to take flight. Jiang Si could not resist and gently patted its wonderfully soft round head, saying, "No one is competing with you. Take your time." Dehei, too, was indulged by the wet nurse, receiving several large dumplings while scarcely touching its dog food. Once everyone had heartily finished their meal, Jiang Si suggested they rest while she ascended to the attic to survey the surroundings. The village lay in eerie silence, with shattered windows and pitch-black interiors, obscuring any signs of survivors. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke curled up from the neighboring Qin Shen's house. His home was in ruins, yet he remained alive, a testament to his remarkable vitality. Jiang Si adjusted her telescope to peer into Qin Shen's residence. Suddenly, the sight of Qin Shen, bare-chested, unexpectedly entered her field of vision. Jiang Si's gaze instinctively faltered, leaving her momentarily speechless. Although he boasted an admirable physique, it was rather unusual for him to be entirely unclothed at home. Had the mice ravaged all his garments? Yet, his sculpted features and flawless physique bore no signs of damage. Could it be that he harbored some peculiar inclination? As if sensing her gaze, Qin Shen abruptly turned, his dark eyes locking onto hers with the ferocity of a predator. A chill ran down Jiang Si's spine. His alertness was formidable. Qin Shen swiftly grabbed a piece of wood to shield himself and continued to gaze directly at her. It dawned on Jiang Si that she was holding a telescope like some voyeuristic intruder. Despite having witnessed countless grand spectacles, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment and quickly concealed the telescope. She had merely been curious to see if Qin Shen had all his limbs intact, completely unaware that he was without any clothing. Zhang Linhai ascended the stairs and noticed her standing with her back to the window, her expression peculiar, prompting him to inquire, "Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" Jiang Si, feeling guilty, shook her head. "It's just warm." Concerned, Zhang Linhai placed his hand on her forehead, his brow furrowing in alarm. "You're a bit hot. Do we have a thermometer? Fetch one." Jiang Si believed she could not possibly be ill, but under Jiang Linhai's insistence, she relented. Upon measuring her temperature, it registered at 38.8 degrees. Indeed, she had a fever. Jiang Linhai, sensing urgency, quickly led Jiang Si downstairs to ensure she rested comfortably in bed. Before long, the entire family gathered, each holding medicine, hot water, fans, and tomatoes. Shen Baoying handed the medicine to Jiang Si, her face etched with concern as she inquired, "How could you suddenly develop a fever? Could it be the plague? How I wish we had a doctor at home." Jiang Si, donning a mask, sought to reassure them, stating that it was not the plague but rather a result of physical exhaustion, leading to a weakened state. The fever was not particularly high, and as one recuperates, immunity would gradually improve. To survive in this apocalyptic world, one's body must continuously adapt its functions, so there was no need for excessive worry. It was, after all, their relentless demands on Jiang Si that had led to this. Shen Baoying, feeling a pang of sorrow, insisted, "Then you must rest well. We will surely safeguard this home." Jiang Si nodded, adding, "Yes, I have a fever, so please be cautious and avoid infection. If you feel weak or fatigued, be sure to take your medicine promptly." Understood. The family quietly closed the door, and Jiang Si lay down, hoping for a brief nap. When she awoke, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Shen Baoying entered with a bowl of millet porridge, asking, "Si, do you feel any better?" Jiang Si nodded and pulled out the thermometer nestled under her arm, revealing a temperature of 38 degrees. It had indeed lowered. Aware of their concern regarding the water supply, she pointed towards the forest in the southeast direction and remarked, 35 miles that way, there is a source of underground water that my father discovered in his lifetime. Once I recover, I shall go and investigate. If it has not run dry, we will remain here. If it has, we must prepare to leave in search of a new source of water." Shen Baoying's eyes brightened at the prospect, but she quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "It is far too dangerous for you to go alone."
Jiang Si remarked.
"When I encounter danger, I can retreat into the space at any moment. If you follow me, it could become perilous if dawn arrives unexpectedly." Shen Baoying sighed, "It is we who have burdened you." Jiang Si shook her head, stating, "This is not a burden. It is a happiness I could not attain in my past life, no matter how fervently I sought it." Shen Baoying felt a lump in her throat. Indeed, it is happiness. Suddenly, a loud bark erupted from Dahe. Jiang Si sprang to her feet and gazed out the window. In the darkness, a flicker of firelight was gradually approaching their home. Before long, Lu Jifeng appeared, carrying Nuno, and knocked on the door. "Jiang Linhai, are you there?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Si. "He must be here to retrieve something. Let us open the door for him." With a creak, the outer door swung open, and Jiang Linhai emerged. Upon seeing that Lu Jifeng was still alive, he was willing to welcome him in. Lu Jifeng sighed in relief. "I've come to collect the remaining supplies. May I exchange some water with you?" Jiang Linhai hesitated for a moment, glancing at the parched father and daughter, and replied, "Please wait a moment." "Si, should we give him some water?" Lu Jifeng inquired. Jiang Si contemplated, deciding that they could spare a bit, but water was precious, and she needed to see what he would offer in return. Although many around them had perished, it did not signify the absence of potential danger. Those who survived at this juncture were undoubtedly formidable characters. Cautiousness was paramount. Jiang Linhai first took out the items Lu Jifeng had previously brought before stating, "Our entire family struggles to find enough to drink. What would you offer in exchange for the water?" Lu Jifeng retrieved the prepared bullets from his bag and stated, "There are a total of 20. In exchange, I require 2 barrels of water." Jiang Linhai furrowed his brow and replied, "That is not feasible. I can only offer 1 barrel of water, and you must part with another 20 bullets. With the population decimated, bullets could only serve the purpose of hunting, which was uncertain at best. If no exchange could be made, so be it." Lu Jifeng hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and withdrew another 20 bullets from his bag. "Very well, we shall make the exchange." Jiang Linhai received the bullets and, after a considerable time, finally extracted a barrel of water. Lu Jifeng and Nuno immediately crouched down, as if they were cattle eagerly drinking from the precious water, fearful of wasting even a drop of this hard-earned resource. They dared not quench their thirst fully. Once their thirst was somewhat alleviated, they quickly stood up. Lu Jifeng inquired, "Do you have any sealed containers for water?" Jiang Linhai, who was also a father and held great respect for Lu Jifeng, casually asked, "Are you planning to search for more water?" Lu Jifeng paused, feeling a bit bashful, and replied, "Of course, but may I trouble you to look after Nuno while I do so?" In a world yet untouched by the apocalypse, the forest harbored many unknown dangers, and Lu Jifeng was reluctant to expose Nuno to such risks. Before Jiang Linhai could respond, Nuno eagerly clutched Lu Jifeng's thigh and declared, "I want to be with Daddy. Wherever Daddy goes, I shall go. I can use a gun, and I will protect Daddy." Meeting Nuno's tear-filled eyes, Lu Jifeng could not bear to entrust her to another's care. He gently patted her head and said, "Very well, you may accompany Daddy." Nuno, having ceased her tears, smiled once more. Lu Jifeng turned to Jiang Linhai, suggesting, "Tomorrow evening, Nuno and I shall seek water. If you wish to accompany us, I will come to find you." Jiang Linhai was uncertain of Jiang Si's intentions, as they were not in immediate need of water. Suddenly, Dehe and Xiaohe bared their teeth, trembling and barking wildly. Jiang Si pulled Jiang Linhai and the others inside, swiftly locking the outer door. He raised his handgun, straining to listen. Aside from the dog's cacophony, everyone held their breath. "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. The Jiang family immediately recognized it as Qin Shen from next door. Jiang Si remained vigilant, pressing against the door, peering through the peephole. He noticed Qin Shen was clad in a vest and shorts woven from straw, with a dozen bamboo tubes slung across his back. Coldly, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Qin Shen raised a bamboo tube, asking, "Here to trade for water? I wish to exchange it for some clothing and food." He actually had water. Everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. Nuno, in her fervor, grasped Lu Jifeng's arm and shook it, exclaiming, "Daddy, he has water too." They had gained another potential source for their water supply. Jiang Si, wary of deception, opened the outer door and extended a bowl through the bars, saying, "Pour out the water for us to see." Qin Shen removed the stopper from the top of the bamboo tube, and soon the bowl brimmed with water. Jiang Si scrutinized it closely. It was indeed pristine water. Given Qin Shen's rugged appearance, it seemed he must have ventured somewhere to acquire it, rather than relying on a previous stockpile. It was improbable that Qin Shen had discovered an underground water source nearby. Was it not? Jiang Si's eyes brightened with delight as she addressed him. "Shall we change the water source and the location for fetching it?" Lu Jifeng, equally exhilarated, clenched his fists. Qin Shen, with a grave expression, responded, "That place is far too perilous. The absence of water is the true danger." Lu Jifeng, impatient, insisted, "It matters not. We can go." Qin Shen appeared to ponder before stating, "You are 7 in total, along with 2 dogs. What do you propose to offer in exchange for the whereabouts of the water source?" Lu Jifeng interjected eagerly, "I can provide you with clothing and shoes." Qin Shen promptly shook his head. "I require food, weapons, and medical supplies. To entrust firearms to those of questionable character is to court greater peril than the lack of water itself. Besides, Qin Shen is a robust man. His survival until now indicates he is no ordinary individual. With firearms in hand, he would become even more formidable." Lu Jifeng found himself in a quandary, yet it did not last long. He declared, "I will give you a hunting rifle and 2 boxes of ammunition." The very purpose of concealing these weapons was to ensure Nuno's safety. Fearing regret for missing the opportunity to learn the location of the water source, he acted decisively. Qin Shen agreed without hesitation. "Very well." The only offerings Jiang Si could provide were food and medical supplies, 500 pounds of rice. Such an amount would sustain Qin Shen for an extended period, albeit she intentionally downplayed its value. At this juncture, having someone willing to trade food was a fortunate stroke. Qin Shen glanced at her, his deep-set eyes stirring memories of the day's earlier events. Suddenly, Jiang Si felt a twinge of guilt and, seeking to sweeten the deal, proposed, "Then I shall also provide you with several sets of clothing. The food supply has truly reached its limit. Our family has quite an abundance. It is merely a pot, and Jiang Si is still able to manage, so she instructed her mother to fetch a pot for cooking noodles, opening the fence to engage in a trade. A dozen bamboo tubes weighed heavily, and Jiang Si could not carry them all. Qin Shen, aware that everyone remained wary of him, simply placed them at the entrance of the courtyard before turning away with the pot. His straightforward and decisive nature seemed to possess a certain charm. Jiang Si poured the water from the bamboo tubes into the water tank, discarding the remnants aside to be used as firewood. Zhang Linhai, filled with curiosity, crouched down and suddenly seized a piece of bamboo, exclaiming to Jiang Si, "Si, look at the size of these claw marks on the bamboo." Jiang Si leaned closer, observing that the area where the bamboo had been severed bore claw marks larger than a bear's paw, and every single tube exhibited the same. Zhang Linhai speculated. Qin Shen mentioned danger. Could it be that ferocious beasts are guarding the water source? With the Longquan River depleted, it would not be surprising if the surviving wildlife in the forest were to discover the water source and fiercely protect it. The claw marks on each bamboo tube followed a discernible pattern, as if the beast had deliberately targeted the bamboo cut by Qin Shen. Jiang Si furrowed her brow, feeling an unsettling peculiarity in the situation. Jiang Chenggu was called over by Zhang Linhai, who examined the bamboo closely. Drawing upon his experience, he concluded, these marks are undoubtedly from a tiger, and a particularly large male at that. Zhang Linhai's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Jiang Si, saying, Si, you are still unwell, you must not go tomorrow. I will take a gun to hunt this tiger down, and then you can go to fetch water. Jiang Si shook her head, asserting that it was merely a slight fever. She was well aware of the situation. If such a formidable tiger truly existed, it would be dangerous for her to venture out, while she could easily retreat into her space whenever necessary. However, even with the ability to hide, a moment of negligence could lead to a sudden ambush. Shen Baoying expressed her concerns, suggesting that it might not be just one tiger, but several. Si, it would be wise not to go, she urged. We currently have no shortage of water at home, and there is no pressing need to take such a significant risk now. Grandma also mentioned that perhaps it would rain in a few days. The entire family opposed her decision to go, and Jiang Si, with a resigned smile, responded, I've already promised them. It wouldn't be right to go back on my word. Besides, if we don't seek out water, wouldn't they find it odd? Exchanging glances, the family encouraged Jiang Si. Then let us accompany you, Zhang Qingfang remarked. Grandma is quite spry. She can carry several hundred pounds of grain without causing you any trouble. Her mother had also learned several self-defense techniques and could adeptly climb trees. Should a tiger appear, she would simply ascend into the branches. Jiang Chenggu and Zhang Linhai wore expressions that conveyed their determination to accompany Jiang Si. After a moment of contemplation, she relented. Very well, let us prepare. Medicine for snakes and insects, weapons, sleeping bags, containers for water, sun umbrellas, and some food and water as well. We must be discreet about it in the presence of outsiders. Shen Baoying's spirits lifted. All right, I shall prepare everything now. She then glanced at Dehei and Xiaohei, pondering their fate. Jiang Chenggu proposed, before we set off, let us set some traps around the house. Agreed. Mother and grandmother prepared a modest bundle, crafting a special dog pack for the two pups, Xiaohei and Dahei, enabling them to swiftly lift or carry the little creatures in times of peril. The household traps were strategically laid at the windows and entrances. The moment someone touched the outer door, a crossbow would automatically discharge. Any intruder would find themselves stepping into a concoction of sulfuric acid and a barrage of chili powder. Even if one managed to surpass these defenses, they would still encounter an overwhelming net, an array of animal traps, and a terrifying swarm of fake cockroaches. The preparations did not cease there. Jiang Si directed Zhang Chenggu and Zhang Linhai to dig several additional traps in the courtyard. The following day, to ensure that Xiaohei and Dahei remained untainted by any unsavory elements, Mother instructed Jiang Si to retrieve a foot-operated sewing machine from their storage space, crafting stylish protective outfits for the two pups, their paws adorned as if they wore miniature shoes. Xiaohei found the attire uncomfortable, wobbling as it walked, prompting grandmother to simply place it into a bag. Dahei, ever compliant with the household's arrangements, donned the protective suit with an expression of innocence. As dusk fell, Jiang Si meticulously checked their supplies, ensuring that all essentials were accounted for. She even carried a sizable backpack, prepared to retrieve anything needed from their storage space, should the occasion arise. When the night was completely enveloped in darkness, everyone donned their gear and gathered outside the courtyard gate, vigilant against the possibility of Lu Jifeng and his companions unwittingly triggering the traps they had set. Not long after, Qin Shen arrived, brandishing a torch and clad in Jiang Linhai's outdated garments, the humble attire starkly contrasting with the fierce wildness evident in his every movement. Jiang Si glanced twice, suddenly colliding with a pair of pitch-black eyes that glimmered with a cold light. Abruptly, she spotted a flickering glow in the distance. Could it be a rescue team? The entire family turned towards Jiang Si, their faces filled with a bewilderment that seemed unprecedented in their lives. Jiang Si shook her head. Nyonyo shook Lu Jifeng's arm and asked, "Dad, are we going to the shelter?" Lu Jifeng gazed at the dimly lit village, his voice low and contemplative. "Let's wait a moment. What if these individuals are imposters? Moreover, we remain uncertain about the conditions at the shelter." The shouts of the rescue team gradually permeated the village. Lin Chenghua suddenly seized Lin Zhu's hand, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Did you hear that? Did you hear it?" Lin Zhu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Grandpa, what did you hear?" Lin Chenghua listened intently and exclaimed with excitement, "The rescue team has arrived. It truly is the rescue team." He scrambled off the wire bed, hastily retrieving the key to the underground shelter, and unlocked the heavy steel door. The voices of the rescue team became distinctly audible in an instant. Joy illuminated their faces as they hurriedly lit candles and moved towards the door. "We are here. We are still alive." The rescue team arrived at Lin Chenghua's courtyard, and the jubilant cries of his family echoed throughout Longquan village. Those who had remained cautious and vigilant now joined in the chorus of shouts. After days of silence, the village of Longquan was aglow with lights from every direction. It appeared that this rescue team was indeed genuine. Lu Jifeng turned to Jiang Si and asked, "What are your plans?" He contemplated taking his daughter to the shelter but was apprehensive that remaining here might prove safer than venturing into the unknown of the refuge. Jiang Si was not mistaken. The sanctuary could not shelter everyone. Lu Jifeng was also fearful. With his defensive firearms confiscated, he and his daughter were destined to depend on the mercy of others, with no solid assurance for their future. The provisions that Jiang Si had exchanged for the father and daughter could last them at least 3 years if rationed wisely. As long as they could find a water source, they could devise a plan to cultivate some food atop the watchtower. Life would inevitably improve day by day. After careful contemplation, Lu Jifeng inquired of Nyonyo, "Do you wish to stay?" Nyonyo beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped like a resplendent moon. "Wherever my father is, I shall be, but I prefer our home." Lu Jifeng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to Jiang Si. "We shall not leave either." Qin Shen had shown no interest in the rescue team from the outset, but once a consensus was reached, he finally spoke. "Then let us depart." However, just a few steps into their journey, Qin Shen halted, his gaze deepening. "They are coming." The sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously, and Jiang Si promptly commanded, "Enter our home." Leading everyone carefully, she navigated past the traps in the yard. The moment they stepped inside, a group of formally attired men and women appeared at the dilapidated entrance. Jiang Si shouted emphatically, "Do not enter." Captain Song Hui of the rescue team came to a stop, followed closely by his team, precariously poised just outside the trap. Before Song Hui could utter a word, Lin Zhu, breathless, exclaimed, "Captain Song, it is them. They are hoarding firearms and ammunition. They wounded my grandfather and have killed many. You must ensure justice is served." Song Hui cast a cold glance at Lin Zhu, his demeanor devoid of warmth. "We are solely responsible for rescue," he stated. In these extraordinary times, distinguishing between good and evil is not a matter to be taken lightly. With an unperturbed gaze, Song Hui reiterated, "We are only here for rescue." His calm tone, accentuated by the weapons brandished by the rescue team behind him, exuded an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Lin Zhu fell silent, his frustration evident as he gritted his teeth. "Attention, we are the South City Rescue Team," Song Hui called into the dwelling. "We cannot afford to waste time. Those in need must come forth." Immediately, Jiang Linhai's booming voice echoed, "We refuse to go." The occupants of the room were unwilling to comply, and Song Hui deemed further persuasion unnecessary. Suddenly, several survivors collapsed simultaneously onto the ground. Luo Yong, cradling his frail wife and daughter, broke down in tears. "Comrades, leaders, my wife and daughter have not had a drop of water for 2 days. Please, grant us a little water," he implored, his voice laced with despair. "My husband is also on the brink. If he doesn't eat soon, he will perish from hunger. Water. Water. Please, we need water." Some individuals lay on the ground, mouths agape, their minds conjuring visions of drinking copious amounts of water. As emotions escalated, those who initially believed they could endure began clamoring for sustenance, threatening to seize the water bottles from Song Hui if he did not comply. The imperative from above was clear. Not a single person in need of rescue could be abandoned. In response, Song Hui commanded his team to retrieve the water bottles and distribute their personal supplies of compressed biscuits. Those who were not particularly hungry feigned greater distress, behaving more alarmingly than those genuinely in need, successfully deceiving the rescuers into relinquishing their provisions. As a result, some find themselves well-fed and spirited, while others cling to life by a mere thread, truly on the brink of death. Having survived to this point and finally glimpsing hope, who would willingly resign themselves to such an end? They crawled to Song Hui's feet, their emaciated hands grasping at his ankles, hollow cheeks resembling skulls gaping in desperation, pleading, "Comrade, please save us. Help." A glint of malice flickered in Lin Zhu's eyes as he pointed toward Jiang Si's family, declaring, "I witnessed them seize an abundance of bottled water and food from others. If they return what they have, we can all be saved." Lin Zhu's words struck like a stone, stirring a tempest among the crowd. Why should they, who have committed murder and theft, continue to thrive while we kneel before you, unworthy of even a moment's aid? This is unjust, profoundly unjust. They must relinquish their food and water, hand it over. You protect the murderers, indifferent to our fates. Should we seek refuge, we will lodge a complaint against you. Song Hui furrowed his brow, torn between the call for justice and the urgency of the situation. The deputy captain, Jiao Weisong, glanced at his watch, urgently imploring, "Captain, based on last night's prolonged duration, if we do not depart soon, it will be too late. Perhaps we should allow those inside to bring forth some food and water." Song Hui regarded him, then surveyed the impassioned survivors, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well, you go and negotiate with them." Shen Baoying, filled with indignation, remarked, "I had thought this captain was principled, but it appears he is easily swayed by the deceitful words of those individuals. Those individuals intend to kill us and seize our possessions. If we do not retaliate, we shall soon be reduced to nothing more than mere remnants. The provisions and water supply belonging to Jiang Si and her companions have been plundered, which does not bode well for Lu Jifeng either." He raised his gun and inquired, "Will you comply?" Jiang Si's eyes darkened. What nonsense! She was eager to see if they possessed the audacity to seize forcefully. Jiao Weisong stood firm, noticing the traps glistening with sharp barbs, a mixture of shock and fear washing over him. He was nearly pricked like a hedgehog. Song Hui examined the seemingly pristine ground, suspecting several concealed traps lay beneath. Any attempt at negotiation now seemed futile. With a grave demeanor, Song Hui declared loudly, "I am Song Hui, captain of the South City Rescue Team 5. We seek to borrow some food and water. I assure you we will send someone to return it by tomorrow night." Upon hearing Song Hui's proclamation, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Si, awaiting her decision. Jiang Si shook her head. "It is folly to trust in empty promises. Who can guarantee that they will return what they borrow? I have no faith, not even in the authorities. Moreover, why should we, who possess food, become the targets of their exploitation? We too are victims of disaster. What then shall we do? The opposing side is armed with numerous guns. In a real conflict, we might not stand a chance." Jiang Si glanced towards the staircase. "Let us retreat through the back loft. If we are not present, let us see how they will borrow from us." A spark of realization illuminated their eyes. "Excellent." Lin Zhu's eyes glimmered with a cunning light as he encouraged, "Captain Song, with so many of us, we need not fear them. Let us charge in." Jiao Weisong was deeply troubled by the near brush with death he had just experienced. Captain, their possession of firearms marks them as dangerous individuals. We must apprehend them. Song Hui's gaze turned icy in an instant. Do you have evidence? Do you possess a search warrant? Jiao Weisong paused, feeling indignant as he retorted. Isn't this a special time? The common folk can be treated with leniency. What makes you entitled to such privileges? Just because you hold power does not grant you justification. By heeding only one side of the story, you could condemn an entire innocent family. Clenching his teeth, Jiao Songwei exclaimed, Captain, some individuals will perish if they do not receive water soon. Those who had stood with Jiao Songwei moments ago swiftly changed their allegiance. It was baffling how such undisciplined individuals could ascend to the position of deputy captain. Indeed, it was the captain who understood the greater picture. To insist on rescuing those already doomed while dragging everyone else down with them was sheer folly. Jiao Songwei's face flushed with embarrassment as he clenched his fists tightly.
Lin zu Flatteringly remarked, Deputy Captain.
Your compassion stands in stark contrast to certain individuals who ignore armed criminals, only to regret it when they begin to pillage for water and food. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiao Songwei as he glanced toward the forest behind Jiang Si. Could it be that this family had discovered a water source, refusing to seek refuge? The silent forest, with its desiccated trees, exuded an eerie and terrifying atmosphere under the cloak of night. Jiang Si turned to Qin Shen. Which direction should we take? Qin Shen pointed southwest, confirming it was not the same location as the underground water source discovered by his father in a past life. Jiang Si followed closely behind Qin Shen, cautioning everyone to tread carefully, and inquired, How much longer do we have to walk? Qin Shen replied, It is uncertain. Each day brings its own variables. Each day brings its own variables? Had Qin Shen traversed this path more than once? Had he ventured into the forest before the bloodthirsty mosquitoes had vanished? Without protective gear, how had he managed it? Was it merely his resilience? A multitude of questions surged through Jiang Si's mind in an instant when Qin Shen abruptly halted, nearly colliding with her. She lifted her gaze, and under the flickering light of the fire, the dark woods were enveloped in a shroud of dense mist, rendering visibility to less than a meter. The white fog seemed almost alive, visibly swirling and obscuring their line of sight. Despite Qin Shen standing directly before her and her holding a torch, she could only discern a vague silhouette of his tall and profound figure. The temperature during the day could soar to 75 degrees, yet at night it plummeted to 50. The forest was parched, yet such thick fog was undeniably peculiar. Jiang Si had never heard Jiang Linhai mention this phenomenon in her past life, and she hastily asked Qin Shen, Is the mist toxic? Qin Shen reassured her, It is not toxic. Just be cautious not to lose your way or step on venomous insects or snakes, with the assurance that it was not poisonous. Jiang Si felt a slight weight lift from her mind. Lu Jifeng tied a rope around Nyonyo's hand to prevent her from straying. Jiang Si retrieved a length of rope from her bag, or rather, from her spatial storage, and suggested that Qin Shen lead the way, with everyone holding on as they proceeded together. Gripping the rope and brandishing their torches, they walked cautiously for a while until a sudden rustling sound emerged from the surroundings. Qin Shen's ears twitched, and with an air of calm he warned, There are snakes. Everyone be careful. Amidst the dense mist, fraught with serpents, what an extreme challenge this is. In Jiang Si's space, various antivenoms are stored, yet the thick fog obscures the identity of the snakes, and reckless injections could spell disaster. A shiver runs through everyone, prompting them to tread more cautiously. The more silence envelopes them, the clearer the sound of snakes flicking their tongues becomes. A crack, a dry branch snaps. Startled, a snake suddenly lunges at Jiang Si. Quick as a flash, Qin Shen seizes it, severing its neck with precision, casting it several meters away. Ah! Nyonyo lets out a terrified scream, retreating into Lu Jifeng's embrace. As the group instinctively leaps back, the rustling of the serpentine horde slithering across the ground fills the air. Jiang Si and Qin Shen swiftly dispatch venomous snakes, blood splattering in abundance, the heavy scent of gore attracting even more serpents. Aside from the two of them, the others rely heavily on their protection. This cannot continue. There will inevitably be a moment they cannot guard against. The effectiveness of the realgar spray proves insufficient. Jiang Si grabs her backpack, reaching inside to find it brimming with realgar powder. The moment she spills it out, a red venomous snake lunges at Shin Baoying, its gaping maw poised to sink its fangs into her leg. "Mother!" Jiang Si exclaims in alarm. Shin Baoying glances down, meeting the cold gaze of the snake, her mind momentarily blank. In a critical moment, Qin Shen grasps the snake's tail, causing it to miss its mark. Yet, in less than half a second, it recoils and strikes again, sinking its fangs into his arm. Qin Shen furrows his brow, tearing the serpent in two and flinging the halves away. Jiang Si breathes a sigh of relief and swiftly dispatches 2 more venomous snakes with a decisive strike. The potency of realgar powder gradually became apparent, causing all the attacking snakes to flee in disarray. Qin Shen, with his agile movements, had slain countless serpents, yet he was the sole victim to be bitten. Shin Baoying felt a profound sense of guilt, unable to assist and inadvertently causing Qin Shen's injury. Jiang Si approached Qin Shen, exclaiming, "Allow me to tend to your wound." As Qin Shen extended his hand towards her, 2 deep bite marks marred his right wrist. Jiang Si recalled the visage of the snake, a crimson soaring serpent, known for its lethal venom. To treat the wound, it was imperative to extract the snake's poison and then tightly bind the area above the injury with a shoelace to prevent the venom from spreading rapidly. After addressing the wound, Jiang Si repeatedly cleansed it with soapy water while searching for the serum from the soaring serpent in her supplies. She fabricated an excuse, stating, "I shall administer an antibiotic injection, which may temporarily suppress the toxicity. If fortune favors you, it is possible that you may survive." Qin Shen likely could not discern the difference between the serum and the antibiotic. He shook his head, asserting, "It is not a venomous snake. I shall be fine." Shin Baoying felt a wave of relief wash over her, exclaiming, "Thank goodness. Thank you for saving me." Jiang Si was taken aback. She clearly recognized the snake as the red soaring serpent. How could it be devoid of poison? Moreover, Qin Shen's wound began to darken, and his complexion turned ashen. Nonchalantly, Qin Shen rose, lowering his sleeves as he stated, "Let us depart swiftly. If it truly were not a venomous snake, then administering the serum would pose no significant risk. However, if it were indeed venomous and he succumbed to the poison, he would owe a debt of gratitude in the afterlife." Jiang Si grasped his sleeve, insisting, perhaps it would be wise to administer an antibiotic just to be safe. Qin Shen glanced at her, reluctantly extending his hand. Chapter 29. Sweltering Heat, Spiders. Jiang Si retrieved the serum from her backpack, while Qin Shen's gaze remained fixed upon her. Jiang Si felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. "What troubles you?" After Qin Shen had tended to his wounds, the group continued their journey, with powdered realgar marking their path. Suddenly, Qin Shen halted once more. Jiang Linhai, anxious, inquired, "Shaoxin, what is it this time?" Qin Shen gestured ahead and calmly remarked, "Beware of the spider webs." As they focused their gaze, they were taken aback. Within the ethereal white mist, a spider web nearly 2 meters wide shimmered ominously, sprawling across their path. Jiang Linhai, astonished, queried in disbelief, "Such a massive web. Could there be man-eating spiders lurking about?" Qin Shen nodded nonchalantly, sending a jolt of fear through everyone. "Indeed there are. What shall we do?" If they had known the dangers of sourcing water would be so perilous, they would have sought information more thoroughly before embarking on this venture. Nyo was on the verge of tears. "Daddy, I'm scared the spider will bite me." Lu Jifeng placed a gun in her hands. "Don't be afraid, Nyo. A single shot will take care of it and it won't harm you." With red-rimmed eyes, Nyo bravely nodded. "All right." Jiang Si possessed some knowledge about man-eating spiders. As long as they did not disturb the web, the creatures would remain undisturbed. However, any contact with the web would incite their predatory instincts. They would ensnare their prey in a torrent of silk, their sharp fangs paralyzing the victim before liquefying them for consumption, ultimately leaving behind a desiccated husk. Jiang Si raised the torch to examine the situation more closely, pondering whether it was possible to circumvent this obstacle. Shin Baoying scrutinized the silk closely, noting its apparent softness, and asked, "Could we not simply set the webs ablaze with our torches?" Jiang Linhai rolled his eyes at her, remarking, "You set fire to the spider webs, but the forest has burned as well. How shall we procure water now?" Shin Baoying bit her lip, her expression fraught with worry. Yet we have always been so cautious in gathering water. It is exceedingly arduous. Jiang Si sighed. There is water nearby, which is far better than venturing elsewhere. If we cannot circumvent this, let us tread carefully. It is the end of days. Even if it proves difficult, we must press on resolutely. She possessed a space, and her family had been thriving despite the circumstances. Qin Shen took the lead, with Jiang Si and the others following cautiously behind. The further they advanced, the more spider webs ensnared their path, yet the space for their progress diminished. Suddenly, Jiang Si's gaze fell ahead, her pupils constricting in alarm. Several spider webs were tightly wrapped around a corpse. Their eyes were closed, their expressions serene, as if they were still alive. Jiang Linhai's heart raced with fear. They appear to have perished only recently. Could the spiders be nearby? Qin Shen shook his head. Their bodies have been drained, leaving only shells behind. The spiders have never left. Look above. Everyone raised their eyes, and a chill ran through them as they beheld countless blood-red, menacing spider eyes glaring down at them, an overwhelming multitude of thousands. Had the apocalypse transformed everything in this world? Niu could not contain a scream, but fortunately, Lu Jifeng promptly covered her mouth, soothingly saying, "Do not be afraid, Niu, you are the bravest. If they dare approach, you shall shoot them." Niu nodded silently, tears streaming down her face, evoking deep sympathy. Lu Jifeng felt a pang of regret for bringing her to this place. Thousands of spiders loomed overhead, each moment fraught with the peril of becoming their next meal. Every step taken was imbued with utmost caution. The thick mist obscured visibility, making it increasingly difficult to discern the webs. Jiang Si, feeling a sense of urgency, inquired of Qin Shen, "How much longer until we arrive? Will the water source be ensnared by webs?" Qin Shen responded, as he often did, that each day presented its own unique challenges. This implied that their continued forward motion might yield no water, leaving them empty-handed, and they could potentially encounter even greater dangers. Jiang Si raised her torch to survey the surroundings, declaring that if they could not find a way out, it would be prudent to forego the water retrieval for today and postpone it to another time. While Jiang Si could seek refuge within her space, the others could not. The multitude of spiders above posed a grave threat. Niu had endured far too much fright throughout the night. Being so young, she needed time to acclimate. Qin Shen had led them to ascertain their bearings, and should they choose not to proceed, it would not result in any loss for him. He warned, next time, it may be even more perilous. Upon hearing this, Jiang Si's family and Lu Jifeng's expressions shifted dramatically. What could possibly be more dangerous? Before they could voice their inquiries, a single leaf fell from a tree, landing squarely on a spider's web. The tremor sent through the web triggered an immediate response from the spiders, and at that instant, Qin Shen's ears perked up. His expression shifted suddenly as he shouted, "Run!" No sooner had the words left his lips than the horrifying sound of countless spiders in motion echoed around them. Damn it, the spiders had been roused. Qin Shen charged forward, entangled in webs, with the others close behind. In mere moments, they found themselves ensnared in spider silk. This silk possessed an inherent stickiness, but fortunately, the torches in their hands could ignite the threads. As everyone followed Qin Shen in a desperate flight, the spiders pursued relentlessly. With a swift motion, several spiders unleashed their silk, ensnaring Lu Jifeng and Niu. The sticky strands adhered to their backs, while Lu Jifeng's torch flickered ineffectively. In a panic, he shouted, "Save my daughter! Save my daughter! She can lead you to the remaining weapons. I implore you." Niu sobbed heart-wrenchingly, "Daddy, Daddy." With bloodshot eyes, Lu Jifeng, filled with gratitude, hoisted Niu and hurried to catch up with the others. The unsettling sound of the spider's movement echoed ominously, relentlessly pursuing them. Jiang Si, lacking the stamina of her previous life, struggled to keep pace, her breath coming in labored gasps, and the rest were even more exhausted. Fortunately, the spiders did not move particularly quickly. However, continuing this way was not a viable solution. She breathlessly inquired of the composed Qin Shen, "Where are we running to?" "Lighting a fire at the cave entrance will keep them at bay. Will we have enough time to ignite it with firewood? If not, I may have to take the risk of exposing our location and use gasoline, she pondered anxiously. Qin Shin replied, there is time. I left a barrel of diesel there. Afterward, you all must compensate for my loss. Jiang Si's face lit up with hope. Great. No problem. Lu Jifeng quickly added. Absolutely. The cave entrance formed a slanted triangular shape. Qin Shun was the first to dash inside, pouring diesel liberally to saturate the cave's mouth. Just as everyone entered the cave, he ignited it. Jiang Si hurriedly retrieved a water bottle from her pack, dampening cloths to distribute among them to cover their mouths and noses. The roaring flames kept the spiders at bay. Chapter 30. Intense heat. Millipedes. Everyone was startled by her sudden exclamation, nearly losing their composure. The millipede, commonly known as the thousand-legged worm, bears a striking resemblance to the centipede. It feeds on vegetation and prefers to hide in dark, damp places. Its body possesses odor glands that can cause redness, swelling, and in severe cases, ulcers upon contact with human skin, potentially leading to amputation. They are social creatures, reproducing at an astonishing rate. In ancient times, colossal millipedes existed, larger than a python, capable of devouring an adult in a single bite. Upon hearing Shen Baoying's shriek, the mass of millipedes before them quickly curled up, huddling together like countless hard tires. Qin Shin remained unfazed, as if nothing could disturb the tranquility of his mind. Millipedes are timid. As long as they are not provoked, they pose no danger. However, the sheer number of them here was overwhelming. The dense swarm resembled an entrance to a serpent's den at first glance. Nyo-Nyo's complexion turned pale, prompting Jiang Si to worry that she might fall ill from fright. He kindly offered her 2 pieces of alpine chocolate for comfort. Nyo-Nyo graciously accepted, thanking her brother, and the tension eased somewhat. Standing at the cave's entrance, the stench emitted by the millipedes was unbearable, akin to the odor of countless corpses infested with maggots, left to ferment under the sun for an agonizing 45 days. The scent of gasoline was completely overshadowed. They wished to leave the cave, but it was impossible. The intelligence of this spider group was not to be underestimated. Unable to approach them directly, they had woven an intricate web around the area. The moment they attempted to exit, they would find themselves ensnared. Jiang Si was aware that they would depart during the day, yet feigned ignorance as she inquired of Qin Shin. When will they leave? During the day. Qin Shin nodded affirmatively. He glanced at the malodorous millipede behind them and remarked, "Can be diverted with some bait." Everyone suddenly understood, and the unpleasant sight of the millipede became somewhat more tolerable. Jiang Si retrieved provisions from her bundle and distributed them among the family. Food was a precious commodity. Lu Jifeng and Nyo-Nyo would not impose on others and had brought along their own flatbreads and crispy rice snacks. Qin Shun remained seated, motionless. Suddenly, Jiang Si recalled a small pouch he had once worn at his waist, which he had discarded while dealing with the venomous snake. It likely contained his sustenance and water. Jiang Si took out 2 boiled potatoes, an egg, and a piece of jerky, and placed a cup of warm water in front of him. Please have something to eat. Qin Shin, having saved Shen Baoying, was a benefactor to the entire family. Thus, they should offer him this modest meal. He nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you," and, with restrained grace, picked up a potato and took a bite. The manner in which he consumed the food was reminiscent of a scholarly gentleman, making it difficult to associate him with the notion of a killer. Zhang Linhai casually inquired, "Xiao Shen, with such remarkable skills, what was your profession before?" Jiang Si lifted her gaze, and Qin Shun met her eyes, a sudden smile curving his lips as he replied, "I was a doctor." "A doctor?" Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback. Did he perhaps recognize the serum she had administered to him? The entire family fell silent, pondering whether Jiang Si's act of injecting the serum had gone unnoticed. Even as a physician without labels, he might not be able to identify the contents solely by the appearance of the vial and its scent.
Moreover, Jiang si deliberately conciale da rimarc.
Stating that they were administering antibiotics and with a stroke of luck one might avoid death. The group exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a shared tension and unease. The exposure of CC's secret concerning her space could potentially lead to her being captured for experimental research. Regardless of whether Qin Shin had noticed, They would need to exercise utmost caution in the future to safeguard Cici. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence until Lu Jifeng broke the tension, extolling Qin Shun. Truly a remarkable talent. No matter the weapon, his prowess remains unmatched. Jiang Linhai quickly chimed in, indeed, his skills are astounding. I had assumed Shaoxin was a professional martial arts instructor, but it turns out he is a doctor. Qin Shin merely cast a glance in her direction, seemingly unfazed, for he was inherently composed. Jiang Si felt a slight sense of relief as she observed the danger alert being lifted, and the millipedes that had begun to stir again. The discussion resumed. Such large millipedes, could they be mutated or exhibiting atavism? Jiang Linhai remarked, the spiders outside are merely the common brown spiders of our region. In ancient times, they were not this large, so they must have undergone some form of mutation. Nyonyo relaxed, indulging in some candy, while Lu Jifeng appeared considerably more at ease, chuckling. Perhaps these giant spiders existed in ancient times, but no fossils have survived to tell the tale. What about the mosquitoes and rats then? They too are manifestations of mutation. Lu Jifeng suddenly posed a chilling question. If these animals have mutated, could humans also undergo such transformations? In that instant, the air became thick with tension. Many present were acutely aware that transformation is inherent to humanity, occurring silently in the shadows unbeknownst to them. The atmosphere grew heavy, prompting Jiang Si to shift the conversation, inquiring of Qin Shun, how far are we from the water source? Qin Shun lifted his gaze, his deep-set eyes flickering with a fiery intensity akin to a vortex. Approximately half an hour, perhaps an hour at most. Is it truly that far? What perils might we encounter along the way? Lu Jifeng asked anxiously. One could indeed discern that he was a person of considerable composure, reminiscent of a physician. However, his extraordinary skills were perplexing. Could it be that he had been abducted in his youth and groomed as a spy, masquerading as a doctor while secretly being a top-tier agent pursued by international organizations? Jiang Si's mind wandered into these curious conjectures, her gaze lingering on his face a moment longer. After a night of alternating rest, they were awoken before dawn, drenched in sweat from the oppressive heat, their hearts racing with unease. To guard against heatstroke, Jiang Si prepared a bowl of herbal soup for everyone. Qin Shin drank it down in one swift motion, returning the plastic cup to her. She accepted it, saying, I need to change your dressing. As long as the wound remains uninfected, it suffices to change it every 3 days. However, given the high temperatures, it may fester if not attended to promptly. Qin Shin paused, shaking his head in refusal. I can manage the dressing myself. Jiang Linhai, misinterpreting his reluctance as embarrassment at her offer, stepped forward. Your right hand is injured. It would be quite inconvenient to change the dressing with your left. Moreover, you sustained your injury while rescuing Bao Yingkai. Allow me to tend to your wound personally. Qin Shin furrowed his brow, displaying a rare hint of reluctance. Really? It's unnecessary. Chapter 31. Extreme Heat, Snakehead Crocodiles. Qin Shun's intense reaction took Jiang Si by surprise. Jiang Linhai stood frozen in place, while Jiang Si stepped forward to alleviate the tension, offering him the medicinal ointment. If you find your wound itchy or uncomfortable, be sure to change the dressing promptly. Don't push yourself too hard. Qin Shin nodded, accepting it with an air of politeness and detachment. All right. The sun reached its zenith, and they lingered at the mouth of the cave, resembling a piece of meat on the verge of melting in the sweltering heat. The larger centipedes had squeezed deeper into the cavern, while the smaller ones struggled to fit, their backs already cracked from the scorching rays. In their agony, the scent emitted from their scent glands became increasingly foul. Nyonyo pinched her nose tightly and asked Lu Jifeng, Daddy, can't we think of a way to escape? I feel like I'm suffocating from the stench. Everyone else felt similarly overwhelmed. Yet, the solar radiation was more terrifying than sulfuric acid. Even steel melted under its wrath, and venturing outside would spell certain doom. Nyonyo exhibited an understanding far beyond her years. Shin Baoying remarked, if only there were scientists capable of inventing clothing that could resist solar radiation. Jiang Linhai chuckled at her naivety. Without electricity, even if scientists managed to create such garments, they would only have enough for themselves. We would never get a chance. In the previous life, during the second occurrence of solar radiation, the northern base indeed possessed clothing that could shield against such exposure, but those garments were reserved for the elite. Individuals like them, lacking any specialized skills, had to risk their lives just to secure a meal, and merely glancing at such attire would invite fierce scorn. The duration of daylight extended to a remarkable 15 hours, and at last darkness descended. The water that everyone had brought was thoroughly consumed. As night enveloped the surroundings, the spiders returned to the trees. Jiang Si glanced at Qin Shin, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, and inquired, "What shall we use to lure out the millipedes now?" Qin Shin retrieved 3 potatoes from his pocket, the very sustenance Jiang Si had previously provided him. "This will suffice," he declared. It had been assumed he was merely a finicky eater, but it turned out he had reserved one from each meal solely to entice the millipedes. Had he mentioned this sooner, Jiang Si would have gladly supplied him with more provisions. Lu Jifeng hoisted Nuno onto his back and secured her with a rope. "How shall we coordinate with you?" he asked. Qin Shin positioned himself at the edge of the cave entrance and instructed everyone, "Just gather beside me." As they complied, Qin Shin skillfully sliced the potatoes into smaller pieces and suddenly hurled them towards the millipedes. Startled, the millipedes curled up, waiting in suspense. After a moment, they extended their antennae, seemingly detecting the alluring aroma of the potatoes. The millipede closest to the potato cautiously approached, sampling the morsel before bringing it to its mouth. With that initial bite, a signal of deliciousness resonated among the millipede swarm, prompting them to search their surroundings, wriggling with anticipation. The once ominous scene, as Qin Shin scattered potato pieces, took on an almost whimsical air, reminiscent of feeding chickens. Under Qin Shin's guidance, the millipedes formed an orderly queue, gradually emerging from the cave, breaching the fire line, and encountering the spider webs. The spiders, with their eyes aglow, were instantaneously awakened to their predatory instincts, swiftly advancing towards the millipedes. Believing that lining up would grant them access to the delectable potatoes, the millipedes were suddenly met with a fierce bite from the spiders. The swarm of spiders emitted an abundance of silk, intent on enveloping their prey. The pill bug, known for its gentle nature, could still bite when provoked, much like a rabbit. As it struggled to free itself from the spider's web, it retaliated fiercely against its assailants. Both spiders and pill bugs were adept climbers, with the latter possessing a swiftness that surpassed that of the spiders. The spiders, sensing an unfavorable turn of events, unleashed their silk and made a hasty retreat. The pill bugs suffered greatly, having succumbed to the spider's venom, prompting Nuno to express her sorrow. "They are so pitiful. They had merely sought to enjoy a potato, only to be met with a fatal bite from the spiders." Lu Jifeng sighed, contemplating. The pill bugs did not deserve pity. It was the spiders who warranted such sympathy. Yet, he consoled Nuno, striving to preserve her remaining innocence in this post-apocalyptic world. At least they had the chance to eat a potato. They died without regrets. The group had intended to leave immediately, but a sudden splash echoed through the cavern, startling the remaining pill bugs into curling up like tires. They exchanged astonished glances, having distinctly heard the sound of water. Was there water in this cave? They turned to Qin, who shook his head. "Potatoes are more appealing. The pill bugs have never attracted this many before." No wonder, then, if Qin sought to conceal the presence of water, he would have refrained from bringing them here. The existence of water within the cave was a momentous discovery, explaining the congregation of so many pill bugs in this location. Lu Jifeng quickly inquired of Shun Baoying, "Sister-in-law, do we still have any potatoes?" To access the water, they would need to lure all the pill bugs out of the cave. Shun Baoying rummaged through her bag, and others followed suit. "There are still a few left." Everyone turned their gaze towards Qin Shin, whose experience was commendable. Was it sufficient? Taking the potato calmly, he remarked, "We'll only know by trying." Indeed, attempting it would provide insight for future endeavors. This time, instead of throwing, he moved aside to fetch a longer branch and naturally extended his hand towards Jiang Si, requesting a rope. Jiang Si retrieved it from her bag and handed it to him. Binding the potato with the rope, Qin Shin raised the stick, resembling a seasoned angler. The millipedes lined up obediently, stepping in unison as they extended their heads towards the opening, guided by Qin Shin. His actions were remarkably principled. Jiang Linhai promptly thumped his chest, declaring, Xiao Shen, do ensure your safety. We shall retrieve your share of water. Qin Shen nodded and proceeded. Jiang Si observed his retreating figure. If not for the daunting legion of millipedes trailing behind him, he appeared quite at ease. The group swiftly raised their torches, steeling their resolve as they ventured deeper into the cave. After making a turn, a splash resonated through the air, instantly refreshing everyone's spirits. However, Jiang Si grew increasingly vigilant, aware that the water concealed formidable creatures capable of creating such commotion upon leaping. Continuing forward for several meters, a pool, as deep as a well, gradually came into view. Nyo excitedly exclaimed, Daddy, there's water, so much water. The group rejoiced, eager to approach the water's edge. Yet, Jiang Si positioned herself in front of them, suggesting, let us first toss a stone to test it. In unison, they picked up stones and hurled them towards the pool. The moment the stones struck the water's surface, a colossal and ferocious fish, armed with razor-sharp teeth, leapt over a meter high, abruptly entering the sight of all present. In that fleeting moment, a chill enveloped their hearts. Was this a mutated snakehead? Good heavens! How could it be so enormous? Chapter 32. Scorching heat. Giant mushrooms. The snakehead was at least over a meter long and weighed more than 200 pounds. The abundance of food provided by the centipedes within the cave, coupled with the crystalline waters of the pool, served as a nurturing bed for its rapid growth. With such a formidable size, it moved with surprising agility, suggesting that this pool was likely connected to an underground river. A veritable boon amidst despair. The crucial question remained, how could they eliminate the snakehead? Qin Shen's 3 potatoes would not hold out for long. Jiang Linhai suggested to Jiang Si, let us lure the snakehead to the shore with food, then shoot it to avoid contaminating the water source. Jiang Si nodded in agreement. Yes, let us give it a try. From her bag, she retrieved a piece of dried wild boar meat, securing it to a stick and addressed the group. A snakehead of such size, even on land, poses a significant threat. Everyone retreat behind me. Lu Jifeng volunteered. Allow me to take this on. I would appreciate your help in watching over Nuno. Jiang Si had saved both his and Nuno's lives. He could not bear to see her in danger. With unwavering determination, Lu Jifeng approached, and Jiang Si nodded, taking Nuno from his arms and handing her to Shen Baoying. Please be cautious. The group retreated several dozen meters as Jiang Si readied her weapon. Lu Jifeng took a deep breath, slowly bringing the wild boar meat closer to the water's surface. With a tremendous splash, 2 gigantic snakeheads erupted from the depths, their sharp teeth bared as they leapt in a fierce contest for the meat. Astonishingly, there was not just one. Lu Jifeng was taken aback, nearly losing his footing. He hurriedly retreated while dragging the beef jerky, but the pool was too confined, causing the 2 spotted python crocodiles to become unexpectedly ensnared. They struggled fiercely, each refusing to yield to the other, engaging in a ferocious battle reminiscent of primeval beasts clashing in combat. Jiang Chenglin furrowed his brow and asked, Si, should we shoot? Jiang Si nodded in affirmation. Yes, the backs of the spotted python crocodiles are quite hard. We must aim for their eyes to penetrate their skulls for a swift kill. Lu Jifeng picked up the gun, saying, let me handle this. Having served as a forest ranger for many years, his marksmanship was commendable. Jiang Si added, I'll join you. I'll aim at this one, and Uncle Lu can target the other. Lu Jifeng found it curious that Jiang Si possessed such confidence in her accuracy. His gaze fell upon Jiang Chengwu's serious expression, and recalling Jiang Si's identity as an extreme sports coach, he deemed her self-assurance justifiable. Both Jiang Si and Lu Jifeng steadied their aim at the eyes of the spotted python crocodiles. 1 second. 2 seconds. At the precise moment when the crocodiles locked jaws, the time had arrived. Bang! Bang! The gunfire reverberated through the cavern, deafening in its intensity. Nyo cautiously opened her eyes. The 2 spotted python crocodiles lay motionless. Jiang Linhai and Jiang Chengwu advanced to drag the crocodiles out. However, Jiang Si raised her hand to halt them. Wait. The spotted python crocodiles have an astonishingly strong vitality. She prodded one with a stick, and the seemingly dying crocodile thrashed violently for a few moments, proving it was not yet lifeless. Jiang Si raised her gun and fired 2 more shots. Holding the torch aloft, She cautiously peered into the water. Surely, there are no more spotted python crocodiles left? Jiang Linhai inquired. It's hard to say. For now, there may be none, but we cannot rule out the possibility that they have already laid their eggs in the water. We should stock up on some water during these days, Lu Jifeng suggested. Grandma, gazing at the somewhat murky water, anxiously inquired, is this water still drinkable? Everyone filled their containers to the brim before turning their attention to the decaying snakehead fish on the ground. Leaving it here to rot will compromise the water quality. Let us carry it out, Jiang Si remarked. Burying it would consume too much time. The snakehead fish is toxic and could kill several fierce beasts. It would be safer for us when we return for water next time. All right, everyone agreed, and they lifted the snakehead fish out of the cave. With only 3 hours remaining until dawn, Lu Jifeng, well acquainted with the Longquan Nature Reserve, soon identified their direction upon exiting the cave and informed the group. The right path will get us there more swiftly. All eyes turned to Qin Shun, their expressions reflecting uncertainty regarding potential dangers. After all they had endured, a measure of trust in Qin Shun had developed among them. He nodded. There are uncertainties everywhere. Let us proceed. Though the direction was accurate, the surrounding environment had undergone significant changes due to the extreme heat of the sun. Had it not been for the familiar markings on the stones, Lu Jifeng might have doubted his own sense of discernment. Half an hour later, a cluster of towering mushrooms came into view, varying in height from 2 to 3 meters, while the shortest exceeded a meter. Their colors were striking, red, yellow, and purple, with intricate patterns adorning the caps. In the serene night, enveloped in mist, it felt as though they had stepped into Alice's Wonderland. Lu Jifeng then asked Qin Shun, have you encountered such mushrooms before? Qin Shun shook his head. They appear toxic. Let us take a detour. As everyone prepared to take a detour, the pitch-black night suddenly transformed, the sky brightening without warning. All could distinctly feel the temperature soaring. Jiang Linhai shouted, this is bad. Quickly, find a place to hide. There were no tree hollows in the vicinity, and in this urgent moment, Jiang Si decided to use the stone slab from her space to shield everyone from the sun's rays. Just then, sunlight cascaded down, forming resplendent beams, causing the trees to shrink while the heat scorched their skin. Yet the giant mushrooms remained unaffected. Jiang Si's eyes brightened as she quickly urged, hurry, take shelter beneath the mushroom. The temperature was rising too rapidly. Without her prompting, everyone instinctively sought refuge under the mushroom. Jiang Si and Qin Shun simultaneously darted under the same mushroom. As the light beams intensified, they grasped the mushroom stalk closely, so near that Jiang Si could clearly count the number of Qin Shun's fan-like eyelashes. It was awkward, yet neither could let go. They stood tensely beneath the mushroom for a moment, relieved when nothing further occurred. Jiang Linhai, filled with delight, exclaimed, these mushrooms are not affected by the sun's rays. If we cut them down to use as umbrellas, we could roam freely for water during the day. Lu Jifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, agreeing that it would surely be far safer than venturing out at night. Everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Si and Qin Shun, only to realize their poses were somewhat intimate. Jiang Linhai widened his eyes and hurriedly chopped down the mushroom above them, as if guarding against thieves, separating Jiang Si and Qin Shun. Jiang Si helplessly twitched her lips, feeling that Qin Shun had shown no interest in her at all. Lu Jifeng sought to emulate Jiang Linhai by cutting down mushrooms, but Jiang Linhai urgently shouted for everyone to stop. Do not cut. They are poisonous. Jiang Si was startled and turned to Jiang Linhai, only to see his hands suddenly swell to the size of large carrots, each finger glistening. Evidently, she and Qin Shun had come into contact with the mushrooms without any ill effects. Chapter 33. Extreme Heat Hunting Dogs. Lu Jifeng's actions came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Si wanted to examine the condition of Jiang Linhai's hands, but he restrained her, saying, do not touch me. The surfaces of these giant mushrooms are not toxic, but the stems contain poison. You must not act recklessly. Jiang Si hurriedly donned 2 layers of plastic gloves, assuring him, it will be fine, Dad. Let me take a look. Jiang Linhai extended his swollen hands, which were covered in thick blisters, resembling the aftermath of a bee sting. Jiang Si retrieved iodine antiseptic ointment from her bag to alleviate the swelling. The moment she touched him, Jiang Linhai cried out in pain, more severe than a mouse bite. His hands were horrifyingly grotesque, with yellow pus coursing through the blisters. Shun Baoying was exceedingly worried. The swelling was so severe that if the blisters burst, would his entire hand rot? Jiang Linhai widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Baoying, do not frighten me. In this post-apocalyptic world teeming with toxic creatures." It was Jiang Si's first encounter with such colossal mushrooms. The effectiveness of the iodine ointment remained to be seen. Not long after the application, Jiang Linhai's hands burned with pain and itchiness, and had it not been for Jiang Si's fear that his hands might rot, holding his arms steady, the blisters would have surely burst. The iodine tincture and alcohol ointment proved ineffective. Zhang Qingfang, with reddened eyes, speculated, "Is it only possible to sever one's hands to preserve life?" Jiang Linhai hastily shook his head, suggesting that perhaps enduring a little longer would suffice. To lose his hands and become a burden to his family was a fate he would rather evade entirely.
Jiang Si, increasingly anxious,
began to regret leading her family into the forest for this perilous adventure. Had she taken the initiative to scout ahead, Jiang Linhai might not have found himself in such dire straits. She forced herself to regain composure, recalling the principle of mutual existence and conflict in nature. Perhaps there existed an antidote to the mushroom's toxicity nearby. This insight stemmed from her experiences in her previous life during the apocalypse. Lu Jifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us search diligently. In the past, when he had sustained injuries in the forest from insect bites, he had always managed to find herbs that alleviated the pain. The cataclysm had caused mutations in flora and fauna, potentially giving rise to remedies that counteract one another. However, as they scanned their surroundings, all that met their eyes were mushrooms. Jiang Linhai's hand worsened with each passing moment, the blisters spreading further up his arm. Zhang Qingji, frantic with worry, suddenly turned to Qin Shen and implored, "Little Shen, you are a doctor. Do you know how to save his hand?" Everyone turned their hopeful gaze towards Qin Shen. He observed Jiang Linhai's hand intently, deep in thought for an extended period. Believing he was beyond salvation, Jiang Linhai sought to comfort Qin Shen. "The ailments arising from the apocalypse are inherently bizarre. You are a surgeon, not a dermatologist. It is only natural that you may not have the answer." Confronted with Jiang Linhai's forced smile, regret enveloped Jiang Si's heart entirely. Suddenly, Qin Shen raised his eyelids and unexpectedly remarked, "I have another type of skin medication at home that may prove effective." Jiang Si, donned in latex gloves, meticulously severed the mushrooms, enveloping their stems in a layer of cloth and then encasing them with a plastic glove before allowing everyone to hold them. Lu Jifeng marked the spot, noting that should the need arise to brave the sun, they could return here to gather mushrooms as makeshift sunshades. As everyone held the mushrooms and prepared to exit the fungal grove, a watchtower gradually became visible amidst the withered forest. Lu Jifeng remarked, "That is the watchtower guarded by Zhou Daying. I wonder if he is still alive." Zhou Daying, in his 50s and a solitary figure, had remained in the depths of the mountains for 2 decades, unlike the forest rangers who preferred not to linger in such isolation. He rarely communicated with others unless it was necessary to relay information or request supplies from the ranger team. Jiang Si raised her binoculars to observe the tower, only to find herself locking eyes with a man atop it, adorned in sunglasses and wielding a military-grade telescope. To her astonishment, another individual stood behind him, providing shade with a mushroom umbrella. In an instant, Jiang Si sensed danger and urgently warned everyone, "There are strangers in the watchtower. We must leave at once." Anyone capable of surviving in the forest undoubtedly possessed remarkable skills. As Jiang Si spoke, the group hastened their pace. The mushroom umbrellas, capable of shielding against solar radiation, could be transported to the city for the exchange of substantial goods. Compared to their previous poaching endeavors, the profits had multiplied manifold, and the scarcity of resources could facilitate the formation of a formidable power. In times when others could not venture out, they would wield control over this world at will. Zhang Xianchao resolutely vowed to keep the secret of the giant mushroom from reaching the ears of the world. With narrowed eyes, he beckoned to Luo Daqiang, commanding, "Go, eradicate the roots of this problem." Luo Daqiang, in a fluster, hastily stuffed a packet of instant noodles into his mouth, standing there bewildered. "Brother, Didn't Zhou Dying instruct us to eliminate them? Jiang Xianchao shot him a fierce glare, snatching his sunglasses and hurling them with vigor. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Your brain is smaller than that of a pig. Get out of here and take your men to finish the job. Luo Daqiang grasped the sunglasses, dazed as he received a hint from his subordinates. Alarmed, he hurriedly grabbed a firearm and dashed down the stairs, colliding heavily against the door. Stumbling down, he fell with a loud thud, the sound of his clumsy descent echoing. Accompanied by 8 men and a pack of ferocious hunting dogs, Luo Daqiang rushed towards the direction where Jiang Si was located. He, robust and portly, lagged behind, panting like an old hound. The hunting dogs, having caught wind of Jiang Si and his companions, drew closer. Luo Daqiang's heart leaped with joy, but in his excitement, he forgot the traps set around the giant mushroom. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips as his foot was ensnared, leaving him dangling from a tree. The moment the mushroom cap fell away, his exposed skin felt as though it was being seared upon a charcoal grill, causing him to cover his face and scream in agony. His subordinates, having bolted in panic, had no choice but to return with 2 of them to hastily lower him from the tree. Jiang Xianchao, witnessing Luo Daqiang sprawled on the ground, his face covered in welts and groaning in despair, nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Meanwhile, the 8 hunting dogs, like untethered stallions, bared their teeth menacingly, encircling Jiang Si and his companions. The large black and small black dogs barked incessantly, warning others to keep their distance. These trained hunting hounds, adept at tearing apart prey, regarded the barking canines with disdain. With a tense arch of their backs and taut muscles, they prepared to launch an assault on Jiang Si and her companions. Jiang Si raised her handgun, but before she could pull the trigger, the dogs suddenly displayed a look of terror, tucking their tails and howling as they fled in haste without hesitation. Jiang Si was taken aback and glanced at Qin Shin. It seemed as though the hounds had caught sight of him and recoiled in fear. Before she could ponder this further, 6 armed men emerged within their line of sight. Chapter 34. Scorching heat, human emotions. These 6 men were dressed peculiarly, each sporting brightly colored mushroom hats that resembled flowers in a desolate forest. Upon seeing them, Jiang Si's finger, poised to pull the trigger, froze in place. These individuals evidently understood the utility of mushrooms and had fashioned them into hats. Could they also possess knowledge of how to neutralize their toxins? A spark of excitement flickered in Jiang Si's eyes as she swiftly squeezed the trigger, the bullet striking one man in the thigh. He collapsed to the ground, his leg exposed to the sun, sizzling and smoking, a pain far worse than that of a bullet wound. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise to avoid the searing rays. The other 5 men were taken aback by Jiang Si's marksmanship, hastily seeking cover while aiming their weapons at the clearly defined targets, Zhang Qingji and Shen Baoying. However, they failed to account for Qin Shin, whose shooting prowess was equally formidable. The cacophony of gunfire erupted as the remaining 5 were struck almost simultaneously. Each bullet found its mark, piercing their foreheads with precision. Blood gushed forth, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Niu, trembling with fear, dared not open her eyes, while Lu Jifeng gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Niu. They brought this upon themselves. If we do not act, it will be our demise. You must be strong. Your father will protect you." With a pale face, Niu cautiously opened her eyes, only to quickly shut them again. It was her first time witnessing death up close, and it was utterly terrifying. The remaining man displayed a look of horror, pleading with Jiang Si and the others not to take his life. Jiang Si approached him, pointing at a giant mushroom, and inquired, "How do we counter the poison?" They all surrounded him, urging him to speak. The man, trembling and weeping, stammered, "I don't know, I truly don't know." Jiang Si pressed the gun against his throat. "Are you certain? Such a beautiful girl, yet she possesses the power to take a life." In mere moments, she spotted a mushroom with wormholes. Jiang Si skillfully sliced it open, revealing a maggot the size of a finger, white and wriggling, which immediately caught her attention. She picked up the maggot, crushed it in a bowl, and soon extracted a copious amount of green liquid. Zhang Linhai furrowed his brow. "CC, what if this doesn't work?" Jiang Si replied, The medicine from Qin Shin's home may not be effective either, but we must try. She had an instinct that it would be beneficial. Reluctantly, Zhang Linhai extended his hand. A drop of the green maggot juice cautiously fell upon one of his fingers. His hot fingertip suddenly felt a cooling sensation seeping into his skin, while the uncomfortable itch he had been experiencing was simultaneously soothed. The effect was remarkably swift. Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Jiang Linhai's face, Jiang Si realized their efforts had proven effective. Hastily, she urged the group to assist in gathering more maggots. The mushrooms, particularly those with numerous wormholes, exhibited greater decay, thus harboring a larger quantity of maggots within. In no time, they amassed a bowl brimming with these creatures, from which they extracted the maggot juice to apply as a remedy for Jiang Linhai, even managing to fill a small vial. To ensure Jiang Linhai had an adequate supply of maggot juice for his hands to heal, they quickly collected several more bowls of maggots to take away. The lifeless men donned mushroom caps that were far more convenient than the mushroom umbrellas they held. The group removed these caps along with the firearms and scavenged daggers, magazines, flints, matches, and adhesive bandages from their bodies. Observing this, the surviving men promptly relinquished all their possessions, presenting them submissively before Zhao Yuning. Jiang Si accepted the items and inquired, "How many of you remain? Who is your leader? Why do you possess firearms? And why did he send you to eliminate us?" The man pleaded, "Please do not kill me. I have divulged everything. I was merely following orders. I implore you." As Jiang Si glanced towards the watchtower, she suddenly raised her weapon and decisively ended the man's life. Zhang Qingji and Shen Baoying gasped, evidently believing Jiang Si would spare him. Noticing their bewilderment, Jiang Si reasoned that their leader would not let this matter rest. Should he be rescued, he would undoubtedly turn his weapon upon them. Acknowledging the threat, she deemed it prudent to eliminate him without hesitation. Zhang Qingji and Shen Baoying struggled to process the grim reality that to avert potential danger, one must resort to taking lives. Lu Jifeng remarked, "They are now reduced to merely 5 individuals. Should we ascend and eradicate the threat entirely?" He concurred with Jiang Si's resolute decision, recognizing that as long as they remained in Longquan village, they must not exhibit weakness or compassion towards their adversaries. However, Jiang Si's point was valid as well. Approaching the watchtower, they would be nothing more than moving targets in the absence of cover. During this incursion into the city, he was determined to acquire the finest sniper rifle, enlisting the services of the most elite assassins. As they prepared to exit the forest, Jiang Si judiciously distributed the day's findings among the group, excluding the insect juice. Jiang Qinggu was pleasantly surprised to receive such a substantial share. In truth, it was Qin Shen and Jiang Si who had exerted the most effort. His primary concern had been for Nuno, which meant he had only expended a modicum of energy hauling the snakehead fish. Moreover, Jiang Si had saved both him and his daughter. Thus it was only right to reciprocate with provisions. Jiang Qinggu returned the weapon to Jiang Si, stating, "My daughter and I are armed. Your family is larger, so please keep it. We appreciate your care." He then turned to Qin Shen and amiably offered, "I do not possess diesel, but would some charcoal suffice? If not, I can provide an additional 20 rounds." Qin Shen nodded in agreement. He owed a significant debt of gratitude to Jiang Si for saving Shen Baoying from a snake bite, although Jiang Si had administered serum to alleviate the danger. Furthermore, when Jiang Linhai's hands had swollen and they found themselves at a loss, Qin Shen had willingly offered the skin ointment from his home to try on Jiang Linhai, thus deepening his sense of obligation. Once Lu Jifeng and his daughter departed, Jiang Si proposed, "In addition to the 500 pounds of grain and clothing I previously promised, how would you feel about receiving a barrel of gasoline and a quilt?" Chapter 35. Scorching heat. White Tiger Qin Shen faced no issues, and Jiang Si's family even expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Shun. If you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to inform us. We will certainly do our utmost to assist you." Such kindness, born from the trials of life, ought to be cherished in one's heart. Qin Shen responded without any pretense, "All right." His calm demeanor exuded a sense of composure, suggesting that there would be no occasion for their assistance. His tall, upright figure, akin to bearing 1,000 pounds, radiated an undeniable sense of security. Shen Baoying could not help but lean closer to Jiang Si, casting her a meaningful glance. Qin Shun's character is truly admirable, steadfast, reliable, and remarkably capable. Even in the face of the apocalypse, he would be an exceptional choice for a husband. Jiang Si, after a moment's reflection, nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is vastly different from how he was as a child. In his youth, Qin Shun was often reduced to tears, the target of ridicule within the village. Jiang Si, noticing his delicate features, once mistook him for a girl and vowed to protect him. Observing that Jiang Si had yet to grasp the situation, Shen Baoying chose to say no more, allowing things to unfold naturally. After all these years, their interaction was still fresh, and it warranted further exploration. As everyone poured the water they had gathered into the water tank, Jiang Si retrieved a water quality tester for analysis. The water met the standards for potable use, yet the potential presence of harmful bacteria or mutagenic substances remained uncertain. The familiar small creatures that once populated the area were nowhere to be seen, and they had failed to catch any wild rabbits upon their return. Their livestock had all been processed into cured meat, and Jiang Si's gaze fell upon a writhing bag of maggots, prompting a sudden spark of inspiration. Maggots require moisture to survive. Jiang Si immersed the mushrooms in water, allowing the maggots to consume them. For the time being, no issues were apparent. Jiang Si planned to nurture them. If the maggots remained alive and showed no signs of mutation, the water could be deemed safe for consumption. Provided the water source remained stable and the underground river did not dry up, they would not have to worry about their water supply even if the duration of the sun's rays prolonged. Observing the maggots feasting on mushrooms in the box, everyone felt a sense of relaxation. Shen Baoying picked up a giant mushroom cap and inquired of Jiang Si whether the mushrooms could resist solar radiation, suggesting they might be fashioned into garments. Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback, recalling the radiation-resistant suits she had seen at the northern base in her past life. Perhaps they could experiment with the giant mushrooms. She retrieved some mushrooms from her storage space, prompting curiosity from the others about her intentions. She aimed to conduct tests to uncover any unique substances within the giant mushrooms. Extracting these might yield a topical application for sun protection. The group's eyes brightened, praising Jiang Si's ingenuity. Jiang Si then produced a variety of experimental chemical apparatus from her space. Although she was not a science major, she had spent half a day studying with a tablet and fiddling with the instruments, ultimately conceding that she lacked the aptitude to be a scientist. Perhaps her neighbor, Qin Shin, could succeed, but she had no intention of seeking his assistance and resolved to pursue a second option. Her plan was to dry the giant mushrooms, ensure they were properly preserved, and then compress them into fibers to create mushroom-based sun protection garments. Shen Baoying, a retired textile factory worker familiar with cotton, silk, nylon, synthetic fibers, and linen, expressed doubt about Jiang Si's decision, questioning whether they should not consult Qin Shun for assistance. Jiang Si shook her head, remarking, "With so many instruments and no one in our family studying medicine, doesn't Qin Shun find it peculiar? Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that he possesses an air of mystery. He dares to venture alone into the forest amidst a swarm of mosquitoes and manages to return unscathed, discovering a water source. It might be prudent to maintain a certain distance from him." She continued, "So what shall we do? First, assist me in slicing the gigantic mushroom horizontally into pieces, then boil them in water to see if we can extract fibers once they dry. If fibers are present, we can create mushroom thread for textile production. Afterward, we can conduct an experiment to ascertain whether it possesses the same hellish radiation effect as fresh mushrooms." Zhang Qingfang chuckled. "This is quite similar to how we used to make clothes from Rami. Back in June to August, we would harvest vines from the mountains in abundance." Jiang Si nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I was inspired by the process of making Rami fabric. Let's give it a try. If that fails, we can always treat the mushrooms for preservation." As they sliced the giant mushroom, its soft, dense white flesh was revealed. Placed in the pot, it appeared quite appetizing. Zhang Linhai commented, "I wonder if it's edible?" Everyone glanced at his still swollen hand and sang in unison, "Red cap, white stem, eat together, lie down then." The boiled mushroom slices were set by the window, where they rapidly shed moisture, shrinking from the size of an umbrella to that of a basketball. Jiang Si attempted to tear the dried mushroom slices into strips, but they exhibited no elasticity, crumbling into fragments at the slightest touch. Thus, the endeavor to create clothing was deemed unsuccessful. Zhang Qingfang suddenly exclaimed, "It's as convenient as a mushroom umbrella. We could try cultivating some at home. If we wear mushrooms on our heads and they don't fall off, it would be just like wearing clothes. We could even use mushrooms to concoct poison." Everyone's eyes brightened at the thought. It was worth a try. After all, Jiang Si was concerned about the potential decay of the mushrooms when making clothing. If we could harvest mushrooms anytime and anywhere, venturing out would no longer be a concern. Jiang Si found this idea quite appealing and smiled. "I can plant them in our space and take them out whenever I want. Grandma, you are truly clever." Zhang Qingfang replied with a smile. "Actually, it would be more convenient to turn them into sunscreen, but unfortunately we lack expertise in that area." Suddenly, the sky darkened again, and Jiang Si went to keep watch in the attic. Qin Shen's house was enveloped in darkness. Strangely, it was rare to see any light in his home. Had he gone out again? Suddenly, two shadowy figures appeared in Jiang Si's line of sight. She shook the bell to alert her family and raised her gun, aiming at the intruders. They abruptly halted, pulling something from their pockets. Jiang Si peered through her infrared telescope and was shocked to see that they were holding grenades. Her heart raced as she remained patient, waiting for them to enter firing range to throw the grenades. The two men suddenly stopped at the dilapidated entrance of Qin Shen's home, as if they had seen something. In the blink of an eye, a fierce figure leapt out from Qin Shen's house. In an instant, the two men were knocked to the ground with a piercing scream, falling silent thereafter. Jiang Si lifted her binoculars, and a pair of crimson, perilous eyes suddenly entered her view. It was a colossal white tiger. The white tiger spotted her and charged in her direction, leaping over the wall with remarkable agility. Jiang Si trembled all over, hurriedly grasping her firearm and rushing out of the loft, determined to eliminate the beast before it could ascend the rooftop. Despite its enormous size, the tiger moved with the swiftness of the wind. As Jiang Si emerged from the loft, she came face to face with it. Up close, the sheer magnitude of the white tiger was even more striking. It was twice the size of an ordinary adult white tiger, its snowy fur glistening, long whiskers and tail flowing gracefully, round eyes and ears, and a plush coat. Its massive claws could easily crush her with a single swipe. Without hesitation, Jiang Si pulled the trigger, but the white tiger sprang into action, deftly evading the bullet and lunging at her with its formidable jaws wide open. Jiang Si aimed to fire a second shot, yet there was no time to squeeze the trigger. The tiger was closing in on her at an almost teleportation-like speed. Jiang Si sought refuge in her space, and Zhang Linhai and the others heard the gunfire, grabbing their weapons and racing towards the rooftop. The door at the base of the stairs was unlatched. If she escaped, Zhang Linhai and the others would be in peril. It was her overconfidence that led her to believe she could easily vanquish this white tiger. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Si drew a dagger, preparing for a life-or-death struggle with the beast. Just as Zhang Linhai pushed open the loft door, the white tiger pinned Jiang Si to the ground, seizing the dagger from her grasp and disdainfully tossing it into the corner with a clang. Jiang Si conjured a second dagger from her space, launching a renewed assault. Yet she was overwhelmed by the tiger's immense size, rendered immobile. It felt as though an insurmountable weight pressed upon her chest, as if dozens of burdens were heaped upon her. Where did this ferocious creature come from? If it didn't tear her apart, it would surely crush her beneath its weight. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Baoying's heart raced uncontrollably. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Zhang Linhai swiftly caught her, while Zhang Chengguo, armed with a gun, fired a shot that struck the neck of the white tiger. The bullet, with a resounding crack, exited through the creature's neck, splattering blood, narrowly grazing Zhang Chengguo before embedding itself into the wall. In an instant, the wall cracked, creating a chasm over a meter long. This was no mere white tiger. It was undoubtedly a monster. The white tiger leaned down towards Jiang Si. Zhang Chengguo cursed himself for not wielding a machine gun and, in a panic, pulled the trigger. However, Jiang Si, pinned beneath the weight of the tiger, let out a strained roar. "Stop! Do not provoke it!" Zhang Chengguo hesitated, observing that the white tiger, instead of attacking Jiang Si, began to lavishly lick her as if she were a lollipop.
Jiang Si, drenched in saliva,
pushed against it in irritation, but the tiger responded with even more fervor. Its barbed tongue scraped against her face like a shoehorn, causing her considerable pain. Jiang Si struggled feebly, using her still-functioning legs to kick at its soft, robust belly, her eyes wide with frustration. "Get off me! You're going to crush me!" Yet it did not budge, and she lacked the strength to move it. A sense of suffocation began to overwhelm her, reddening her face in distress. Sensing her vitality waning, the white tiger quietly rose, coiling around her, and continued its licking. Jiang Si gasped for air like a fish on the verge of death, relying on the creature for breath. Shun Baoying, revived by having her pressure point stimulated, witnessed this spectacle, her eyelids fluttering before she fainted once more. Zhang Linhai called out to Shen Baoying, his heart trembling with anxiety as he asked, "Cici, what should we do?" Jiang Si managed to open her eyes after a struggle, wiping her face and desperately pushing against the head of the creature before her. "Stop licking me, big brother. I'm not a piece of pork." Yet, the great white tiger paid no heed, continuing to shower her with sticky saliva, leaving her face feeling raw and inflamed, likely scratched by its barbed tongue. It exhibited no hostility towards her, perceiving her merely as a human-shaped lollipop, perhaps drawn to the energy stone within her. She wondered if it would turn aggressive if it discovered that licking was less satisfying than biting. With a swift glance, Jiang Si discreetly produced a tranquilizer, but before she could lift her hand, the tiger anticipated her move, its powerful paw swiftly pinning her arm down with ease. This beast possessed quite a remarkable intelligence. Zhang Linhai and the others were nearly beside themselves with worry. Jiang Si felt the sharp barbs of its tongue scrape against her face, drawing blood. In desperation, she spat toward its mouth. "Tui! Tui! Tui!" The white tiger paused, its crimson eyes gradually shifting to a deep obsidian, its brow furrowing in a distinctly human-like expression of disdain. The action of licking her face ceased abruptly. The effect was too effective, leaving Jiang Si flustered. She had not expressed disdain toward it, yet it appeared to be repulsed by her. As she struggled to rise, the tiger flicked its fluffy tail, denying her escape, and with a flick of its massive paw, it pressed her gently against its snowy neck. The soft, warm fur felt like a luxurious towel against her skin, transforming the searing pain on her cheeks into an unexpected comfort. The energy stone within her body radiated a gentle warmth, filling her with an unprecedented vitality. How delightful it felt to be close. The great white tiger seemed to realize that being near Jiang Si was more enjoyable than licking her, and its fierce demeanor softened slightly. Jiang Si lifted her head to catch her breath, meeting its gem-like, darkly lustrous eyes, and tentatively extended her hand. The great white tiger exhaled through its nostrils, its expression haughty and frigid, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, disdainful of trivial creatures. Regardless of its divinity, it had looked down upon her. She resolved to demonstrate the harsh realities of the world. With newfound determination, Jiang Si pressed both hands against its furry face, vigorously rubbing it. The soft texture was delightful, almost mesmerizing. It manifested a hint of disdain, shaking its head as if to dislodge her hands. This lackadaisical response, devoid of aggression, emboldened Jiang Si. She rose onto her tiptoes and seized its round ears. The warm, tingling sensation surged through her, causing its ears to spiral in reflex, dodging left and right. Jiang Si marveled, so even tigers experience airplane ears. The great white tiger let out a cold huff, yet its ears remained uncontrollable. Everyone mirrored Jiang Si's actions, their hearts rising and falling in tandem. It wasn't until Jiang Si fully sensed that it posed no threat and merely desired affection, perhaps even more disdainful of its own saliva, that she gathered her courage and reached for the muzzle resting on its neck. Speaking in a conciliatory tone, "Shall I take care of that for you?" It cast her a fleeting glance, and Jiang Si interpreted that look as acquiescence. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a medical kit. The great white tiger's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to their usual calm. The fur on its neck was remarkably thick. When a bullet struck, it barely penetrated the skin. Jiang Si patiently applied medicine and wrapped it in bandages, then tentatively placed some dog food before it. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" This creature possessed an uncanny intelligence. Having it around as a guardian seemed rather appealing. However, Jiang Si's thoughts were met with its cold, disdainful gaze, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji confronted with the magic mirror. Instinctively, she touched her nose, feeling a bit guilty. You want to eat this? Then what do you desire? Jiang Si, preoccupied with signaling to the others, failed to notice the white tiger observing her with a complex expression that mirrored a humaness. With a somber demeanor, it sighed deeply. I didn't see him. The white tiger was agile and formidable. One could fear that Qin Shin's fate was dire. Yet, inexplicably, Jiang Si harbored a sense that he was not so easily doomed. It was evening, and the outdoor temperature had reached a sweltering 60 degrees. Jiang Si could hardly endure the heat, especially with a plush, furry furnace pressed against her. Cautiously, she squeezed its soft, large paw and suggested, Brother, shall we go inside? It's too hot. You can tolerate it, but I am merely a mortal. The white tiger seemed equally uncomfortable, as evidenced by its restless tail. Upon her suggestion, it rose, clamping its jaws around her collar, and in a dizzying whirl, Jiang Si found herself seated upon its broad, sturdy back. In her past life, she had envied those who possessed extraordinary beasts, not only for the ability to ride them but also for the companionship and camaraderie they provided, unlike her solitary existence. In this lifetime, she has also garnered the favor of the magnificent white tiger. Jiang Si gently caressed its soft neck, guiding it into the room within the attic. Its steady gait and commanding presence captivated Jiang Si, who suddenly felt an unusual delight in its company. She retrieved some ice from her space, cooling the room while providing it with water. As the white tiger lowered its head to drink, Jiang Si took the opportunity to stroke its fluffy head and inquired, Would you like to stay? She continued, As long as you refrain from making a mess and behave well as a guardian, I shall keep you. The tiger lifted its eyelids, its indifferent gaze seemingly conveying, I wish to stay. Can you truly prevent me? Was it the kind of tiger that adhered to decorum? Jiang Si paused, sensing a hint of disdain directed towards her. Yet, being so astute, it likely wouldn't require her assistance in its natural functions. After all, a large cat is still a cat, and they all appreciate cleanliness. Jiang Si surveyed her surroundings, contemplating whether she could transform the adjacent room into a suitable restroom for it. As she stood up, the white tiger followed suit, insisting on accompanying her. Despite being a strikingly aloof creature, its behavior was more affectionate than that of the smaller black cats. The entire family, witnessing this scene, felt their anxieties ease, convinced that the white tiger had acknowledged Jiang Si as its master. Zhang Linhai, surprisingly pleased, suggested, Cici, why not give it a name? Turning to the tiger, Jiang Si tentatively proposed, How about Dubai? The white tiger regarded her coolly, its eyes clearly expressing dissatisfaction. Jiang Si suppressed a smile, reveling in the fact that it could not voice its objections, declaring, Then you shall be called Dubai from now on. She affectionately rubbed its soft, plump cheeks, saying, The attic is entirely yours. This room is for sleeping and the one next door is for the restroom. If you can endure it, you may go outside at night, but during the day you can do your business at home. Do you prefer cat litter or soil? I forgot you cannot speak. You will require an abundance of cat litter, so I shall procure some soil for you shortly. You are likely to prefer that. Oh, remember to bury your mess. Jiang Si conversed with it as if she were teaching a large cat that had just arrived at home. Dahu, listening attentively, thumped its tail irritably, displaying an expression of displeasure, as if it comprehended every word. Zhang Linhai marveled at the intelligence of the magnificent white tiger, while Shen Baoying, who had initially been quite fearful of it, regained her composure and inquired, What should we feed it if it doesn't eat dog food? With such a substantial size, can we afford to care for it? Tigers are carnivorous, and I fear the canned meat in Jiang Si's space would hardly suffice for a few years. Jiang Si retrieved some cans of meat from her space and placed them before it. Dahu regarded them with disdain. Jiang Si then glanced toward the forest, pondering that this creature could likely hunt for itself. Yet, she was somewhat perplexed as to why it had suddenly attacked those two men despite its calm demeanor. She speculated that perhaps those individuals had previously assaulted it in the forest, leading it to seek revenge, fortuitously encountering Jiang Si and sensing the energy stone within her. Currently, she dared not approach her family with it, thus sharing her meal alone in the attic. A steaming bowl of instant noodles sat before her, and Dahu stared intently at it, as if longing to partake. Jiang Si noticed and lifted the instant noodle bucket. Would you care for some? It was enormous, nearly capable of swallowing Jiang Si's head whole. Even pouring it out would hardly suffice to fill the gaps between her teeth. Nevertheless, she generously conjured several more buckets of noodles from her space, indicating that it could eat to its heart's content. She couldn't help but wonder if a tiger would suffer from an upset stomach after indulging in instant noodles. Dabai glanced at her, suddenly extending a paw to gently touch the noodle fork, as if attempting to mimic Jiang Si's method of eating. However, its paw was far too large, and the fluffy appendage merely grasped at the air, resulting in a solitary endeavor. Jiang Si couldn't stifle a laugh. Dabai cast her a sidelong glance, its expression remarkably human-like. Struggling to contain her amusement, she rolled the noodles and brought them to its mouth, saying, "Let me feed you." Dabai, with a haughty demeanor, turned its head away, its fluffy back displaying a hint of reluctance. Jiang Si smiled to herself, leaning against its sturdy back as she slurped up her noodles. Frankly, having such a colossal companion made the act of eating instant noodles feel far less tense. After finishing her meal, concerned that it might be starving with nothing to eat, she retrieved the wild boar that Qinshin had given her. Dabai glanced at it but seemed far less intrigued than by the noodles. Perplexed by what it truly desired, she presented a hodgepodge of food before it, saying, "Eat if you're hungry. If you wish to go outside, remember to close the door." She then stood up and walked to the edge of the loft, demonstrating how to open and close the door. Dabai watched her quietly, and Jiang Si felt that it understood. "So, I'm going to sleep now?" It had been so attached to her for this long. Surely, it wouldn't insist on following her to bed as well. "It is not that I disdain it. Rather, it is simply too hot. Despite using ice cubes to cool down, the indoor temperature remains in the 30s. Jiang Si tentatively stepped outside, only to have Dabai extend its paw, gripping her clothing and preventing her from moving forward. With a sense of helplessness, Jiang Si conjured a mattress from her spatial realm and spread it on the ground, suggesting, "I shall sleep here, and you can rest beside me, if that is agreeable." As she lay down, Dabai, oblivious to human speech, perched itself atop the soft mattress, enveloping her in its warm embrace. Jiang Si found the heat stifling and, unable to extricate herself, irritatedly poked its large face, playfully threatening, "If you dare follow me while I bathe, I shall have you neutered." Dabai paused, its dark, enigmatic gaze sending a chill down her spine. Surely, could not still be upset. Instinctively, Jiang Si attempted to placate it, wrapping her arms around its neck and nuzzling gently, jesting, "Do not take it to heart." However, as she leaned in closer, Dabai turned its head away, displaying a disdainful indifference. This sudden behavior reminded Jiang Si of Qinshin, with his haughty demeanor, strikingly similar. The heat was simply unbearable. Typically one to sleep comfortably, she restlessly shifted into various positions, akin to a snail, unconsciously attempting to distance herself from the oppressive warmth. Yet, before long, she found herself once again enveloped by the soft, fiery furnace that was Dabai. Drenched in sweat, Jiang Si instinctively shed her thin garments. The plush blanket absorbed her perspiration, providing a modicum of comfort. Observing her sprawled posture and the scent lingering about her, Dabai furrowed its brow in discontent. The night was eerily silent, and as the blood-red hue of the horizon gradually faded, a round moon, as luminous as jade, emerged into view. As Jiang Si drifted into slumber, she suddenly felt an emptiness beside her, her skin exposed to the cool air, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes. The presence of the white tiger had vanished from the room. Hastily donning her clothes, she grasped a mushroom-shaped umbrella and ascended to the rooftop in search of it, but found nothing. Last night felt like an odd dream, yet it was not merely a dream. Perhaps it had gone hunting. Jiang Si waved her hand in greeting. "Qinshin, have you seen a large white tiger?" Qinshin paused momentarily, then shook his head. "No." A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Si's eyes as she continued, "If you do see it and it poses no threat, please do not harm it. It possesses intelligence and can understand speech." Qin Shun's expression turned peculiar, yet he acquiesced. "All right, Only then did Jiang Si inquire, "Have you ventured into the forest again?" Qin Shen raised the other hand, revealing a basket filled with some treasures he had gathered. "Care for a trade?" Jiang Si squinted from a distance, unable to discern clearly, nor could she retrieve a telescope, so she called out, "What do you have?" As Qin Shen approached the wall of their courtyard, Jiang Si finally discerned that he had picked some cactus fruits from who knows where. The space around them was anything but static. The fresh produce in the refrigerator had dwindled, nearly consumed, and the strawberry tomatoes she had planted had yet to ripen. The prospect of feasting on cactus fruits was indeed a luxurious delight. Jiang Si's eyes sparkled as she asked, "What would you like to trade for them?" Qin Shen hesitated. "Do you have instant noodles?" "Instant noodles." That posed no problem at all. Jiang Si readily replied, "I happen to have 2 buckets of instant noodles at home. Let me come down and we can make the exchange." Jiang Si ascended with instant noodles to meet Qin Shen, and her family cast her knowing glances.
Jiang Si chuckled.
"What are you thinking? It's just a simple exchange." Jiang Linhai elongated his tone. "Oh." As soon as Jiang Si stepped out, he promptly climbed to the 3rd floor for a meticulous observation. 2 buckets of pickled vegetable noodles. Yet Qin Shen had bestowed upon her the entirety of the basket filled with cactus fruits. Jiang Si politely declined, "It's too much. Just a few will suffice. Entering the forest is perilous, and it must be quite challenging for Qin Shen to gather those fruits." Qin Shen shook his head. "It's all right. There are plenty more there." Without further ado, he placed the basket on the ground and departed with the instant noodles. "He gives you so much and you only offer 2 buckets of instant noodles?" Jiang Si was at a loss for words. Receiving too much would reveal their budding relationship. They were not that familiar yet. However, the abundance of cactus fruits he provided could indeed be transformed into jam to share with him. Only Qin Shen and Lu Jifeng, along with his daughter, remained nearby, presenting no threats, allowing them to coexist as good neighbors. Laughter ensued, and all seemed well. Shen Baoying cautiously glanced upstairs. "Where's the tiger?" Jiang Si sighed, "It has left." The formidable presence of De Bai had instilled a sense of loss upon hearing its departure. Suddenly, De He called out. It was Lu Jifeng and Yunyo arriving. Upon seeing them safe and sound, Lu Jifeng sighed in relief, saying, "I heard screams last night, so I came to check on you." Lu Jifeng shook his head. "We kept watch all night with no disturbances. Perhaps my removal of the ladder deterred them from approaching." "Well, that's good," came the agreeable response. Jiang Sio mentioned the white tiger to Lu Jifeng and, as they departed, gifted Yunyo several cactus fruits. Days passed, yet the white tiger remained elusive. One evening, standing atop the building, Jiang Si observed Qin Shen, who was repairing the windows, and inquired, "Did you go logging in the forest today?" Qin Shen nodded. "Did you see the white tiger?" he asked, his expression peculiar. "No," he replied. Jiang Si sighed, remarking on the creature's beauty. A splendid white tiger, the perfect mount. Qin Shen's responses were rather perfunctory, yet there was a certain charm in his straightforwardness that Jiang Si appreciated. With the mushroom umbrella shielding them from solar radiation, the apocalyptic effects seemed to diminish abruptly. Jiang Si remained vigilant, dedicating several hours daily to teach survival skills such as rock climbing, fire making, and diving. Meanwhile, her grandmother cultivated sweet potatoes, mushrooms, peas, and cucumbers in sacks at home. Her grandfather diligently studied medicine, and Jiang Si would venture into her space to print relevant knowledge for him. If her grandfather struggled to comprehend, he would consult Qin Shen. Her father focused on enhancing physical training, honing combat techniques, and learning new moves, which he intended to practice with Qin Shen. As a result, Qin Shen grew increasingly familiar with their family. Jiang Si even fabricated a story about discovering chemical lab equipment from a household in the village, seeking Qin Shen's advice on whether they could develop a sunscreen from mushrooms. However, the tranquil days were soon disrupted one fateful night. As Jiang Si patrolled the attic, she suddenly beheld a long line of blazing lights in the distance, marching in unison. Jiang Si promptly notified the entire family, and also called out to Qin Shen. Jiang Linhai hurriedly inquired, "Are we leaving?" Jiang Si nodded. "It seems they are coming for us. There are too many of them. It is best to retreat." "All right." The family swiftly donned their belongings and, with the black dog in tow, retreated into the forest. Just as they stepped outside, They collided with Qin Shun. Before Jiang Si could utter a word, he suddenly appeared fierce, his voice low and grave. They've arrived. Chapter 59. The beauty schemed Jiang Si stared at Qin Shun in astonishment, questioning whether she was experiencing a hallucination. It was indeed peculiar for him to emerge from his room in the dead of night seeking her for a massage. Noticing her daze, Qin Shun realized he might have inadvertently led her to misunderstand, and he closed the door behind him, suggesting they proceed to the living room instead. His intention was to clarify that he harbored no improper thoughts towards her. He must have truly woken up with a stiff neck to seek her out at such an hour. Jiang Si followed him into the living room, where Qin Shun turned his back to her, displaying his broad shoulders, elongated neck, and perfectly defined jawline for her to admire. One could not help but conclude that a handsome person is captivating from every angle. Jiang Si inhaled deeply and reached out to gently press against his sturdy shoulders and neck. Applying a slight pressure, she asked, "How does that feel?" She had never offered such a service even to Zhang Linhai before. This was her first time doing so for him. Qin Shen, appearing almost asleep, took a moment before responding with a low, languorous murmur that resonated with a magnetic quality. Jiang Si couldn't help but think that if he were not a surgeon, he would surely garner great popularity as a broadcaster. Qin Shen remained silent, quietly accepting her half-hour-long shoulder and neck massage, showing no inclination to call for it to cease. Jiang Si's hands had grown somewhat fatigued. Could it be that Qin Shen intended for her to press for as long as he had? She could indeed apply pressure, but would his cervical spine withstand such repeated strain? Just as Jiang Si considered voicing her concern, Zhang Linhai, who had come to relieve Lu Jifeng for the night shift, caught sight of them. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, "You too?" Jiang Si felt a bit dazed while Qin Shen rose, his expression unperturbed. "I woke up with a stiff neck. I asked Jiang Si for assistance in massaging it." A massage for a stiff neck at such an hour? This was utterly absurd. Zhang Linhai, devoid of any ill intentions, could hardly contain his astonishment. His penetrating gaze scrutinized them thoroughly, leaving Jiang Si feeling somewhat awkward. It was just a massage. It wasn't a matter of great significance. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow, reminding him, "Dad, Uncle Lu is still waiting for you." Zhang Linhai's meaningful glance shifted to Qin Shen, and with a light cough he stated, "It is getting late. You both should retire for the night." Qin Shen understood the implication, casting a glance at Jiang Si, to which she nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Si couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed somewhat unsatisfied, while Zhang Linhai perceived it as Jiang Si being completely ensnared by Qin Shen's charm. The following day, Jiang Si was pursued by Shen Baoying, who queried, "Are you two in a relationship?" Jiang Si laughed, thinking to herself, "What are you talking about? It was merely a massage. He openly asked to do it in the hall, so what could it be?" Shen Baoying, however, remained unconvinced. "Then why didn't he seek your father instead, choosing you instead? Little Shen is so obvious in his affections. If you don't like him, then you should just be straightforward and reject him." Jiang Si was uncertain about Qin Shen's intentions. When he professed his affection for her, he consistently maintained an air of politeness and distance. Conversely, when he claimed he was indifferent, his actions often conveyed a warmth that could easily be misconstrued. Jiang Si rolled her eyes, contemplating the awkwardness of directly informing Qin Shun of her disinterest. What if he insisted she had misunderstood? How would that affect their future interactions? Shen Baoying was taken aback, incredulous that Jiang Si believed he was certainly interested in her. "Wait, you have no feelings for him? You even massaged him last night, and yet you feel nothing?" Shen Baoying found it hard to believe. Jiang Si sighed. "What is there to discuss about romance? Isn't being single delightful? Do not worry. Humanity will not face extinction anytime soon. There are still choices to be made." Shen Baoying chuckled in exasperation. "I am eager to see how you choose." The previous day, she had frightened off a few suitors with her assertive demeanor. Meanwhile, Lu Jifeng, while collecting fish traps, stumbled upon some cattails. The stems and leaves of cattails, akin to reeds, could be woven into mats and fans, used in papermaking, and the tender shoots were a delicacy in Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisines. The economic value of cattails was considerable, particularly the pollen from the male flowers, commonly known in traditional Chinese medicine as pu huang, which possesses hemostatic and diuretic properties and can be utilized in culinary applications, such as in baking bread, muffins, and pancakes. The fruit of the cattail resembles a lengthy sausage. When peeled, it reveals a white tuft that can be used as stuffing for pillows, quilts, and garments, being both soft and warm. Suddenly, he heard Nyo shout, "Daddy, there's a woman behind you." Lu Jifeng raised his gun, and shortly after, a young woman adorned with reeds appeared within his line of sight. The woman possessed a fair complexion and delicate features, nearly the same age as Jiang Si. She gazed intently at Lu Jifeng for an extended period before summoning her courage to approach him step by step. Perceiving no threat from her, Lu Jifeng coldly advised, "Move away." Cheng Jing was aware that he belonged to one of the several boats and hastily followed, exclaiming, "Brother, wait for me." Lu Jifeng, burdened yet swift, advanced with great pace, compelling Cheng Jing to exert considerable effort to catch up. Emerging from the reeds, the yacht and steamship came into Cheng Jing's view. Her heart raced with excitement. She could finally escape the company of numerous men, no longer feeling like a lost soul. Driven by urgency, she hurried to catch up with Lu Jifeng. In her haste, she stumbled and fell, covering herself in filthy mud. Lu Jifeng swiftly boarded the yacht, leaving Cheng Jing curled up on the ground, softly weeping. With a countenance resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom, any man would find it hard to ignore her plight. Yet, as she waited in vain, her tears nearly dried up, and still, no one came to her aid. The sky darkened, and if she remained unable to board the ship, she would surely be in peril. Cheng Jing lifted her head, her gaze landing on the gun-wielding Qin Shun, and suddenly, her face radiated a remarkable brilliance. She cupped her hands and called out with fervor, "Brother, will you take me in? I am willing to do anything for you if I can stay." Just moments ago, she had called Lu Jifeng brother. Zhang Linhai cast a sudden glance at Qin Shun, while Jiang Si could not resist stealing a look at him, eager to see his reaction. Qin Shun remained unresponsive, his eyes regarding Cheng Jing as though she were merely air. At that moment, Jiang Si felt an undeniable sense of favoritism from Qin Shun towards herself. Cheng Jingjin was on the verge of tears. So many men were vying for her attention, yet the occupants of the 3 boats remained utterly indifferent. "Sister, I implore you, please keep me. I eat little and work hard. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do. I promise to be obedient." Jiang Si smirked. "What if I were to command you to die?" Chapter 38. Scorching heat. Suddenly, several men clad in tactical gear emerged from the surroundings, encircling them. These were official personnel. Everyone stood back to back, faces etched with vigilance. Moments later, the flickering flames danced, accompanied by the synchronized sound of marching footsteps. A tall young man in military uniform with piercing eyes came into view, accompanied by a familiar face. Zhao Weisong offered his compliments to Quang Jiaying. "Captain, it is indeed them. They have been hoarding weapons and ammunition, and have set traps for murder. That group must be connected to them. Look at the firearms they possess, all identical." Quang Jiaying's commanding gaze swept across them before settling on the most prominent figure, Qin Shun, as he issued orders in an imperious tone, "Surrender your weapons." Qin Shun remained unmoved, his indifferent gaze igniting a fierce exchange with the other 2. In the early days of the apocalypse, the officials still held dominion over this world. Confrontation would yield no victory. Even if they escaped today, they could still face relentless pursuit. Jiang Si grasped Qin Shun's wrist, preventing him from acting impulsively. She cast the firearm onto the ground and addressed Quang Jiaying, stating, "The weapon is not something we hoarded for ourselves. Rather, it was obtained from a group of poachers. We intended to hand it over to you. If you doubt this, you may inquire with the forest ranger." Upon hearing her words, Quang Jiaying's gaze shifted to her face, revealing a hint of amusement. Qin Shun obstructed his view, prompting Quang Jiaying to scoff disdainfully. "If you intend to surrender it, then why did you flee?" Jiang Si quickly clarified, "We believed that those individuals from the forest were seeking to trouble us again. As ordinary citizens, it is only natural for us to be frightened and run." With a steely gaze, Jiang Si insisted, "In matters such as these, evidence is paramount. They allege that we have concealed firearms. Do they possess any evidence? Any recordings? Jiao Weisong produced a bullet from his pocket, declaring, "This is the bullet you shot into the villagers." This, he asserted, was the evidence.
Jiang Si reiterated.
I have already stated that this gun was acquired from a group of poachers. They were the ones who committed the murders, and we bear no responsibility. You are clearly just trying to evade responsibility. What are we evading? We possess firearms solely for self-defense, to intimidate, and to find an opportunity to surrender them. You repeatedly assert that we are murderers. Have you actually witnessed us firing a weapon? Or have you seen us commit murder with your own eyes? Those who claim we are murderers are merely envious that our entire family is still alive, wishing to seize our stored provisions, much like the last incident when some were incited to break into our home to rob us. The subtly referenced Lin Zhu was momentarily seized by a mix of anger and confusion, his face shifting between hues of blue and white. Our captain has instructed you to open the door. Why do you refuse to comply? Jiang Si coldly scoffed. Our home has been trespassed upon numerous times, with countless impostors posing as relatives and friends. With so many of you, what if you are not truly officials? Should we venture out, we would merely become targets. Then why do you not seek refuge at a shelter? Why remain here? Jiang Si cast him a glance. We have provisions and water concealed within our home. Why must we go to a shelter? Moreover, I have already stated who can guarantee your authenticity as officials. The authorities come to seize our supplies. Who would not feel fear? Who would dare to open the door? Could you do so? Jiang Si then turned her gaze toward Quang Jiaying. I trust this leader possesses discernment. Quang Jiaying picked up the hunting rifle from the ground, his tone grave. Then how did you come by those firearms? Jiang Si, caught off guard, appeared as if they intended to detain her immediately. However, she maintained her composure. We stumbled upon them in the forest, only to be discovered by those poachers, who nearly took our lives. Fortunately, we escaped swiftly. Previously, Jiang Si had shared her concerns with everyone, wary of the troubles that armed self-defense might provoke. Quang Jiaying scrutinized her for a few moments, and soon Luo Jifeng and Yunyo were brought in. Quang Jiaying separately questioned Luo Jifeng, finding his testimony consistent with Jiang Si's claim of no escape route. Before interrogating Qin Shen, you have stored food and water. Why venture into the forest? Qin Shen replied with a detached expression. There will come a day when we exhaust our supplies. Do we not have the right to save ourselves? Must we seek shelter and live under someone else's roof? He produced a withered mushroom and inquired, have you ever encountered such a mushroom? Nyo, unable to conceal her thoughts, was perceptively caught by Quang Jiaying, who confidently remarked, you must know that this type of mushroom can evade solar radiation, which is why you dared to keep it. Jiao Weisong's eyes lit up, and he immediately insisted, take us to find the mushrooms and that group of people. Only then can we verify that you are not deceiving us. If we can locate this mushroom and conduct extensive research for its propagation, it would indeed be a significant achievement for me in bringing Quang Jiaying here. Initially, he assumed Jiang Si and her companions would readily comply. Yet Jiang Si bluntly declined, stating, we do not require any verification. Handing over our firearms is already a sacrifice. Why should we risk venturing into the forest to guide you? Her refusal was entirely reasonable, as they had no obligation to lead them. Quang Jiaying fell silent for a moment before addressing Jiang Si. If you agree to guide us, I can apply for a commendation on your behalf. He then gently coaxed. Your supplies must be dwindling, correct? I can offer you a year's worth of provisions. Lu Jifeng displayed a glimmer of hope. Such resources were a promise from the authorities. He felt tempted, realizing that no amount of provisions could safeguard the firearms they had surrendered, and instinctively glanced toward Jiang Si and her group. Jiang Si, aware that they had no concerns regarding supplies, feigned indecision and turned to Qin Shen, asking, what do you think? To her surprise, Qin Shen replied, I trust your judgment. It was as if they shared an intimate connection. His calm demeanor, at that moment, stirred a ripple of emotions within her heart. Jiang Si cast a discreet glance at him before turning to her parents behind her. Meeting their eyes, which conveyed their implicit trust in her judgment, she turned back to Quang Jiaying and said, we will provide only the coordinates, but we cannot guide you, for it is truly perilous within. In addition to supplies, I would like to request a guarantee from the leadership, if that is permissible. Quang Jiaying raised an eyebrow and inquired, what kind of guarantee? A guarantee that no one shall forcibly occupy our home or drive us away, Jiang Si asserted. In a context where water resources are scarce, it is highly likely that this place could once again become a stronghold for humanity. Given that their house was readily available, it might attract unwanted attention, with others resorting to any means to inhabit it. In her previous life, such scenarios had not been uncommon. Jiang Si had no immediate plans to relocate her parents from here. The maintenance of order by the authorities was indeed beneficial for her family, as it temporarily ensured their basic safety in life. Chapter 40. Extreme heat, preventive measures. Kwang Jiang, undeterred by the challenges, readily acquiesced, saying, "All right, I promise you, aside from that group, what other dangers might we encounter in the forest that cause you such trepidation?" Clearly, Kwang Jiang must have faced numerous troubles in the city, prompting his caution. Jiang Si cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shun, who appeared disinterested in speaking. She articulated the dangers they had encountered in the forest while emphasizing, "These are not the only threats. Do be vigilant." Kwang Jiang took note, leaving a few individuals to guard them before leading his team into the forest. Upon returning to the house, she found the room starkly empty, with painfully few belongings. As Nyonyo's stomach emitted a soft growl, Shen Baoying ventured into the kitchen to prepare a pot of noodles for everyone. Jiang Si entered the kitchen to fetch a bowl, and Shen Baoying stole a glance at the several wooden figures standing in the living room, lowering her voice to inquire, "Should we offer them something to eat?" Jiang Si shook her head, responding, "Food is precious these days, especially for those in the special forces. They certainly do not lack for our meager offerings." To avoid raising any suspicions, Shen Baoying refrained from adding scallions or eggs to the noodles. Yet her culinary skills shone through, as the broth made solely from shrimp and mushrooms was utterly tantalizing. Nyonyo licked the bowl clean, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, "Aunt Shen's noodles are delicious, far better than what Daddy makes." Shen Baoying contemplated suggesting that Nyonyo should simply tell her when she wished to eat, but she swallowed her words and instead turned to Lu Jifeng, saying, "It's not difficult. Auntie can teach your father how to prepare them for you." Nyonyo clapped her tiny hands with sheer delight. The others exchanged knowing glances, a spontaneous chuckle escaping their lips. Qin Shin candidly apologized. Jiang Si shot him a glance, assuring him, "It's all right, I can manage." Qin Shin handed her the bowl, and as Jiang Si entered the kitchen, she heard one of their guards ask Qin Shin, "Where are you going?" The agents expressed mild surprise, having assumed that Qin Shin was part of the family. He casually handed Jiang Si the meal for today, a clear gesture to establish boundaries, promptly dispelling any notions she had entertained about his feelings toward her. Upon receiving the plastic bag, she discovered it contained roughly 2 pounds of hazelnuts, rich in nutrients and filling. Regardless of how one viewed it, it was evident that they had come out ahead in this exchange. Jiang Si grasped a handful and chuckled, "This will suffice." Nyonyo promptly tugged at Lu Jifeng's sleeve. "Dad, we too must contribute something." Under normal circumstances, Shen Baoying would have quipped about offering a bowl of noodles. However, since Qin Shin had already given generously, it would be unacceptable for Lu Jifeng to refrain. Shen Baoying nodded with a smile. "All right then. The wild boar meat that Xiao Xin provided earlier is just perfect for preparing a sumptuous dish of braised pork with preserved vegetables." The Special Forces soldiers, clutching their bags of mixed grain cakes, felt a glimmer of yearning in their eyes as they listened to mentions of mushroom soup noodles, hazelnuts, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. These individuals certainly led a life of comfort. This house was also cooler than others. Moreover, the intricate layout of traps and the iron-barred windows suggested that this family was no ordinary one. The Special Forces soldier guarding them displayed a hint of anxiety. With so many people entering the forest, if they failed to find mushrooms that could shield them from radiation, they would be in peril. Ren, the most skilled among the Special Forces, intended to venture in search of them before anyone else emerged. Before leaving, Kwang Jiang had deliberately left him a shriveled mushroom capable of blocking radiation. Jiang Si opened her eyes and shook her head. "We simply have not encountered any." Everyone turned their gaze towards the window, where Kwang Jiang was propping up a colossal red mushroom, and behind him, others held an array of vibrantly colored mushrooms. Even those injured and carried on stretchers were covered in mushrooms, creating a rather comical image as if the mushrooms had come to life and were bustling into the town. Quang Jiang had assured Jiang Si that he would not allow anyone to occupy their home, and thus directed the others to take refuge in the village's vacant, yet relatively undamaged houses. He entered the house, suddenly struck by a wave of coolness. Pausing momentarily, he assured Jiang Si, once everyone is settled, I will personally arrange for the delivery of provisions. Jiang Si inquired, have all those from the forest been captured? Quang Jiang glanced at her, a smirk playing on his lips. A few managed to escape, but it is of no consequence. We are stationed here. They would not dare retaliate against you. Jiang Si was untroubled by this and nodded. Thank you, leader. Indicating her intent to dismiss him, Quang Jiang feigned ignorance, surveying their home with a knowing expression. Your house feels quite cool. Jiang Si replied nonchalantly, yes, we installed a sunshade, and it has proven quite effective. Such a sunshade with such remarkable efficacy seemed rather coincidental. Quang Jiang's gaze deepened as he shifted the topic. We have discovered a water source. Should you find yourselves in need, do not hesitate to inform me. His goodwill raised suspicions in Jiang Si, who queried, is there no need to exchange something for it? Quang Jiang shook his head. Serving the people is our mission. You have committed no crimes. As our good citizens, it is only right. Jiang Si momentarily accepted his words. Very well, if we require assistance, we will seek you out, or we can procure water ourselves. Such grand claims of water access seemed dubious, considering their near brushes with death in the forest. Quang Jiang lingered, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Si for a moment longer. Suddenly, Qin Shen stepped forward, blocking their line of sight. Quang Jiang regarded him with amusement before departing with a smile. Lu Jifeng expressed his delight, saying that the authorities would provide us with water and maintain order here. He suggested that everyone should find ways to construct temperature-controlled greenhouses for cultivating crops, as things might gradually improve in the future. Having experienced the previous life, Jiang Si felt that his vision was overly optimistic. While she too harbored hopes, the prospect of torrential rains following such high temperatures warranted caution. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Si voiced her concerns. After enduring several months of extreme heat, if a violent storm were to strike suddenly, it could potentially devastate everything. It is prudent to be prepared. Chapter 41. Scorching Heat. Refuge Camp Lu Jifeng was jolted by the realization. Given the prolonged heat, the likelihood of a torrential downpour was indeed substantial. He had intended to stay with Jiang Si and the others, but sensing their disinterest, he tactfully refrained from imposing. Beneath their floorboards lay his concealed firearms and ammunition. Should danger arise, he would still possess the means for self-defense. Jiang Si nodded in agreement. Yes, if a strong wind arises, the watchtower could become perilous. It would be wiser to relocate. They tirelessly sought usable items within the village, reinforcing doors, windows, and the rooftop, while also implementing temporary drainage solutions on the ground floor, emulating Jiang Si's family. Their home, having undergone years of repairs and seldom inhabited, raised Lu Jifeng's fears of severe water seepage on the first floor, prompting him to move all essential belongings to the second floor. He also gathered lightweight wooden boards to fashion lifebuoys for himself and Nyo, simultaneously enhancing Nyo's adaptability in the event of water exposure. During other times, he learned from Jiang Si's grandmother, utilizing woven bags to cultivate sweet potatoes, mushrooms, and chives. However, their home lacked insulation panels, and they had no means to cool down using ice cubes as Jiang Si occasionally did. Aside from the gigantic mushrooms sprouting mycelium, there was no sign of activity. Lu Jifeng remained undeterred and intended to inquire where Qin Shen had procured the prickly pear. If it could be cultivated, planting some cacti would suffice. The prickly pear not only serves as food, but the cactus itself can be peeled and consumed as a vegetable, being rich in moisture and renowned for its abundant flowering and fruiting. Jiang Si also informed Qin Shen of the forecast predicting heavy rain. Life had changed significantly from the past. She could no longer predict with certainty, yet she was unafraid of Qin Shen suspecting how she knew. Once the water source was confirmed potable, Quang Jiang began the gradual relocation of the refuge camp to Longquan Village. Longquan Village comprised over 120 households, and aside from the homes of Qin Shen, Lu Jifeng, and Jiang Si, many others moved in daily. Each household accommodated at least 20 individuals. Familiar and unfamiliar faces shared large communal sleeping quarters. The heat intensified, and the odor within the cramped space was overwhelming. Lin Zhu's family squeezed into the shelter, enduring only 2 meals a day with long lines for the restroom, unable to stretch their legs while sleeping. After a long wait, they finally received word of finding a water source and a solution to mitigate the radiation. The village, designated as the refuge camp space, had been appropriated by the authorities, despite it originally belonging to them. They possessed a home yet were forced to continue sharing a communal space with others, each breath permeated with the stench of waste. Although conditions had slightly improved, they were still far from ideal. Luo Yong's family was equally astounded. They never anticipated that the village they desperately fled would become the refuge camp space. They collectively approached Song Hui to explain their situation, expressing their desire to return to their own homes. This way, they would not have to squeeze in with others, nor would they need to heed the official commands to dig ditches or construct houses in exchange for food. The base had water, and they could devise ways to cultivate some crops. Prior to their arrival, several others had already sought out Song Hui. He candidly stated that since they had departed and accepted assistance from the refugee camp, everything here was no longer their concern. The state had found a suitable place for everyone to live. If they refused to comply with the state's arrangements, they could leave the refugee camp immediately. Leave the refugee camp. With no water, no food, and no shelter, how could they survive? Dejected, they walked away. In the following days, Lin Zhu, being a veterinarian, secured a position tending to the livestock at the camp, earning 10 points a day, just sufficient for his own sustenance. Although the work was not strenuous, it was the coolest spot in the entire camp. It was said that thick layers of insulation had been added to ensure the remaining chickens, ducks, and rabbits could thrive. Perhaps he might even have the chance to sneak an egg for a little indulgence. One evening, he inadvertently spotted the flickering light from Jiang Si's home. He inquired with Zhao Quanguen whether Jiang Si's family also housed 20 people. Zhao Quanguen, feeling belittled by Jiang Si, scoffed coldly, remarking that they were different. The entire family could enjoy a life of luxury without any effort, residing in a spacious villa.
Lin Zhu's eyes widened in fury.
Why should that be? They were all from the same village and Jiang Si's family were murderers, yet they were treated like emperors in the refugee camp. This is utterly unjust. Zhao Quanguen scoffed. What injustice? From the very beginning, they have remained in Longquan village, earning merits and receiving the protection of our camp leader, along with several thousand pounds of grain. They are indeed fortunate. He deliberately aimed to incite Lin Zhu, hoping to provoke trouble with Jiang Si and the others. If Jiang Si and his companions erred, it would warrant their punishment. Several thousand pounds of grain. To each individual in these times, that figure was astronomical. Lin Chenghua, whose arm had been wounded by Jiang Si's arrow, could hardly lift his hand. Hearing of Jiang Si's favorable circumstances ignited a furious resolve within him. Let us go. Gather some people to join us. We shall move into their dwelling, enjoying the finest provisions.
Lin Zhu hesitated slightly.
I've heard that the camp leader protects them. Lin Chenghua's eyes glinted with malice. Protect? Nonsense. Why should they receive special treatment? We cannot reside in Jiang Si's quarters. Then they must return our rightful home. That was ours to begin with. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Even with patrols in Longquan village maintaining order, Jiang Si remained vigilant, rotating with his family to observe from the windows daily. As Jiang Si was instructing his mother on how to evade restraint, a sudden voice from above called out, "Alert!" Everyone immediately ceased their tasks, donned their gear, and armed themselves. Even Xiao He and He raced to the door, baring their teeth in a fierce and ready stance. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Si heard a cacophony of voices outside. Lin Zhu was shouting, "Your family occupies such a large space with only a few of you, wasting our resources. We are all from the same village. Allow us to move in." Chapter 42. Scorching heat and sandstorms. Fortunately, Jiang Si exhibited foresight and directly negotiated the terms for securing their residence with Quang Jiaying. Otherwise, cohabiting with this unruly crowd would inevitably lead to countless troubles. The uproar from outside grew increasingly fierce. Had it not been for the current oversight of the village, they might have stormed in and expelled Jiang Si and the others. Yu Haven T even dug a water channel, Yet you presume to occupy our hard-earned resources while expecting us to provide you with free water, food, and shelter? We live in conditions worse than a dog's. Indeed, your family has taken advantage of us. At the very least, you should contribute something. To take without giving back is unjust. One must be considerate and possess a conscience. In this national disaster, do not act so selfishly. If everyone had a place to stay, we would not impose upon you. However, Jiang Si and the others had yet to draw any water. Publicly, they had been exchanging goods with Mo Hua for it. While Quang Jiang had promised them a year's worth of grain, they had only received a single bag of flour thus far. Overall, they had not truly benefited at all. Zhang Linhai wore an expression of anger mixed with concern. Could it be that Quang Jiang is orchestrating this ruckus just to drive us out? Jiang Si shook her head. He likely lacks the leisure for such schemes. Even if our home is spacious, accommodating a few dozen more people is trivial. Instead of expending such effort on petty grievances, it would be wiser to expedite the infrastructure and housing repairs. Zhang Qingfang furrowed her brow. Is it possible that our reluctance to participate in labor has drawn too much attention? We do stand out a bit, and our inaction may lead others to suspect that we possess abundant resources. Their envy and jealousy could very well incite them to act maliciously behind our backs. Jiang Sadeo remarked, even if we toil away, they will undoubtedly harbor thoughts about our independent residence, and trouble is inevitable. Zhang Linhai inquired, what shall we do now? Jiang Si gazed out at the agitated crowd beyond the window. Quang Jiang has acquiesced to our terms, and naturally, he must uphold his end of the bargain. We shall not open the door. Let them cause a ruckus outside. I refuse to believe he remains oblivious to the commotion. Should he perceive the public outrage as irreparable and insist that we relinquish our home, then there is little reason for us to remain here. Living in such close quarters with so many, under constant scrutiny, we might as well seek refuge elsewhere. After all, the colossal mushrooms in our space have already sprouted, providing us with a fallback plan. Shen Baoying expressed her concerns, asking, if Quang Jiang forbids them from entering, will we be required to participate in labor to earn points? If we abstain, might our absence eventually be discovered? Even if Quang Jiang provides them with the promised provisions, it raises suspicions about their confidence in not having to work for sustenance indefinitely. Jiang Si glanced at the thermometer affixed to the wall and addressed the group. The temperature has already dropped several degrees over the past couple of days. I sense that rain may be imminent. They likely have little time to concern themselves with us. With Jiang Si's decisive words, the group felt reassured. Outside, Lin Zhu, infuriated, pounded on their iron gate, shouting, do not think that hiding away will spare you from consequences. Come out immediately. He had gathered information indicating that all firearms belonging to Jiang Si's family had been confiscated, and they would undoubtedly refrain from resorting to violence. Others joined in, clamoring, come out, reallocate the houses. The Jiang family home is far superior to the other makeshift shelters. It is rumored that they possess several thousand pounds of grain. Originally, it was not Lin Zhu who called for them, but upon hearing the news, others gathered at the Jiang household, shouting with enthusiasm that surpassed all. Quang Jiang went to the South City to report on the situation of the Longquan village refugee camp, while Song Hui led a team to dig a water channel. Currently, Zhao Weismong holds the highest authority in the camp. He brought a few individuals to assess the situation, only to be besieged by the crowd demanding an explanation. His attempts to clarify were infuriating. Those capable of impressing our camp leader indeed possessed the right to reside in a standalone, spacious house. The onlookers, initially drawn by curiosity, were incensed by Zhao Weismong's embellished statements. They mistakenly believed that Jiang Si had colluded with Quang Jiang to gain such privileges and grew increasingly frenzied, pounding on the door. With only a handful of followers, Zhao Weismong found himself pushed aside. Yet he feigned authority, shouting, "What are you doing? What is the meaning of this? They have earned their merit." At that moment, his words carried little weight. Spoken so softly, hardly anyone could hear him. The door and windows echoed with the sounds of relentless banging, while some attempted to pry open the door or shatter the windows. Shen Baoying, witnessing the turmoil outside, was filled with anxiety. "CC, what shall we do if they break in?" Their firearms had been confiscated, and although bows and crossbows could provide some defense, The key concern was whether they would face repercussions for any injuries inflicted. Jiang Si narrowed her eyes. If no one stops them in the next 5 minutes, we will leave this place. Shun Baoying furrowed her brow in distress. But where can we go? As the words fell silent, the torches outside extinguished simultaneously, and the restless crowd suddenly quieted. At that moment, Jiang Si felt the temperature drop sharply. The howling wind roared like a ferocious dragon in everyone's ears. The crowd erupted in jubilant exclamations. Is it going to rain? The windows on the second floor rattled violently, heightening the excitement. It's going to rain. It's going to rain. Yet, as Jiang Si listened to the howling wind, she sensed that the rain was not imminent. According to the patterns of her previous life, a fierce sandstorm would first sweep through before the sudden downpour. It was a sandstorm that had ripped the roof off their home, forcing them to leave this place. In this life, she had reinforced the roof, so such a calamity should not occur again. Just as this thought emerged in her mind, it was abruptly interrupted by the crowd's exhilaration turning into panicked cries for help. The relentless heat had parched the earth for months, and without mercy, it whipped up the dust and debris from the ground, violently assaulting everyone. Those with even slightly less weight struggled to maintain their footing, nearly being swept away. The air, affected by the sandstorm, became thin in an instant. Each breath was filled with dust, suffocating and burning, causing a sharp pain in the chest. Suddenly, someone was lifted by the wind and crashed heavily against the remnants of Jiang Si's family wall. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed. Under the murky moonlight, a shadow flickered, rolling like tumbleweed, crashing against a tree stump, followed by frantic cries for help. Lin Zhu and Lin Chenghua sensed the danger, clinging tightly to the iron gate of Jiang Si's home. Quick! Open the door and save them. Open the door. Jiang Si cast a fleeting glance outside the entrance, where not only Lin Zhu and Lin Chenghua clung desperately to their family's door, but also a multitude sought to intrude upon their sanctuary. Should they grant entry, the howling winds would undoubtedly render them unable to expel the intruders. Indifferent to the commotion, Jiang Si instructed her family to swiftly ensure that all doors and windows were securely fastened. Lin Zhu, nearly swept away by the gusts, grew frantic and pounded on the door, exclaiming, "You heartless fiends! To witness death and do nothing is to invite retribution. Open the door, you beasts! You are more despicable than swine or dogs." Chapter 43. Sandstorm with a swift motion. Jiang Si unlocked the security door, and through the iron bars, she stepped down hard upon Lin Zhu's hand. The moment he yelped in pain and released his grip on the bars, a fierce sandstorm surged forth, toppling several individuals like kites severed from their strings. Lin Chenghua, with only one hand free, struggled against the barrage of wind and sand that stung his eyes, tears streaming down his face, evoking a sense of pity. "Jiang Si, we are all from the same village. Why must you be so malicious? All I ask is for you to open the door and lend a hand. Yet you refuse to save lives and instead, you seek to harm. I shall report you, and I will see you imprisoned, forcing your entire family out of the refuge." His voice grew increasingly frantic, his eyes reddening as though afflicted by conjunctivitis. The roar of the wind intensified around him, and Jiang Si, with a smirk, retorted, "I fear you shall find no opportunity to do so." Suddenly, a tree stump, as thick as a thigh, hurtled towards them with alarming speed. Lin Chenghua's pupils dilated in shock, and in an instant, he, along with others, was violently swept away. Jiang Si lowered the iron curtain, the relentless wail of the storm outside continuing unabated. She turned around and felt a slight irritation in her eyes, likely due to the sand that had entered earlier. Rubbing her eyes directly could potentially lead to bacterial eye infections. After gently wiping her eyes with a clean, damp towel, the burning sensation subsided significantly, and she proceeded to apply a few drops of eye drops. Despite closing the doors and windows, the air remained exceedingly dry. The howling wind sounded as if it had vowed to topple the entire world. Jiang Si took out goggles, a dust mask, and sterilized protective clothing for everyone. Just in case the house sustained any damage, they should promptly don the goggles and masks. The murky air contained a plethora of dust that could induce breathing difficulties, leading to respiratory diseases. Eyes and ears were also at risk of conjunctivitis. As everyone accepted the items, Jiang Si produced a highly effective moisturizing cream for them to apply, as the arid air could cause their skin to crack. Zhang Linhai was reluctant to use it. Your grandfather and I are a bit rough around the edges, you all should use more. Jiang Si shook her head. The dry weather and heavy dust will lead to moisture loss on the skin surface, which not only causes roughness but also clogs pores with dust, potentially resulting in acne if not addressed promptly. Those with allergic constitutions, like Mom, are prone to various allergic dermatitis and rashes. Everyone should apply more. I have bought plenty of cream, and it doesn't matter if we run out. I have grown aloe vera in my space, and we can make cream from it as well. Zhang Linhai feared a face full of acne, and a scoop of the expensive cream worth 2,000 yuan amounted to just half a bottle. He generously applied the cream to his face, which was effortlessly absorbed, leaving his skin feeling remarkably smooth, with pores opened and a refreshing radiance. He widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Goodness! This stuff works wonders. No wonder your mother used it every day and forbade me from touching it." Shen Baoying shot him a glare. "If you wish to use it, who am I to deny you? Don't speak nonsense." Zhang Linhai chuckled. "If I were to use it and suddenly appear youthful, your mother would surely be on edge all day. How could I dare?" Shen Baoying blushed, reproaching him for his frivolity in front of everyone. Jiang Si smiled subtly, contemplating that as long as her father lived well, her mother would not succumb to despair. After 3 hours of relentless sandstorm, the clamor of the outside world, coupled with the abrasive noise of swirling dust, became exceedingly uncomfortable, especially for the elderly Shen Baoying and Jiang Chenggu, who both suffered from headaches, nausea, and irritability due to the low-frequency wind. Jiang Si prepared some mint lemon tea to soothe everyone, ensuring they stayed hydrated and facilitating the expulsion of metabolic waste, thus alleviating their discomfort. Jiang Chenghai took a sip of the tea, replenishing his vitamins and feeling slightly revitalized. Has the temperature dropped to 35 degrees? Does that mean the radiation from the sun has also diminished? Jiang Si nodded. That should indeed be the case. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something collided with their insulation board. Perhaps a large branch blown in from the forest, or possibly even a person. The impact was so forceful that everyone seated felt the tremor. The insulation board appeared to be nearly swept away by the fierce winds. Jiang Si felt a twinge of unease as Shen Baoying anxiously remarked, "I wonder if Qin Shun is at home. With such fierce winds, he mustn't be outside." Jiang Si furrowed his brow, reasoning that he didn't venture into the forest daily, so he should be at home. The more time he spent with Qin Shin, the more he appreciated his charismatic persona, which seemed to cast a glow over him in the eyes of others. Shen Baoying suggested to Jiang Si, "Isn't your room perfectly positioned to see Qin Shun's house? Why not check if he is there?" The group unanimously agreed, realizing that having troubled him so much lately, it would be remiss not to offer assistance during such a tempest. Jiang Si retrieved a night vision telescope and, under the urging gazes of his companions, peered through the window towards Qin Shin's residence. The darkened sky was shrouded in yellow dust, revealing only a solitary house, battered yet resilient against the storm. If Qin Shin were at home, he would likely be huddled in one of the rooms. Jiang Si shook his head. "I don't see anyone. Let's wait until dawn." As the temperature dropped, the night stretched endlessly. The group remained by the window, taking turns to rest for 5 hours until the sky began to brighten gradually. Thick layers of dust enveloped the atmosphere, casting a shadow that rendered the interior dim and chilly. They all donned extra layers, while Grandma even draped a vest over the 2 dogs, Little Black and Big Black. Jiang Si lifted the telescope again, but the windows were caked with dust, obscuring any view of Qin Shin's condition. The storm intensified, and the windows trembled as if on the verge of shattering. In a swift motion, Jiang Si pulled down the iron sheet, and in an instant, every window in the house exploded with a terrifying cacophony, akin to a series of detonations. Everyone huddled together as the ground suddenly trembled beneath their feet, and the lights on the rooftop swayed incessantly. Jiang Linhai exclaimed, "Sisi, it feels like an earthquake." No sooner had he spoken than dust rained down violently from the ceiling, and the steel door emitted a piercing sound akin to tearing. In a flash, Jiang Si conjured an earthquake shelter from her space, urging the entire family to take refuge inside. The shelter resembled a small shipping container, Yet it was the most advanced seismic technology from the Sun Country. Even if the building were to collapse from the 20th floor, the shelter would remain unscathed. Of course, it was also quite heavy and would not be swept away. Jiang Si had specifically procured it as a precaution against tectonic shifts. Little did she know, it would be put to use today. Strapped in securely, they sat on a long sofa bench, occasionally jolted as they felt the immense force of the sandstorm. Jiang Si ventured into the space to prepare a pot of lotus soup with an induction cooker, baked several sausages, and harvested a dozen ripe cherry tomatoes. After everyone had their fill, the commotion outside the shelter subsided. Jiang Si instructed everyone to don their gear, ensuring even Dehai and Xiaohei were equipped with scarves to protect their eyes and ears before tentatively opening the shelter. With a whoosh, thick dust cascaded down, and Jiang Si waved her hand, cautiously stepping outside. Suddenly, a stranger's voice bellowed from the attic. "You fool, get the gun." Chapter 44. The Deluge. The rooftop had been blown away by the sandstorm, leaving only the walls remaining. Luo Daqiang suddenly realized, freeing one hand to grab the gun. "Here, brother. Once this day passes safely, I shall ensure that charlatan fortune-teller faces the consequences." The iron gate creaked ominously as they clung to the wall, desperately trying to maintain their grip. Jiang Xianchao wished for the wind to blow more fiercely, to pry the gate open, yet he feared that they might be swept away, his heart racing as he kicked the door in a frenzy. Alas, the security door installed by Jiang Sijia was far too sturdy. No matter how he struck, it remained impervious. The loft was high, and the situation below remained obscured. Jiang Xianchao, his mouth filled with dust, could no longer contain his rage, bellowing, "Fool! Let go and meet Yen Wang, so he can grant you a pig's fetus. Do not dare claim to know me." Luo Daqiang genuinely believed this was a splendid idea. If they could not enter the dwelling, then hanging around in the wind was even more perilous. If the gusts grew stronger, he feared he might turn into a sun-dried sausage. Suddenly, his eyes darted, and with excitement, he exclaimed, "Brother, I have a knife. I will shield you. You pry the door." Jiang Xianchao felt an overwhelming urge to slap Luo Daqiang. "Why did you not reveal it sooner?" Luo Daqiang chuckled. "I simply did not think of it." Just as Jiang Xianchao seized the knife from Luo Daqiang, the door swung open with a clang. In a daze, Jiang Xianchao looked down to find the sharp blade lodged deep in his chest, blood gushing forth. The weight upon Luo Daqiang suddenly intensified. "Brother, you are so heavy. Get up, I cannot hold on any longer." Jiang Xianchao slumped against him as the ferocious sandstorm raged on. Unable to withstand any longer, Luo Daqiang's grip slackened, and they were swept away like meteors through the swirling dust. Two fleeting shadows streaked across the tempest, as Zhang Linhai peeked out from behind Jiang Si, questioning, "Where are they?" Jiang Si pointed skyward. "They've flown away." Oh, in the next moment, Zhang Linhai was astounded by the dismal state of their attic. The entire loft was left with merely some steel reinforcement standing amidst a scattering of cement, while the roof had completely vanished. Jiang Si had believed that their family had fortified the roof structure, thus avoiding such a calamity, yet she had grossly underestimated the ferocity of the sandstorm. Fortunately, the first and second floors remained stable, allowing them to continue residing there. However, after only a brief moment, a great deal of sand and dust began to drift in. Jiang Si's goggles were nearly obscured. She reached out to wipe them clean, and in the blurred visibility, she discerned the faint outline of Qin Shin. She rose onto her tiptoes for a closer look. He held a piece of wood, hammering away, seemingly repairing the windows on the second floor. In the midst of such a colossal sandstorm, Qin Shin appeared to wear only a woven head covering, devoid of sunglasses or a mask. Jiang Si called out to him, "Qin Shin, I'm bringing you something. I'll toss it into the yard. Can you retrieve it?" The vague silhouette of Qin Shin abruptly paused, and after a moment, his deep voice resonated, "I can." Jiang Si breathed a sigh of relief and hastily retrieved a woven bag, carefully wrapping a jar of cream, goggles, for dust masks, and a protective suit in foam paper. Once she had secured them into a compact bundle, she added 2 hefty bricks into the bag. With a chain fastened around her waist, her companions pulled from behind as the fierce wind howled, making it feel as though they could scarcely maintain their footing. With great effort, she hurled the woven bag towards Qin Shin, shouting, "Did you see it?" Qin Shin moved with surety, exuding an air of ease amidst the tempest. He picked up the bag and waved appreciatively. "Got it. Thank you. Good." As the door closed, Jiang Si gradually became aware of the formidable prowess of Qin Shin beneath him. He appeared unfazed by the fierce winds. The sandstorm had relentlessly persisted for 2 consecutive days, completely filling their ground floor with the dust and debris it had swept in. Their stockpiled provisions were still stranded at the original refuge camp, which was perhaps a stroke of fortune, for had they been transported, they would have inevitably been swept away en route. As everyone fervently prayed for the tempest to abate, the temperature plummeted to 10 degrees Celsius. Due to the oppressive heat, most were clad in mere light garments, huddled in the confined space, teetering on the brink of despair, quickly embroiled in disputes over a single coat or a thin blanket. Misfortunes compounded, for just as they hoped for the storm's swift conclusion, rain began to fall without warning. A torrential downpour unleashed itself upon the parched earth that had suffered for months. The relentless rain rejuvenated the thirsty ground, and the combined forces of the hurricane and deluge soon amassed a significant accumulation of water. The attic resonated with the sound of raindrops striking it like gunfire. Previously, they had fortified their home with waterproof panels and elevated the thresholds of their doors, allowing the rooftop water to cascade into the courtyard. After a night of unrelenting rain, their dwelling lay submerged in a mire of mud and silt. The entire ground floor was overtaken by the rising water and the encroaching sediment. Gazing around, the soft, bubbling, muddy floor resembled a voracious swamp, ready to devour. Presently, the only refuge left for them was the second floor. Regrettably, the deluge persisted until the following evening, rendering the waterproof panels ineffective. Rainwater streamed through the crevices in the walls, flooding the floor with containers set out to catch the deluge. It is estimated that in just a few days, the water tank in Jiang Si's space will be filled to capacity. Situated at a higher altitude, Longquan village has been spared from flooding to some extent, thanks to the dust and debris left behind by the sandstorms. Jiang Si observed the rainfall. As long as the house remained standing, they would not leave. The ground resembled a swamp, with each step risking immersion up to the waist. No one dared venture outside unless they were seeking death. They could only endure, relying on rainwater to stave off hunger. In the depths of despair, hope may indeed arise. As the rain intensified and the surroundings transformed into a vast sea, they suddenly spotted fish darting through the water. Elation filled the air, prompting everyone to hastily grab various tools to catch fish. Jiang Si too noticed the fish below. As soon as her fishing rod was cast, it was seized ferociously, requiring no bait to entice the catch. A fleeting thought of the snakehead she had slain in the cave crossed her mind, and her heart raced as she drew closer to behold a 3-kilogram snakehead. Jiang Si hoisted the snakehead out, bludgeoned it to death with a stick, and tossed it back into the water. In an instant, a frenzy ensued as a multitude of snakeheads, varying in size, leaped up, their sharp teeth tearing the lifeless body to shreds, the blood attracting even more snakeheads. The larger snakeheads, arriving too late to feast on the flesh, opened their fangs and devoured several smaller ones. Jiang Si had originally intended to eradicate the snakeheads to prevent their rampant reproduction. Little did she anticipate that they would turn on their own kind. The number of snakeheads in the water certainly surpassed the 2 massive ones they had dispatched that day. The thought of so many formidable snakeheads lurking beneath the surface, watching with predatory intent, sent a chill down her spine. Jiang Si immediately addressed the group, urging them to avoid contact with the water's surface, warning of the perilous presence of exceptionally large pike eels lurking beneath, particularly on the first floor. She proposed sealing the stairway with concrete. No sooner had her words left her lips than an astonishing scream pierced the air, echoing throughout the village. Jiang Si raised her binoculars, witnessing a man struggling in the murky water, surrounded by piranha-like pike eels. His anguished cries, accompanied by expanding rings of blood, were truly harrowing. Soon, the man vanished entirely beneath the water's surface, prompting those inside to cautiously emerge. Battling the torrential rain, they employed various tools to retrieve the pike eels that had been lured in. Though Jiang Si wished to avoid the darkest interpretations of human nature, her instincts told her that this man had been pushed into the water as bait. The sight of a person being devoured by pike eels left an indescribably somber expression on everyone's faces. Jiang Si, peering through his binoculars, observed that the rescue team at the shelter was casting nets to capture the pike eels, and he couldn't help but wonder aloud, aren't pike eels toxic? Jiang Si shook her head. Indeed, pike eels possess toxins, but not throughout their entire bodies. Their venom is concentrated in the internal organs and particularly in the roe, which is highly lethal. However, the flesh itself is safe to consume, provided one avoids puncturing the gallbladder, differentiates between male and female fish, and refrains from eating the immature roe. The rescue team had already captured a significant number of pike eels, perhaps enough to alleviate their food shortages. Although they were edible, there remained a risk of accidental poisoning. Jiang Si sighed, well, it's better than starving to death. At least it offers a chance at survival. The smaller species of the alligator gar are easily caught. However, the larger ones have become wiser after numerous attacks from humans. They patiently lurk at the bottom of the water, waiting for prey to approach, and then they leap up suddenly, delivering a fatal blow. Many have been dragged into the water, and before rescuers can react, the alligator gar has already claimed its victim. Yet these are not the largest of their kind. Jiang Si and his family spent 2 days sealing off the first floor completely. The torrential rain did not subside. Instead, it intensified, cascading down like a waterfall from the heavens. Standing on the staircase, Jiang Si and his family repeatedly applied waterproof material to the ceiling, yet the infiltrating water continued unabated. To prevent flooding on the second floor, Jiang Si was compelled to create drainage holes in every room of the house. Despite these efforts, the water level still rose to their ankles. To avoid bacteria, they donned protective suits and donned tall rubber boots, residing on the rescue boat that Jiang Si had procured. The boat was small, just sufficient for each person to find a place to sleep on bunk beds. The 2 dogs, Big Black and Little Black, lay on the cabin floor, with their grandmother having fashioned a makeshift bed for them. Jiang Si would venture into the makeshift kitchen to prepare simple meals, which he would then serve to everyone. As long as the house remained intact, life on the boat was still quite pleasant. However, this sense of comfort was soon disrupted by the rising waters. The silt accumulated by the dust storm prevented the village's floodwaters from draining away, and the murky water had already reached the level of the second-floor windows. The drainage holes in the house, overwhelmed by the excessive rainfall, necessitated the creation of additional openings. The temperature indoors plummeted, becoming nearly indistinguishable from that outside, prompting them to use an extra blanket while sleeping. This was not the gravest crisis yet. Jiang Si discovered the presence of juvenile alligator gar in the stagnant water surrounding their home. These ferocious, carnivorous fish, though diminutive in size, exhibited an alarming degree of aggression. Jiang Si, accompanied by his family, attempted to capture the fish using a dip net and resorted to introducing chemicals into the water, striving to eradicate the alligator gar completely. The sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly, followed by the sudden explosion of a grenade, its detonation startlingly clear amidst the torrential rain. This marked the first occasion the rescue soldiers employed grenades. Jiang Si's instincts warned him of impending danger. Grabbing a pair of binoculars, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Dozens of gargantuan alligator gar, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, circled the nearly collapsing house, preying on their victims, both their own kind and hapless humans. The terrified individuals called out for the rescue soldiers to obliterate the alligator gar. A successful strike would be fortunate, but a miss would result in the alligator gar using their steel-like armored backs to mercilessly batter the beleaguered structure. The smaller alligator gar could be dispatched with firearms, yet the larger ones, weighing over 100 kilograms, rendered bullets ineffective, their scales impervious to penetration, leaving ordinary individuals utterly defenseless. In a desperate bid to escape the perilous abode, they boarded makeshift rafts, but within moments, people began to vanish without a trace. The rescue soldiers, too, hesitated to deploy lifeboats for a rescue operation. The anxiety of Jiao Weisong escalated. If the rain continued at this relentless pace, everyone would inevitably be consumed by these mutant alligator gar. He gazed at the obstructed drainage outlet in the village and ordered his soldiers to use grenades and explosives to clear it at all costs. Once the water was drained, their safety would be assured. As Jiang Si pondered the possibility of Jiao Weisong successfully blasting open the drainage outlet, A strange pain began to envelop her chest, abdomen, and entire body. It was akin to being pricked by countless needles, an incessant discomfort that stirred feelings of irritation and despondency, yet remained within the bounds of endurance. Jiang Si attributed this sensation to the energy stone's mischief, believing that if she could endure, it would eventually pass. However, as midnight approached, an unbearable burning engulfed her, the pain piercing her very core as if she were being subjected to 1,000 torturous blades.
Jiang Si groaned in agony,
Prompting her companions to rise and surround her with their glow sticks. "Si, what is happening to you?" they exclaimed, with a pale face, bulging veins, and her damp hair clinging to her ears. She resembled a tragic mermaid who had just washed ashore, bereft of her legs. Summoning her strength, she managed to sit up and consumed 5 painkillers, intending to reassure her friends that she was fine. Yet, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through her chest, transforming her comforting words into a helpless scream. Having never witnessed Jiang Si in such torment, Shen Baoying was overwhelmed with tears. "Si, where does it hurt?" she cried. Having survived a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, Jiang Si had become somewhat of a doctor, yet she could not ascertain the cause of her suffering. Fearing for her own well-being, she forced herself to remain rational, conjuring a plethora of food and essential supplies from her storage. However, before she could fully retrieve them, darkness consumed her, and she fell into unconsciousness. "Si." Her friends called out urgently, but even those who grasped her pulse could not rouse her. Jiang Chenggu felt her forehead, finding it cool to the touch, even slightly below normal temperature. Despite her unconscious state, the anguish etched on Jiang Si's face showed no signs of abating. Jiang Chenggu perused several medical tomes, yet lacking experience, he could hardly be deemed a barefoot doctor. Frustrated by his own helplessness and under the eager gazes of those around him, he clenched his teeth and suggested, "Why not call Qin Shin and see if he can help?" The group was at a loss, with Qin Shin being their sole medical hope, an undeniable lifeline. Though the items within the room might raise Qin Shin's suspicions, they felt compelled to take the risk. Zhang Linhai immediately volunteered, "I will go fetch him." Shen Baoying, in a state of acute distress yet retaining a modicum of rationality, interjected, "You must first ascertain whether he is willing to come. After all, Qin Shin and Sisi were not romantically involved. Who would willingly embrace such peril?" Her words struck a chord with Zhang Linhai, who furrowed his brow and replied, "Then I shall attempt to reach him in Sisi's room." The torrential rain fell between the two houses, enveloping everything in a thick curtain of water. The sound of the pouring rain served as a natural sound barrier. Zhang Linhai cupped his hands and shouted, "Qin Shin, can you hear me?" All he received in response was the chilling sound of the rain. The entire family joined in, calling out, "Qin Shin, our Sisi is unwell. Could you please come and take a look?" "Qin Shin." Zhang Linhai felt utterly defeated. What if he heard us but simply does not wish to come? Shen Baoying's voice trembled with suppressed tears. It is entirely understandable if he chooses not to. Suddenly, a loud thud reverberated as an object struck their wall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, only to be followed by a surge of elation. It seemed to have been thrown from Qin Shen's residence. Zhang Linhai picked up the stone wrapped in plastic and extracted a note from within. As the family gathered closer to read, they found a few concise words penned with clarity. "Don't worry, wait for me to arrive." Shen Baoying clutched the note, overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Qin Shin is truly remarkable." Zhang Linhai expressed his concerns. "It is far too perilous for him to wade through. I shall row out to fetch him." Tears welled in Zhang Qingji's eyes as she nodded, choked with emotion. Just as Zhang Linhai laid Jiang Si on the wire bed in the room, a knock resounded on the window. Qin Shin, defying the tempest, was astonishingly suspended outside the window. Suddenly, a massive giant snakehead fish leapt up, its gaping maw aimed at Qin Shin. The atmosphere froze in terror. In an instant, Qin Shin delivered a kick as powerful as steel, sending the creature reeling in shock. It had not anticipated that its prey would retaliate. In an astonishing display of agility, Qin Shin's foot struck with the swiftness of a phantom, leaving the creature dazed, its snout askew, and several teeth knocked out. With a splash, it plunged back into the water, fleeing in haste, oblivious to the boat beneath the window. a peculiar oversight. Unfazed, Qin Shen remarked, I swam over from behind. Soaked to the bone from the rain, there was no room for doubt, and everyone hurriedly offered him towels, hot water, and clothing. While Qin Shen tended to Jiang Si's ailments, Shen Baoying hastily secured the room designated for the lifeboat. As Qin Shen felt Jiang Si's pulse, her eyelashes fluttered, and the furrow in her brow eased slightly. Jiang Chengwu's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that Qin Shen possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine? Jiang Linhai, anxious, inquired, Xiao Shen, what is wrong with Si? Have you discerned the issue? The others, equally perplexed, pressed on. Is there a remedy? With utmost seriousness, Qin Shen replied, we can employ conservative treatment, utilizing traditional Chinese massage. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Could traditional Chinese massage truly remedy sudden cardiac arrest? Felt rather peculiar. Noticing the serious expression on Qin Shen's face, they collectively swallowed their subtle doubts. Jiang Linhai quickly inquired, Xiao Shen, could you teach us this massage technique? Qin Shen nodded. I will demonstrate it. Please observe closely. Everyone nodded in unison, their seriousness palpable. Qin Shen extended his hand and gradually applied pressure along Jiang Si's arm. He pressed for over 2 hours without interruption. Concerned that Qin Shen's hand might become fatigued, Jiang Linhai offered to take his place. However, at the moment Qin Shen's fingers departed, Jiang Si instinctively grasped his hand, pressing it against her chest. The Jiang family stood frozen in shock. When Qin Shen attempted to withdraw his hand, Jiang Si tightened her grip, furrowing his brow as she pouted. If you run away, I'll bite you. Faced with the depth of Qin Shen's dark eyes, Jiang Linhai felt an odd sense that Jiang Si was taking advantage of him, his face reddening with embarrassment. Unsure of what to say, Shen Baoying quickly urged Jiang Si. Si, wake up, let go, let go. Jiang Si felt as if she was lying on a luxurious mattress, with a soft, plump white tiger offering its belly as a pillow, an exquisite comfort that was hard to resist. The incessant buzzing in her ears finally prompted her to reluctantly open her eyes. Qin Shen's indifferent yet handsome face immediately captured her attention. Startled, Jiang Si's gaze fell upon his hand, then her own chest, and she gasped, her mind momentarily blank. Why was she holding on to Qin Shen's hand? Jiang Si awakened, much to the delight of everyone. Concerned that Qin Shen might be perceived as a rogue by Jiang Si, Shen Baoying hastily grasped her hand, exclaiming, Si, you fainted. It was Qin Shen who braved the rain to save you. Suddenly, her palm felt empty, as if a part of her very being had been withdrawn. Jiang Si, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation, felt a surge of irritation and murmured her gratitude. Noticing her furrowed brow, Qin Shen's deep and melodious voice remarked, there is still a possibility of recurrence. Shen Baoying quickly inquired, can we awaken Si using the massage techniques you taught us? Qin Shen cast a glance at her. It depends on your proficiency. Jiang Si felt bewildered. What ailment had she contracted that required Qin Shen's massage for recovery? Her family had decided to keep Qin Shen by her side without consulting her, complicating matters regarding the convenience of retrieving items from the space. She wished to voice her objections, but the words seemed to wither on her lips. Shen Baoying had no choice but to candidly express, Little Shen, we have yet to fully master the massage techniques. Are there any essential tips that could aid our swift memorization? Jiang Si could no longer contain herself, asking, Mom, what exactly is wrong with me? Shen Baoying sighed. Little Shen mentioned you have a particularly rare form of sudden cardiac syncope, which can only be alleviated through stimulating massage to ease your bodily pain. The process is complex and lengthy. It took him more than 2 hours of diligent effort before you finally regained consciousness. Jiang Si's eyes widened in disbelief. Sudden cardiac syncope requiring massage for revival? That couldn't be right. She distinctly felt that her condition did not align with sudden cardiac syncope. Yet, when she glanced at Qin Shen, his impassive demeanor revealed no hint of deception. Could it be that she has contracted some peculiar ailment? Yet, how is it that she did not suffer from such afflictions in her past life? As Jiang Si pondered this, she became increasingly convinced that it was connected to the energy stone within her. Coincidentally, Qin Shen was administering a massage to her. It seemed like a serendipitous encounter. akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Perhaps, had Qin Shen not been there to massage her, she would have fainted for a while and eventually regained consciousness. However, it was also possible that only Qin Shen's unique technique could alleviate the overwhelming agony she had previously endured. The thought of her fainting, her family's concern, and an uncertain future led Jiang Si to acquiesce to Shen Baoying's suggestion. Why not learn in case it becomes necessary? Qin Shen, a man of seemingly cold exterior but warm heart, promptly instructed Shen Baoying to fetch paper and pen and meticulously drew an acupoint chart, detailing the pressure required. As Jiang Si gazed at the densely packed and intricately detailed diagram, she felt a wave of shame for having doubted Qin Shen earlier. He had no reason to risk his life to come and merely fool them. Casting her eyes toward the torrential rain outside, and the snakehead fish prowling the waters in search of prey, she contemplated allowing him to stay temporarily. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from across the way. Everyone turned to see the last remaining wall of Qin Shen's home succumb to the relentless downpour, collapsing into a heap of rubble. Even if the rain ceased, Jiang Si could not usher him away. She turned to Qin Shen, whose expression was inscrutable, his smile frozen in place, and ventured, "We have no shortage of food at home for the time being. Perhaps you might consider staying?" Given the circumstances, Qin Shen acquiesced to Jiang Si's proposition. Aside from concerns that their belongings might arouse his suspicion, they were pleased to have Qin Shen remain. After all, should their methods prove inadequate, he would be there to assist in their time of need. Shen Baoying intended to prepare a meal to entertain Qin Shen. Jiang Si, rising from her place, excused herself to lend a hand and stepped out of the room. Immediately, she lowered her voice and inquired of Shen Baoying. "He hasn't seen the lifeboat, has he?" While their home contained various supplies that could be justified as exchanged with others, salvaged from the waters or previously stockpiled, the presence of a lifeboat would raise undeniable suspicions. Shen Baoying whispered back, "He came straight to see you. I closed the door. He surely remains unaware." The notion that he sought her company upon arrival startled Jiang Si. Could it be that Qin Shen harbored some feelings for her? In such torrential rain and perilous circumstances, he had disregarded all risks to come, without demanding anything from them. Such behavior was hard to overlook. Yet, observing his candid demeanor left her uncertain once more. Not one to dwell on matters extensively, she resolved that since he had come, and given their current predicament, it was only right to treat him well. Jiang Si returned to the room and stowed the lifeboat in a concealed space. Shen Baoying then asked, "With Qin Shen's house collapsed, shall we not leave?" Jiang Si glanced towards the location where the rescue team had detonated explosives, contemplating that they could afford to wait another day. If necessary, they could lower the lifeboat under the pretense of having discovered it. Shen Baoying nodded but then paused, her expression shifting. "Then we must take Qin Shen with us, right?" "Indeed." Shen Baoying proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal, while Jiang Si arranged an additional wooden bed in her father's room, just long enough for Qin Shen to lie down, perhaps feeling embarrassed to accept their hospitality without contributing. Qin Shen pointed to the water where the snakehead fish swam and asked, "Should we catch some?" Jiang Si shook her head, saying, "No need, no need. We still have food at home. Catching the snakehead fish is too perilous. Even if we manage to catch it without salt, we cannot preserve the fish meat." Qin fell into silence, seemingly pondering how to compensate for their losses. Shen Baoying chuckled, "You are the savior of our family, so please don't be modest. Enjoy the food and drink. We may trouble you again in the future." Jiang Chenggu added, "Indeed, Xiao Shen, I am eager to ask you how you diagnosed Cici's ailment just by feeling her pulse." Jiang Linhai, concerned that Qin might feel uncomfortable, set down the chopsticks and quickly interjected, "Xiao Shen, the techniques you taught me last time, I have been practicing diligently. I hope to spar with you a little. It's a perfect opportunity." Everyone's warm reception made it seem as if Qin was the newlywed son-in-law. Qin nodded calmly, showing no signs of embarrassment, while Jiang Si felt perhaps she had overthought the situation. Shen Baoying prepared a sumptuous feast. Sauerkraut stew with preserved meat, sweet and sour dried shrimp, pan-fried hairtail fish, mushroom dumplings, and seaweed tofu soup. All the ingredients deliberately avoided fresh vegetables to prevent raising Qin's suspicions. Shen Baoying served Qin several dishes with excessive enthusiasm, which he accepted silently, politely complimenting the meal as delicious. The family atmosphere was cheerful and harmonious. Shun Baoying intended to give the leftover meat bones to Dehe, but when she glanced down, she saw Dehe and Xiao He, who usually rushed to the dining table, cowering silently in the corner, their big, watery eyes wide with fear. No matter how Shen Baoying called to them, they remained timid and did not dare to approach. Zhang Linhai wondered what's wrong. Are they unwell? Jiang Si speculated. It shouldn't be the case. Perhaps he is still unfamiliar with Qin Shen's presence. He will adjust shortly. Qin Shen lifted his gaze, quietly observing Dehe and Xiao He. With a timid whimper, they approached, trembling on their legs, and cautiously settled before Shen Baoying, delicately nibbling on the cured meat bone while occasionally glancing at Qin Shen. Jiang Si turned her attention to Qin Shen, who raised a bowl, his expression unremarkable. Perhaps his formidable aura made him seem intimidating. It was evident that Dehe and Xiao He felt intimidated. This cannot continue. They must be trained properly henceforth. Surrendering easily could lead to dire consequences. After the meal, it was time for the rotating night watch at Jiang Si's home. Zhang Linhai had prepared pajamas and toiletries for Qin Shen. Emerging from the bathroom, he donned what was, in essence, the most ordinary of loungewear, yet it exuded an air of luxurious bespoke elegance. Qin Shen's deep-set eyes held a hint of fatigue, appearing leisurely and nonchalant, a side of him she had never witnessed before. Qin Shen fixed his gaze upon her for a moment before extending his hand to accept the items. Thank you. Jiang Si stared at the ceiling, suddenly recalling to inquire of Shen Baoying. Mother, how did he arrive from across the way? Shen Baoying sat up in bed, excitement tinging her voice as she recounted the scene of Qin Shen's sudden appearance. He claimed to have swum over. It took hardly any time at all. We were all quite alarmed, and upon seeing him, tears streamed down our faces. How long did it take? Less than 2 minutes? While your father and I were still conversing, he had already arrived. Suddenly, Shen Baoying gasped, uncertain whether he had overheard their discussion about the lifeboat. Jiang Si furrowed her brow. Such a torrential downpour would surely render his voice inaudible. Yet, the inscrutable power of Qin Shen instilled in her a sense of trepidation regarding his presence in her home. A night passed without incident, and as Jiang Si rose to brush her teeth, she noticed the wash cup precariously tilted. This indicated that the foundation of the house had become unstable. Should the rain intensify further, it might face collapse, just like Qin Shen's residence. In Longquan village, several old houses had already succumbed to the violent storm. The monstrous fish, known as the sparrow eel, launched attacks on those who fell into the water, viciously tearing at them with a savagery that was unbearable to witness. Many others, unable to swim, drowned tragically. A fortunate few managed to escape the calamity, scrambling onto nearby rooftops. Cui Weiming, witnessing this chaos, grew increasingly anxious. Their ammunition was dwindling, and the village's clogged drainage system remained unaddressed, necessitating the preservation of some resources to fend off the sparrow eels. The motorboat, rendered inoperable due to a lack of power, could not facilitate their escape from this dire situation. Boom! The sound of a series of tremendous explosions erupted from the drainage outlet. Boom! Another set of explosive sounds resounded as the outlet finally blasted open a small breach, allowing a torrent of accumulated water to pour forth, swiftly transforming into a gaping opening. As the floodwaters of Longquan village began to cascade outward, Shen Baoying turned to Jiang Si and exclaimed, "Si, the water is draining. Shall we leave this place? If the waters receded and the skies cleared, they might have the opportunity to reinforce the unstable foundation." However, it seemed unlikely that the authorities would be able to provide timely supplies to the villagers. Remaining here could render them vulnerable once again to the ravages of resource plundering. Even the authorities harbor doubts regarding the origins of their food supplies. Jiang Si, although inclined to depart, remained uncertain, for the officials still possessed a stockpile of provisions. Initially, she intended to bide her time, yet Qin Shen cast a grave glance towards the forest on the mountain's rear, his tone suddenly laden with urgency. "We must leave this place immediately." Everyone was taken aback and inquired, "What is the matter?" Qin Shen gestured towards the direction of the forest, where trees lay toppled in great numbers, and the soft, shifting earth was evident. "The accumulated water has rendered the entire mountain unstable. a collapse is highly probable. He referred to the very mountain on which Longquan village stood. A wave of alarm swept through the group as they collectively turned their gaze to Jiang Si. Trusting Qin Shun's keen judgment, she promptly declared, "Everyone, gather your belongings. Once the water recedes along with the caiman, we shall depart without delay." However, the water's retreat would leave behind a thick, muddy swamp, making it quite difficult to navigate. Jiang Si secretly planned to discreetly retrieve a lifeboat by nightfall, allowing them to escape along the current. As they packed their belongings, meticulously streamlining their loads, the night fell and Jiang Si suddenly exclaimed, "Come quickly, a lifeboat has surfaced." Previously, a rescue soldier had been dragged into the water by a caiman, resulting in the capsizing of the lifeboat, thus providing Jiang Si with a perfect pretext. Observing Qin Shun's expression, they noted his inscrutable demeanor, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. They feigned exuberance, exclaiming in delight, "Wonderful, we can set sail." The group loaded their belongings onto the lifeboat, working in unison to row forward, and it wasn't long before Jiao Weisong took notice of them. Witnessing the onslaught of the snakehead crocodiles, Jiao Weisong was perplexed as to why they would choose this moment to flee despite the water being drained. Could it be that their abode was on the verge of collapse as well? Qin Shin thrust his knife into one of the snakehead crocodiles, forcing it back. Jiao Weisong scoffed, secretly wishing for their demise at the jaws of the beasts. Lu Jifeng, holding a torch and peering through the window, was aware that Jiang Si's house was sturdy and would not easily succumb to ruin. Their willingness to take such a significant risk to leave at this juncture certainly hinted at trouble. Lu Jifeng waved his hand and called out, "Jiang Si, sister-in-law, Jiang Gu." Jiang Si turned to see Lu Jifeng and Nyo peering through the window. Zhang Qingji, feeling a pang of compassion, suggested, "Should we not bring them along? If they waited until the water receded and realized the mountain was about to collapse, it might be too late." However, taking Lu Jifeng and Nyo along might mean feeding two more mouths. In times of dire straits, humanity often reveals its most selfish and ruthless nature. Having the capability and having fought alongside one another with bonds formed, it would be difficult to remain mere spectators. Jiang Si nodded, agreeing to leave together. Lu Jifeng was both capable and perceptive, unlikely to become a burden. As they fought off the attacking snakehead crocodiles, they made their way towards Lu Jifeng's house. Jiang Si shouted, "The mountain is about to collapse. Gather your belongings and come with us." At her cry, those in the village who had mocked them as fools suddenly grew anxious. Could it truly be? How could such a massive mountain simply collapse? Yet, the relentless rain showed no signs of abating, leaving Jiang Si and her companions to wonder if they had uncovered some ominous sign near the forest. Panic ensued as the crowd beckoned to Jiang Si and the others, pleading for salvation. Having endured so much, their instinct for survival intensified. Lu Jifeng's expression shifted with alarm. Without hesitation, he believed Jiang Si's words and swiftly assisted Nyo in donning a life jacket, grabbing the emergency supply pack and tossing it onto their rescue boat. After securing Nyo on the vessel, Lu Jifeng retrieved a large, heavy chest from the window, lowering his voice to inform Jiang Si, "There are firearms inside." He then leaped onto the rescue boat, which was already brimming to capacity. Observing Jiang Si's apparent indifference, the others resorted to throwing stones and knives at them, even using the flesh of snakehead fish to lure more creatures to attack. While Lu Jifeng and his grandfather paddled fervently, Jiang Si and Qin Shin took on the pivotal role of eliminating the snakehead fish. The rescue boat was swept downstream by the raging current. A rescue soldier inquired of Jiao Songwei, deputy captain, "Should we retreat? With darkness falling, the terrain is obscured. If we delay, the entire Longquan village could collapse, and none of us would survive. It's better to be overly cautious than to gamble with our lives." The original intent of relocating to Longquan village had been to access the water source discovered in the nearby forest, along with the shelter provided by the colossal mushrooms against the scorching sun. Yet now, with the intense heat past, the village lay isolated and at risk of collapse. Song Yao was missing, and Quang Jiang had gone to the Southern City Refugee Center, where he held full responsibility for the camp. Jiao Weisong squinted, gazing towards the direction of Jiang Si's rescue boat. As everyone prepared to evacuate, he instructed Ren Jingshan to intercept them, asserting, "That is our rescue boat. We must keep it available to save more lives." Indeed, the area where the water flows slants downwards, forming a steep slope. As the lifeboat surged forth, it was no longer able to support any accumulated water. Jiang Si observed a group of special forces ahead and addressed everyone, urging, "Mothers and grandmothers, please gather your belongings." The loss of the lifeboat was inconsequential, for within her spatial domain lay a luxurious yacht, which had originally been a complementary addition to the lifeboat. Moreover, there were several speedboats and inflatable crafts, ensuring that safety in the face of water was decidedly assured. The snakehead fish, akin to crocodiles, possessed a temperament of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Upon realizing they were not to be trifled with, they refrained from approaching. Jiang Si seized the opportunity to enter the lifeboat, stealthily reaching into the box where Lu Jifeng stored his weapons. She concealed the arms within her space, wary of potential inspections that might arise later. Soon, they adeptly navigated through the floodwaters of Longquan village, the lifeboat gliding several meters before gradually coming to a halt. Ren Jinshan approached with the special forces and stated, "We need the lifeboat to rescue more people." Jiang Si, having anticipated this, offered no resistance and led everyone down from the lifeboat. The group's belongings included suitcases and woven bags, which Shen Baoying secured with 2 sturdy hemp ropes, making them easy to carry. Ren Jinshan's gaze fell upon the box containing Lu Jifeng's weapons. His instinct urged him to request Jiang Si to open it for inspection. At that moment, a torrential downpour commenced, blinding everyone. The drainage capacity of Longquan village was evidently unable to keep pace with the deluge. Ren Jinshan furrowed his brow, disregarding their concerns, and immediately directed his subordinates to commence rescue operations, further widening the drainage outlet. Lu Jifeng turned pale the instant Ren Jinshan's gaze landed on the box. Fortunately, Ren Jinshan opted against inspecting the boxes. He intended to carry them, but Jiang Si suggested, "The rain is too heavy, uncle. Let us have you carry Nyo, and I will take care of the boxes for my father." Lu Jifeng had great trust in Jiang Si and his companions, and from the very beginning of unloading the boxes, he planned to share half of the weapons inside with them. He nodded in agreement, saying, "I appreciate everyone's help." Zhang Linhai, having received Jiang Si's instructions, pretended that the box was exceedingly heavy as he hoisted it onto his shoulder, his breathless demeanor worthy of an Oscar. The path was entirely muddied and exceedingly slippery. Traversing it was arduous even without carrying baggage, let alone with it. Battling through the torrential rain, they trudged forward, their bodies caked in mud. Upon reaching the halfway point, dawn broke, revealing the foot of the mountain, which was now submerged in water. Everyone turned to Jiang Si, asking, "Si, where do we go from here?" Jiang Si had already formulated a plan. "Let us descend the mountain and wade through the water to find a safe shelter." The group unanimously agreed and continued for over 2 more hours until they finally reached the mountain's base. The water level had risen to Jiang Si's calves. During their journey, they encountered multiple aggressive attacks from snakehead fish and crocodiles, but fortunately, equipped with firearms and aided by Jiang Si and Qin Shen's agility, they emerged unscathed. They walked along the road for quite a while, the scene both magnificent and terrifying. Had they delayed any longer, they might have been engulfed by the earth from the mountainside. Once again, they felt the relentless cruelty of nature, hoping that Longquan village would not collapse entirely, allowing the survivors a chance to live. The torrential rain, coupled with the stagnant water, only deepened as they pressed onward. Fortunately, Jiang Si discovered a slightly elevated piece of land, adorned with a house that still stood defiantly amidst the water. The group hurriedly entered the dwelling. The first floor was marred by the presence of several swollen corpses, while the second floor bore the remnants of skeletal remains, gnawed by rats. Nyo, having grown accustomed to witnessing the predatory ballet of herons and crocodiles from the window, felt a numbing indifference upon seeing the bodies. She silently rested her head on Lu Jifeng's shoulder. He intended to console her, yet she managed to muster a smile to reassure him. "Father, I'm fine. They are not frightening." Such a simple phrase, yet profoundly cruel. A moment of silence enveloped the room as they hastily retrieved clothes from their bags, gathered any burnable materials within the house, and prepared hot water to accompany their meager flatbreads. The steaming white bread, paired with the dry cakes, became the most delightful sustenance one could hope for in this hellish reality. After satisfying their hunger, they regained some strength. Lu Jifeng noted that the water outside was rising ominously, fearing that lingering here was not a sustainable solution. He surveyed the room and proposed to Jiang Si and the others, "What if we dismantle the door panels and fashion them into a makeshift wooden boat, just in case?" Jiang Si had been contemplating the opportunity to produce a luxurious yacht from her space, providing everyone with a secure refuge. However, she could not dismiss Lu Jifeng's suggestion. Nodding in agreement, she responded, "That's a splendid idea. I know a method to swiftly bind a sailboat that possesses strong stability. We could do it this way." Having survived in the post-apocalyptic world for many years, she had become an expert in wilderness survival, and constructing a boat was well within her capabilities. Jiang Si's instructions were straightforward and comprehensible, prompting the group to swiftly organize themselves and search for materials throughout the house. As everyone busied themselves, Jiang Si seized the opportunity to contemplate how to extract the luxurious yacht from within the space. Regarding the sailboat, even if it were constructed and left unused, could still serve as firewood. United in purpose, they soon fashioned the rudimentary form of the sailboat. As night fell and exhaustion set in, Jiang Si proposed that she and Jiang Linhai take the night watch while the others rested in shifts. Lu Jifeng, feeling somewhat reluctant, insisted on taking the night watch instead, but Jiang Si gently declined, suggesting, "Uncle Lu, please rest first. We can switch with Qin Shin after 3 hours." Since Jiang Si had spoken, Lu Jifeng complied without further argument. As tranquility enveloped them, everyone quickly succumbed to slumber, including De He and Xiao He, who nestled into their mother's sleeping bag. Jiang Si surveyed her surroundings, particularly observing Qin Shun for several minutes, ensuring he would not awaken suddenly. Only then did she conjure the luxurious yacht from the space, suddenly exclaiming, "Everyone, look!" Her exclamation jolted the group awake, who instinctively grasped their weapons, prepared for any threat. Following this, they saw Jiang Si cover her mouth in excitement, declaring, "A yacht! A small yacht is being swept in by the flood and is stuck against the house. Quick, let us board." "A yacht! My goodness! What extraordinary fortune!" Lu Jifeng could scarcely believe his ears. He approached, cradling Nuno, and indeed beheld a brand new vessel nestled before the house. Jiang Linhai even cautioned, "Let us be careful. There might be someone on the yacht." The expressions of joy on everyone's faces quickly transformed into serious vigilance, while Qin Shun maintained his tranquil demeanor. Jiang Si met his dark gaze and felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Did he sense something amiss? As she conjured a luxurious yacht, she paid careful attention to him, while Jiang Linhai remained watchful, whispering reminders in her ear. It was certain that Qin Shun remained oblivious to their actions. Perhaps he was the type of person who remained unruffled in the face of any situation. When Qin Shun approached her, he declared, "I will accompany you." Shun Baoying cast a glance at Jiang Linhai, a smile of amusement curling at the corners of her lips, reveling in their chemistry. Clearly, Qin Shun was concerned for Jiang Si. Utilizing climbing ropes, Jiang Si adeptly ascended the luxurious yacht alongside Qin Shun. Aside from the exterior, which was sullied with mud and leaves, the interior was immaculate, giving the impression that it had been uninhabited. Although Jiang Si was aware that the vessel was likely empty, the presence of Qin Shun compelled her to feign utmost caution. The yacht she had purchased was the smallest model available, yet it boasted all the opulence one could desire, spanning 3 levels that included an apartment, kitchen, dining area, library, gym, guest rooms, leisure area, and massage room. Each time they entered a new space, she feigned surprise, aligning with her persona of someone delightfully discovering the unexpected. After surveying all the areas, Jiang Si and Qin Shun ventured into the storage room, which contained a plethora of provisions she had previously prepared, ample supplies sufficient to last them for half a year. She had refrained from stockpiling excessively, fearing a sudden retreat of the floodwaters, at which point Lu Jifeng and Qin Shun might still be preoccupied with transporting the supplies. In addition to the food storage, there was also a warehouse for other essentials, stocked with medical supplies, daily necessities, cosmetics, and more. Casting a glance at Qin Shun, Jiang Si exclaimed joyfully, "We have hit the jackpot. With so many resources, if we ration wisely, we can sustain ourselves for quite a while." Qin Shun cast a glance at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, fortune has favored us. His eyes were enigmatic and profound, leaving one unable to decipher his thoughts. Jiang Si instinctively inquired, "Have you ever stayed on a luxury yacht?" A surgeon, after all, would not easily find himself aboard such opulence. Yet, Qin Shen nodded affirmatively. "I have." Jiang Si felt a surge of curiosity. He did not appear to be the type to indulge in leisurely yacht outings. Qin Shen raised an eyebrow, "You are correct," and left it at that. Jiang Si refrained from pressing further, not wishing to seem overly intrigued by him. After a brief wait, Lu Jifeng and the others saw Jiang Si and Qin Shen appear at the bow of the yacht, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Zhang Linhai asked, "Is there no issue with leaks?" Jiang Si smiled coyly, appreciating her father's theatrical flair. "No, everything is in order. The yacht is filled with splendid amenities, a delightful windfall for us." As everyone gradually boarded the yacht, their astonishment grew upon witnessing the lavish interior. It was extravagance personified. For Zhang Linhai and the others, this was their inaugural experience aboard a luxury yacht. They sank into a plush Italian sofa worth thousands, feeling as though their spirits soared. Ignoring the dismal conditions outside, this place felt like paradise, better than their own home, indeed. The sole drawback was the absence of electricity, limiting them to navigating with the current and preventing any reverse motion. In turbulent waters, halting the vessel could pose challenges. However, this model of luxury yacht was remarkably stable, especially since Jiang Si had chosen the sturdiest variant available. Shen Baoying joyfully explored the opulent kitchen, while De He and Xiao He frolicked exuberantly in the corridor. Zhang Qingfang found the indoor flower bed to be perfectly suited for cultivation, and Zhang Linhai was thrilled to discover a martial arts room. Niu stumbled upon a swing, and Lu Jifeng stood in a daze, pinching himself as if trapped in a dream. Once everyone had finished touring the luxurious yacht, Jiang Sicai remarked, "There are multiple rooms here. To better observe our surroundings, I suggest we all stay in the rooms by the windows." With that, Jiang Si chose a room on the third floor, and Qin Shen opted for the adjacent one. After taking a shower and reclining on her bed, Jiang Si felt her body relax, only for a sudden wave of sharp pain to grip her chest. Sensing something was amiss, she quickly sat up, determined to find her mother before losing consciousness. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered Qin Shen emerging from his room. He glanced at her and immediately noticed her pallor, inquiring, "Do you need assistance?" Recalling how he had massaged her for 2 hours the previous day, Jiang Si promptly shook her head, replying, "I'm fine." With a forced smile, she maneuvered past Qin Shen and knocked on the doors of Shen Baoying and Zhang Linhai's room. A few paces later, the pain became unbearable, and beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, her chest ablaze with discomfort. Grasping Shen Baoying's hand, she pleaded, "Mom, please give me a massage." Shen Baoying hurriedly assisted her onto the bed, but in her haste, the techniques she remembered became hazy. She tentatively pressed on Jiang Si's shoulders and arms, yet unlike the gradual relief she had experienced under Qin Shen's touch, Jiang Si's distress only intensified, and her forehead glistened with perspiration. It was evident that her approach was incorrect. Zhang Linhai also attempted to help, but Jiang Si cried out in agony. The pain is inexplicable, as though she is being deliberately tormented. Unlike yesterday, when she could simply faint at will, now she is forced to endure the sensation fully awake, intensifying her suffering. Shen Baoying, deeply distressed, urged, "Sisi, perhaps you should call Qin Shen. Would that be all right?" Jiang Si, disregarding everything else, replied, "All right, I'll go call him." Just as Zhang Linhai pushed the door open, Qin Shen, accompanied by others, appeared at the threshold. Grandmother and grandfather anxiously inquired, "What's wrong with Sisi? Is she in pain again?" Standing at Jiang Si's bedside, Qin Shen's handsome features appeared even more striking from her perspective. He knelt partially on the bed, grasping her shoulder with a gentle yet firm touch, slowly applying pressure. Suddenly, Jiang Si felt a significant reduction in pain. The sensation was entirely different from the massages given by Zhang Linhai and Shen Baoying, and the effectiveness left her astonished. Qin Shen then asked, "How does that feel?" Jiang Si's face flushed slightly as she replied, "It's tolerable." Qin Shen increased the pressure, eliciting a soft sigh of relief from her. The sensation was oddly peculiar. Shen Baoying exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Linhai, and they discreetly exited the room, leaving an awkward atmosphere in their wake. While her body felt at ease, as though Qin Shen had unblocked her vital energy channels, her heart was tormented, prompting her to speak in an attempt to ease her inner tension. Would it be equally effective if I pressed on my own? Qin Shen hesitated momentarily before responding. You may certainly give it a try. Oh, Jiang Si replied obediently, sitting up and turning to face Qin Shen directly. To her surprise, he did not shy away. She averted her gaze, cleared her throat softly, and imitated Qin Shen's earlier movements, applying pressure to her still aching arm. Qin Shen corrected her movements. Whenever he took charge, her body responded differently, exuding a refreshing sensation as if every pore was breathing. No matter how she pressed on herself, attempting to mimic his technique, it bore no resemblance to the efficacy of Qin Shen's touch, leaving her feeling ineffectual. The pain persisted, intensifying shortly after Qin Shen ceased his ministrations. This led her to question whether she had developed an addiction to him. Yet, Qin Shen's steadfast demeanor and his calm, effective methods reassured her that her concerns were unfounded. Perhaps it was merely her own technique that required refinement. Jiang Si faced away from Qin Shen as he diligently massaged her. Unable to resist, she cast a furtive glance in his direction. His expression was serious, devoid of any hint of frivolity. Jiang Si sincerely believed that Shen Baoying's suggestion for him to stay was the right choice. Without his assistance, she wondered how she would have endured this ordeal. She was uncertain if she was influenced by the energy stone, which she could not extract from her body, fearing that its removal might lead to further disintegration of her surroundings. As her thoughts drifted and fatigue began to set in, she noticed Qin Shen slightly twist his wrist, seemingly fatigued from the effort. A flicker of guilt welled up within her, prompting a decision to provide him with additional supplies and food once they found a safe place to settle. With her mind somewhat at ease, she inquired, Qin Shen, is there a chance for me to fully recover from this illness? Having been granted a second chance at life, every moment felt like a gain. She sincerely wished to live her life peacefully. If her condition worsened with each passing day, she would need to prepare for the worst and ensure her family was taken care of. Qin Shen remained silent, and Jiang Si felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, sensing the weight of uncertainty. Suddenly, he spoke up. It will gradually get better, so there's no need to worry. Perhaps it was a form of consolation. Yet the rare gentleness in Qin Shen's tone was indeed quite remarkable. Jiang Si discreetly cast a few glances at him, a faint smile curling her lips. It seemed she might trouble him further in the future. That's perfectly fine, he replied in a nonchalant manner, akin to the coolness that follows a rain shower. A fleeting sense of disappointment flickered within Jiang Si, and in that moment, she herself was unaware that she had developed an unusual sentiment towards Qin Shen. Feeling a newfound familiarity with him, Jiang Si curiously inquired, massage should belong to traditional Chinese medicine, right? When did you begin learning it? Qin Shen's grip suddenly intensified, causing Jiang Si to nearly roll her eyes in delight. She was too apathetic to pursue further his dismissive remark. Eventually, Jiang Si fell asleep, and Qin Shen quietly observed her for a moment, ensuring her blanket was tucked in before he turned to leave. Jiang Si spent 2 solitary hours in the room until her mother quietly entered. Noticing her lying in bed, awake, she immediately approached with concern, asking, Cici, are you feeling any better? Jiang Si nodded, much better, it doesn't hurt anymore. Shen Baoying felt a slight sense of relief, yet guilt washed over her as she said, your father and I have been at it for so long, and it hasn't helped at all. We've troubled Qin Shen again. He spent over 2 hours on you this time. Jiang Si's expression froze, suddenly sensing something was amiss. Even if they were novices, the manipulation of acupoints in massage should yield some effect. Yet, her body responded solely to Qin Shen's hands. This was exceedingly peculiar. Jiang Si narrowed his eyes, increasingly feeling as though he had overlooked something significant. Wait a moment. Could it be that he deliberately misled everyone to draw closer to her? A glance at Shen Baoying revealed her suspicions regarding Qin Shen. How could she possibly entertain a relationship with him? However, delivering the medicated plaster might serve as a subtle test. Jiang Si readily agreed, all right. Shen Baoying beamed with delight, as if she had already deemed Qin Shin her prospective son-in-law, despite her earlier concerns about his background. It was rather swift to wish to package her off so soon. Jiang Si, holding the plaster, knocked on Qin Shin's door. "Are you in?" Yet, Qin Shin was not inside. Instead, sounds of cleaning emerged from the swimming pool on the yacht's top deck. Ascending the staircase, Jiang Si found Qin Shin in the rain, diligently cleaning the fallen leaves and debris from the pool's bottom. These were remnants Jiang Si had intentionally scattered to obscure the situation. Neither too many nor too few. Qin Shin was soaked, his clothing clinging to his perfectly sculpted physique, damp hair framing his face, and a rugged stubble adorning his jaw. He looked up at Jiang Si with deep, quiet black eyes, exuding an undeniable wildness. Jiang Si was momentarily captivated, his gaze lingering longer than intended. A warmth surged within him as he descended the corridor with him, quickly opening the door to retrieve a towel for him. "Are you planning to keep the water in the pool?" he inquired. Qin Shin nodded. "That is indeed the plan." Jiang Si responded, "Then let us know, and we can all pitch in together. It won't require many people. The pool isn't large." Qin Shin, unfazed by the prospect of labor, instead asked, "Did you need something from me?" Such a diligent, composed, and elegant man. Jiang Si truly believes that even if he harbors some ulterior motives, they are likely harmless. She retrieved a medicated plaster from her pocket and emphasized, "My mother said that after giving me a massage for such an extended period, your hands must be sore, so let me bring you a few plasters." Qin Shin accepted it with gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Jiang Si shook her head, replying, "Not at all. It is I who should be thanking you. Yes. From now on, I shall refrain from entertaining wild thoughts. It is far too embarrassing." Chapter 52. Torrential rain and water hyacinth. After the swimming pool was thoroughly cleaned, the rain swiftly filled it to capacity. To prevent the accumulation of stagnant water from being contaminated and breeding a multitude of parasites, everyone scoured the yacht and eventually gathered the necessary materials. Under Zhang Linhai's guidance, they successfully sealed the swimming pool. Zhang Linhai also retrieved some plumbing fixtures from the storage room, connecting the swimming pool to the kitchen and bathroom, thus making water access remarkably convenient. He turned on the faucet, and water from the swimming pool flowed effortlessly into the kitchen. Utilizing tools, Zhang Linhai connected the water supply to their homemade filter. The filtered water was exceptionally clear. Boiling it rendered it safe for consumption. With electrical appliances out of commission and no earthen stove aboard the vessel, only a charcoal stove remained. The storage contained coal and alcohol blocks, along with fuel for the yacht's operation. However, resources would eventually be depleted. Everyone was content with their current life aboard the yacht, but it was prudent to think ahead. The yacht was equipped with lifeboats and inflatable rafts, so they decided to dismantle the wooden boat that had yet to be completed and repurpose the timber, reserving other fuels for emergencies only. Occasionally, driftwood floats around the yacht, and when the rain subsides slightly, everyone braves the downpour to collect the wood for fuel reserves. The flower beds are entirely planted with bok choy, chives, cucumbers, asparagus, tomatoes, and strawberries by Grandma. Nyo personally sowed strawberry seeds and eagerly gazed at the tiny green sprouts, asking Zhang Qingfang, "Grandma, when can we eat strawberries?" Ever since Qin Shin gifted her cactus fruit, she had not tasted any fruit. Zhang Qingfang replied with a smile, "From blooming to bearing fruit, it takes about 3 months. If well cared for, Nyo might even enjoy delicious strawberries sooner." Nyo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Then I'll help Grandma with fertilizing, watering, weeding, and catching pests." Zhang Qingfang patted her head, saying, "Our Nyo is quite knowledgeable." "That's wonderful. You will surely never go hungry." Nyo smiled shyly and turned to Lu Jifeng, saying, "It's all thanks to Dad's teachings. If it weren't for Jiang Si and the others rescuing the father and daughter with the lifeboat, he would never have had the chance to stand safely on the yacht." Witnessing Nyo's radiant smile akin to sunshine, Lu Jifeng regarded Jiang Si's family as lifesavers and said to Zhang Qingfang, "Aunt Zhang, don't you think we have a bit too few vegetables and grains? Should we gather some soil to expand the area for planting more?" The yacht is surrounded by transparent tempered glass, providing ample sunlight for growing food. So indeed, more can be cultivated. Zhang Qingfang cheerfully responded, "Yes, once the rain stops, We can dig up some fertile soil and hatch a few chicks to raise on the boat. Soon we could enjoy fresh eggs regularly. Jiang Si had previously attempted to incubate eggs using an incubator in a confined space, but the presence of living beings rendered her efforts futile, resulting in no successful hatching. Now, with only eggs at her disposal and no chicks, she had to revert to traditional methods. Fortunately, her family was quite knowledgeable in this regard. They utilized a large cardboard box, placing a smaller box inside it, surrounded by cotton, with hot water bags positioned underneath. For in total, after soaking the eggs in a disinfectant solution, they carefully placed them in the smaller box, effectively creating a nest for the chicks. However, this was merely the first step. The temperature within the box needed to be maintained at 38.5 degrees Celsius during the initial week, with the eggs requiring a gentle rotation every 2 hours. By the 8th day, the temperature was to be lowered to 38.2 degrees, and the frequency of turning the eggs adjusted to every 3 to 5 hours. To ensure the successful hatching of the chicks, the family took turns monitoring the situation for potential dangers while adhering to a strict schedule for turning the eggs. Each morning, Nyo would awaken with the first thought of dispatching someone to check if any chicks had hatched. After a week of anticipation, the torrential rains began to abate, yet the rising waters had already devastated homes that obstructed the yacht's path. As the yacht floated downstream, the risk of running aground loomed large. Only Jiang Si and Qin Shin possessed the skills to navigate the vessel. The others had not yet acquired such expertise. Thus, their survival training had expanded to include steering the yacht. During the heaviest downpours, they were also required to hoist the sails, a modification inspired by the pirate ship from Pirates of the Caribbean, tailored to suit the yacht's unique conditions. This adaptation granted them a greater degree of control over their nautical journey. As the incubation of the chicks progresses into the second week, the eggs, when placed under the sun, reveal faint traces of crimson blood vessels, which gradually multiply in the following days. The yacht glides smoothly along the waters, entering the southern city area, where the surface of the water finally showcases specks of green, clusters of blooming water hyacinth. Originally regarded as a highly ornamental plant, the water hyacinth was introduced domestically for its ability to purify water. During her elementary school days, Jiang Si experienced the invasion of water hyacinth in Longquan River, but it soon vanished like a fleeting moment. Shun Baoying, recognizing the green plants as water hyacinth, exclaimed joyfully, "CC, water hyacinth is a wonderful resource. It can be turned into feed and fertilizer, helping to save on chicken feed." Zhang Qingfang added, "Both the flowers and tender leaves of the water hyacinth are edible. Their taste is akin to that of bok choy. We enjoyed them quite a bit during those years." Jiang Linhai, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "CC, we can use floating ropes to enclose an area and cultivate water hyacinth on the surface, providing us with an additional source of wild vegetables." Nyo, her face alight with surprise, clapped her hands and declared, "Then we must nurture it." Jiang Si smiled and replied, "The current here is too strong. The yacht is continually being swept downstream. We will cultivate it once we find a place to secure the yacht. However, tonight we can taste just how delicious water hyacinth can be." The group used a net to gather some water hyacinth, deliberately reserving a few particularly robust blossoms to keep in a basin of water. Shun Baoying plucked some water hyacinth flowers, lightly coating them with a sprinkle of salt mixed with flour before frying them in oil. The enticing aroma immediately wafted through the air, captivating everyone's senses. The golden-fried water hyacinth blossoms resemble exquisite works of art, beautifully complemented by a side of tomato sauce, both visually appealing and delectable. The tender stems and leaves of the water hyacinth, meticulously washed and blanched in boiling water, are then rinsed in cold water to eliminate much of their bitterness. Shun Baoying plans to prepare a cold dish as well as a stir-fry. She incorporates shrimp and wood ear mushrooms, drizzles in chili oil, sesame oil, and a blend of ginger, scallions, and garlic, resulting in a dish that is a feast for the senses. The 3 dishes emerging from Shun Baoying's careful preparation are all rich in color, aroma, and flavor, igniting a hearty appetite. Nyo swallows hard, exclaiming, "Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Shun Baoying playfully pinches her chubby little face, saying, "Make sure to eat plenty later." Shun Baoying delights in cooking. With so many guests, she prepares 4 dishes and a soup for each meal, ensuring variety. After tasting the dishes made from water hyacinth, everyone is even more inclined to cultivate it. Nyo even suggests adding a few water basins on the boat to grow more water hyacinth. The others agree, and just as they prepare to take action, they find themselves unwittingly surrounded by water hyacinth. Chapter 53, Torrential Rain, Toxic Pomegranate Trees. As far as the eye can see, the misty waters reveal a long-lost green splendor, reminiscent of a Monet painting, captivating and enchanting. A casual scoop of water hyacinth yields dozens of pounds. The yacht encounters resistance, causing its speed to diminish. Zhang Qingfang gazes at the floating hyacinths, lamenting, "Alas, the rain persists. If only the weather were a tad better, we could dry this and store it as feed." Jiang Chenggu chuckles, "With so much readily available, why bother with feed? Our chicks haven't even hatched yet." Zhang Qingfang cast a sharp glance at him, remarking that one must be prepared for unexpected changes in fortune. Thus, it is prudent to stock up a bit more to bolster our confidence. Moreover, our chicks are on the verge of hatching, and soon there will be even more chicks. Perhaps we might also raise some ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, all of which require ample fodder. Forget about chickens and ducks. Where would we find the cattle, sheep, and pigs? You dream too fancifully. You haven't even learned to swim yet. Grandmother, slightly vexed, retorted, "And yet your steering skills are not as proficient as mine." The elderly couple began to bicker, prompting Jiang Linhai and Shin Baoying to intervene. "Mom, Dad simply wishes for you to master swimming as soon as possible. It's not meant in any other way. Just look around. With all this water, not knowing how to swim poses a genuine risk." Grandmother shot a knowing glance at the guilty grandfather and proudly declared, "I've already made considerable progress." The luxurious bathtub aboard the yacht could comfortably accommodate several individuals, and since grandmother had no opportunity to practice at home, the serene environment of the bathtub, coupled with Jiang Si's expert guidance, allowed her to swiftly grasp the fundamentals. Not only did she master the breaststroke with commendable finesse, but her freestyle also showed great promise. Nyo raised her hand and proclaimed, "I can attest that grandmother swims remarkably well." The atmosphere brightened, and upon realizing his earlier folly, grandfather quickly chimed in, "Indeed, I too shall learn from grandmother and strive to master diving at the earliest." Grandmother, not truly angered, smiled and asserted, "I will surely learn before you." She then returned to the matter at hand, stating, "It would be best if the sun could rise soon. Then we can prepare the feed." Grandmother's concerns were not without merit. The space serves as a vital tool for their sustenance, yet reliance upon it must not be excessive. There were 2 instances of illness that caused her great concern. An unforeseen accident had rendered her family devoid of solid support. This has been the impetus for her relentless efforts to educate others on various wilderness survival skills. Until a suitable place for settlement is found, this yacht remains their sanctuary, with the resources surrounding it serving as the foundation of their existence. It is imperative to utilize what is at hand. By thoroughly cleansing and draining the roots of the water hyacinth, then chopping it and adding a fermentation agent, the water hyacinth can be transformed into silage, while also mitigating the risk of poultry infection from parasitic eggs. Jiang Si informed everyone, prompting them to spring into action, hanging ropes in the cabin corridor to drain the surface moisture from the water hyacinth. The silage produced through this method fermented rapidly, soon filling the few plastic barrels aboard. Meanwhile, the red veins on the surface of the eggs gradually turned into dark shadows, signaling that the chicks were on the verge of hatching. Excitement filled the air, as this indicated a future of self-sufficiency in poultry and eggs. After a day of vigil, the chicks had yet to emerge, and Nyo, anxious and worried, could no longer contain herself. "Sister, can I help the chicks break their shells?" Jiang Si, adopting a teacher's demeanor, explained. "The chicks must rely on their own strength to peck through the eggshell. Only then can their bodies gradually fill with blood, enhancing their chances of survival. Should we intervene in their hatching, the chicks may emerge insufficiently filled with blood and not survive for long." Nyo understood, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "I want to be like the chicks and learn from them." Lu Jifeng felt both solace and sorrow. Had it not been for the apocalypse, Nyo would still be an innocent child, just beginning her journey in elementary school. In order to ensure their survival in this dire world, Lu Jifeng instructed her to practice self-defense techniques alongside Jiang Si. Remarkably, the young child never once complained of fatigue or pain. After a patient wait, the chicks finally hatched 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 wet, newly emerged chicks from 15 eggs. It was crucial to provide immediate hydration to the newly hatched chicks, aiding their bodies in expelling the amniotic fluid. To fortify their constitution, Jiang Si added a touch of brown sugar to the water, facilitating a swift recovery of the chicks' energy and bolstering their resilience. As Nuno gazed at the fluffy chicks, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Sister, shouldn't we give them something to eat?" she inquired. Jiang Si explained, "Newly hatched chicks cannot eat immediately. Their digestive systems are not ready. They only need some water for now, and in 2 days we can offer them softened rice and feed." Nuno's face lit up with understanding, and she eagerly volunteered, "I can feed them." Everyone chuckled, expressing their gratitude to Nuno. While the chicks thrived, the group also endeavored to incubate ducklings using duck eggs. The incubation period for ducklings is approximately 10 days longer than that for chicks. As they waited patiently, a lush grove of greenery appeared ahead of their yacht. Due to the extreme heat, most trees had withered, yet a few remarkably resilient plants had surged back to life following torrential rains. Water hyacinths were one such plant, cacti another, and before them stood a tree laden with fruits the size of walnuts. As the yacht gradually navigated into the grove, Jiang Si found herself unfamiliar with the peculiar fruit trees surrounding her. There were no water hyacinths beneath them, leaving her with an eerie sense of desolation in the shadowy woods. Nuno, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Daddy, can we eat the fruits?" Lu Jifeng chuckled. "They resemble jujubes. They should be edible. Let me pick a couple." However, if the fruits were indeed consumable, why was there no sign of birds pecking at them? Just as Jiang Si was about to voice her concerns, raindrops from the leaves splashed into her raincoat, causing a sudden, corrosive pain to sear at her neck. The discomfort was particularly acute for Lu Jifeng, who, without a rain hat, felt an intensified burning sensation as he attempted to gather the fruits. Qin Shen, quicker to react than Jiang Si, exclaimed, "The tree is toxic. The poison dissolves in water. We must return to the boat." The skin of everyone affected by the rain exhibited symptoms akin to leprosy, as if acid had been splashed upon them, inflicting unbearable pain. Lu Jifeng suffered the most. While others displayed red spots, his face was marred by grotesque, red, tumor-like welts. Nuno, teary-eyed, nestled fearfully in his embrace, timidly calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." The immediate priority was to ascertain the nature of this tree to determine an appropriate remedy. They had inadvertently stumbled upon the highly poisonous tree known as the toxic pomegranate. Chapter 54. The toxic pomegranate grove and the heist. The toxic pomegranate is technically a shrub, yet it can grow to heights exceeding 10 meters, firmly anchoring itself in sandy soil, impervious to floods. Every part of the plant is poisonous. Its leaves, sap, bark, flowers, aroma, and, interestingly, the fruits are the least toxic. The sap of the toxic pomegranate contains numerous toxins, the most harmful of which is known as phorbol ester. Upon contact with the skin, this substance induces severe blistering akin to burns, resembling the afflictions of leprosy. Thus, this tree is also referred to as the madman's euphorbia. Moreover, this substance is highly soluble in water. As previously noted, even before encountering the toxic guava tree, they were already afflicted by the corrosive rainwater that fell from its branches. Burning the toxic guava tree releases noxious fumes that irritate the eyes, potentially resulting in inflammation or even temporary blindness. The toxicity of the guava is so potent that mere proximity beneath its shade can lead to poisoning. Recognized by the Guinness World Records as the most perilous tree on the planet, it is ominously dubbed the Tree of Death, with no effective antidote currently available. Jiang Si, in her quest for information, discovered only a folk remedy. Consuming copious amounts of milk may counteract the effects of a small exposure to the toxin or the ingestion of a few fruits. However, this is merely a traditional remedy lacking clinical validation. Surviving the ordeal is crucial. If one perseveres, their life may be spared, yet failure to endure could lead to demise. Regardless, everyone felt compelled to attempt this remedy. With fresh milk exhausted, the group resorted to powdered milk. Upon swallowing the milk, the pervasive burning sensation diminished significantly, albeit only to a degree. They consumed 2 large containers of powdered milk in succession, and gradually the irritations and heat in Jiang Si's mind subsided, allowing her to breathe more steadily, indicating the milk's efficacy. Lu Jifeng exhibited the most severe symptoms, and his reaction to the milk was notably pronounced, as the pockmarked blisters on his face reduced considerably. In the dead of night, the group flocked to the restroom, finally sensing that the toxins within their bodies had been entirely expelled. Jiang Si emerged from the restroom, invigorated, while everyone felt a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. This served as a stark reminder that no plant from the apocalypse should be approached lightly. Nuno, in tears, lamented that she would never eat fruit again, believing that it was her fault that Lu Jifeng was so gravely injured. The group consoled Nuno, while Qin Shin maneuvered the yacht, attempting to steer away from the increasingly dense thicket of toxic guava trees. However, no matter the direction taken, the presence of these treacherous trees was overwhelming. After traveling a short distance, the yacht was obstructed by several towering guava trees. As long as they avoided contact with the trees, they would remain safe. Yet, with the increasing rainfall, water began to accumulate within the cabin, all of it tainted by the toxic runoff from the guava trees. To prevent De He and Xiao He from accidentally ingesting or coming into contact with it, Qin Shin adjusted the yacht's course while the others devised a plan to seal all the gaps around the cabin. With the group's cooperation, Qin Shin finally managed to redirect the bow of the yacht, only to discover that the previously clear passage had become choked with branches over half a meter high. Initially, they could navigate through, but soon the water's surface was entirely dominated by the toxic guavas. Their growth rate was alarmingly rapid. Should they bloom, the entire grove would undoubtedly emit a potent toxin. Jiang Si, with a grave expression, turned to Qin Shin and said, "There is still a chance to break free. If these seedlings grow any larger, the yacht could be breached. Choose a direction and make your move." The direction chosen by Qin Shin requires navigating against the current and into the wind. It is imperative that everyone collaborates with him on the deck to unfurl the sails, allowing the wind to fill them and generate a force angled forward, enabling the yacht to progress. After all, this is not a true sailing vessel, and given the crew's inexperience with sail management, venturing onto the deck amidst the surrounding poisonous pomegranate trees undoubtedly poses a significant risk. However, the longer they delay here, the greater the danger becomes. Jiang Si and Jiang Linhai donned thick protective suits and ascended to the deck, while Lu Jifeng and Jiang Chenggu were tasked with relaying Qin Shin's commands. The bow of the ship was maneuvered, swaying first to the right and then to the left, as they sailed against the wind through the dense thicket of poisonous pomegranate trees. Just as they were on the verge of escaping this perilous area, the skies cleared. Everyone felt a wave of relief, but at that moment, two fishing boats materialized on the horizon. These steam-powered vessels emitted plumes of vapor, indicating the presence of crew members aboard. In an effort to prevent them from straying into the poisonous grove, Jiang Si attempted to signal with a flag, but suddenly, arrows ignited with flames were shot towards them from the fishing boats. Jiang Si pulled Jiang Linhai to safety as the arrows targeted the surrounding poisonous pomegranate trees. The sap of these trees ignited with the slightest spark. Upon witnessing the grove ablaze, the two steam fishing boats hastily retreated, fearing the toxic smoke would engulf them. It was evident that these individuals were well aware of the venomous nature of the pomegranates and sought to asphyxiate them with the thick smoke. With an oxygen tank strapped to his back and the mask securely in place, Jiang Si hurried to assist Qin Shin, who was still at the helm. The billowing smoke obscured the glass at the front of the cabin, while tiny embers began to ignite the sails. If they could not escape in time, the home they had painstakingly built would be reduced to ashes. Shen Baoying even grasped Jiang Si's hand, writing in her palm, "Go in." She suggested hiding in the space to survive alone, but Jiang Si believed that dying together was preferable. Jiang Si shook her head, offering silent reassurance that everything would be fine. They were on the brink of completely distancing themselves from the treacherous poisonous pomegranate grove, and the yacht would surely break free. Jiang Si's predictions proved accurate as the yacht swiftly navigated through the thick smoke, gradually escaping the perilous grove. The two steamships that had posed a threat reappeared in their line of sight. The glass windows were obscured by ash, rendering the occupants of the steamships invisible. However, Jiang Si, through a specialized lookout, discerned a chain stretched between the two vessels, seemingly intending to halt their yacht. Such bandit-like conduct was likely not unprecedented. Jiang Si, adhering to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked, recognized that if they desired their supplies and their lives, a price must be paid. She reported the situation to the others, stating that they would undoubtedly approach to board. Once aboard, they would strike decisively. Shen Baoying expressed concern. What if there are many of them? Jiang Si distributed weapons to everyone, asserting that this was merely a small trial. No matter how many there were, they must eliminate them. Her words were cold, yet there was no alternative. They might face even greater dangers in the future. If they could not overcome this challenge, survival would be a distant hope. Jiang Si's action of loading the gun was graceful and resolute, her sharp gaze radiating an unwavering determination to protect her family. Nyo suddenly realized that she should not be afraid. Her trembling little hand firmly grasped the pistol as she lifted her small face, forcing herself to remain composed as she said to Lu Jifeng, "I will protect Daddy and everyone too." Chapter 55. The heist and unexpected joy. Jiang Si and the others devised a plan. As the two steamboats drew near, she and Qin Shen would board the vessels while the rest remained on the yacht to defend against any enemies. With their formidable strength and agility, they could prevent the adversaries from fleeing by boat. The two steamboats circled around them, tethered by iron chains, with the yacht secured in the center. Peering through a lookout hole, Jiang Si discerned that there were no fewer than 20 individuals on the steamboats. Aside from the two men leading the group, the others were unarmed. If they could eliminate the two leaders, the remaining individuals would pose no threat. The steamboats gradually closed in, yet none of the crew seemed inclined to disembark. Jiang Si strained to overhear their conversation, while Qin Shen, possessing sharper hearing, whispered, "They believe we have been poisoned and intend to wait until the sun dissipates the toxins on the yacht before boarding. Had it not been for the oxygen tanks and gas masks, their malicious scheme would have indeed succeeded." Jiang Si's expression turned serious as she addressed the group. "Everyone, please eat something to conserve your strength. Once the two boats are fully close, we will launch a counterattack." "Understood," they replied. Shen Baoying distributed the sesame sugar cakes she had prepared the previous night. The sweet and fragrant treats quickly revitalized everyone's energy. Little Black and Big Black quietly finished their dog food and obediently lay at Zhang Linhai and Shen Baoying's feet, their pointed ears perked up, attentively monitoring the movements of the enemies. After a prolonged period of vigilance, the long-awaited sun ascended high into the sky the following day. Yet there was still no sign of movement from the opposing party. This group exhibited a remarkable level of caution, likely due to their fear of the deadly poisonous guava, as well as the uncertainty of whether their adversaries remained alive. Suddenly, Dahe detected a faint sound, scratching at the ginger forest as a warning. Jiang Si peered closely, observing that individuals from both steamships gradually appeared on deck. Through days of careful observation, Jiang Si had ascertained that one steamship harbored at least 18 individuals, while the other was estimated to have around 12. As the steamships drew nearer, the vessels collided, causing a tremor that left everyone tense, fingers tightly gripping their firearms. While they had practiced shooting, the pressure of firing at the lurking snakehead fish in the water was a far cry from the gravity of taking a human life. Shen Baoying's expression was fraught with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, while Nyo trembled all over. Lu Jifeng sought to shield Nyo from the harsh realities of the world too soon, believing that only through such protection could she adapt swiftly to the crises of their environment and learn to safeguard herself. He could only offer her words of comfort. "Do not be afraid." Nyo managed a pale smile, resolute in the bold declaration she had just made. Nyo is not afraid. Nyo will shoot and kill. The chilling proclamation, uttered by a child amidst the apocalyptic atmosphere, evoked a bittersweet sense of sorrowful comfort, reflecting a disturbing reality. 5 men clad in raincoats, hats, gloves, and knee-high boots disembarked from the steamship. They secured the steamship and the yacht together with iron chains, prompting a shared glance between Jiang Si and Qin Shen. Armed, Qin Shen flung open the cabin door, kicking 3 men into the water and swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 with gunfire. The individuals aboard the steamboat were utterly oblivious to the fact that Jiang Si and her companions were still alive. The 2 leaders were even less prepared for the revelation that Qin Shen was armed. In the instant they drew their weapons to fire at him, Jiang Si, peering through a lookout hole, swiftly shot one of them in the head. Blood splattered as the man collapsed, and in that fleeting moment when his fallen handgun was picked up by his subordinate, Jiang Si fired again, shattering the latter's hand. The man leading the other steamboat, witnessing this turn of events, immediately realized that Jiang Si and her group were well prepared. He hunched down, shouting for his men to untie the iron chain connecting their yacht, while he sought refuge in the cabin. Jiang Si would not allow him to escape so easily. She shot him in the thigh. The man howled in agony, struggling as his subordinates, fearing for their own safety, neglected him in their frantic attempts to unlock the iron shackles. Jiang Si turned to Jiang Chenggu and the others, entrusting them with the task. Qin Shin leaped onto the steamboat, where two men charged at him wielding machetes. In unison, Lu Jifeng and Jiang Chenggu fired, eliminating the assailants. Meanwhile, under the cover of Jiang Linhai, Jiang Si jumped onto another steamboat. The men aboard, upon seeing her as a woman, hesitated for a moment before viciously attacking her with knives. Jiang Linhai shot one, while Jiang Si kicked another to the ground. Soon, with the cooperation of Lu Jifeng, the men on the deck were swiftly subdued. On the other side, Qin Shin entered the steamboat's cabin, finding no one in sight. Just as Jiang Si slipped into the cabin, a sharp-eyed woman emerged, raising her weapon and unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Jiang Si.
Jiang Si swiftly sidestepped.
As the footsteps of the approaching woman drew nearer, listening intently, Jiang Si fired a shot, striking the woman directly in the heart. She collapsed to the ground, and as Jiang Si entered the cabin, the woman, still clinging to a breath of life, looked at her with eyes filled with a desperate plea. With a decisive shot, Jiang Si ended her suffering, stepping over the fallen figure and advancing further inside. Suddenly, two men emerged from the adjacent rooms, launching a coordinated assault against her. Jiang Si retaliated with a powerful elbow strike to one man's face, swiftly pivoting to deliver a sidekick to the other's head. Before long, two more men surged forward, clutching a 10-year-old girl in their arms. They beseeched Jiang Si, pleading, "Do not kill us. We surrender. We surrender." The little girl, tears streaming down her face, cried out for a hug, "Sister, sister, sister." For a moment, Jiang Si hesitated, as the girl was hurled towards her as a shield, while a sharp axe was simultaneously swung at her. In a quick motion, Jiang Si embraced the trembling child, narrowly evading the deadly axe. Yet the girl, her demeanor suddenly transforming with a menacing glint in her eyes, unsheathed a concealed blade and slashed fiercely at Jiang Si's neck, exclaiming, "You killed my mother. I will avenge her." Jiang Si reacted swiftly, delivering a forceful blow that sent the girl crashing to the ground. She seized the axe from the floor and, with deft precision, dispatched the remaining assailants. The girl's vengeful glare burned with the desire to see Jiang Si suffer. Keeping her alive would only invite future peril. Had Jiang Si not endured the trials of a decade of ruin, she might have shown mercy, allowing the girl to fend for herself. But there were no ifs in this grim reality. Jiang Si would not permit any potential threat to jeopardize her family. With a clean shot, she executed the girl without a trace of remorse. All aboard the steamboat had succumbed to lifelessness, prompting Jiang Si to commence an inspection of the cabin's conditions. A considerable stockpile of provisions was discovered: rice, millet, flour, canned goods, instant noodles, and dried fruit, all of which were well suited for preservation. Beneath the bed in one of the rooms, Jiang discovered a substantial quantity of gasoline and diesel. The steamboat storeroom housed several tens of thousands of pounds of coal. Most astonishingly, in a cabin at the very rear of the boat, a dairy goat and a pregnant wild boar were found. In Chapter 57, titled Reed Marsh, Jiang Si stumbled upon a cache of medicines and gold jewelry in another room. Additionally, the steamboat was equipped with a large generator and various commonly used electrical appliances. Jiang Si carefully stored the generator in her space. Jiang Linhai, feeling uneasy about her, ventured into the cabin, where he encountered the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. His gaze fell upon the face of a 10-year-old girl, her eyes forever closed in death, and a wave of shock and sorrow surged within him. Jiang Si did not conceal the truth. She candidly revealed, "She wished to kill me to avenge her parents." The pain reflected in Jiang Linhai's eyes swiftly morphed into a complex array of emotions. After a prolonged moment, He processed the reality and sought to comfort Jiang Si, assuring her, "You are not at fault." When this group sought to kill them, did they ever consider their victims? Nuno was merely 7 years old. This can only be deemed retribution. Jiang Si remained somewhat apprehensive about Jiang Linhai's perception of her. However, his expression of compassion offered her a quiet sense of relief. Subsequently, Jiang Si ventured onto another steamboat, where Qin Shin had acquired an even more abundant supply of resources, encompassing food, clothing, and necessities. There were over 2,000 pounds of rice alone, and this vessel also housed several livestock: 10 chickens, 5 ducks, 6 young rabbits, and a large yellow cow. This group has also conducted research on cultivating food indoors, filling several oil barrels with sweet potatoes, and even sprouting a considerable amount of bean sprouts and chives. If these individuals plan meticulously, the resources aboard these 2 steamships could entirely sustain their future needs. Jiang Si sighed, and as everyone finished inventorying the supplies on both steamships, their spirits lifted. Shen bowing, stroking the fluffy little rabbit, exclaimed with delight, "Si, how should we handle these 2 ships? A military force requires but a single leader," and Jiang Si was now the acknowledged chief among them. She had contemplated this matter earlier and turned to Qin Shin and Jiang Chenggu, inquiring, "Would you consider taking one of the ships for yourselves?" The underlying implication of Jiang Si's question was whether they wished to establish their independence. While the yacht boasted superior facilities and environment, it lacked electricity, rendering it merely a sailing vessel. The steamship, with its greater speed and a size 1/3 larger than their yacht, along with ample supplies, was entirely sufficient to ensure a comfortable life for Lu Jifeng and his companions. Lu Jifeng discerned Jiang Si's unspoken message, and he and Nuno turned pale. Jiang Si would undoubtedly ensure that they did not suffer losses. The distribution of resources would be fair. However, operating the steamship required the collaboration of several individuals. With Nuno being so young, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be utterly incapable of managing everything alone. In numbers, there was a sense of mutual support, taking turns for night watch. Cooking, cleaning, farming, and raising livestock would allow life to proceed smoothly, enabling them to enjoy restful slumber. Lu Jifeng, not solely for himself but also for Nuno, sincerely and candidly expressed, "Throughout our journey, we have received considerable care from everyone. Now that we possess an excess vessel, I ought not to impose further upon you. However, the steamship is quite substantial, and I find myself unable to navigate it alone. Nuno's presence alongside me does not bring her the joy she finds with the others. Strength lies in numbers. Might it be possible for Nuno and me to remain?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jifeng added, "If not, that is quite all right. No one is obligated to provide shelter for us." Suddenly, the previously silent Qin Shin spoke up, directly asking Jiang Si, "May I stay?" His deep-set eyes resembled sharp hooks. Should they wish to divide the vessel, a reasonable distribution of supplies would be imperative. Naturally, if they chose to stay, that would pose no issue either. The resources aboard several ships, if cultivated and raised appropriately, would suffice for their self-sustenance, alleviating any concerns of conflict over provisions. Moreover, Qin Shin's unique massage technique could alleviate her sudden pain, a skill she had yet to master. Additionally, both Lu Jifeng and Qin Shin were capable men, adept in survival skills, well acquainted with one another, and of good character, instilling confidence and bolstering the strength of their team. Jiang Si smiled, remarking, "I merely posed a casual query. If everyone remains, we could transfer the majority of usable supplies onto the yacht, then utilize the steamship to forge a path towards a safe anchorage, or secure the vessels by anchoring them all together. We could cultivate vegetables and grains aboard the steamship, and should danger arise, we would simply set sail." It became evident that the intention was not to expel them. Nuno and Lu Jifeng displayed identical expressions of astonishment. "Wonderful." Qin Shin nodded at Jiang Si. Everyone busied themselves, transferring the majority of essential supplies onto the yacht, leaving some reserves on the steamboat as a precaution against any unforeseen mishaps with the yacht. The 2 other steamboats could also provide them with sustenance for half a year. They toiled until dusk, their bodies weary but their spirits content. The following morning, as Jiang Si descended to the yacht's lounge, Nuno rushed over, brimming with excitement. "Sister, The hens and ducks have laid eggs. Jiang Si followed her to the first steamboat, where she indeed discovered 6 chicken eggs and 3 duck eggs. Nyo picked one up and cradled it in her hands, beaming, "Sister, it's still warm." These eggs symbolized the hope for their future, which is why Nyo was so elated. Jiang Si gently caressed her little face, suggesting, "Fresh eggs are the best. How about we have eggs for breakfast today?" Nyo shyly blinked, replying, "I don't want to eat the eggs. We should save them to hatch chicks." Jiang Si pointed to the 10 hens in the cage, explaining, "Without a rooster, these are unfertilized eggs. They won't hatch into chicks. We might as well eat them." Nyo paused, realizing there was indeed no rooster, before finally nodding with a smile, "All right then, let us eat the eggs." Jiang Si fetched a basket to gather the chicken and duck eggs, then approached the nanny goat to milk some fresh goat's milk. Jiang Si handed fresh chicken and duck eggs to Shen Baoying, who cheerfully recited several recipes featuring chicken eggs, expressing her intention to transform the duck eggs into preserved eggs. 3 pounds of sheep's milk were extracted, from which Shen Baoying specially prepared a bowl for Nyo, encouraging her to drink a bowl of fresh milk daily to aid her growth. The remaining sheep's milk was utilized to brew milk tea, create yogurt, and craft milk candy. At noon, Shen Baoying showcased her culinary skills, transforming the chicken eggs and available ingredients into an array of delightful dishes. The dining table was adorned with a plethora of colorful dishes, and as everyone savored their meals with contentment, they eagerly anticipated the organization of the steamship, aspiring to cultivate more grains and vegetables, and to raise additional small animals. Their current menagerie had grown considerably, necessitating a constant supply of water hyacinth for feed. However, the consumption remained excessive, particularly that of the yellow cow, which required 20 pounds of fodder daily and occasionally needed supplementary grains. As the water hyacinth dwindled, the group contemplated whether to slaughter the yellow cow, when suddenly, they stumbled upon a lush expanse of reeds. The reeds were even more favored by livestock than water hyacinth, containing nutritious elements. The fresh tender stems and dried reed grass were suitable for feeding cattle and sheep. However, the dried reeds, like the water hyacinth, needed to undergo fermentation to be converted into silage before they could be fed to the cattle and sheep. Beyond fodder, reeds had various uses. Their roots could be consumed, utilized in stir-fries or soups, such as reed root and mung bean soup, reed root chicken soup, and reed root rice porridge. The abundant dietary fiber contained within aids in accelerating intestinal peristalsis and promoting gastrointestinal absorption. Reeds possess medicinal properties. The roots serve to alleviate heat, while the flowers detoxify, and both the stems and roots are significant remedies for plagues. The stalks of the reeds are rich in cellulose, making them suitable for paper production and mat crafting. The inhabitants of the reed marshes skillfully fashion reeds into various items such as flutes, brooms, mats, bedding, and shelters. The vast expanse of reeds before us is truly invigorating. Recently, the rainfall has diminished, rendering the yachts and steamers unable to proceed. Rather than being forced to halt in the middle of the river, it is preferable to pause here for a brief respite. With an excited howl, Dahe and Xiaohong startled several brown birds into flight from the reed marsh, each of considerable size, estimated to weigh at least 2 to 3 pounds. As a forest ranger, Lu Jifeng quickly identified them as a large wading bird, scientifically known as the Eurasian bittern, colloquially referred to by locals as reed chicken. Its wings, when spread, resemble a fan, and as it runs, it evokes the image of a young chicken. Lu Jifeng joyfully exclaimed, "The reed chicken cannot fly very high or far. If we go down now, we should be able to catch a few." Shen Baoying replied with a smile, "Then we shall have our dinner sorted for tonight." Eager to try his hand at this, Lu Jifeng was confident in his knowledge of various trapping techniques, believing capturing the reed chicken would be a simple task. Jiang Si used binoculars to survey the surrounding terrain, noticing no lurking figures or signs of wild beasts before securing the anchor underwater. Simply anchoring the boat meant that it would shift its position with the flow of the water. Qin Xin and Zhang Linhai jumped off the boat, driving several sturdy wooden stakes into the ground around the reed marsh, then tying the vessel to the mooring posts. Once it was confirmed that all 3 boats had anchored securely, Jiang Si and Lu Jifeng descended into the reed marshes, armed with animal traps, baskets, and sickles. The marsh was predominantly composed of soft silt, and Jiang Si, clad in suspenders and rubber boots, skillfully utilized the sickle to harvest the reeds. In no time, they had filled half a basket with the harvested reeds. Suddenly, Jiang Linhai exclaimed with delight, "Si, come quickly." Upon approaching, Jiang Si observed a mound of muddy clumps at the feet of Jiang Linhai and Qin Shin. She picked one up and sniffed it, asking, "Mushroom?" Jiang Linhai nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, it is a type of fungus that grows at the roots of the reeds. We used to call this mushroom reed mushroom because it can only be found beneath the reeds." Lu Jifeng joined them, adding, "Reed mushrooms are even more flavorful than other varieties. I used to dig them up frequently during my childhood, but over the years, we have overharvested them, and they have become quite rare. They are exquisite when used in soups." Qin Shin nodded in agreement. Indeed, they ventured a bit further, cutting down more reeds, and soon Jiang Si had gathered a full sack of reed mushrooms. Should they find themselves unable to consume them all, they could easily dry and store the mushrooms for later use. Jiang Linhai also unearthed some reed roots, suggesting they could be prepared with a bit of chili for a delightful cold dish or stir-fried with cured meat. In their childhood, these were often enjoyed as snacks. Curious to taste their sweetness, Jiang Linhai was halted by Jiang Si's warning, "Be cautious of parasites." As Jiang Linhai continued to dig, he uncovered a rather sizable crayfish. He exclaimed, "Si, look how big this crayfish is. Do you think it's mutated? Can we eat it?" The conversation suggested that Jiang Si surely knew whether the crayfish had mutated, but Lu Jifeng found it somewhat peculiar, suspecting that Jiang Linhai was merely asking out of casual curiosity. The crayfish displayed a vivid red hue on their backs, with bluish-purple on their heads and large pincers. Having consumed this type during the apocalypse, Jiang Si nodded, affirming its edibility. Indeed, there were quite a number of crayfish present. Jiang Linhai, without descending into the trap, managed to collect nearly half a bag. He also caught a few sizable tilapia from the waterhole. However, upon seeing the tilapia flopping energetically on the grass, Jiang Si furrowed her brow slightly, pondering the absence of the snakehead and crocodile. Could there be something even more fearsome lurking about? Suddenly, Lu Jifeng, who was setting traps for the moorhen, waved his hand and shouted with uncontainable joy, "I have discovered the moorhen's eggs." The group made their way towards him, following his pointed finger to glimpse a nest containing approximately 10 eggs, each the size of a quail's. Lu Jifeng handed his backpack to Jiang Linhai, suggesting, "I will retrieve the eggs." Jiang Si intervened, cautioning, "Let us not rush. Who knows what strange creatures might dwell in the water? Tomorrow, we shall return with an inflatable boat. There should be more than one nest amidst the reeds across the way, and we can collect them all at once." Lu Jifeng found this plan agreeable, as they had already gathered a substantial bounty on their excursion, albeit without capturing any moorhen. The thought of sacrificing a laying hen by killing one made them somewhat reluctant. Suddenly, a splashing sound emanated from the area where Lu Jifeng had set his traps. The moorhen, with its grayish plumage, blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment. If it were not for its struggles, one could easily overlook it among the grass. Jiang Linhai chuckled, "We have chickens now. Tonight we can truly feast." Shen Baoying was busy boiling water and plucking feathers from the chicken, while Jiang Linhai assisted her. The others sat on the platform, cleaning the bulrush mushrooms and chopping reeds for fodder. Suddenly, the reeds swayed in the wind, and Qin Shin abruptly stood up, gazing towards the dusky horizon as if he had spotted something. Jiang Si approached Qin Shin and peered beneath the yacht, which appeared ominously dark, revealing nothing unusual. "Nevertheless," she inquired, "is something amiss?" Qin Shin scrutinized the sight for a long while, his gaze wandering. Jiang Si was taken aback. Could it be a snakehead fish? Qin Shin shook his head. Perhaps. Jiang Si instinctively felt it was unlikely to be a snakehead. If it were, it would have eagerly surfaced at the slightest disturbance. After plucking off the feathers and removing the innards, only a little over a pound of meat and bones remained from the bulrush chicken. Shen Baoying stewed a pot of bulrush chicken and mushroom soup, adding some ginseng roots and goji berries, ensuring each person had a bowl of this nourishing elixir for vitality and beauty. Jiang Si took a sip, and the once faint flavor in her memory crystallized into clarity. Truly delectable. Shen Baoying remarked with a smile, "This bulrush chicken is a bit small. Once the chicks grow and reproduce, we shall dine on them more frequently. Nyo cheerfully chimed in, I will also go and gather more bulrush mushrooms, storing them for whenever we wish to eat. The group exchanged smiles, feeling that this moment of tranquility and happiness was indeed rare. After a peaceful night, everyone rose with renewed vigor. Zhang Qingfang had long been eager to dig up some soil to plant grains and vegetables in every available spot on the yacht and the 2 steamboats. Jiang Si and Qin Shin ventured to gather the eggs of the water hen, while Zhang Linhai and Lu Jifeng busied themselves digging in front of the yacht, and Zhang Chenggu remained vigilant as the lookout. Jiang Si and Qin Shin navigated through a thicket of reeds, boarding an inflatable boat to glide along the waterway. Soon, they spotted the nest of water hen eggs from the previous day. The water hen exhibited a rather sluggish reaction, only fluttering its wings to flee as they approached. With a swift motion, Qin Shin brought down his rod, stunning the bird. He tossed the water hen towards Jiang Si, who promptly tied it with a hemp rope. Observing Qin Shin as he carefully cradled the nest of chicks, he inquired, Shall we keep a few nests of water hens? The meat was quite delectable last night. Jiang Si smiled, pleasantly surprised by Qin Shin's unexpected craving. Very well, let us raise some. As they continued along the narrow path, Qin Shin soon discovered another nest of water hen eggs and casually caught a black snake, thick as a thigh. The snake was non-venomous, and Qin Shin dangled it before Jiang Si, asking, Would you like to eat this? Aware that snakes are often rife with parasites, Jiang Si, recalling her past experiences, firmly declined. Parasites are troublesome to deal with. Let us stick to something more conventional. Agreed, Qin Shin said, snapping the snake's head and carelessly tossing it into the underbrush. Pressing on, they gathered several more nests of water hen eggs along with 2 nests of wild duck eggs. As they neared the end of the river path,
Jiang si suddenly spotted a moose.
Before she could even take aim, Qin Shin fired, striking the creature. The moose struggled briefly before collapsing. Jiang Si was filled with joy as the male elk had reached adulthood, weighing at least 200 kilograms. It is worth mentioning that Qin Shin had quite an appetite for meat. His enthusiasm waned when it came to vegetables, while a meat dish could entice him to consume 2 additional bowls of rice. As Qin Shin ascended the shore, hoisting the elk, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the reeds, akin to something slithering swiftly. Jiang Si sensed the presence of a giant python and shouted to Qin Shin, Danger! Without hesitation, Qin Shin dashed towards the inflatable boat, as a creature entirely black, adorned with 6 horns, stealthily protruded its head from the reeds, reminiscent of a giant salamander. Jiang Si instantly recognized it as a primitive giant salamander. The smaller variants of this species, often kept as pets in modern times, are gentle and timid, exhibiting adorable and endearing expressions that have captivated many young enthusiasts. The giant salamander, colloquially known as the tyrant salamander, inhabits swamps and wetlands, being both aquatic and terrestrial with a highly aggressive nature, preying upon dinosaurs and crocodiles. Its mouth is lined with razor-sharp teeth, perfectly suited for tearing into its prey. This particular primitive salamander was relatively small, measuring only 3 to 4 meters in length, insufficient to consume a human whole. In a previous life, Jiang Si had encountered a tyrant salamander capable of swallowing a small car whole. Their backs were also coated with venom, containing lethal dolphin toxins, where merely 0.5 grams could prove fatal to an adult. Despite its unappealing appearance and cumbersome physique, its crawling speed was surprisingly swift. Just as Qin Shin boarded the lifeboat, the salamander was merely a few meters away from them. Bullets would not suffice to eliminate such a colossal beast. Jiang Si swiftly retrieved a grenade from his pocket. At the moment the salamander opened its mouth, he pulled the pin and accurately hurled it into the creature's maw. Qin Shin, with his robust and powerful arms, grasped the oar as if it were a propeller. The grenade had yet to detonate, yet the lifeboat swiftly retreated. With a resounding crash, the giant salamander exploded into a mass of flesh, the splatter of blood merely grazing Jiang Si. The sudden explosion startled Shin Baoying, causing her heart to race as she urgently cried, CC! CC! Jiang Si wiped her face and waved a small red flag. Upon seeing this, Shin Baoying immediately called out to Zhang Linhai and Lu Jifeng, They are over there. Zhang Linhai sprinted forward, shouting, CC! Qin Shin, where are you? Lu Jifeng followed closely behind, echoing the call. Jiang Si and Qin Shin soon came into view, their bodies stained with blood, while the inflatable boat bore the remnants of what appeared to be flesh. With a heart full of dread, Zhang Linhai inquired, "What happened?" Jiang Si handed them 2 giant quails, explaining, "We encountered a giant salamander and I used a grenade to destroy it. It's nothing serious." Zhang Linhai placed the quails on the ground and assisted Jiang Si off the boat, incredulous at the size of the giant salamander. How large could it possibly be? Is it bigger than the largest pike crocodile? Jiang Si nodded. It's about the size of a small car. Zhang Linhai and Lu Jifeng exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and relief. Zhang Linhai pressed on. Could there be more giant salamanders here? Just then, he noticed a 200-kilogram moose aboard the lifeboat. The moose, known for its tender and rich meat, is regarded as the king among meats, while its antlers serve as a prized medicinal ingredient, capable of enhancing vitality, strengthening bones, and treating various ailments. Deer antler wine is an extravagant luxury that attracts countless admirers. Deer tendons can be fashioned into bowstrings, while coats crafted from deer hide are soft, breathable, moisture-absorbent, and remarkably warm. The deer hide also possesses waterproof qualities. Water containers made from it are lightweight, leak-proof, and conserve space once emptied. In ancient times, hunters cherished deer hide water bags and boots. Upon spotting a moose, Zhang Linhai and Lu Jifeng could not restrain their laughter, exclaiming, "What a splendid find!" Chapter 58. Stiff neck. Upon returning to the boat, Shen Baoying hurriedly inquired, "Why did you resort to using a grenade?" Jiang Si recounted the earlier events, leaving everyone feeling a shiver of fear. Had Jiang Si not brought the grenade, the situation could have been perilous. At that moment, she had indeed not carried it with her. It was hastily retrieved from her space. Destroying a giant salamander had required a single grenade, which she regretted using, as her supply was already limited. The homemade explosive packs they had created were comparatively sluggish in reaction and lacked significant potency. If given the opportunity, she was determined to find a way to stockpile more firearms and ammunition. Once they confirmed the absence of the giant salamander, Jiang Qingguo and Zhang Linhai began processing the moose. Deer blood is known for its beneficial properties, such as nourishing the blood, halting bleeding, and treating. Jiang Si is meticulously preparing deer tendons, while Qin Shen is focused on processing deer hides. Zhang Linhai and Lu Jifeng are engaged in cutting the deer meat, each person absorbed in their respective tasks. Nuno crouches in front of Shen Baoying, her eyes wide with anticipation as she asks, "Aunt Shun, is there anything I can assist with?" Shen Baoying glances at her and replies with a smile, "Nuno, you've peeled so much garlic just now. Why not take a short rest or play with Dahe and Xiaohai?" Dahe and Xiaohai are gathered around Zhang Linhai and Lu Jifeng, their eyes glistening with desire for meat, showing no inclination to play. Nuno shakes her head, asserting, "I don't want to play. I want to help." Such a thoughtful child. It tugs at the heartstrings. Shen Baoying ponders for a moment and inquires, "Have you washed your hands?" Nuno proudly presents her clean palm. "I have." Shen Baoying responds, "Very well. Then Auntie will teach you how to make delicious blood sausages." Nuno beams with excitement, eager to try. Shen Baoying ties one end of the small intestine with string, instructing Nuno to hold it steady, then takes a funnel and gently pours in the pig's blood. "Do you see? Just like this, slowly fill it up, and when it reaches here we can tie it off with a string." "Isn't it simple?" Truly is quite simple, though Nuno's small hands occasionally allow the blood sausage to slip away. Meanwhile, Jiang Si has finished processing the deer tendons and has hung them up in the corridor to dry. Once dried, they will be soaked and pounded into fine strands, which can be fashioned into resilient bowstrings. The knowledge Jiang Si acquired during her shooting practice at the club has been adeptly applied numerous times in her previous life. Even her craftsmanship in making animal hides rivals that of a master. Jiang Si glances at Qin Shen, who is still scraping the last bits of flesh from the deer hide. Qin Shen worked meticulously, ensuring that every bit of flesh was scraped clean from the deer hide before he paused. The tanning of leather is a delicate process. Too little salt can lead to decay, while an excess may harden the material. He appeared to be calculating the appropriate amount of salt to use when he suddenly froze, holding the salt container. Based on her experience, Jiang Si remarked, approximately 10 pounds of salt will suffice for tanning this hide. Qin Shin glanced at her, measured out 10 pounds of salt, and applied it evenly. Following Jiang Si's advice, he folded the hide with the fur side out, attempting to encase the fine salt entirely, before placing it in a large barrel and covering it with water until the hide was submerged. Jiang Si further instructed Qin Shin, "You must stir it daily to ensure the salt dissolves, which will prevent the deer hide from shedding its fur. The resulting elk skin will not only be exceptionally soft and durable, but will also possess a beautiful hue." Lu Jifeng, who had initially intended to offer guidance, overheard Jiang Si's words and exclaimed, "Si, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge." Having served as a forest ranger for many years, he felt that Jiang Si's understanding was far more comprehensive than his own. Jiang Si smiled, recalling her school days when her curiosity led her to read such books extensively. Lu Jifeng's gaze drifted towards Nyo, who was diligently preparing sausage, and he felt a twinge of regret. It seemed unlikely that Nyo would have the opportunity to attend university like Qin Shin and Jiang Si. Just as the sausage was not yet finished, Dehei and Xiaohei suddenly perked up, barking vigorously. Jiang Si seized her binoculars and scanned the direction of their barks, spotting several men approaching intentionally, obscured by reed poles. Her expression turned serious, and she cautioned, "Stay alert." Before long, a group of individuals came into view. They beheld the yachts and steamships, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The leading man, Qiu Lei, was tall and robust, with a square face and sun-kissed skin, adorned with tattoos that hinted at his fearless demeanor. However, upon noticing the cold firearms in Jiang Si's hands, a chill ran through him. He hastily raised his hands and exclaimed in panic, "We mean no harm. We merely heard the sound of explosions and came to investigate. Please do not shoot. Do not shoot." Jiang Si detected no malice in Qiu Lei's demeanor and had no desire for further discourse. "Leave," a woman interjected, indicating her significant standing among the vessels. Recognizing that Jiang Si was not one to indiscriminately slay innocents, Qiu Lei's thoughts shifted. Instead of retreating, he pleaded, "Sister, could you possibly take us in? We are young and vigorous, capable of any task. We only seek a room to rest. We can procure our own food." The marshlands were excessively damp, and accustomed to towering edifices, who would desire to dwell in a mere shack in the wilderness? Moreover, nightfall brought forth numerous unknown dangers. Gaining passage onto the ship would at least spare them from concerns of leaking roofs or the unsettling prospect of waking to find a snake slithering across them, not to mention the risk of being robbed of their scant possessions, even their undergarments. Jingjing would surely be delighted. There were 10 of them in total, while Jiang Si and her group comprised only 8. Allowing them aboard would be akin to inviting wolves into the fold. Jiang Si's gaze hardened, and with a resounding crack, a bullet struck the ground beside Qiu Lei's feet. "Leave." This was Jiang Si's second command, emanating a threat that should she repeat it once more, she would not hesitate to eliminate them all. Qiu Lei instantly wilted, bending low as he dashed away, his retreat as frantic as if his backside were ablaze. Fearing that she might lag behind, Jiang Si gave him a nudge from behind. Only after Qiu Lei and his men had completely vanished into the reeds did Zhang Chenggu voice his concerns. "If we remain here, these individuals will undoubtedly return." Jiang Si gazed at the receding floodwaters and sighed, realizing they must remain vigilant. Even if they departed this place, there was no assurance that they would not encounter more individuals. The venison was highly nourishing, and Shen Baoying was hesitant to let everyone indulge excessively at once. She prepared a few blood sausages and several dishes, though the portions were modest. Yet, each dish was exceptionally delightful, and everyone promptly finished their meals. Having overeaten, Jiang Si stepped outside to digest, beneath the vast expanse of twinkling stars and the resplendent Milky Way, which was nothing short of breathtaking. Enjoying the gentle breeze, she was suddenly approached by Qin Shen, who emerged from the shadows and regarded her for several moments before speaking. "I've woken up with a stiff neck. Could you give me a massage?" Jiang Si stared at Qin Shen in disbelief, questioning whether she was experiencing an illusion. For him to seek her out in the middle of the night for a massage seemed rather peculiar. Noticing her dazed expression, Qin Shen realized he might have caused a misunderstanding and gently closed the door, indicating they could proceed to the living room instead. His intent was to assure her that he harbored no inappropriate intentions. Perhaps he truly had woken up with a stiff neck, suffering immensely, which compelled him to seek her out at this hour. As they made their way to the living room, Qin Shun turned his back to her, revealing his broad shoulders, elongated neck, and perfectly defined jawline, an undeniable testament to his striking looks. It is indeed true that a handsome individual is captivating from any angle. Jiang Si took a deep breath and gently placed her hands on his sturdy shoulders and neck. Applying a slight amount of pressure, she inquired, "How does that feel?" She had never given Jiang Linhai a massage before, yet she offered it to him on the first try. Qin Shun lay there as if in slumber, taking a while to respond with a soft his voice deep and languid, exuding a magnetic charm. Jiang Si couldn't help but ponder that, if he weren't a surgeon, he would likely achieve great popularity as a broadcaster. Qin Shun remained silent, quietly accepting half an hour of Jiang Si's shoulder and neck massage without a hint of wanting to stop. Jiang Si's hands began to ache. She wondered if Qin Shun expected her to massage him as long as he had massaged her. While she could indeed continue, she questioned whether his cervical spine could endure such relentless pressure. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Linhai, who had come to take over the night shift, caught sight of them. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, "What on earth are you two doing?" Jiang Si felt a bit flustered, while Qin Shun stood up with an air of calm, stating, "I have a stiff neck. I asked Jiang Si to help me with it." "A midnight massage with Cici?" Jiang Linhai thought incredulously. With no ill intentions, he could have devoured himself in astonishment. Jiang Linhai's piercing gaze scrutinized them thoroughly, making Jiang Si feel a tad embarrassed, as she had not considered it anything out of the ordinary. "It's just a massage. It's nothing significant," she remarked, raising an eyebrow and adding, "Dad, Uncle Lu is still waiting for you." Jiang Linhai's knowing gaze lingered on Qin Shun's face before he cleared his throat and suggested, "It's getting late, you two should rest soon." Qin Shun glanced at Jiang Si and replied, "All right." Yet, Jiang Si sensed that he still seemed unsatisfied. The following day, she was pursued by Shen Baoying, who eagerly inquired, "Are you two dating?" Jiang Si smiled, pondering her thoughts. It was merely a massage. They openly invited her to the hall for it, so what could it possibly entail? Shen Baoying, however, was unconvinced. "Why doesn't he approach your father instead? And why seek you out?" She continued, "Xiao Shen is quite obvious in his affections. If you do not harbor feelings for him, then you should decisively reject him." Jiang Si, in truth, was uncertain about Qin Shun's intentions. If he claimed to like her, he consistently exhibited a demeanor of politeness and distance. Conversely, if he did not harbor feelings for her, he often engaged in gestures that could easily be misconstrued as intimate. Rolling her eyes, Jiang Si mused that directly informing Qin Shun of her disinterest would be rather awkward. What if he claimed she had misunderstood? How would they interact thereafter? Shen Baoying paused, incredulous. "Surely, your mother believes he must have some interest in you. Wait, do you not feel the same? You massaged him late into the night, yet you claim there are no feelings involved?" Shen Baoying found this hard to believe. Jiang Si sighed, "What is there to discuss about romance? Isn't being single delightful? Fear not, humanity will not face extinction anytime soon. There are still choices to be made." As for Qin Shun, she found him inscrutable. A relationship seemed impossible. Shen Baoying chuckled with frustration. "I look forward to seeing how you choose in the future." The previous suitors had all been driven away by her assertive demeanor. Lu Jifeng, while collecting fishing nets, unexpectedly stumbled upon some cattails. The stems and leaves of cattails, akin to reeds, can be woven into mats and fans, utilized in papermaking, and their tender shoots are edible, forming a celebrated dish in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Cattails also possess significant medicinal value, particularly the male flower pollen, commonly known in traditional Chinese medicine as pu huang, which serves to stop bleeding and promote urination, and can also be used as a seasoning for baking bread, muffins, and pancakes. The fruit of the cattail resembles an elongated ham. When peeled, it reveals a white tuft that can serve as stuffing for pillows, quilts, and garments, soft and warm. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "Daddy, there's a woman behind you." Lu Jifeng raised his gun, and shortly thereafter, a young woman adorned with reeds emerged into his line of sight. She was fair-skinned, with delicate features, reminiscent in age to Jiang Si. For a long while, she gazed intently at Lu Jifeng, mustering her courage to step closer. Sensing no immediate threat from her, he coldly advised, "Step aside." Chang Jing, recognizing his attire as that of someone from the boat, hurriedly called out, "Brother, wait for me." Lu Jifeng, burdened with his load, moved swiftly, and it took considerable effort for Chang Jing to catch up. As they emerged from the reeds, the yacht and steamship came into view, igniting a flutter of excitement in her heart. Finally, she would no longer be surrounded by a throng of men, living in a state of limbo between the living and the spectral. Chang Jing was increasingly anxious to follow Lu Jifeng. In her haste, she stumbled and fell, landing in a filthy mess of mud. Lu Jifeng swiftly boarded the yacht, while Chang Jing remained on the ground, curled up and softly sobbing. With tears cascading down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms, any man would find it hard to resist her plight. Yet, after a prolonged wait, with her tears nearly spent, no one came to her aid. As dusk approached, the danger of remaining on land loomed. She had to board the ship. Raising her head, her gaze fell upon the gun-wielding Qin Shen, and in that instant, her face radiated with extraordinary brilliance. She cupped her hands and called out fervently, "Brother, will you take me in? I am willing to do anything for you. Just let me stay." The woman had just been calling Lu Jifeng brother. Zhang Linhai suddenly cast a glance at Qin Shen, while Jiang Si couldn't help but steal a look at him, curious about his reaction. Qin Shen displayed no response, regarding Chang Jing as if she were mere air. Jiang Si abruptly felt that Qin Shen indeed showed her a certain favoritism. Chang Jing was on the verge of tears. So many men were vying for her attention, yet the individuals on all three boats remained utterly indifferent. "Sister, I implore you, please keep me. I eat little and work hard. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply and be obedient." Jiang Si smirked. "What if I told you to die then?" Chapter 60. Let them regret. Chang Jing stood there, stunned, completely unprepared for Jiang's cruel words urging her to end her life. She could not comprehend why, being women, Jiang Si exhibited not an ounce of sympathy and instead wielded such malice. Chang Jing gritted her teeth, unwilling to relinquish her hopes so readily. The men on the boat showed no interest in her, indicating their integrity. Once aboard, they would undoubtedly refrain from mistreating her. Jiang Si's call for her demise surely stemmed from jealousy over her beauty, fearing that she might overshadow her upon boarding. If she possessed the audacity to take such a drastic step, she would certainly earn their respect. Chang Jing clenched her fists, grinding her molars, and shot back at Jiang Si. "Fine. I shall die to show you." Zhang Linhai furrowed his brow, worried that if Chang Jing truly took her life, Jiang Si would be burdened with guilt. He whispered, "Si, should we just send her away?" Having seen many such parasites in the apocalypse, Jiang Si shook her head. She wouldn't die. With her unwavering certainty, Zhang Linhai chose to let the matter be. Chang Jing waded step by step into the water, feeling the sting of humiliation as she met Jiang Si's mocking gaze. Gritting her teeth, she pressed forward for several meters. Though not particularly tall, she struggled against the mud beneath her feet, the water rising to her waist, a disorienting sensation of weightlessness overwhelming her, fear evident in her eyes. The daytime temperature had hovered around 20 degrees, but as night fell, it plummeted to a chilling 10, the water even colder. After just a short while, Chang Jing trembled uncontrollably. She wrapped her arms around herself, casting helpless, pleading glances at the handsome Qin Shen. He found her presence bothersome, preferring instead to tend to the feed for the small animals. Looking towards Jiang Si, he discerned that his presence was unwarranted and turned away coldly, shattering Chang Jing's heart into 1,000 shards in an instant. Resolute, Chang Jing decided to plunge deeper into the water, determined to test whether these people could truly remain indifferent. In her desperation, she thrashed and struggled, striving to evoke their sympathy. The splashes and bubbles she created stirred concern in the onlookers. Yet, Jiang Si remained unmoved, and the others were even less inclined to intervene. As her breath reached its limit, a suffocating wave pressed against her chest. Chang Jing seethed with resentment and burst from the water, pointing at Jiang Si, crying out, "Sister, you are utterly heartless." Jiang Si scoffed, raising her gun to intimidate her, declaring, "You still do not know what true ruthlessness is." The murderous intent in Jiang Si's eyes was palpable, and Cheng Jing suddenly faltered. Although she resided in a thatched hut, since aligning herself with Qiu Lei, he had spared no effort in providing her with the best, ensuring she was well-fed, warmly clothed, unbothered by others, and even granted the privilege of commanding others, enjoying treatment akin to that of the tribe's matron. Jiang Si sought to end her life, yet at that moment, Cheng Jing found herself unwilling to succumb to death. She fled towards the shore, calling out desperately, "Help! Help! Qiu Lei, please save me." The mud beneath her feet ensnared her, making escape a formidable challenge. She became trapped, her struggles only causing her to sink further. Suddenly, Dehe bared its teeth and roared fiercely, as if intent on tearing its prey apart. Cheng Jing, now truly frightened to tears, looked up at Jiang Si with pleading eyes, saying, "Sister, I was wrong. I won't board the boat again. Please let me go." She was genuinely terrified that if she did not rise quickly, Jiang Si would take her life. Jiang Si squinted, smoothly chambering a round into her gun, and Cheng Jing's heart sank at the sight. Just as despair enveloped her, Qiu Lei burst forth from the reeds, leaping into the water to embrace Cheng Jing, soothing her gently, "Jing Jing, don't be afraid. I'm here, I'm here." The two, entwined in the water, resembled a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. Jiang Si gazed at Cheng Jing, huddled in the man's embrace, feeling a deep sense of irony. Lu Jifeng seemed to share the sentiment, exclaiming loudly, "Keep your woman in check. Not everyone can be seduced." Cheng Jing's face flickered between shades of red and white, as if struck by a slap, the sting sharp and painful. Fearing that Jiang Si might confront her with the gun, she refrained from voicing any retort. Qiu Lei's rough hands brushed against her delicate skin, sending a shiver of electricity through her. Clinging tightly to him, she softly murmured, "I'm cold." Qiu Lei quickly removed the reed garment from her, covering her icy hands with his robust form providing her warmth. Qiu Lei remained steadfastly devoted to her, which soothed Cheng Jing's heart. She nestled against his chest, weeping softly like a kitten. "The woman on the ship kidnapped me and tormented me for her amusement. The men leered at me, accusing me of seduction. I did not. I truly did not. Qiu Lei, please believe me. Don't abandon me." Qiu Lei's heart ached profoundly. He clutched her tightly, as if holding a cherished treasure he had nearly lost. Cheng Jing struggled to catch her breath, lightly pounding his chest in frustration. "Why did you arrive so late? I nearly lost my life." Qiu Lei gently kissed her, whispering, "It's all right, it's all right." "What do you mean, it's all right? That woman is malicious. She toyed with us as if we were mere mice. What if next time you arrive too late?" Cheng Jing's voice trembled with fear. Qiu Lei yearned for vengeance on her behalf, but the adversaries were armed, making confrontation perilous. All he could muster were empty words. "One day, they will regret their actions today." A flicker of cold amusement crossed Cheng Jing's eyes as she innocently replied, "Brother, I have noticed that they are not many in number. Making them regret is not beyond our reach." Qiu Lei paused. "What do you mean?" "Under the cover of night, we can devise a plan to set their ship ablaze, forcing them out and leading them into the traps we have prepared. Only then can we ensure our safety here. Once they fall into our trap, we will acquire their weapons. From that moment on, who would dare to wreak havoc in our territory? We shall not coddle them any longer." Qiu Lei hesitated, torn between the apprehension of igniting a fire and the sorrow for the yacht and steamship, pondering the possibility that they might still harbor valuable supplies. It would be a tremendous loss to incinerate them. Cheng Jing murmured softly, "If we set the ships ablaze, there may still be items of use aboard. Without fire, we are left with nothing, our lives entirely at the mercy of others. Do you truly wish for me to be bullied? Do you genuinely love me?" Qiu Lei felt an overwhelming urge to lay bare his heart as proof of his affection for her. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest." Jiang Si and her group intended to settle in the area, necessitating an exploration of the local terrain. Qin Shen ventured out, swiftly familiarizing himself with the surrounding marshlands. The makeshift village, led by Qiu Lei, comprised over 30 individuals, 15 robust men, with the remainder consisting of women, children, and the elderly, all survivors from nearby towns. Each person held the right to survive, provided that their wells did not interfere with one another's rivers. Jiang Si was willing to coexist peacefully with them. However, some individuals seemed intent on courting disaster. Qiu Lei and his companions busily dug traps, under the pretense of ignorance. Zhang Linhai anxiously inquired, "Si, should we issue them a warning?" Shaking her head, Jiang Si replied, "The plundering of resources is a common reality in this apocalypse. As long as we thrive better than they do, we will inevitably attract their envy. Warnings are futile. Whatever is destined to happen will transpire." A collective sigh escaped the group. Although the torrential rain had passed, things would gradually improve. Simply casting torches would not easily ignite the yacht and steamship. Qiu Lei and his brethren pondered their next course of action as the floodwaters gradually receded, revealing several cars and trucks stranded along the riverbed. They scavenged the vehicles, stripping them of their supplies, and pried open the fuel tanks, collecting several crates of gasoline. With this fuel, if poured upon the surface of the yacht's steamboat, it would ignite rapidly. Everything was in place, save for a favorable wind. After observing for a few days, they determined that Jiang Si and his companions were few in number. Under the cover of night, Qiu Lei and his brothers set off with the gasoline. Unfortunately, the night watchman was Qin Shin. Even from a distance, Qin Shin spotted them and roused everyone. Jiang Si arrived at the command post and, using infrared binoculars, discerned 10 individuals. He informed the group of their positions, instructing them to prepare for shooting once they entered range. Qiu Lei skillfully avoided the traps they had previously dug, reaching a small ditch merely 100 meters from the yacht. They planned to pour the gasoline into the ditch, allowing it to flow towards the yacht and steamboat. Just as they were about to pour the gasoline, a sudden flurry of birds erupted from the reeds, soaring into the night sky. Black, white, and yellow mist swirled upon the water's surface, accompanied by an odor even more pungent than gasoline. Fearing exposure, Qiu Lei urgently shouted to his comrades, "Run!" They dashed away, and in that fleeting moment, the dark night sky illuminated as if ignited by a sudden blaze. Birds, dragonflies, and bats swirled chaotically in the night, creating a terrifying spectacle. Lu Jifeng observed deer gathering and leaping through the reeds, while the pheasants remained stubbornly aloft, sensing something amiss. He frowned and remarked, "This is not right. The cuckoo has been soaring for quite some time now, seemingly determined to escape, as if it senses an impending earthquake." Just as the thought crossed my mind, Nuno pointed excitedly at the water's surface, exclaiming, "Daddy, look!" Everyone turned their gaze downward, and what had been a tranquil expanse was now bubbling as if it were boiling, enveloped in a haze of colorful vapors. A wave of astonishment swept over us. Could it truly be an earthquake? Such anomalies surely arise from a deeper cause. Jiang Si, quick to respond, instructed everyone to secure their emergency packs, for if an earthquake were indeed imminent, leaving the vessel would be imperative. As we hastily entered the cabin, strapping on our long-prepared emergency gear, the sky abruptly brightened as if it were midday. A thunderous tremor shook the foundation, shattering the tempered glass of the cabin with the force of a violent shockwave. The yacht rocked perilously, teetering as though it might capsize at any moment. The searing heat from the shockwave surged around us, rendering us unable to stand. Jiang Si shielded Shin Baoying, pressing her to the ground and protecting her head for what felt like an eternity until the tumult began to subside. Zhang Linhai crawled to Jiang Si aside, whispering, "Si, what is happening?" Jiang Si lifted her gaze, peering outside the cabin, where fiery debris danced in the air, and the northeastern sky resembled a sea of blood. A wave of disbelief washed over her. The meteor shower had arrived far earlier than anticipated. Rising to her feet, she noticed the river was rapidly sinking. The yacht, tethered to wooden stakes, strained against the iron chains, on the verge of being engulfed. Jiang Si's pupils dilated in alarm as she urgently declared, "A meteor has struck, causing the ground to cave in. We must abandon ship immediately." That was a meteor. The disturbance is far too great. They took away all the plants they had cultivated, and the livestock they had raised had to be released with heavy hearts. Jiang Si instinctively felt a pang of guilt. He hoped that Qin Shin had not entered the cabin to witness the emptied warehouse. Qin Shin displayed a neutral expression, urging him to hurry. Jiang Si breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps he had not noticed. I just want to fetch a few items. Let us go. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed as a crimson glow illuminated the horizon, resembling a magnificent meteor streaking across the sky. Jiang Si was taken aback. The scene mirrored that of his previous life, where more meteors would soon fall one after another. However, in his former existence, the descent occurred only after the electromagnetic disturbances had subsided. Humanity's communication systems had regained some functionality, and upon learning that no meteors had struck the north, the survivors began to migrate northward en masse. Jiang Si leaped from the ship, and with a sharp crack, the iron lock broke, causing both the yacht and the steamboats to sink swiftly into the mire. Jiang Si felt a profound sorrow. This was his sole luxurious yacht, now lost alongside the two pristine steamboats. No amount of heartache could change the situation. As the reed fields ignited, engulfed by the flames that danced in the air, filling it with a suffocating stench, they had to expedite their departure from this place, wary of the potential falling meteors above. With the burning reed fields and the treacherous pits dug by Chiu Lei and his companions, the path was fraught with peril. To avoid inhaling the acrid smoke, everyone donned helmets and damp masks. Suddenly, a blinding light burst overhead. Jiang Si looked up, exclaiming, "Run! The meteors are about to fall." Everyone sprinted forward, splashing through puddles, and boldly traversing through the flames. The sky rained down scalding lava, resembling a torrential downpour of fire. The meteorite was indeed considerable in size, and Jiang Si was deeply apprehensive that they might not outrun its descent, meeting their demise here, reduced to ashes. Suddenly, Qin Shin exclaimed, "Run to the right." Having previously surveyed the terrain, everyone promptly heeded his advice and sprinted towards the right. As they ran, they emerged from the reed marsh and beheld a hill, composed entirely of solid rock. With a stroke of fortune, there might even be caves for them to seek refuge within. Jiang Si's eyes sparkled as she pointed towards the hill, urging, "Everyone, run faster. Time is of the essence." Above them, the size of the fiery meteors escalated from that of a fingertip to a fist, then to that of a basketball. A deafening roar filled the air, heralding the dwindling time left for their escape. Jiang Si dared not even glance upward, focusing solely on her forward momentum. Gradually, other survivors began to appear, all racing towards the same sanctuary. An elderly man stumbled and was left behind by his family at the base of the cliff. Though he was only a few steps away, fear of the impending meteorite paralyzed them, and none reached out to assist him. Jiang Si grasped the frail man and, with a swift glance from Qin Shin, he effortlessly lifted the elderly figure, and just in the nick of time, they plunged beneath the rock face. A thunderous explosion erupted as several fireballs, each the size of a basketball court, crashed into the reed marsh, unleashing a titanic shockwave akin to a nuclear blast, which hurled Jiang Si against the rocky surface. They all lay prostrate on the ground, groaning in agony, as waves of scorching heat washed over them. Jiang Si reached back to touch her clothing, which had become searingly hot, clinging to her like molten lava. Everyone bore varying degrees of burns on their backs. Jiang Si picked up her bag, intending to retrieve some medicine. From within the rocky alcove emerged a few individuals, the sons and daughters-in-law of the elderly man. Having taken refuge behind the rock wall in time, they were not severely injured. Upon seeing their father lying unconscious on the ground, rather than aiding him, they fixated on Jiang Si and her companions' backpacks. A man resembling a short winter melon, named Lu Ling, observed that Jiang Si and her group were in a state of disarray, sprawled on the ground with visible injuries, seemingly devoid of the ability to resist. Narrowing his eyes, he darted forward like a monkey, taking 3 steps in 2 strides, reaching out to snatch the nearest emergency kit. However, before his hand could even touch the kit, Qin Shin delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Lu Ling collided heavily against the stone wall, causing debris to cascade down as he felt a dizzying impact, as if his very insides were about to burst forth. Lu Ling's 2 brothers, Lu Hong and Lu Xian, though tall and robust in stature, were pitiably timid. The force of Qin Shin's kick not only sent Lu Ling flying but also shook the wall itself, sending chills down their spines, prompting them to hastily retract their feet. The others around the stone wall were immediately struck with fear, shrinking back in silence, their faces etched with terror. Lu Ling's wife, fiery and unyielding, rushed forward, intent on confronting Qin Shin. "How dare you harm my husband? I will make you pay." Lu Ling grasped her garment, his gaze falling upon the motionless face of his father. Weakly addressing his two brothers, he urged, "Go check on Dad." It was curious to note his sudden concern for their father, as Lu Hong and Lu Xian had never witnessed such care from him before. Nonetheless, they complied, approaching the elderly man and gently prodding, "Dad, Dad, are you there?" After calling out several times, the old man remained unresponsive. Lu Hong reached out a hand, and his eyes widened in shock as he turned to Lu Ling, exclaiming, "Brother, father is dead." A calculating glint intensified in Lu Ling's gaze as he pointed at Qin Shun and declared, "Everyone else is fine. How is it that my father has died? He must have been used as a shield by you, and you even inflicted serious injury upon me. You must compensate for our losses. Compensate for my father's life." Zhang Linhai lowered his gaze, staring at the old man whose eyes were tightly shut. "We kindly brought the old gentleman in. We have yet to ask you for compensation," he retorted. "You expect us to pay? Do you have any sense of shame?" The old man evidently had a frail constitution and was advanced in age. It was the shock that had led to his demise, entirely unrelated to Qin Shin. If Lu Ling had any sense of honor, he would not have abandoned his father in such a state. Straining to maintain his composure, he coldly asserted, "If it weren't for your meddling, my father would still be alive. You have caused his death and you must pay. Otherwise, we are prepared to risk our lives to ensure that you do not escape unscathed." Outside, molten lava surged, and Lu Ling was convinced that Jiang Si would not dare to confront them, having already prepared for negotiations, calculating that he would demand at least 4 emergency kits. As Lu Ling plotted, Jiang Si let out a cold scoff and calmly drew a gun from his coat. "Do you still seek compensation?" The revelation that Jiang Si possessed a firearm left Lu Ling in disbelief, while the others stood frozen in fear. They were relieved that they had not provoked Jiang Si and his group. After all, how could an ordinary person possibly possess a gun? Lu Ling firmly believed that the object in Jiang Si's hand could not possibly be a real gun, and in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "What a childish toy! Who are you trying to fool?" "I'll tell you, my father." Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet pierced through Lu Ling's pant leg, embedding itself in the stone wall. Jiang Si's gaze was sharp as he blew away the gun's smoke and looked at the petrified Lu Ling. "What about your father?" Lu Ling trembled, his lips quivering in silence, while his wife quaked in fear. The other 2 brothers wished for nothing more than for the ground to open up and swallow them whole. Those who had been eager to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos were thoroughly intimidated upon witnessing Jiang Si fire his weapon. Had it not been for the seething lava and the fiery debris outside, many would have fled in terror long ago. Jiang Si held the gun firmly, making it difficult to tend to the others' wounds. Qin Shin, well-versed in such matters, stepped in to take over Jiang Si's duties and quickly attended to everyone's injuries. When the crowd noticed the availability of medical supplies, a flicker of hope surged through them, yet the fear of Jiang Si's gun kept them at bay. Shin Baoying applied medicine to Jiang Si, while Jiang Qingguo intended to do the same for Qin Shun, who simply shook his head, stating, "I am uninjured." Jiang Qingguo, believing him to be putting on a brave front, glanced at the back of Qin Shun's hand, only to be taken aback. Although the fabric of Qin Shun's clothing had been torn to shreds, he bore not a single wound. In light of the tremendous shockwave that had just occurred, leaving the elderly man he had been holding lifeless, it seemed impossible for Qin Shun to emerge unscathed. Jiang Qingguo marveled. "Your skin is remarkably resilient." Qin Shun nonchalantly nodded, indeed wholly unconcerned about any perceived abnormalities. As everyone regained their composure, they began to assess the situation surrounding the stone wall. The reed marsh was engulfed in a sea of flames, struck by fallen meteors. The stone wall was littered with molten rocks, and sparks filled the sky. The ground resembled a vast furnace. Venturing out carelessly could lead to dire consequences. In any case, departure was not an option for the time being. They would have to wait until the meteors subsided and the ground cooled slightly. Beneath the stone wall, over 30 individuals sought refuge, the majority of whom were young and strong, with the elderly and children comprising less than 1/6 of the group. Their faces were etched with despair, hunger, anguish, and sorrow, burdened by the weight of an uncertain future. For Jiang Si and her companions, concerns about food and safety were temporarily alleviated. Yet the bleakness of their surroundings offered little solace. They had painstakingly nurtured their steamship back to vitality, restoring a semblance of normalcy to their lives, only to be struck by calamity once more. Being cooped up together was hardly sustainable. Desperation might drive these individuals to target them. The thought of annihilation loomed heavily, a psychological burden that weighed on everyone. Furthermore, the uncertainty of further meteor strikes overhead left them feeling precarious. Zhang Linhai quietly inquired of Jiang Si, which direction might be safer. Based on past experiences, the northern route appeared to be the safest option. A northern base was to be established there, but Jiang Si harbored a deep-seated aversion to it, as she recalled the fate of Shen Baoying, who lost her life during a mission due to the betrayal of Sun Shoshan and Shen Fu. However, the sequence of disasters in this lifetime had radically altered. The existence of the northern base itself was now in question. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Si decided, "Let us prepare to depart at dawn and head north." "Agreed," came the reply. After all, a direction must be chosen, and following Jiang Si's lead could hardly lead them astray. In order to ensure a smooth journey, everyone sought out several stones within the cave. Whenever they encountered impassable areas, they stepped upon the stones to traverse the obstacles. Others within the cave soon emulated their actions, scouring for stones. Chapter 62. Electromagnetic restoration. Early the next morning, the fiery Mars in the sky had vanished, replaced by drifting gray wisps. The temperature outside the rock walls remained high, with some magma still smoldering, while others had cooled sufficiently for passage. After a simple meal and attending to their physiological needs, Zhang Chengguo and Zhang Linhai hoisted the larger and smaller black packs onto their backs, and the group prepared to set off. Having walked less than 300 meters, they encountered a vast expanse of bubbling magma. Fortunately, Jiang Si and his companions were well prepared. They placed the stones down and cautiously made their way across the most perilous area step by step. After an arduous hour of progression, they finally exited the meteorite impact zone, where the ground, having receded from the flood, was uneven and muddy, with pools of stagnant water in some places. Lu Jifeng, carrying Nuno on his back, nearly stumbled twice. Upon noticing what appeared to be a road ahead, he felt a surge of joy. Walking along the road will surely be easier. However, although the road seemed close, it took them over 20 minutes to reach it. The path was littered with muck, rubble, dead wood, and even remains. Nevertheless, overall it was far more traversable than climbing mountains or navigating through wilderness. Occasionally, they encountered a few ill-fated individuals who attempted to approach them with ill intentions, but the group brandished their sharp knives in unison, effectively deterring any threats. The journey progressed relatively smoothly, and as dusk approached, the sky was adorned with a radiant glow. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in their ears, prompting everyone to look up. A fragment of a meteor descended from the heavens, landing nearby in an instant. The ground trembled slightly, mirroring the startled beats of their hearts. Tiny sparks of fiery debris drifted down from the sky, and fortunately, they were at a safe distance, with only a few scattered ashes. However, their plans to camp anywhere that night were thwarted. It would be prudent to seek shelter capable of shielding them from the meteor shards. Jiang Si retrieved a map from her backpack, locating the page that detailed the road they were on. After a careful examination, she confirmed that a tunnel lay not far ahead. With excitement, she exclaimed, "We are at Chrysanthemum Slope. If we walk a few more kilometers, we'll reach a tunnel. We should be safe there for the night." They trekked towards the tunnel for over an hour, the darkness enveloping them entirely. Suddenly, glimmers of light appeared in the distance. The tunnel materialized before their eyes, with faint silhouettes visible within, yet they lacked torches. Everyone stood in stunned silence, captivated by the sensing lights of the tunnel. As if in a dreamlike state, Nyo was the first to break the spell, her clear voice ringing out, "Daddy, there are lights. Lights mean there's electricity." Jiang Si quickly grasped her electronic wristwatch from her bag. The watch ticked rhythmically, displaying the time as 8:28 in the evening. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The electromagnetic power had indeed been restored. This meant that all the electronic devices she had stored in her space could now be utilized. She possesses several generators which, once properly set up, will provide ample electricity, thus rendering their lives more comfortable and convenient. Jiang Si beamed with a smile as she announced to everyone, "The electromagnetic system has been restored. We have power." Lu Jifeng quickly retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and tested it. Upon pressing the switch, a beam of light pierced through the tunnel. Nyo cheered with excitement. "It works. The flashlight is functional." Their mother pulled out her phone, which she had been using as a mirror, and after pressing the button for a while, she noticed it wouldn't turn on. She anxiously inquired of Jiang Si, "Why isn't my phone working?" Jiang Si chuckled. "It's likely out of battery after such a long period without charging, or it might have been damaged previously." Shen Baoying displayed a hint of regret, but Jiang Si smiled brightly, as she had numerous phones of various models in her possession. Even without signal, they could serve as cameras, notebooks, recorders, compasses, calculators, music players, or even for playing simple games. As everyone reveled in the joy of restored electricity, a rumble echoed through the night sky, followed by the sight of a meteor streaking by, leaving behind a fragment of a fallen meteorite. This served as a reminder for them to avoid danger and hasten their entry into the tunnel. Just as they stepped inside, they encountered several men reclining awkwardly within the tunnel. These individuals, of various ages, were clad in tattered clothing, yet most wore a blue and white striped garment beneath their outerwear, with some sporting similarly colored trousers. If only one person had been dressed in blue and white stripes, it could have been mere coincidence. Amidst the throng of individuals clad in blue and white stripes, each bearing a fierce and menacing gaze, a sudden recollection of the southern city men's prison flickered in Jiang Si's mind, prompting her hand to instinctively reach for the gun concealed within her pocket. Zhang Linhai, discerning the palpable tension emanating from the group, tugged at Jiang Si, silently inquiring with a glance about their next course of action. The veiled, suggestive glances exchanged between Zhang Linhai and the leader of the gang, known as Biaozi, were misinterpreted by the latter as a sign of weakness, leading him to believe they were mere prey attempting to flee. With an air of misguided confidence, Biaozi waved his hand, and his cohorts immediately encircled Jiang Si and her companions. Nyo clung tightly to Zhang Linhai, while Jiang Si, a smirk playing on her lips, secretly hoped they would act swiftly rather than leave them in a state of anxious anticipation. Oblivious to the looming danger, Biaozi's leering gaze fixated on Jiang Si's exquisite visage, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he beckoned her closer, boasting of his 15 years in prison where even the mosquitoes had piqued his interest, let alone a beauty of Jiang Si's stature. While Biaozi had set his sights on Jiang Si, his associates, hesitant to challenge him directly, turned their attention to Nyo and Shen Baoying, brazenly appraising them and requesting, "Boss, can we have our fun with these two?" Biaozi, eager to curry favor and maintain control, was on the verge of acquiescing when, with a resounding bang, Jiang Si executed the lecherous man mid-sentence. Her loathing for such perversion knew no bounds. In her quest for an escape, Jiang Si noted the tunnel behind her, stretching 100 meters, but knew that any sudden movement would betray her position. As she lunged for the gun, her fierce and ruthless demeanor revealed her as a formidable adversary. The remaining gang members, their eyes wide with terror, beheld Biaozi, now paralyzed by fear, who promptly fell to his knees before Jiang Si, pleading, "Beautiful lady, spare me. Spare us, please." They hastily shifted the blame onto Biaozi, exclaiming, "It was all his coercion. We genuinely had no intentions of wrongdoing. We implore you, let us go." Biaozi, infuriated, retorted, "Nonsense. The women I have entertained, you all have as well. These individuals are worthless. Their demise would evoke not an ounce of guilt." Just as Zhang Linhai raised his weapon, a sudden burst of green luminescence emerged from the tunnel's opposite end. Jiang Si squinted, grasping Zhang Linhai's arm, and urged Biaozi, "You must flee." The young lady's compassion was palpable, yet Biaozi, consumed by arrogance, turned and sprinted away. The oncoming green light, accompanied by the panting of a ferocious beast, silenced his screams as it swiftly severed his neck. Chapter 63. Termites and wolves. The prisoners redirected their flight, the savage wolf pack resembling a tempest, biting and tearing at them incessantly. Their cries of agony echoed, and the pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Jiang Si shouted to Shen Baoying and the others, "Run!" These wolves were quintessentially mutated, colossal in stature, with spiky fur, agility, and fierce aggression. Should a bullet fail to strike a vital spot, the wolves would retaliate, mauling until breath ceased and flesh was shredded, never relinquishing their grip. Consequently, the prisoners had bought precious moments for escape. After the wolves had mercilessly dispatched all the prisoners, the ominous green glow fixed its gaze upon Jiang Si, who stood armed and vigilant. The leader of the wolf pack charged forward with a swift stride, baring its ferocious fangs. Jiang Si thrust a grenade into Qin Shen's hands, aiming her gun at the alpha wolf. A shot rang out, yet the agile creature evaded the bullet, launching itself towards them with a fierce leap, arriving at a distance where the grenade would have no effect. Jiang Si's heart raced with fear as she drew a dagger from her boot, preparing to deliver a lethal strike. In the next moment, the perilous situation abruptly ceased. The alpha's pupils widened, as if it had encountered something profoundly terrifying. It skidded to a halt mid-air, twisting its body and crashing to the ground, scrambling back to its feet in panic and fleeing. As the alpha fled, its subordinates stood bewildered, colliding with one another and seemingly receiving some ominous signal, slipping and tumbling in their haste to escape. Jiang Si gazed at the dagger in her hand, momentarily dazed, realizing that they had fled from an invisible pressure. Was it truly so? She glanced at Qin Shen beside her, recalling the fear exhibited by Xiao He and De He in his presence, her eyes narrowing slightly as she could not help but inquire, "These wolves seem to fear you." Qin Shen nodded with calm assurance, "It appears so." His straightforward admission left Jiang Si momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Just as she contemplated asking why the wolves feared him, Zhang Linhai rushed over, still shaken, and asked, "Sisi, are you all right?" Jiang Si shook her head, and Zhang Linhai continued, "Shall we stay here tonight?" The cave was strewn with dismembered remains, a truly terrifying sight. Jiang Si nodded, deeming the outside unsafe. Since the wolves had fled, they would set up a tent and endure the night. The corpses were far less frightening than the presence of people. As everyone pitched their tents, Jiang Si nestled into her sleeping bag, her thoughts drifting to Qin Shen. Her expression grew increasingly somber. She contemplated seeking him out for clarity, but was reminded of the secret she harbored. It seemed prudent to avoid probing too deeply into Qin Shen's reluctance to speak, lest they become adversaries. Gradually, Jiang Si succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the following day, after a modest meal of compressed biscuits, the group resumed their journey. The provisions and water in their backpacks would suffice for another 2 days. Beyond that, Jiang Si would need to devise a discreet method to extract supplies from her hidden space. Lu Jifeng, oblivious to Jiang Si's secret, was the most anxious among them, constantly pondering ways to procure food. He lamented that they had failed to capture a wolf the previous night. Along the roadside, edible resources were scarce, and during a break, Jiang Si stumbled upon a fallen giant tree. The trunk was decaying, riddled with small insect holes, and Jiang Si approached it, scrutinizing it intently. Lu Jifeng approached, curious, and inquired, "Is there something unusual?" Jiang Si donned gloves and, using a dagger, peeled back the rotten bark of the tree. Suddenly, a multitude of white insects, each the size of a thumb, emerged into view. Nyo shrieked in fright, "Insects! So many insects!" Yet, Lu Jifeng's eyes lit up with excitement as he remarked to Nyo, "These are termites. They are edible. Not only are they delicious, but they are also highly nutritious and possess significant medicinal value." In Longquan village, nestled against the forest, termites were commonplace, and some villagers still retained the tradition of consuming them. Nyo gazed at the writhing, ominous termites, questioning her very existence. Jiang Si had already taken action, skillfully using chopsticks to capture the termites and transfer them into a plastic bag. In her previous life, feasting on termites was considered a grand banquet. There are numerous methods for catching termites. At night, one could set up a tent and utilize a kerosene lamp to lure them out, catching them all at once. However, these termites were substantial in size, and their nests resided within decaying trees, rendering such methods unnecessary. Following Jiang Si's lead, the group soon filled several plastic bags with termites. The ordinary worker termites were already quite large, prompting Jiang Linhai to jest. The queen must be as big as a potato. In her past life, Jiang Si had captured termite queens far exceeding the size of potatoes. Some were even larger than small shoes. The existence of such mutated creatures had enabled her to survive for a decade. The thought of the taste of termites made Jiang Si's mouth water. The group gathered nearby to kindle a fire, skewering the termites on sticks to roast them. Shen Baoying retrieved some spices from her backpack, sprinkling them over the termites, which sizzled delightfully, transforming into a golden, inviting delicacy. When Nyo caught a whiff of the aroma reminiscent of crispy fried meat, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Si handed the roasted termites to Nyo. The heads of the termites, initially small, had shrunk to a mere round shape after roasting. Nyo's fear of the termites dissipated entirely, and she eagerly took a bite. The fragrant, crunchy termites, rich in collagen, were enhanced by a layer of Shen Baoying's secret barbecue seasoning. It was simply delectable. The group enjoyed a hearty meal, saving some for later that evening. As the sun began to set, they ventured into the outskirts of the southern city, where the number of houses gradually increased. However, most of the structures had succumbed to the ravages of torrential rains and floods. They ventured forward, entering the most opulent villa district in the southern city. Each villa stood proudly atop its own hill, and due to the terrain and the materials used in their construction, it was rare to find a house completely destroyed. However, the signs of climbing and vandalism were strikingly evident. Jiang Si urged everyone to tread carefully and seek out an unoccupied house to spend the night. As they entered the villa area, they were suddenly confronted by 7 or 8 gaunt men wielding makeshift weapons. The stark contrast between their hollow cheeks and sallow complexions and Jiang Si's group was palpable. It was clear that these men were well-fed and well-equipped. They fixated on the group's backpacks with predatory gazes. Snarling, "Put down your belongings and scram." Jiang Si's eyes darkened, ready to teach these insolent men a lesson when, unexpectedly, 3 more men emerged from behind them. The leader, with bloodshot eyes and a sinister smile, feigned friendliness while berating the others. "Who told you to rob? We are all brothers and sisters here. Don't you understand the rules?" Chapter 64. Luxury cars. While the subordinates were bewildered, unsure of their leader's intentions, he cheerfully beckoned Jiang Si and his group. "The apocalypse has arrived, testing our very survival. The flower and fruit garden remains relatively safe, with ample housing for you to reside in. The surrounding gardens and lawns can be cultivated. How about this? You stay and I will provide seeds. In due time, when you harvest the crops, you shall give me 1/10 of the yield. In return for this share, I assure you that your safety within the flower and fruit garden will be guaranteed." While the words spoken may seem commendable, the reality is that they could easily bind and forcibly compel individuals to toil the land, seizing all the harvest for themselves. Yet, the fact that he is willing to allow Jiang Si and her companions to retain 90% of the grain raises suspicions. In ancient times, landlords, given the opportunity to exploit, would scarcely leave a single grain for the common folk. Moreover, this group does not appear to be benevolent. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Si represented the collective refusal, deeming it unnecessary. Upon hearing her rejection, the persistent intruder continued to persuade. "It is nearly dark. Even if you are unwilling to stay and farm, at least rest for the night and plan for tomorrow." Jiang Si had initially intended to find a house in the villa area to rest for the night, but given the high danger posed by this group, she preferred not to leave everyone in a state of anxiety overnight. Instead, she thought it wiser to set up a tent beneath a large tree. Observing Jiang Si's resolute stance, the others followed her lead, and the intruder's demeanor shifted as he threatened. "If you refuse to leave when I offer you a way out, do not blame me for being ungracious." His subordinates, hearing this, became agitated, eager to rush forward and seize Jiang Si's belongings to discover what treasures they might hold. With a cold chuckle, Jiang Si thought to herself, "This is precisely what I wish to convey." The audacity of a mere girl incited amusement in the intruder, who gazed at her with a predatory stare, reminiscent of a heartless beast devoid of humanity. A shiver ran through Jiang Si, as his eyes mirrored those of the flesh-eating monsters from her past life, a reminder of her deepest loathing for those who consume human flesh. They merely sought to commit robbery, and Jiang Si had initially intended to spare their lives. With a resounding bang, An unprecedented darkness clouded Jiang Si's face, and her speed in drawing her weapon was unparalleled. One by one, the assailants fell, struck in the forehead by Jiang Si's gunfire, their eyes wide with shock as they collapsed. Her subordinates, taken aback, scattered like startled birds. Jiang Si methodically eliminated each adversary without a hint of mercy, her demeanor as cold and unfeeling as an avenging deity. Niu, feeling a surge of fear, instinctively clutched Lu Jifeng tighter. It was then that others noticed her unsettling expression. Jiang Si had transformed into a relentless machine of slaughter. Shun Baoying grasped Jiang Si's gun-wielding hand. Concern etched across her face as she called out, "Sisi? Sisi?" Awakening from the nightmare of her previous life, Jiang Si surveyed the scene of carnage, and with great effort, managed a strained smile for Shun Baoying. "Mom, I am fine." Yet, that smile was more sorrowful than tears, the depths of her eyes swirling with sadness and bitterness, akin to a vortex in the deep sea, strikingly poignant. Shun Baoying, sensing the profound psychological scars from Jiang Si's past that she had concealed so well, comforted her with reddened eyes. "It is good that you are okay." She then sought to divert Jiang Si's attention. "Are we staying here tonight?" With the enemies vanquished and darkness enveloping the surroundings, Jiang Si nodded affirmatively. Yes. They entered the flower and fruit garden and, upon confirming that a villa was unoccupied, they climbed through a window. This was an exceptionally luxurious residence, spanning 4 stories, its former opulence evident in the lavish decor, a testament to immense wealth. Not only is there a dedicated entertainment space, but even the luxury vehicles are equipped with an elevator. Consequently, the opulent cars parked on the 3rd and 4th floors remain untouched by the ravages of floods and torrential rains. Here, commonplace vehicles like Mercedes and Land Rovers pale in comparison, as Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, and Lamborghinis are arranged by color. Jiang Si, who works as a trainer at an extreme sports club, frequently encounters affluent individuals, yet witnessing such an array of luxury cars in a single villa is a first for her. To an outsider, it might appear as though this place is a showroom for luxury automobiles. In a world teetering on the brink of chaos, such vehicles hold little value outside well-maintained and orderly bases. Upon seeing the luxury cars, Jiang Si instinctively began searching for an RV. With the restoration of electromagnetic power, she no longer needs to retrieve her RV from storage. A ready-to-use vehicle is at her disposal for immediate departure. At the far end of the 4th floor, she discovered an RV, likely seldom used by the household, hence its placement in the back. The group had to light candles to find it, as despite the restoration of electromagnetic power, the villa's electrical system had been utterly devastated. This RV surpassed the one Jiang Si had rented in terms of size and luxury, boasting comprehensive amenities: bedding, cooking appliances, a refrigerator, a sofa, dining furniture, air conditioning, and a television, all thoughtfully divided into driving, living, sleeping, sanitation, and kitchen areas. Additionally, it contained some stored supplies, including gasoline, an induction cooker, wilderness gear, and climbing equipment. As they boarded the RV and ignited its engine, their spirits soared upon realizing the splendid conditions within. Having lost their yacht, they now possessed a mobile home. In this household, although somewhat cramped with so many residents, a profound sense of security envelopes them all. Utilizing the stove from the RV, Shun Baoying prepared a sumptuous dinner, and once everyone was satiated, they busied themselves with gathering supplies. The presence of numerous luxury vehicles here ensured an ample supply of fuel, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. Additionally, Jiang Si was reassured by the abundance of gasoline, knowing they need not concern themselves with scarcity. Suddenly, a chilling wail pierced the desolate night, akin to a ghostly lament. Shun Baoying felt a shiver run down her spine and nudged her husband, Zhang Linhai. "Darling, did you hear any strange sounds?" No sooner had she spoken than the haunting cries outside grew louder. Shun Baoying swallowed hard and peered out the window, spotting a luxurious villa across the way. The eerie cries emanated from within its walls. Drawing upon her intuition, Jiang Si surmised that the anguished voices belonged to the victims previously imprisoned there, desperate for help upon seeing the light from their own villa. Chapter 65. Cannibalism. Zhang Qingfang approached, inquiring, "Cc, shall we go rescue them?" Throughout their journey, they had adhered to a principle of avoiding unnecessary entanglements. Yet, hearing the sorrowful cries stirred discomfort within them. Jiang Si retrieved her infrared binoculars to observe the opposite villa closely. The distance obscured her view of the interior, and venturing out at night posed a risk of ambush. Should they choose to rescue anyone, it would be prudent to wait until daylight. Their lives could not be jeopardized for the sake of others. Let us assess the situation tomorrow, Jiang Si proposed. Everyone has had a long day, we should rest for now. Jiang Si is willing to go and observe tomorrow, driven by the desire to rescue those in peril. Zhang Qingfang, gazing at Jiang Si's face shrouded in shadow, suddenly felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Initially, Jiang Si had no intention of saving anyone. Yet, for the sake of her feelings, she would take action. If danger were to arise, it would weigh heavily on her conscience for a lifetime. Zhang Qingguo discerned her inner turmoil and softly reassured her, stating that CC has her own considerations, and should danger present itself, she could retreat into her space, alleviating excessive worry. Feeling somewhat relieved, Zhang Qingfang entered the female-designated area of the RV with Shen bowing. As soon as Niu saw them, she sat up eagerly, gazing at Zhang Qingfang with hopeful eyes, asking, "Grandma Zhang, may I sleep with you?" The female section of the RV featured 2 slightly larger beds stacked above one another, and Niu would indeed share a bed with them. Zhang Qingfang gently stroked her little head, reminiscent of the adorable Jiang Si in her childhood. Lifting her up and affectionately replied, "Of course, you may. Thank you, Grandma." The RV lacked water. The water they carried was solely for drinking. Jiang Si looked towards the shimmering swimming pool illuminated by the night, located the pipes in the wall, and filled the RV's water tank. The drinking water they utilized daily was discreetly replenished by her, ensuring its safety. The following morning, Shen Baoying awoke and prepared sandwiches for everyone in the RV. After sipping a cup of dissolved lotus root powder, Jiang Si said to Qin Shen, "I will check the villa across the way. You stay and protect everyone." Qin Shen's prowess surpassed hers, a single individual capable of vanquishing legions. His presence instilled confidence in Jiang Si. Yet, Qin Shen insisted, "I shall go." With every peril directed towards him, such a course was untenable. United as one team, Jiang Si shook her head, declaring, "I shall go instead." Lu Jifeng also felt it improper for Qin Shen and Jiang Si to always take the lead, echoing Jiang Linhai's sentiment. "Allow me to go." Jiang Linhai, however, believed one should not perpetually dwell under Jiang Si's protection. As her father, he ought to shield his daughter. Even if his strength was lacking, he must possess the courage and responsibility. With everyone vying to take the risk, Jiang Si smiled resignedly. "Today, I shall go. In the future, we shall alternate. Is that agreeable?" With her words, agreement followed. Qin Shen stood at the villa window, firearm in hand, providing cover for Jiang Si as she swiftly infiltrated the opposing villa. The sinister abode was rife with decay, littered with refuse. This villa mirrored the one occupied by Jiang Si and her companions, both in size and structure. Following the faint sounds of collision, she ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, the glass beneath her feet cracking ominously, an unsettling sound in the oppressive darkness. Suddenly, the noises from the room at the end of the 3rd floor ceased entirely. Holding her breath, Jiang Si cautiously approached and forcefully kicked open the door. Instantly, a chorus of terrified whimpers filled the air. Her gaze fell upon a harrowing sight. Dozens of emaciated figures, their eyes vacant with fear, bound and gagged, imprisoned within cages, exuding a foul stench. Beneath the cages lay filth, and these were not mere animals, but humans awaiting slaughter. The scene beside him was even more nauseating. A human head dangled from the chopping block, while a blood-drained corpse hung from a slaughtering rack. Jiang Si felt his stomach churn violently, yet he was relieved that Jiang Linhai was not present to witness such a gruesome sight. As Jiang Si approached, the individuals instinctively retreated to the corners of the cage. He noticed several very young children huddled in the midst of the adults, who, despite their own peril, instinctively shielded the little ones. Jiang Si moved closer, and their faces revealed a profound despair that tugged at his heartstrings. With a resounding clang, Jiang Si shattered the iron chains with his axe, creating a narrow passageway to freedom, yet none dared to approach. He extended his hand towards them, urging, "Come out, I will not harm you." The man closest to the iron gate hesitated for a long moment before cautiously rising and inching towards Jiang Si. True to his word, Jiang Si did not inflict harm. Instead, he removed the rag from the man's mouth and severed the ropes binding his hands. The man's wrists bore the gruesome marks of bloodshed, and as he raised his liberated hands in disbelief, he could hardly comprehend his salvation. Believing he was destined for certain death, he was now rescued by Jiang Si. Overcome with emotion, he covered his face and wept with joy, then fell to his knees, incoherently expressing his gratitude for Jiang Si's life-saving intervention. More individuals surged forth from the cage, and Jiang Si patiently untied each one. Some, once freed, immediately sought to flee from this hellish place. They pleaded with Jiang Si for food, and recalling the provisions he had seen scavenged on the second floor, he led them upstairs, advising, "Eat quickly, and then depart from this place as swiftly as you can." Last night, a colossal fragment of a meteorite descended a few miles away, and their pace remained woefully slow. These individuals voraciously swallowed their food, oblivious to her words. Jiang Si chose to disregard them and turned to leave. Upon witnessing her departure, those desperately consuming their rations sprang to their feet, as though their lifeline had been snatched away, trailing behind her with food still clutched in hand, pleading, "Take us with you, please take us with you." Jiang Si possessed the means to rescue them. Not only was she armed, but she was undoubtedly resourceful. However, she could not allow such a burdensome throng to accompany her. Human nature was inscrutable, and the adage of a grain of kindness breeds a bushel of resentment was all too familiar to her. She turned, casting a cold gaze upon them, declaring, "I will not take you with me. Do not follow lest I become unyielding." As Jiang Si exited the villa, she spotted Qin Shin waiting for her in the RV. Those who had intended to follow her from a distance, upon seeing her approach the vehicle, immediately surged forward, shouting, "Wait for us! Wait for us!" Qin Shin, without hesitation, pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at their feet. They shielded their heads in terror, recoiling as they watched Jiang Si open the car door and leap inside. Shen Baoying handed Jiang Si a towel to wipe her face before inquiring, "What transpired inside? Did you encounter any trouble?" Chapter 68. Pandora. Jiang Si, not wishing to provoke anyone's disgust, shook her head. Inside were merely some imprisoned victims. There was no trouble, just their desire to follow me. In this apocalyptic world, saving a life was a commendable act in itself, and thus no further questions were posed. Having an RV is undeniably convenient. It alleviates fatigue and allows everyone to take turns enjoying ample rest. Shen Baoying, Zhang Qingfang, and Sisi, who are all unable to drive, are instructed by the others on how to manage the steering wheel. Furthermore, in anticipation of potential separations, Jiang Si provided each person with a GPS locator, claiming it was discovered in the villa they had just visited. Zhang Qingfang, having never encountered such a device, curiously inquired, "How does it work? Can it function without a signal?" Present, none of their phones had reception. Jiang Si chuckled softly, explaining that the functionality of the GPS locator is independent of mobile signal. Even in areas devoid of reception, it can still provide location data. It primarily relies on signals from satellites, distinguishing it from conventional mobile tracking. The 10 locators had cost her a considerable sum, intended for use once electromagnetic signals were restored. Shen Baoying's eyes sparkled with interest as she held the locator, questioning how it could pinpoint everyone's location simultaneously. Jiang Si demonstrated with her own locator, affirming that it could indeed track multiple locations at once. "Simply tap here," she instructed. "The blue dot indicates your position, while the red dots represent the locations of everyone else." In addition to tracking, it features recording, guidance, and illumination capabilities. As Jiang Si manipulated the device, everyone took turns experimenting until they mastered its functions, instilling a sense of reassurance that they could swiftly locate one another if they became separated. Lu Jifeng was utterly enchanted by the gadget, persistently advising Nyonyo to ensure it remained safe and secure. Nyonyo shook her arm, reassuring her father that even if she got lost, she would not stray far. The bracelet was quite snug and generally would not fall off. Everyone chuckled, and Jiang Si added, The only downside of this navigation device is that it cannot withstand water. Everyone must be cautious. Shen Baoying then inquired, shouldn't we prepare a spare power bank? If it runs out of battery, it would be just as useless. Jiang Si laughed, explaining that this brand of locator was a custom model from abroad. A single charge could sustain it for a remarkable 8,000 days. Most importantly, it was equipped with a solar charging system, alleviating any concerns about running out of power. Lu Jifeng expressed his gratitude to Jiang Si for procuring such a remarkable device, asserting that unless electromagnetic interference occurred, Nyo would certainly not go missing. On their journey, 2 more fragments of meteoroids fell, albeit small, yet they still caused considerable disruption. The glass of the RV nearly suffered damage. Jiang Si had previously contemplated finding a spot to deploy the helicopter for a quicker ascent towards the north. In hindsight, it was fortunate that she refrained from making that decision. The meteoroids descended with incredible speed. A moment's negligence could result in catastrophe, and the high-temperature magma upon impact could corrode the aircraft. Within Jiang Si's belongings, there was only one helicopter, reserved for the most critical moments. The roads were not without their challenges, with traffic congestion being a common occurrence. During such times, everyone would disembark to assist in pushing the vehicle or to find ways to clear the obstacles blocking the road. At night, the RV frequently became a target for both beasts and survivors. In just a few days, the luxurious vehicle bore numerous scars, and each time this happened, Jiang Si found herself regretting not having stocked up on additional RVs. By the time they entered the urban area of the South City, they had amassed several hides, and the unexpectedly gathered supplies had filled the RV's storage compartments to the brim. Initially, they had no intention of venturing into the city. After all, the relentless heat at the onset of the apocalypse had lasted for months, depleting the resources of the city's inhabitants. Subsequently, a series of calamities had befallen the area, particularly torrential rains, and now, with the sudden resurgence of activity, they faced the risks of electric shocks and collapsing skyscrapers. However, all other roads and highways had been devastated by meteorite debris or severed by floods, leaving only the route into the city as a somewhat sturdy option. As Jiang Si and Zhang Linhai took turns driving the RV, she suddenly experienced difficulty in breathing, her chest tightening painfully. Assuming she was about to succumb to illness, she hastily pulled over to the roadside. At that moment, Qin Shen approached, placing an oxygen tank at her lips. Instinctively, she clutched it and inhaled deeply, finally regaining her composure. It turned out she was not on the verge of a medical episode. Rather, the oxygen levels in the atmosphere had plummeted drastically. This phenomenon had occurred in her previous life as well, when meteorites fell from the sky, leading to the rapid proliferation of an alien plant species. This plant not only failed to produce oxygen but thrived by consuming it. Once the oxygen content in a region was entirely depleted, it would result in automatic demise. As the oxygen levels suddenly dropped to a point where everyone needed to rely on supplemental oxygen to continue functioning, Jiang Si's heart raced. Looking ahead, she noticed an abundance of exquisite purple flowers sprouting from the ground. The once brutal world of the apocalypse was momentarily transformed into a breathtaking celestial tapestry. Yet, lurking beneath this picturesque facade was a terrifying peril. They must depart from this place immediately, or else they will be trapped here. Without oxygen, all the towering buildings will collapse into dust. The absence of oxygen will also lead to sunburn, resulting in ruptured eardrums, and all standing water will instantaneously fuse together. By then, when she retrieves the oxygen generator from her spatial realm, it will merely be a useless relic. It is imperative to leave at once, without delay. The quickest means of escape is undoubtedly by helicopter. Jiang Si donned her oxygen mask and headed straight for the South City Airport. The airport surely has helicopters. Even if it does not, those in her space are readily accessible. Jiang Si sped along, her RV kicking up thick clouds of dust, and soon arrived at the deserted airport. Perhaps others had been here before, and at the moment when oxygen was depleted, they too perished. Jiang Si drove her RV into the helicopter hangar, where she immediately spotted several helicopters lined up neatly. She promptly instructed everyone, disembark, take your oxygen tanks, and do not concern yourselves with anything else, board the first helicopter. Everyone obeyed Jiang Si, grabbing only the emergency kits before boarding the first private helicopter. This particular helicopter was spacious enough to accommodate 15 to 20 individuals, and it was well equipped with parachutes and other safety gear. Jiang Si entered the cockpit and asked Qin Shin, "Are you familiar with parachutes?" "No," he replied, "but there is a manual nearby. You learn quickly. Please assist everyone." Qin Shin nodded affirmatively. Without even taking the manual, he began organizing his own parachute. Under Qin Shin's guidance, everyone swiftly donned their parachutes and life vests. Jiang Si ignited the engine, gliding out of the hangar. Engaging the throttle, the propeller whirled with vigor, and the helicopter ascended rapidly. After reaching a height of several hundred meters, Jiang Si took a moment to address everyone. "There are oxygen masks in the cabin. You may assist each other in donning them, so you need not hold the oxygen tanks aloft continuously." Qin Shin swiftly reached out, and the oxygen masks from everyone's seats fell into place. Once everyone had secured their masks, Jiang Si expertly piloted the helicopter northward, flying for over 2 hours until they arrived at a location on Pandora that had yet to be claimed. Just as Jiang Si removed her oxygen mask, Qin Shin suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" With a violent jolt, the helicopter shook, and Nyo-Nyo's terrified scream pierced the air. Jiang Si whirled around to see a massive vulture with razor-sharp talons tearing through the aircraft's metal skin. Had it not been for Qin Shin yanking Shen Baoying and Zhang Qingfang away from their seats, the vulture's strike could have proven fatal. The vulture, a common predator in the post-apocalyptic skies, posed a grave threat, instinctively attacking any airborne object. Jiang Si, momentarily caught in a revelry of joy, had neglected to observe her surroundings. Everyone tightened their grips as Jiang Si maneuvered the helicopter, executing a tailspin and diving beneath the cloud cover, the vulture hot on their heels, relentless in its pursuit. Its speed was astonishing, as its talons snagged the wing, and it hung upside down, frantically pecking at the cockpit. The fuel tank warning light blinked incessantly, prompting Jiang Si to curse under her breath. Damn it! She skillfully maneuvered the helicopter, shaking off the vulture. Qin Shin seized his firearm and aimed precisely at its eyes. A shot rang out, and the vulture emitted a piercing wail, spiraling downward in a chaotic descent. Everyone was filled with trepidation when Jiang Si shouted, "The helicopter's fuel tank has ruptured, and there is no nearby place for an emergency landing. Prepare to jump." Except for Qin Shin and Jiang Si, it was the first time for everyone to ride in a helicopter, and some were feeling a bit nauseous. Now they were faced with the daunting prospect of parachuting without any one-on-one guidance from an instructor, presenting a significant challenge for all. Jiang Si longed to teach them how to parachute safely, but controlling the swaying helicopter was already a Herculean task for her. She could only place her hopes on Qin Shin. "You can do it, right? Please instruct them. I can hold on for another 10 minutes. A wave of alarm swept through everyone as they realized they were about to jump. What would become of Jiang Si? Did she still have time to parachute? Qin Shin acted decisively, following Jiang Si's instructions. He immediately addressed the group. "You can jump in pairs. Bind yourselves together like this." The idea of tandem parachuting lit up their faces. Having a partner to assist them upon landing was reassuring. Lu Jifeng was particularly excited at the thought of not having to part from Nyo-Nyo. Qin Shin first secured Lu Jifeng and Nyo-Nyo, then paired Zhang Linhai with Shen Baoying, and Zhang Qingguo with Zhang Qingfang. Once everyone was fastened securely, Qin Shin promptly shared the essentials of parachuting, explaining them in a clear and professional manner. If it weren't for the knowledge of his previous career as a surgeon, Jiang Si might have believed he was a seasoned expert in this field. Although they understood how to deploy the parachute while in the air, the mere thought of leaping from such a great height required immense courage. Nyo-Nyo's face turned pale with fear, but Lu Jifeng squeezed her hand reassuringly, saying, "Don't be afraid. Trust your father." Nyo-Nyo, understanding the situation, nodded as the aircraft swayed more violently. Jiang Si was already too preoccupied to attend to them. Qin Shin urged them not to waste any time and to jump. Lu Jifeng took a deep breath, glanced down, and leaped down with Nyo-Nyo. The wind rushed past his ears as he deployed the parachute, the wind goggles allowing him to clearly see the ground below. Nyo-Nyo tightly shut her eyes, overwhelmed by a strong sense of weightlessness, fearing that they would soon crash to the ground in a catastrophic manner. She silently wished to at least perish alongside her father. Lu Jifeng successfully opened the parachute, which also served to encourage Zhang Qingguo and the others. Zhang Qingfang gazed at the ground and called to Jiang Si. Si, you must be safe. With her extensive parachuting experience, she felt confident that she could seek refuge in the space. However, just as Jiang Chenggu and Zhang Qingfang leaped together, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Another vulture spiraled in at a high speed, targeting Jiang Chenggu and Zhang Qingfang, who had just unfurled their parachutes. Jiang Si had no choice but to maneuver the aircraft and shout at Qin Shin. Shoot it! At that moment, she acutely felt how crucial Qin Shin was to their team. Qin Shin remained calm, taking aim at the window amid the aircraft's turbulence, and fired just as the vulture's claws were about to grasp Jiang Chenggu and Zhang Qingfang. The creature was struck dead before it could emit a single cry, plummeting to the ground. 2 precious minutes had elapsed, heightening the urgency. Jiang Si anxiously urged, Mom and Dad, jump. If you don't jump now, there won't be any time left. The aircraft was already billowing thick smoke, indicating an imminent explosion. Without further delay, Zhang Linhai leaped down with Shin bowing. Upon witnessing the successful deployment of the parachute, Jiang Si let out a sigh of relief and urged Qin Shin to jump as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shin leaped into the air, unfurling a massive parachute. Only then did Jiang Si focus on herself. She opened the cabin door and followed suit. After several minutes of descent, she noticed that the ground below was strewn with cacti, causing her heart to race. If she landed like this, she would undoubtedly be pricked like a hedgehog. In a swift motion, Jiang Si entered her spatial realm, removed the parachute from her body, consumed a small meal, sipped a cup of coffee to regain some stamina, and quickly donned a bomb-proof suit, helmet, and armed herself. Emerging from the spatial realm, she found herself just 2 meters above the ground. Executing a roll, she landed safely, albeit predictably, with her body punctured by cactus spines. Drawing out a watermelon knife to cut through the cacti, she realized she could barely advance a few meters. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, she conjured a bulldozer, climbed into the driver's seat, and retrieved a locator to search for her companion's whereabouts. Swiftly, she identified Qin Shin's location based on the assigned numbers. The bulldozer crushed the cacti into mud, significantly increasing her speed. As she drew closer to Qin Shin's position, darkness enveloped the area, and suddenly, she heard rustling noises surrounding her. Jiang Si activated the headlights, revealing a tide of venomous scorpions approaching, causing her to feel a wave of anxiety for her friends. She swiftly closed the vehicle's windows and drove over them with force, hoping her companions could ignite torches before encountering the scorpions. However, as she scanned the surroundings, she saw no signs of flames, particularly at Qin Shin's location. Her heart sank with apprehension. With Qin Shin's prowess, could he have possibly been stung by a scorpion? After approximately 10 minutes, the location of Jiang Si and Qin Shin's tracking device converged. She looked around in confusion. Apart from the scorpions crushed into the mud, there was no sign of Qin Shin. Raising her torch, she leaped from the vehicle to pick up the shattered tracking device on the ground, calling out, Qin Shin, Qin Shin. Logically, even if he had been poisoned, he should not have strayed too far. Jiang Si, torch in hand, meticulously scanned her surroundings. Besides the fallen device, she discovered Qin Shin's survival pack. If he were still alive, it was inconceivable that he would leave the survival pack behind in such desolate wilderness. Its absence suggested he might have encountered misfortune. A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Si. If someone as formidable as Qin Shin could fall into peril, then Zhang Linhai and the others would be in even greater danger. She climbed back onto the bulldozer and drove in the direction indicated by the tracker. Along the way, aside from the multitude of venomous scorpions, there was still no trace of Qin Shin. Jiang Si was consumed by urgency, wishing fervently to transform the bulldozer into an aircraft. After 20 minutes of relentless traversal, she emerged from the cactus thicket and hurriedly retrieved a dirt bike from her storage, hastening towards the location of Jiang Chenggu and Zhang Qingfang. The roar of the motorcycle pierced the tranquil night air, resonating distinctly. Jiang Si gazed at the increasingly close red on the tracker, silently imploring Jiang Chenggu and Zhang Qingfang to remain unharmed. Suddenly, just as she was about to converge with them, a massive silhouette loomed in the darkness. It was a fearsome beast. Jiang Si's heart sank, realizing that this creature could pose a grave threat to her grandparents. Her eyes welled with tears as she raised her weapon, her hands trembling in trepidation. She was granted a second chance at life, driven by an unwavering determination to protect her family. Yet she never anticipated such an outcome. This beast. She was resolute in her intent to slay it. The silhouette of the creature loomed ever closer under the glare of the spotlight, growing larger by the moment. As Jiang Si's crimson gaze discerned the forms of individuals upon the beast's back, tears of exhilaration welled in her eyes. They were alive. Grandfather and grandmother had survived. Zhang Qingfang's voice broke the silence, calling out, "Si, is that you?" Wearing her helmet, Jiang Si struggled to make herself visible against the brightness of the spotlight. Choking back emotion, she removed her helmet, exclaiming, "It's me! It's me!" A wave of relief washed over Zhang Qingfang, while Jiang Si regained her composure and switched the spotlight to a lower beam. As the light shifted, the true nature of the creature carrying Zhang Qingfang and Jiang Chenggu came into focus. A colossal white tiger, its demeanor cold and indifferent, unmistakably the same majestic beast that had vanished without a trace before. Jiang Si rushed forward, embracing Zhang Qingfang. "How is it that you are riding Xiaobai?" she exclaimed. Zhang Qingfang patted her back, her heart still racing. "We were ensnared in a tree covered with thorns, unable to free ourselves. The sight of Debai nearly frightened us to death. Fortunately, it recognized us. Not only did it refrain from attacking, but it also climbed the tree to rescue us. By nightfall, when the poisonous scorpions emerged, it carried us on its back. I believe it heard your commotion and brought us here to reunite with you." She lovingly stroked the soft neck of Debai, her voice filled with excitement. "It truly possesses remarkable intelligence." Meanwhile, the little black creature, burdened on Jiang Chengwu's back, trembled in fright. As Jiang Sichao gazed into the profound eyes of Debai, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Debai exhaled softly, suddenly pouncing on her, as if inviting her to play, wrapping her in its embrace. This unexpected action nearly startled Zhang Qingfang and Jiang Chenggu, their hearts racing in alarm. Fortunately, Debai merely wished to nuzzle Jiang Si, as though it had reunited with a long-lost master, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Si did not mind being enveloped by the massive creature, yet she still needed to seek out others. She gently pushed against it, her fingers brushing its soft neck, unable to resist a playful nuzzle. With a sigh, she remarked, "At your size, you still act like a spoiled child. Why did you run off earlier? I have important matters to attend to. Could you please let me up?" To her astonishment, Debai seemed to comprehend her reasoning, rising slowly to place Jiang Si upon its back. The sheer size of Debai was double that of an ordinary tiger, ample enough to accommodate 3 people without difficulty. Concerned about the strain of carrying her weight, Jiang Si suggested that Jiang Chenggu ride the motorcycle with Zhang Qingfang. She patted Debai's back, indicating the direction where Jiang Linhai and the others were located. Zhang Qingfang inquired, "What about Qinshin?" Given the distance and time of the parachute's descent, Jiang Si should have found Qinshin first. With a sigh, she replied, "I only located his beacon. He's missing, but there's no sign of a body. Perhaps he encountered some danger and is lying low for the moment, or maybe there was an accident during the descent that scattered his beacon and emergency supplies." Jiang Si could only speculate, yet her intuition led her to believe that a capable and enigmatic man like Qinshin would not easily meet his demise. Perhaps he was on the lookout for them. Without Qinshin, their parachuting would not proceed so smoothly. Moreover, having spent a considerable amount of time together, they had developed a certain bond. Zhang Qingfang and Jiang Chenggu expressed their concerns for Qinshin's safety, hoping fervently for his well-being. Jiang Si nodded and stated, "Once we locate my parents, I will ask Debai to meticulously search for Qinshin's whereabouts." The tiger's keen sense of smell could indeed prove beneficial, and with Debai's assistance, they might swiftly find him. Zhang Qingfang and Jiang Chengwu's eyes brightened with pride for Debai's remarkable abilities. Jiang Si, perched upon Debai's back, matched the speed of Jiang Chengwu riding a motorcycle. Lu Jifeng's Nyonyo's positioning gradually merged with that of her parents. Jiang Si exclaimed joyfully, "They've crossed paths. We will soon be able to search for Qinshin." Qinshin was their family's savior, playing a crucial role within the team. This apocalyptic world was even more terrifying than the previous one. and Jiang Si realized that any misstep could plunge her family into grave danger. Although having a larger group posed certain challenges, Qin Shin was a source of reassurance. Regardless of his motivations, Jiang Si wished for Qin Shin to remain part of their team. To avert any misfortune befalling him, they must locate him swiftly. However, their moment of joy was abruptly interrupted when Debai came to a sudden halt. Confused, Jiang Si followed Debai's gaze and discovered that he had stopped atop a hill, providing a clear view of a human encampment below. Jiang Si retrieved her infrared binoculars. The encampment was constructed from rudimentary wood and mud, substantial in size, housing approximately 100 individuals. Surrounding it were men patrolling with spears and firearms. The locator belonging to Lu Jifeng and his companions was indeed displayed within. It was evident that she would certainly search for them, as they would never venture into such a place. This implied that they had been captured and brought here by someone. Jiang Si observed her surroundings with great scrutiny and suddenly spotted Dehe, who was bound tightly, accompanied by an individual sharpening a knife. They intended to harm Dehe. Jiang Si's heart raced, and she began to search for the whereabouts of Zhang Linhai and the others. 2 grass huts with guards appeared highly suspicious. Abruptly, a man clad in a bulletproof vest emerged from the most opulent wooden cabin. He glanced in Jiang Si's direction, as if he were aware of her gaze. His eyes were sharp and menacing. Chapter 69, Earthquake. At such a distance, it seemed impossible for this man to detect them within such a brief span. Then, Jiang Si recalled the locator devices on Zhang Linhai and the others. They must have been seized by this individual. Jiang Si fixed her stare upon him, her fists clenched tightly, vowing that should he dare to lay a finger on Zhang Linhai or Shen Baoying, she would ensure his demise without a trace. Suddenly, the man uttered a few words to his subordinates, and before long, Zhang Linhai and the others were brought before him, their hands bound. Jiang Si held her breath, relieved to see that they were unharmed. The man's actions were a clear threat directed at the concealed Jiang Si, warning her against any rash movements. Otherwise, Zhang Linhai and the others would be in grave danger. Her parents were Jiang Si's Achilles heel, and she found herself hesitating to act recklessly. Jiang Chenggu inquired, "What is the situation? Do they possess firearms?" Jiang Si nodded, "They are armed, and our location has been compromised." Jiang Chengwu's heart sank, and he urgently inquired, "What should we do?" Jiang Si furrowed her brows, contemplating whether to stealthily infiltrate and rescue her parents or to charge indirectly. However, she feared that if provoked, they might retaliate with lethal force. It was imperative to devise a meticulous plan. Jiang Chenggu pondered, "They fear us, so they are unlikely to kill indiscriminately. Perhaps we should seek an opportunity to rescue them quietly?" Jiang Si possessed only a singular space and, despite her formidable combat abilities, could not simultaneously eliminate multiple adversaries. If only Qin Shin were present, they could provide cover for one another, enhancing their chances of success. Unfortunately, Qin Shin's whereabouts remained unknown. Just as Jiang Si was contemplating a more flawless strategy, Debai suddenly sprang into action like a tempest. Jiang Si promptly patted its back, urging it to halt, but Debai disregarded her command and raced towards the encampment. Reluctantly, Jiang Si instructed Jiang Chenggu and Jiang Qingfang, "Do not follow us. Debai and I will be fine. Wait for us to return." Debai's agile movements, shrouded by the night, made it difficult to detect. Jiang Si surmised that Debai intended to assist her in the rescue. Swiftly, she drew her firearm, donned a bulletproof vest, and steeled herself for a fierce battle against their foes. Debai's imposing figure, with its robust claws treading lightly across the terrain, created only a faint sound, reminiscent of a gentle breeze. Yet, the flat landscape surrounding the encampment, dotted with bonfires, made it impossible for Debai's white fur to remain concealed, and soon someone exclaimed, "What is that? My heavens! It's a tiger! Ha ha ha! Tonight we feast." Some individuals were still exuberantly planning to utilize the skin of the magnificent white tiger, envisioning at least 2 grand fur coats from its hide. However, when Xiao Xiong discerned a figure upon the tiger's back, his expression shifted drastically in an instant. It was inconceivable that someone could tame such a beast of apocalyptic transformation. Capturing this individual alive was imperative for him to seek clarification. Yet, the imposing size of the white tiger, coupled with the woman atop it, posed a significant threat. Above all, safety was paramount. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiong took the initiative and fired a shot at Jiang Si. The gunshot echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. Regrettably, he missed. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger leapt into the air, and simultaneously, the woman on its back fired a shot at him. Bang! Having spent 20 years as a mercenary, Xiao Xiong barely managed to evade a fatal hit by sidestepping Jiang Si's shot. Feeling the blood on his abdomen, his expression darkened as he commanded his subordinates to open fire on the white tiger and Jiang Si, seizing Shen Baoying and pressing the gun against her temple. "If you dare approach, I will execute her." Jiang Si was taken aback, urgently grasping the neck of the white tiger. "Stop! Quickly, stop!" Yet, the white tiger not only disregarded her pleas but also presented an astonishing spectacle to Jiang Si. In an instant, it surged forward, covering dozens of meters, and pinned Xiao Xiong to the ground with a single paw. Jiang Si's pupils constricted. Fortunately, having endured 10 years of the apocalypse, she had encountered many mutated creatures. While she had never seen one with abilities, she had heard tales of them. Quickly regaining her composure, she seized her gun and unleashed a barrage of fire while the others remained in shock. Many were rendered speechless by the sudden appearance of the gigantic white tiger, completely unprepared to retaliate. Seizing the moment while several nearby were struck down, Jiang Si swiftly descended, slicing through the ropes binding Zhang Linhai and the others. Before a word could escape his lips, the ground trembled violently, nearly disorienting him. There were no meteors descending from the heavens. It was evident that an earthquake had struck. In his previous life, after a meteor shower, a series of tremors persisted for an extended period, culminating in a terrifying magnitude 10 quake that triggered volcanic eruptions, caused glaciers to melt, and fractured the Earth's plates into numerous islands of varying sizes. By sheer luck, Jiang Si had survived, but the continent had been irrevocably divided. The massive black creature gnawed through its bindings and raced toward Jiang Si and the others. Suddenly, a fissure appeared beneath them, resembling the gaping maw of hell itself. With a powerful leap, the white tiger snatched the black creature just before it plummeted into the chasm. The group scrambled to evade the yawning crevice that threatened to swallow them, the earthquake relentless in its assault, lasting an astonishing 2 minutes without respite. The once flat encampment crumbled piece by piece. Had it not been for the white tiger's protective leaps and evasive maneuvers, they would have surely been buried in the earth's embrace on the shadowy night. Out of nowhere, a thunderous roar reverberated, as if the very mountains had been cleaved apart. The white tiger, burdened by an overwhelming number of passengers, could not maintain its footing, and Zhang Linhai inadvertently slipped from its back. Jiang Si reached out in desperation, but another violent jolt sent the white tiger careening, and the ground beneath them collapsed, engulfing them in a torrent of earth. Fortunately, it was not a chaotic scene of scattered stones, and the tremors finally subsided. Jiang Si emerged from beneath the neck of Debai, a layer of dust cascading down from her head. As everyone opened their eyes to a world that appeared transformed, still in a state of bewilderment, Shen Baoying's voice broke through. "Si, where are Mom and Dad?" Jiang Si retrieved a flashlight from her pocket and directed its beam toward the place where her grandparents had been moments ago. All that met her gaze were heaps of collapsed earth and debris. The entire mountaintop had vanished. With urgency, she produced a locator and sprinted toward the direction of her grandparents. Upon locating the spot, she was confronted by a vast chasm, unfathomably deep. In that instant, her heart plummeted into an abyss, contemplating the cost of saving her parents. Was it to be her grandparents? Jiang Si fought back tears, placing her hopes upon Debai, gently stroking its head. "Debai, can you sense the presence of my grandparents?" Debai gazed at her with luminous eyes, sniffed the air, and suddenly licked her palm, as if to convey that they were still alive. Renewed hope ignited within Jiang Si. Disregarding the risk of exposure, she prepared to retrieve rescue equipment from her spatial pouch to save her grandparents in time. Without warning, Debai leapt into the chasm, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 70. The search for Qin Shun. After a while, the aftershocks reverberated, prompting everyone to hastily steer clear of the abyss-like ravine, their worries intensifying for Zhang Qingguo and Zhang Qingfang below. Zhang Linhai attempted to call out to them, but Jiang Si abruptly stopped him. "Do not shout. After an earthquake, the oscillating sound waves can cause the loose stones to shatter. Aftershocks persisted for quite some time, leaving everyone feeling disoriented. Suddenly, Jiang Si's keen eyes caught sight of a white figure leaping upward. Could only be Debai. With excitement, Jiang Si grasped Shen Baoying's hand, exclaiming, "Debai has come back." The white figure drew closer until the beam of the flashlight illuminated the scene, revealing the injured Zhang Baoying and Jiang Qinggu on Debai's back. A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd. Debai was indeed their savior. As Jiang Si beheld Debai successfully reaching the shore, her eyes brimmed with tears. What would they have done without Debai? Jiang Linhai approached to assess Jiang Qinggu's condition. "Dad, where are you hurt?" Jiang Qinggu was gently helped down from Debai's back by Jiang Linhai, and it was then that Jiang Si noticed both of his father's legs were fractured. Zhang Qingfang had sustained lighter injuries, with only abrasions and 2 of her right fingers crushed and bloodied. Lu Jifeng had anticipated the possibility of injuries to Jiang Qinggu and Zhang Qingfang, and had proactively gathered several sticks from the surroundings, which now proved to be quite useful. As a forest ranger, Lu Jifeng's duties extended beyond merely guarding the woods against poachers. He was also tasked with rescuing injured villagers and lost hikers, making him somewhat of an orthopedic expert. He examined Jiang Qinggu's legs, applying the medications retrieved from Jiang Si's backpack to treat the external wounds. In no time, he secured both of Jiang Qinggu's legs. Jiang Si also provided emergency care for Zhang Qingfang's injured fingers. Given that both of Jiang Qinggu's legs were injured, carrying him was undoubtedly unfeasible. Jiang Si glanced at the great white tiger and then at the stick on the ground. She approached it and spoke in a tone of negotiation. "Could you assist me by carrying my grandfather? In return, I shall grant you whatever you desire." The deep gaze of the white tiger flickered momentarily, as if committing Jiang Si's words to memory. Being a magnificent white tiger, its desires were likely simple, affection and delectable treats. Jiang Si felt she had struck a good bargain. The tiger showed no sign of reluctance, which Jiang Si interpreted as consent. She affectionately nuzzled its round cheek, her eyes narrowing in joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Great White." Jiang Si possessed a natural aptitude for handiwork, and after 10 years in a post-apocalyptic world, her skills had only sharpened. Before long, she had fashioned a makeshift stretcher from the sticks on the ground, capable of being secured to the tiger's back. This contraption would not only ensure Jiang Qinggu's comfort but also provide a sturdy means of transport, preventing him from easily falling off during aftershocks. With the urgency of avoiding additional tremors, the group prepared to move swiftly towards more stable ground. Jiang Si was aware that the recent aftershocks had been relatively minor, yet stronger quakes were likely to follow. It was prudent to depart this place as soon as possible. The helicopter in their spatial realm represented their sole hope of escape. Despite her familiarity with Lu Jifeng and Yunyo, Jiang Si was hesitant to reveal her abilities too soon. Without hesitation, Lu Jifeng offered, "I will accompany you." Moved by Jiang Si's thoughtfulness, he assured her, "I will take good care of everyone." After approximately 15 minutes of walking, Jiang Linhai finally inquired, "Is the airplane truly nearby?" Jiang pondered and demurred, "No, I shall retrieve another aircraft from the spatial dimension. We can fabricate a narrative about discovering it near the crash site, claiming the occupants perished, and we fortuitously stumbled upon this windfall." Jiang Linhai entertained reservations about the plausibility of this fabrication, questioning the likelihood of such serendipity. Jiang, gazing into the impenetrable darkness, asserted, "Such is the nature of serendipity. If we remain silent, who shall discern the truth?" Jiang Linhai conceded the point, reasoning that with an abundance of salvaged items, Lu Jifeng would likely attribute it to their extraordinary good fortune. However, he inquired, "What of Qin Shen? Shall we abandon the search for him?" Jiang genuinely desired to rescue Qin Shen, having grown to appreciate his exceptional character, his composure, his formidable capabilities, and his ability to alleviate her sudden ailments. However, lingering here indefinitely in search of him was untenable. For Pandora to proliferate rapidly and deplete the atmosphere of oxygen, their departure would become impossible. Jiang Linhai harbored profound distress, lamenting that while everyone else had landed unscathed, Qin Shen alone had vanished. Lu Jifeng and Yunyo, as anticipated, exhibited no suspicion, naively attributing the acquisition of the helicopter to Jiang and Jiang Lin Hai's extraordinary luck, their faces creasing with joyous smiles. The others, privy to the truth, reciprocated with smiles, directing Dubai toward Jiang's location. After approximately half an hour's journey, the group discerned the helicopter, noticeably smaller than Zhao Yunning's previous aircraft. Nevertheless, it possessed ample capacity to accommodate them all. Upon boarding the cabin, they were pleasantly surprised to discover common camping provisions, sustenance, firearms, and even military attire and bulletproof vests. Lu Jifeng speculated that this aircraft was likely a military plane, inadvertently leading them to a fortunate discovery. Had Lu Jifeng possessed even a modicum of knowledge regarding helicopters, he would have discerned that this was a brand new, ordinary civilian helicopter. Regrettably, he was oblivious to this fact. After pretending to inspect the aircraft, Jiang Si confirmed its readiness for takeoff and instructed everyone to fasten their seatbelts, for she was about to start the helicopter in search of Qin Shan. Chapter 71. Earthquake. Hong Kong grassland. Dubai rescued Zhang Chenggu and Zhang Qingfang from the ravine, yet appeared listless. Concerned that it might be injured, Jiang Si, after starting the helicopter, asked Lu Jifeng to check on Dubai. As Lu Jifeng approached, Dubai lazily lifted its eyelids to glance at him, its dark eyes emanating an imposing aura, reminiscent of a king of the forest. It seemed that only Jiang Si was permitted to approach. Everyone else was met with a formidable presence. Just moments ago, it had been quite docile. Lu Jifeng remarked to Jiang Si, "It may be reluctant to be examined. Perhaps it truly feels unwell." However, Jiang Si had no time to attend to it now, and she turned her back to Dubai, saying, "Are you hungry? So, have a bit of ham sausage to tide you over." Suddenly, Dubai rose to its feet. Shin, bowing, believing it was about to eat, hurriedly retrieved some food from her bag, prioritizing their benefactor. Dubai showed no inclination to disturb Jiang Si as she piloted the helicopter. It merely wished to be close to her, even if separated by the seat. This magnificent and commanding white tiger exhibited an endearing, clingy demeanor akin to that of a domestic cat, rendering it utterly charming. If not for Lu Jifeng's hold, Nyo would have eagerly reached out to stroke its fluffy tail. Jiang Si cast a fleeting glance downward, and as their eyes met, a warmth enveloped her heart. Her weary body felt invigorated, if only slightly. Jiang Linhai was feeding water to Jiang Chenggu, who lay on a stretcher, and casually inquired, "Father, how did Dubai manage to rescue you?" Having fallen into a ravine, he must have been covered in dust and debris. It was astonishing that Dubai, being no human, could locate them and bring them back in such a brief span of time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Linhai was taken aback and quickly lifted Jiang Chengwu's clothing, relieved to find his abdomen unscathed. Indeed, Dubai possessed an extraordinary understanding of humanity, and it was fortunate for their survival. Jiang Chengwu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without Dubai, both he and his wife would likely have perished. Even now, he felt a lingering sense of having narrowly escaped death. The gaze of everyone turned toward Dubai with a newfound warmth and gratitude. Yet, concerns for Qin Shan's safety loomed large. As the helicopter ascended and stabilized at a certain altitude, everyone craned their necks, peering through the glass windows to observe every illuminated corner below, hoping that Qin Shan would catch sight of the lights and call for help. The helicopter circled overhead for an extended period, revealing only the devastated landscape of mountains and rivers. Occasional tremors threatened to trigger further collapses of the already precarious peaks. Jiang Si mapped out the possible area where Qin Shan might be, circling it 8 times, waiting until dawn. As the fuel tank neared depletion and her eyelids grew heavy, she still could not catch a glimpse of Qin Shan. Disappointment washed over everyone. Nuno even burst into tears. Such a wonderful brother, lost just like that. Unable to locate Qin Shan, they could no longer afford to linger in this desolate place. They must proceed to the unaffected regions. The very notion of departing from here felt akin to abandoning Qin Shan, a thought that tormented Jiang Si more than anyone else. If there remained even a glimmer of hope for his survival, it would be extinguished by her own hand. Yet she had family to consider. The stakes were too high. Aside from her, no one else could pilot the aircraft. Her eyelids were heavy with fatigue, and she had to remain vigilant against the potential resurgence of the vultures in the sky or other lurking dangers. As Jiang Si resolved to leave this place, The others gazed at the ravaged ground, a landscape stripped of vitality, and fell into a profound silence. Nyo Nyo murmured prayers for Qin Shin, tears streaming down her cheeks as she turned to Lu Jifeng, her eyes gleaming with hope. Brother, will he survive? Lu Jifeng sighed softly, ultimately urging her to confront reality. Perhaps. Jiang Si had exerted herself to the utmost, a truth evident to all. Zhang Linhai, concerned that Jiang Si might falter under the weight of her determination, felt a pang of unease. He advised Shin Baoing to look after their parents and then took his place in the co-pilot seat. Addressing Jiang Si, "CC, teach me how to fly the helicopter." If he could learn swiftly, it would relieve her of some burden. However, mastering helicopter piloting was not akin to riding a motorcycle. It required time and skill to navigate through turbulent air currents and evade dangers such as flying birds. In her previous life after the electromagnetic restoration, aerial bandits had posed a significant threat, and the perils of the sky were hardly less daunting than those on land. Jiang Si did not expect Zhang Linhai to become proficient immediately. Nonetheless, until they reached a safe haven, she would have to oversee the flight personally. "Dad, just keep an eye on things from the side for now. Please prepare me a couple of cups of coffee and apply some essential oil for me." She had not closed her eyes for nearly a day and a night. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, accompanied by an unsettling fear of sudden demise. Zhang Linhai hurriedly attended to her, and before long, Jiang Si had consumed 2 cups of coffee and applied some essential oil, which provided a semblance of clarity. However, Bai seemed to detest the scent of the oil, furrowing his brow in a distinctly human manner. Zhang Linhai chuckled, remarking on how Bai resembled their former pet, Mimi, who also had an aversion to the aroma. Concern for Jiang Si deepened among the group, as while others could afford a brief respite, she felt compelled to persist for their sake, uncertain of when she might find relief. The helicopter soared northward for 2 hours, the map indicating that they were approaching the fragrant grassland of Jiangcheng. Jiang Si yearned for a level expanse to land and rest. The fragrant grassland might just offer the ideal sanctuary. Upon reaching the fragrant grassland, hope swelled within her, only to be met with the stark reality that the area had also been ravaged by seismic waves. The ground bore deep fissures, resembling a sinuous dragon, awe-inspiring in its magnitude. Yet, due to the flat terrain, there was a small patch where they could temporarily land the helicopter. With determination, Jiang Si descended, and as the aircraft settled, she reclined back and instantly succumbed to slumber. After all, her mortal form had reached its limits. The group remained silent, refraining from disturbing her much-needed rest, instead observing their surroundings through the glass. Bai's tail curled around Jiang Si's wrist, eyes shut tight, never to awaken. After a considerable interval, a sudden rumble echoed from the sky. They gazed upward in astonishment. Another helicopter was approaching. Chapter 72. Earthquake. Team formation. Jiang Si, startled awake, swiftly grasped her weapon, vowing to show no mercy should the helicopter pose any threat to them. The aircraft descended slowly over 100 meters away, and Lu Jifeng, peering through binoculars, noted that the cockpit was manned by a female pilot who resembled Jiang Si. This revelation somewhat alleviated the group's apprehension regarding the helicopter's intentions. Soon, 2 well-dressed men in tailored suits emerged from the helicopter, each brandishing a compact handgun for defense. With both parties armed and cautious, the elder, astute gentleman addressed Zhang Linhai, saying, "My friend, we bear no ill will. May we pause here for a brief respite and coexist peacefully?" As long as there was no impending threat, no one wished to engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Zhang Linhai gestured an affirmative okay, to which the man responded with a similar gesture, signifying a mutual understanding. The 2 men from the opposing aircraft were evidently better equipped, their arsenal far superior to the meager arms the group possessed. Only 2 firearms, remnants of pre-apocalypse contraband, with but a few rounds left. The prospect of these individuals harboring malicious intent and robbing them was a disconcerting thought. Zhuang Chun glanced at the cockpit, where Zhuang Feiyue lay resting, and sighed, "We must allow your sister some time to recuperate and devise a plan for our next destination." Zhuang Feiyue had a penchant for extreme sports, and was the sole member capable of piloting a helicopter. If she did not rest adequately, even an ascent could lead to dire consequences. Zhuang Chunshin accepted the biscuits and water handed to him by his wife, took a few bites, and then abruptly rose to his feet, striding towards the rear of the cabin. Zhuang Qiuan followed closely behind, observing Zhuang Chunshin's furrowed brow as he exclaimed, "We have only 1 barrel of fuel left. Only 1 barrel of fuel left." Zhuang Qiuan gasped, "Then we must stay here. What will we do if we run out of fuel midair?" Zhuang Chunshin gestured towards the window. "Even if there is no earthquake here, the food we have can sustain us for at most a month. The desolation surrounding us is stark, with ravines everywhere, lacking water, and the occasional aftershocks. Staying here is akin to waiting for death." Zhuang Qiuan's expression shifted dramatically, while Wang Rongshue's gaze immediately darted to the nearby helicopter. In a hushed tone, she suggested, "What if we borrow some fuel?" Their intention was not to rob, indicating that Jiang Si and the others were not in need of fuel. Perhaps they had some to spare. Once they reached the eldest son, they could repay them double. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by both men. In critical moments, who would lend fuel freely? "A verbal agreement is of no use," they replied. Wang Rongxue clung to a glimmer of hope. "We must at least try. We cannot simply resign ourselves to being trapped here." Zhuang Qiuan fixed his gaze on Jiang Si's helicopter and proposed to Zhuang Chunshin, "Father, what if we join forces with them? Firstly, more hands make lighter work. Secondly, we could share the fuel. And thirdly, we would have 2 pilots, allowing my sister to get some much-needed rest." Wang Rongshue's eyes sparkled, finding the idea rather appealing. Yet Zhuang Chunshin furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, saying, "If we team up with them, we will have to share our supplies. Our resources are already scarce, and if they happen to be in short supply as well, it would be akin to delivering provisions to them for free. We should observe for now." Zhuang Feiyue awoke to the gradual onset of dusk. The helicopter across from her remained eerily silent, devoid of any activity. Zhuang Qiuan leaned in, urgently inquiring, "Sister, we only have 1 barrel of oil left. What should we do?" Finding a place to procure more oil would be ideal, yet most of the supplies in the city had been tightly controlled by others. Acquiring even 2 barrels of oil would be as difficult as shedding a layer of skin. Zhuang Feiyue surveyed her surroundings, and suddenly, a tremor reverberated beneath her. The aftershocks persisted. This place was far from safe. Glancing at the map, she declared, "We must strive to locate the most suitable place for our survival before this barrel of oil runs out." Wang Rongshue's heart raced with trepidation. What if we run out of oil halfway? Zhuang Feiyue paused momentarily in silence before responding. "Everyone must be prepared to jump from the aircraft." Wang Rongxue, terrified at the prospect of jumping, turned pale and said to Zhuang Chunshin, "Shall we heed Qiuan's suggestion and team up with them?" Zhuang Chunshin contemplated seriously. Facing such overwhelming risks alone as a family was daunting, and perhaps it was worth a gamble. He instructed Wang Rongxue to gather some instant noodles and water as a token of goodwill, and together with Zhuang Qiuan, they approached Jiang Si and the others. As they disembarked from the helicopter again, Zhang Linhai and Lu Jifeng raised their weapons in greeting. Zhuang Chunshin smiled amiably and offered, "Gentlemen, I wonder if you have dined yet. We have some instant noodles and water available." Zhang Linhai, unconcerned with their meager provisions, frowned and replied, "Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution." Zhuang Chunshin tentatively inquired, "Might we exchange 2 barrels of fuel with you? Once we reach the northern country, my eldest son will surely compensate you generously." Zhang Linhai furrowed his brow and curtly responded, "No exchange." While there was an ample supply of fuel in Jiang Si's space, they had to be vigilant to prevent anyone from discovering the existence of that space. At this juncture, fuel was the most scarce resource, symbolizing the helicopter's ability to safely reach a secure location. Only a fool would agree to such an exchange and thus expose their surplus fuel. Providing them with supplies and fuel would be akin to trading a ticket for an aircraft. In these apocalyptic times, survival was a struggle for all. Zhuang Chunshin surmised that they likely had little in the way of reserves and would be tempted by the offer. By alternating the operation of the helicopter, Jiang Si would be able to rest adequately. Upon hearing Zhuang Chunshin's last statement, Zhang Linhai's expression wavered slightly. He glanced at the seemingly confident father and son duo and said, "Please wait a moment while we deliberate." Jiang Si, listening to their exchange from within the helicopter, shook her head as soon as Jiang Linhai approached. No, thank you. If I indulge in a deep slumber for just 1 or 2 hours, I can endure for 20 to 30 hours. The helicopter can traverse the Arctic Ocean without needing others to pilot it. Moreover, as for the exchange of supplies, it remains uncertain who would truly be subsidizing whom. As Jiang Si retrieved the helicopter, it was already brimming with an array of supplies, resembling a diminutive airborne abode, rendering their meager provisions unnecessary. The uncertainty of human intentions lingered. One could never ascertain whether they harbored ulterior motives. Zhuang Chun, taken aback, exclaimed, "Isn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement? It serves the interests of all involved." Upon learning that Jiang Si and the others were reluctant to form a team, Zhuang Feiyue let out a deep sigh, stating, "We must prepare for the worst." Zhuang Feiyue took out her phone and attempted to reach Zhuang Hailin, but the line was perpetually busy, devoid of any signal. The condition of the northern country remained an enigma. Would it be more favorable than their current predicament? Moreover, with only a single barrel of fuel at their disposal, reaching the northern country seemed utterly unattainable. She spread out the map and scrutinized it carefully. A single barrel of fuel could potentially take them to the airport in Qingbei City. If they could procure additional fuel there, they might continue their journey. However, there loomed the possibility that upon arrival, the airport might lack any fuel, and they were entirely devoid of food sources in their vicinity, not to mention the potential perils that awaited them. Seeking a location with mountains and water, where the terrain was flat, could provide means for fishing, hunting, and gathering, thereby ensuring their survival. Yet, such a decision would irrevocably mean abandoning the helicopter, forever precluding any chance of reaching the northern country. Should unforeseen dangers arise, they would be left without a means of escape. Weighing the options, Zhuang Feiyue concluded that proceeding to the Qingbei airport was the more prudent choice, as she remained uncertain of her ability to discover a hidden utopia. Zhuang Feiyue discovered the parachuting equipment and taught everyone how to skydive, which brought her a sense of relief. However, Wang Rongxue, who harbored a fear of heights, dared not look down as the plane ascended, let alone jump from it. Desperately, she turned to her husband, pleading, "Can't you go ask them again? There are just 4 of us. We won't take up much space." Zhuang Chunshin sighed, expressing his helplessness. "They simply refuse, and that's that. Put yourself in their shoes. Would you allow a few strangers on board if you had sufficient fuel? It's a nerve-wracking situation." Wang Rongxue fell silent, clearly unwilling to accept the circumstances. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented their perilous future. Zhuang Chunshin comforted her, suggesting, "Perhaps we will be fortunate enough to find fuel upon reaching Qingbei Airport and reunite with the leader." Wang Rongxue, feeling vulnerable, leaned into Zhuang Chunshin's embrace, choking back her sobs. Suddenly, a rustling noise surrounded them, sending shivers down their spines. Fearing the emergence of some mutated creature, Zhuang Feiyue glanced out the side window and spotted Jiang Linhai and Lu Jifeng jumping from the helicopter, swiftly igniting blocks of alcohol and coal. Zhuang Qiyuan muttered under his breath, questioning whether they had time for a barbecue in such dire circumstances. Abruptly, a scorpion squeezed through a gap in the helicopter. Wang Rongxue screamed in terror. Upon closer inspection, they were horrified to see a multitude of scorpions surging forth, creating a terrifying scene. In a matter of moments, the helicopter's view was completely obscured by the swarm of scorpions, while more continued to attempt entry through the door seams. Zhuang Qiyuan donned gloves and used a shoe insole to crush a few scorpions, finally grasping why Jiang Linhai and Lu Jifeng had chosen to ignite the precious fuel supplies. Scorpions exhibit a profound fear of fire. Once ignited, they dare not approach. However, as they descend from the aircraft to ignite flames, it is already too late. The scorpions have enveloped the helicopter in an impenetrable shroud. With no choice but to don gloves, they endeavor to seal every possible entry point against these creatures. Despite their precautions, they still endure several painful stings from the scorpions. The potency of the venom varies among different species. The brown scorpion, a common variety, possesses relatively mild toxins that can only incapacitate insects and are not lethal to humans. Yet, a sting will result in rapid redness, swelling, itching, and burning sensations on the arm, and for those with allergies it may provoke fatal consequences. Zhuang Chen, having sustained the most stings, is afflicted with numerous swollen lesions on his arms and ankles, some even festering with pus. Zhuang Feiyue, having previously challenged himself to survive 30 days in the desert, possesses a modicum of knowledge about venomous scorpions. Scorpion venom is acidic. By first extracting the toxin to prevent its spread, and then applying alkaline soap, one can alleviate the suffering. After cleansing the wounds with soap, Zhuang Feiyue rummages through the medicine box to find erythromycin ointment, which he distributes among the group for application. Meanwhile, Jiang Si and the others gather around the fire, indulging in fried scorpions. Recognized as the foremost of the 5 poisons, scorpions also serve as a traditional Chinese medicinal ingredient, containing amine compounds and hemolytic proteins that offer benefits such as antispasmodic effects, alleviation of wind, and detoxification, as well as treating sores and rheumatism. In certain regions, scorpions are regarded as a delicacy. The toxic components within scorpions are rendered harmless through high temperatures, thus allowing fried scorpions to grace the dining table. Lu Jifeng believed that every meal saved was a meal earned. In order to adapt to the harsh realities of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, one must embrace every challenge and consume whatever sustenance is available. Upon discovering scorpions, he immediately suggested to the group that they could be fried and preserved, providing nourishment for several days. Scorpions, being a source of protein, could alleviate hunger and also serve as a treat for the loyal companion, Daba. He was concerned that if Daba were to go too long without food, it might lose its sanity. Jiang Si often indulged in scorpions during these dire times, finding them to be a coveted delicacy. 10 kilograms of scorpions could be traded for a considerable amount of potatoes. The scorpions, fried to a golden crisp, released an enticing aroma, and upon tasting, they were delightfully crunchy, reminiscent of fried meat strips, both savory and satisfying. Reclining on a chair after his meal, Jiang Qingguo expressed his pleasure, remarking that a little wine would make the experience perfect. Zhang Qingfang shot him an exasperated glance, reminding him of his injuries and suggesting he stick to porridge instead. The scorpions were rich in oil, and Jiang Qingguo decided to savor just one. With an affectionate glance at Zhang Qingfang, he complied and began to drink his porridge. Meanwhile, Shen Baoying had fried a whole bucket of scorpions and nudged Jiang Si, who was dozing against Daba, asking if Daba would like to eat. If Daba declined, Jiang Si's attempts to sneak meat to Daba might raise Lu Jifeng's suspicions. Jiang Si held a scorpion to Daba's mouth, but the creature merely opened its eyes lazily, glanced at her, and then closed them again, leaving her to wonder whether it was disinterested in the food or simply uncomfortable since rescuing Shen Baoying and Zhang Qingguo. Jiang Si gently stroked its head, then opened a box of luncheon meat from her pocket. "Big White, you don't fancy scorpions, do you? I have some luncheon meat. Would you like to have a taste? Once we reach a place suitable for hunting, I can procure a magnificent wild boar for you. Even if we fail in our hunt, I can conjure one from my space." Big White didn't even open its eyes. With a swift motion of its paw, it pressed Jiang Si against its side, startling Shen Baoying so much that her heart nearly leapt from her throat. Fortunately, Big White had no intention of devouring Jiang Si. It merely treated her as a plush pillow, nuzzling her against its fluffy belly. Its large paw was exceedingly heavy, making it difficult for Jiang Si to breathe, and Big White rolled over, effectively turning itself into a mattress for her to rest upon. Jiang Si found herself in a state of surrender, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Chapter 74. Acquaintances. The fur on Big White's belly was extraordinarily soft. Jiang Si initially attempted to struggle, but her weary muscles protested, yearning for a comforting slumber. Slowly, her eyelids drooped. The chilly night air felt surprisingly bearable. In this tender moment, the others hushed their eating, striving not to disturb their repose. After half an hour, Jiang Si awoke to a tremor, a mild aftershock, registering below 6 on the Richter scale, which had little impact on the Shangjiang prairie. Had a stronger quake occurred, they would have taken flight immediately. Fortunately, no significant tremor followed. Instead, it sent the scorpion swarm retreating. As everyone in the helicopter prepared makeshift bedding for a restful night, a woman's figure suddenly descended from a plane 100 meters away. Before she drew near, she announced her purpose. "Excuse me, is there a doctor among you? My mother and brother have suffered from scorpion venom allergies. Is there anyone who can help them? We can exchange food and alcohol for your assistance. In this apocalyptic world, food and alcohol are precious commodities. Any doctor would surely be tempted by such a trade. The voice of the woman speaking was eerily familiar, reminiscent of a client from her time at the Extreme Club. Jiang Si peered through the glass window, and in the darkness, the woman's vaguely discernible features unmistakably belonged to Zhuang Feiyue. Having guided Zhuang Feiyue in wingsuit flying for 2 years, Jiang Si was well acquainted with her, albeit only in a professional capacity. Women of her social standing, regardless of their earnings, would hardly consider the daughter of a corporate president as a friend. Nevertheless, Zhuang Feiyue had accrued substantial wealth, allowing her to stockpile supplies in this desolate world. Jiang Si contemplated for a moment and instructed Shen Baoying to fetch a bottle of essential balm. This balm contains a significant quantity of organic solvents capable of dissolving scorpion toxins, thereby facilitating rapid swelling reduction and pain relief. The sooner it is applied, the more effective it is. If the body absorbs excessive scorpion venom over time, the toxins can be retained by the skin and subcutaneous fat, becoming indigestible. The elders from the mountains have long relied on essential balm for any discomfort. Having grown up in the Longquan Natural Forest Reserve, they are well aware of its ability to counteract scorpion venom. Shen Baoying took the balm from Jiang Si and passed it to Zhang Linhai. As Zhang Linhai opened the helicopter door and stepped down, Zhuang Feiyue's eyes brimmed with excitement, her eyes reddening. She had assumed Zhang Linhai was the doctor. However, to her surprise, Zhang Linhai stood several meters away and tossed a bottle of essential balm towards her. Zhuang Feiyue gazed at the bottle of essential balm in her hand, her expression laden with doubt. If even the erythromycin ointment proved ineffective, how could this invigorating balm possibly offer a remedy? Zhang Linhai reassured her, stating, "The balm is indeed beneficial. Hasten to apply it to your mother and brother." At this juncture, they had no choice but to treat a dying horse as if it were alive. Zhuang Feiyue applied the balm to Wang Rongxue and Zhuang Qiyuan, and the immediate cooling sensation swiftly alleviated their pain. After a considerable time, both regained the strength to converse. Zhang Linhai had spoken the truth. The balm truly possessed curative properties against scorpion venom. Zhuang Chun reflected deeply. These individuals displayed commendable character, refraining from exploiting the situation and generously offering the balm. He turned to Zhuang Feiyue and remarked, "We must still offer what is due to maintain our integrity, lest they perceive us as untrustworthy." Zhuang Feiyue planned to provide some sealed tea eggs, half a bag of rice, and a bottle of alcohol. However, the now-sitting Zhuang Qiyuan felt that they were giving too much. Their benefactors had not made exorbitant demands, indicating they likely possessed ample resources. After all, they had merely provided a bottle of balm, and a bottle of alcohol should suffice. This particular bottle contained 500 milliliters, enough for an extended period. Zhuang Qiyuan even considered that a single bottle of alcohol might be excessive. In these times, resources were more precious than gold. Offering half a bag of millet and tea eggs would significantly diminish their rations for several days. Zhuang Chen's demeanor grew serious as he lowered his voice, stating, "Their willingness to provide the balm signifies their confidence in our integrity. If we were to dismiss this with merely a bottle of alcohol, it could provoke their ire, leading them to seize all our possessions, leaving us with no recourse for redress." Zhuang Qiyuan felt a sudden chill run down his spine, glancing towards the direction of Jiang Si and her companions, as if a sniper were covertly observing them. The dawn light was dim, and Zhuang Feiyue, clutching a bundle of items, was taken aback when she saw Jiang Si descend from the helicopter, her pupils narrowing in disbelief. After a few moments of scrutiny, confirming that the neatly attired woman before her was indeed Jiang Si, her face blossomed with uncontainable joy.
Jiang Si,
Zhuang Feiyue exclaimed, rushing over with unrestrained enthusiasm. Jiang Si merely nodded, responding with a curt mm. Her polite yet distant demeanor left Zhuang Feiyue momentarily rooted in awkwardness. Previously, she had regarded Jiang Si solely as a coach, never even adding her personal account. What right did she have to seek familiarity now? However, if Jiang Si were to consider their past acquaintance and lend them a barrel of oil, their chances of successfully executing their flight plan would significantly increase. Zhuang Feiyue placed the items before Jiang Si and said, "Thank you for the essential oils last night. I hope you won't mind these provisions and alcohol." "All right." Jiang Si replied with a single word, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. After much hesitation, Zhuang Feiyue stole a glance at Zhang Linhai, who was armed, and mustered her courage to ask, Jiang Si, may I exchange some food for a barrel of oil? Once we reach the northern lands, I promise my brother will repay you double. Jiang Si regarded her thoughtfully, causing Zhuang Feiyue's heart to race. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. It seemed that they had caught the attention of others who sought to land a helicopter in their vicinity for a brief respite. Although Jiang Si's supply of fuel was ample, in that moment, she completely dismissed the idea of lending a barrel to Zhuang Feiyue. Once borrowed, Zhuang Feiyue's incessant chatter could lead others to believe that they possessed an abundance of supplies, enough to lend to others. Moreover, with so many aircraft arriving at once, Zhuang Feiyue could easily exchange resources for a spot on the plane or for fuel. Jiang Si decisively declined Zhuang Feiyue's offer and gestured for everyone to hurry onto the helicopter. As she watched Jiang Si board the helicopter, Zhuang Feiyue stood frozen, her lips nearly biting through from frustration. Having finally encountered an acquaintance who refused to assist her, the feeling was overwhelmingly despairing. She lifted her gaze to the helicopter drawing closer in the sky, uncertain whether these individuals were friend or foe. Yang Liao felt profoundly pained. Each person's symptoms were different, and their family seemed to be facing the most formidable challenge yet. It felt as if her entire being was deteriorating. Chapter 75. Gratefulness and reciprocity. The gusts generated by the helicopters seemed as if they might sweep them away. Zhang Linhai took his seat in the co-pilot's position and expressed his concern to Jiang Si. There are still 3 helicopters hovering above. Do they intend to prevent our departure? Most of these helicopters were military in nature, and Zhang Linhai even spotted an individual standing on the exterior wielding a heavy weapon. Jiang Si furrowed her brow and decided to observe. If they insisted on detaining them, she would feign compliance for the time being and seek an opportunity to escape later. In her previous life at the base, Jiang Si had witnessed many mutated individuals and animals being taken away for dissection and experimentation. Zhang Linhai's words startled her, and she instinctively placed her hand on the tail of Dubai, saying, I will not allow it to be captured. Helicopters descended one after another, and soon a multitude of men clad in tactical gear and armed with weapons emerged. Their imposing stature and disciplined movements exuded a palpable sense of pressure. However, Zhuang Feiyue felt an unexpected familiarity and excitedly exclaimed to her parents, Mom, Dad, it's the military. It's the military personnel. Are we finally saved? Zhuang Chunshin furrowed his brow, urging her to remain grounded. After all, this was the apocalypse, and military order had long since disintegrated. These individuals could very well pose the greatest threat, likely to seize their supplies or force them into hard labor. The fate of women reduced to prisoners of war following international conflicts was undeniably tragic, and a shiver coursed through Zhuang Feiyue as she fervently prayed to avoid such a grim destiny. They trembled in the helicopter until a tall man came into Zhuang Qinshin's line of sight. His heart raced with excitement. Quang Jiaying. It was indeed Quang Jiaying. Zhuang Feiyue's eyes widened in recognition. He was her match from the arranged meeting. This young man had impeccable character, and their families had been friends since childhood. They were saved. They were safe. As Zhuang Chunshin spoke, tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed by the joy of finding a semblance of stability amidst the uncertainty of their fate. The Zhuang family hurriedly descended, calling out Quang Jiaying's name. In an instant, he heard someone beckoning him. Quang Jiaying looked up to see the somewhat disheveled Zhuang family, their eyes glistening with tears as they gazed at him. For a moment, he was taken aback before recognizing them. Uncle Zhuang? Zhuang Chunshin, relieved that he acknowledged him and even referred to him as uncle, finally felt the weight lift from his heart. He approached and grasped Quang Jiaying's hand, saying, Jiaying, fortunately it was you. We were nearly terrified to death. They hurriedly inquired, Are your parents with you? Quang Jiaying shook his head. They have been settled at the northern base and are safe for the time being. The mention of the northern base ignited excitement among the Zhuang family, for they yearned for a secure refuge. Zhuang Chunshin quickly asked, Can we go to the northern base? Quang Jiaying nodded. I am leading the mission, primarily to gather supplies and rescue survivors. Zhuang Chunshin let out a sigh of relief and promptly urged Zhuang Feiyue. Quickly greet your brother Jiaying. However, Kwang Jiang's gaze fell upon a woman disembarking from another helicopter. To his surprise, he recognized her and warmly called out, "Miss Jiang, what a surprise to encounter you here." Zhuang Feiyue lowered her gaze, her fists clenched tightly, feeling an indescribable embarrassment. Jiang Si had little time for pleasantries and asked, "Captain Kwang, may we now take off with our helicopter?" Kwang Jiang inquired with curiosity, "Where are you heading?" With an air of unshakable calm, Jiang Si replied, "North." Jiang Si shook her head. "No need for that." Zhuang Feiyue's heart sank further upon hearing this. Their family had actively sought a connection with Kwang Jiang to gain access to the northern base. Yet when Kwang Jiang invited Jiang Si, she seemed utterly indifferent, opting to depart on her own. Even in such dire circumstances, it was puzzling why she maintained such a stubborn demeanor. Kwang Jiang was somewhat taken aback that Jiang Si Lian would refuse the remaining 900 jin of grain. In an instant, he believed that Jiang Si no longer trusted him. Just as he was about to persuade her, a sudden shout pierced the air. "There's a tiger! A particularly large tiger!" Kwang Jiang swiftly drew his sidearm, aiming at the massive creature barely visible within the helicopter. This tiger was of such considerable size that it could yield several hundred kilograms of meat. It had been a long time since anyone had tasted meat, and every gaze directed at the helicopter was filled with ravenous anticipation. The mutated tiger, astonishingly, seemed to heed Jiang Si's commands. Kwang Jiang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Si. "How can you assure me it won't harm anyone?" Jiang Si regarded him, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of her mouth. "Isn't it enough that it hasn't lunged at you yet?" Kwang Jiang's eyes brightened, and he quickly inquired, "How did you manage to tame it?" The prospect of taming mutated animals in the apocalypse would indeed be a remarkable achievement worthy of reporting. Jiang Si replied without hesitation, "I risked my life to rescue it from the jaws of a giant boa. It is grateful, thus it obeys me. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave." Kwang Jiang discerned that Jiang Si was unwilling to proceed to the northern base and positioned himself in her path, attempting to convince her, "A mutated animal that can comprehend human speech holds significant observational value for humanity's survival in this apocalypse." At his words, Jiang Si's anger flared, her icy gaze fixed upon him. "It belongs in the wild. Even in the apocalypse, it does not exist merely to survive for humanity." "Step aside." Kwang Jiang's expression tightened. "Indeed, I am selfish. Yet, in the grand scheme of humanity, I have committed no wrongdoing. I merely seek a means to coexist with the mutated beings. You pursue your own methods, but do not harbor thoughts of harming them, Captain Kwang, or you shall come to regret it." She had already sensed the restless agitation of the great white creature. Chapter 76. The healing power of the great white Jiang Si was reluctant, fearing it would instill a profound sense of rebellion in the tiger towards humanity. Moreover, capturing another mutated animal for research would not pose a challenge for them. Kwang Jiang chose to relent and said to Jiang Si, "Very well, Miss Jiang is unwilling, so let us depart." He perceived that Jiang Si's anger was on the verge of eruption. With a cold huff, Jiang Si turned and entered the helicopter. The great white creature approached, affectionately licking her several times, elated by her safety. Jiang Si gently caressed its soft, round face and pressed her forehead against its own, assuring, "Do not worry. I will take you away now." As the helicopter ascended slowly, 3 military helicopters circling above gradually parted ways at Kwang Jiang's gesture. Jiang Si soared into the sky, penetrating the clouds, growing ever more distant from them, finally releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Kwang Jiang had kept his word. Zhang Linhai resumed his position as co-pilot, diligently studying the controls of the helicopter. He was astute, grasping concepts swiftly. Alas, he lacked the opportunity for practical application at that moment. Jiang Si also lamented that she hadn't packed a few more helicopters into the storage space at the airport. However, given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to spare, and such thoughts were futile, especially considering the limited capacity of the storage space. Soaring into the heavens, no one dared to relax, having previously encountered the ferocious vultures. Lu Jifeng held his gun steadfastly, not once daring to set it down. Even during mealtimes, they took turns to eat. The helicopter continued its journey northward. Jiang Si pondered whether this northern base was akin to the one from her previous life. Regardless, she had no intention of visiting it and inquired about Lu Jifeng's plans. He regarded them as a small collective, subtly indicating that as long as they did not mind being a burden, they would go wherever he and his daughter were headed. Humanity is profoundly complex. As strangers, they may engage in brutal conflict, yet as friends and allies, they would willingly risk their lives for one another, exposing their vulnerabilities. Everyone accepted Lu Jifeng and Niu Niu. They had no desire to part ways, and thus, they would not be cast aside. However, thoughts of the missing Qin Shen, whose fate remained uncertain, filled her with a sense of profound regret. The aircraft continued its flight, and after 5 long hours, Jiang Si finally beheld the electronic display of the Pacific Ocean on the screen. Simultaneously, the helicopter received some radio signals, suggesting that someone had managed to restore some electronic communication equipment, or perhaps the northern base was established in proximity. The areas near the coastline were unstable. Following a strong earthquake, a tsunami could ensue. Jiang Si resolved to fly directly across the Pacific, reaching the western shores of the northern country before formulating further plans. Suddenly, the blood-red sky erupted in thunder and lightning, with flickering purple bolts seeming to cleave the very fabric of the universe. The helicopter she piloted was an easy target for such strikes, necessitating an urgent descent to safety. What one fears often comes to pass. With a thunderous roar that shattered the sky, an unavoidable bolt of lightning struck the right wing of the helicopter. As the aircraft teetered on the brink of disaster, Jiang Si exerted every ounce of strength to elevate the fuselage and adjust its course, shouting to everyone, "Hold on tight." At that moment, there was no time for an orderly evacuation, nor were the conditions suitable for a safe jump. For the sake of her companions, Jiang Si had no choice but to fight against fate. Should she succeed, all would survive. If she failed, then these days would have been worthwhile, and the notion of her family departing this world together could be seen as a form of solace. The helicopter surged upwards at an alarming speed, ascending several hundred meters, deftly evading the oncoming lightning as it spiraled downwards towards the canyon. The cabin echoed with the terrified screams of her passengers. As the ground loomed ever closer, beads of sweat cascaded from Jiang Si's forehead. Fortunately, her exceptional piloting skills saved them once more in this critical moment. The helicopter scraped against the earth, skidding for several hundred meters before crashing violently against the rocks, the immense recoil sending a shudder through the aircraft. For Jiang Si, seated in the cockpit, it should have been a fatal blow. However, in that pivotal instant, Debai, her loyal companion, displayed remarkable courage, severing her safety harness with his powerful jaws and shielding her with his imposing frame. Amidst the swirling smoke, Jiang Si emerged unscathed from beneath Debai, while the others suffered varying degrees of injury. The most grievously wounded among them was Zhang Linhai, who lay in agony, concerned for Jiang Si's safety. An iron rod had pierced his abdomen, and the sight of his crimson blood sent Jiang Si into a state of shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached into her supplies for a medical kit and surgical instruments, but Dabai suddenly drew near, resting his head against Zhang Linhai's wounded belly. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance emanated from the forehead of the creature known as Dabai. In the next moment, the wounds on Zhang Linhai's abdomen, which had been causing him considerable agony, began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment.
Jiang Si, equally astonished,
realized that Dabai possessed the extraordinary ability of a healing beast. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Simultaneously, Zhang Qingguo recalled the incident. After he and Zhang Qingfang had fallen into the ravine, he distinctly felt a gaping wound in his abdomen, yet after Dabai had saved him, he had only sustained broken legs. It became evident that Dabai had miraculously healed his fatal injury at that time. Shen Baoying, filled with excitement, gently patted Zhang Linhai's face and asked, "How do you feel, dear?" Just as Zhang Linhai was about to respond with a negative remark, he sensed a lightness in his abdomen, as if nothing had transpired. Upon opening his eyes, he was utterly astonished to find that his wound had vanished, and the pain had dissipated. He began to doubt whether it had all been a dream. Shaking his head, he joyfully exclaimed, "I'm fine. How about you all?" No sooner had he spoken than Dabai collapsed heavily onto him, producing a resounding thud that nearly caused his insides to shift. The sudden fainting of Dabai was certainly alarming. Jiang Chenggu deduced that Dabai's act of healing had likely consumed its own life force, akin to the immortal practitioners depicted on television, making such acts not to be taken lightly. Jiang Si shared this sentiment. She knelt beside Dabai, cradling it in her arms. As Dabai opened its eyelids, it instinctively reached out with its paw, enveloping Jiang Si in a comforting embrace. It seemed that by holding Jiang Si, the extraordinary stone within her could provide some solace to Dabai. Jiang Si embraced it tenderly and cautioned the others. Please be vigilant. Once Bai returns to a semblance of normalcy, we shall devise a plan to set forth. The group then established tents near the helicopter and ignited a bonfire. Bai, endowed with healing abilities and a penchant for affection, had become her most cherished companion. Apart from the occasional urge to relieve herself, Jiang Si remained quietly by Bai's side, only stirring to nudge it gently before returning to her vigil. As the night deepened, save for the watchful Lu Jifeng, the others succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Bai stirred. Jiang Si opened her eyes to find Bai shaking itself, sending her to sit on the cool ground, momentarily bewildered. Bai, where are you going? Chapter 77. The unveiling of true nature. Bai cast a glance in her direction, swishing its tail as it ventured into the shadowy canyon. Its colossal form moved with an astonishing grace, making not a sound. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Si addressed Lu Jifeng, I shall follow. If there is danger, please signal me. Lu Jifeng nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on everyone. Jiang Si donned her headlamp and hastened after Bai. After running for several minutes, Bai seemed to vanish into thin air. Anxiety gripped her as she called out, Bai, Bai, where are you? If Bai were to disappear without a trace as it had before, she could not fathom when she might see it again. After 2 minutes of fruitless calling, she froze beneath a towering, withered tree, suddenly covering her mouth in shock. The blood moon cast a sinister hue upon the thick white mist, transforming it into a crimson shroud. In this eerie setting, Bai lifted its head, its deep-set eyes glimmering with an enchanting yet chilling light. Gradually, Jiang Si perceived an illusory vision. The massive claws of the creature subtly morphed into what appeared to be a human hand. Amidst the crimson mist, the sight was indistinct yet profoundly shocking. In a moment of breath-holding, the creature's limbs, body, and head swiftly retracted, and in a flash of golden light, a man devoid of any clothing emerged within Jiang Si's line of sight. Just as he transformed into human form, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Si had only encountered mutants and aberrant beasts before, never imagining that a mutant beast could also assume human guise. Had her family not been present, she might have believed she had traversed into a realm where mystical beings coexisted with mortals. As the blood moon dissipated, the man's flawless physique lay still upon the ground, resembling a sculpture crafted by Nuwa herself. Jiang Si approached, draping a sheet over him, and in doing so, she beheld the face of the creature. Astonishingly, it was Qin Shun. The pieces fell into place. It was no wonder that whenever the creature appeared, Qin Shun would vanish, nor that he had offered her massages, seemingly in pursuit of the energy stone within her. The thought that she had been embracing the creature while sleeping, showering it with affection, ignited a blush as she gazed upon Qin Shun's unconscious visage. Their secrets, intertwined, offered a peculiar sense of safety. Steeling herself, Jiang Si clothed him and fashioned a makeshift stretcher using wooden logs and a few wheels she retrieved from her space. She carefully placed Qin Shun upon it. The journey, spanning a mere 10 minutes, took her over half an hour of strenuous pulling before Zhang Linhai discovered her. Upon seeing Qin Shun on the stretcher, Zhang Linhai's face lit up with surprise. Qin Shun, where did you find him? They had flown such a long distance, yet they unexpectedly encountered Qin Shun. It was truly a stroke of luck. Qin Shun did not reveal his true identity, perhaps wishing to keep his transformation into a great white tiger a secret, just as she wished to conceal her own ability to traverse space, which had led her to be taken away for experimentation. Jiang Si casually remarked, I stumbled upon him while searching for the great white tiger. I have no idea how he ended up here. When I found him, he was already unconscious. Zhang Linhai hurriedly inquired, where has the great white gone? How is Qin Shun faring? Jiang Si shook her head. He is likely hiding away to heal, much like last time. I believe he will recover, and we shall meet again. Although Qin Shen bore no external injuries, his pallor suggested otherwise. We can prepare some porridge for him and see if he has merely fainted from hunger, she added. Jiang Linhai quickly called for Shen Baoying, requesting her to prepare the most nourishing porridge for Qin Shen. Jiang Si remained vigilantly by his side, wary of any peculiar changes in Qin Shen's condition that might be discovered by others. Shen Baoying soon prepared the nutritious porridge, and Jiang Si personally fed it to him. As she continued to feed him, Qin Shen's long, raven feathers slowly unfurled like a fan. Everyone exclaimed in delight. He is awake. Qin Shen has awakened. A glimmer of joy sparked in Jiang Si's eyes. Are you still in discomfort? Qin Shen gazed at her, remaining silent for several seconds, seemingly still transitioning back to consciousness. After a considerable pause, he sat up, accepted the bowl from Jiang Si's hands, and politely yet distantly uttered, "Thank you." When he was in his great white form, he had been so warm and welcoming. Yet now, as a human, he seemed to have donned a mask of detachment. Jiang Si glanced at him, feeling an odd sensation stir within her. Qin Shen had consumed kanji and then drifted back into slumber. Jiang Si surmised that each time he shifted positions or employed his healing powers, he must expend a tremendous amount of energy. Hence, even as dawn broke, no one dared to disturb him. The helicopter was the sole means of transport available. To reach the western shores of the northern land, there were but two options: to embark on a vessel across the sea or to repair the helicopter. The only issue with the helicopter lay in its wings, which she felt confident in mending. However, if the engine were compromised, her abilities would fall short. Jiang Si circled the helicopter, conducting a meticulous inspection, only to discover that the engine had sustained some damage from the impact. These issues could either be minor, posing no threat to their journey across the Pacific, or they could be catastrophic, potentially causing the aircraft to plummet amidst turbulent winds. A crash over the ocean would render any rescue efforts futile. Opting for a boat would not only prolong their voyage but also expose them to the wrath of nature, storms, waterspouts, whirlpools, and sharks. If given a choice, Jiang Si would prefer to traverse the Pacific by air as swiftly as possible. Yet, for the sake of safety, they would first take the helicopter to the coast, from where they could retrieve a yacht and set sail towards the western shores of the northern land. Having devised this plan, she enlisted Jiang Linhai's assistance in repairing the helicopter. As dusk approached, Qin Shen finally awoke. Observing the flurry of activity around him, he instinctively picked up a tool to aid Jiang Si in the repairs. Though he was not one for conversation, his diligence in labor was unparalleled. Jiang Linhai patted him on the shoulder and inquired, "How are you feeling? Still in discomfort?" Qin Shen cast a glance at Jiang Si, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and replied, "I can hardly recall. Perhaps the impact has clouded my memory." "Ah, I see. It is indeed fortunate that you are safe. We have been quite worried about you for some time." "Thank you." Jiang Si pouted, her demeanor as unperturbed as if she were telling the truth. Despite her father praising her honesty, all of them were of the same ilk. Though the helicopter appeared to have only minor malfunctions, it would require at least 2 days of repairs. Shen Baoying and Zhang Qingfang scoured the vicinity for firewood and edible ingredients. Discovering a wild yam that was safe to consume brought them immense joy. Suddenly, the ground trembled with the sound of thundering footsteps and trumpeting. The group stood in bewilderment as several elephants charged toward them. Their massive bodies and long tusks posed a grave threat to the helicopter. Jiang Si decisively nudged Qin Shen. "You have a solution, right?" Qin Shen glanced at her and shook his head, indicating it was beyond his capabilities. Jiang Si was taken aback, having assumed he could intimidate all creatures. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Can you communicate with them?" Qin Shen shook his head once more, "Not with elephants." Jiang Si sighed, realizing they might only watch helplessly as the elephants destroyed the helicopter. If that were to happen with no roads nearby, reaching the seaside on foot would take several arduous days. Jiang Linhai attempted to scare the elephants away with the noise of firearms and explosives, but Jiang Si intervened, warning that an enraged elephant could trample them into oblivion. Even if they sought refuge in the trees, the elephants would not relent, leading to ruin. If the helicopter is to be destroyed, Then so be it. Let us find a place to hide first. With no alternatives, they reluctantly abandoned the helicopter and climbed into the branches of an ancient, gnarled tree. The withered trees stood bare, and as long as they posed no threat, the elephants would not initiate an attack. However, as Jiang Si and her companions ascended, they soon realized that this formidable herd of elephants was indeed approaching them. They encircled the base of the great tree, emitting mournful cries and gazing with glistening eyes, as if pleading for assistance. Elephants are highly intelligent creatures, possessing emotions and even conducting farewell ceremonies for their deceased kin. When Jiang Si observed the leader extending its trunk towards her, she hesitated for a brief moment before reaching out her hand. Instantly, the elephants emitted excited trumpets, and the leader grasped her wrist with its trunk, signaling her to follow. Jiang Si glanced at Qin Shen, pondering whether they had encountered a dilemma and sought help. Qin Shen nodded. Do you wish to accompany them? After a moment's reflection, Jiang Si decided to go. Naturally, her companions followed suit. The elephants, displaying remarkable intuition, offered their backs for the group to ride upon, and for the first time, everyone experienced the thrill of riding an elephant. Nyo joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy, we're just like Tyson from the cartoons." Lu Jifeng held her tightly, chuckling, "Then we too must protect the forest, the animals, and nature just as Tyson does." The herd galloped for over 20 minutes before halting at the edge of a ravine, where faint cries of a young elephant could be heard from below. Leaning over the edge, they peered down to find a small elephant trapped in a fissure caused by an earthquake, several meters deep, struggling in a precarious position. It could only reach a few blades of grass with its tongue, as there was no solid ground beneath it. The young elephant was suspended in midair. Should a powerful earthquake strike during the rescue of the young elephant, it could very well cost them their lives. One could lower a rope and utilize a helicopter to hoist the elephant aloft. However, the crucial step involves descending to secure the rope around the elephant's belly. The elephant gazed at them with urgency, emitting heart-wrenching cries of distress. After considerable deliberation, Jiang Si inquired of Qin Shen, "You can pilot a helicopter, correct?" Her adept climbing skills would allow her to swiftly secure the elephant. Qin Shen nodded but replied, "I will descend. You shall operate the helicopter." Jiang Si did not contest his decision. The elephant appeared utterly exhausted, its strength depleted, necessitating an urgent rescue. Jiang Si proceeded to retrieve the helicopter and provided Qin Shen with the finest rescue equipment. The elephant weighed several hundred pounds. Thus, the ropes and rescue pads required would need to be the largest and most robust available. Fortunately, Jiang Si's supply of rescue gear was ample enough to accommodate several adult elephants. Once Qin Shen secured the ropes around himself, Jiang Si maneuvered the helicopter, gradually lowering it closer to the elephant. Startled, the elephant cried out in panic, thrashing about as its body scraped against the rocks in the chasm, eliciting fear in onlookers. What should have been a straightforward task of securing the rope became exceedingly challenging. Zhang Linhai expressed concern. "Qin Shen, are you all right? Don't overexert yourself. If it becomes too difficult, we can pull you back up." Qin Shen remained silent, producing a sedative from Jiang Si's supplies, administering an injection to the elephant's hindquarters. The drug took effect swiftly, halting the elephant's struggles, allowing Qin Shen to secure it firmly in no time. Once Jiang Si confirmed the ropes were secure, she piloted the helicopter upward. The young elephant, along with Qin Shen, was continuously hoisted upward, and fortunately, no further tremors occurred during this time, allowing for a smooth rescue from the ravine. The effects of the tranquilizer had not yet dissipated, and due to its entrapment in the rocky crevice, the elephant bore severe abrasions. As they untied the ropes, they also administered some medication to it. The herd of elephants displayed remarkable sensitivity. Despite their restlessness, they sensed that no harm would come to the young one and silently acquiesced. After a considerable period, the young elephant, at the sound of its mother's calls, slowly opened its eyes and stood up. The herd rejoiced, casting a few glances at Jiang Si and the others as a farewell before they ambled deeper into the canyon. Nyo watched their intimate silhouettes and joyfully remarked, "It's wonderful that they can all be together happily as a family." Having saved the young elephant, twilight was approaching, and flying at night posed significant dangers. Moreover, the helicopter had some minor issues that needed addressing, prompting Jiang Si to conduct a thorough inspection. As Jiang Si and Qinshin reviewed maintenance videos, they also checked the helicopter's interior. Shun Baoying retrieved a sealed wild chicken from Jiang Si, which she then stewed with chestnuts, filling the air with an enticing aroma that whetted their appetites. Lu Jifeng mistakenly believed that Jiang Si had hunted the chicken himself and, while fiddling with his crossbow, lamented, "If only I could catch a few wild chickens as well." Shen Baoying chuckled, "We still have plenty of food, so there's no rush. Once we reach the seaside, we can catch some fish. There will be no shortage of provisions. Let us not seek food at the risk of encountering danger." Shen Baoying was reassuring Lu Jifeng, hoping to alleviate any burdens he might feel about consuming food without contributing. He has tirelessly safeguarded the team, displaying utmost enthusiasm whether on night watch or in any other task. Lu Jifeng remarked with a smile, "I am not concerned about food. However, if we are to cross the Pacific, we must stockpile more water aboard the ship." Zhang Linhai interjected as Sisi mentioned, "Modern vessels are equipped with dedicated freshwater tanks and can even collect rainwater. If we reach the dock, we are likely to find such a ship, provided fortune favors us." Lu Jifeng nodded. They have often enjoyed favorable luck, and he hoped it would continue. Besides the wild chicken stew with chestnuts, Shun Baoying prepared several delectable home-cooked dishes, while Zhang Qingfang's steamed buns and corn cakes had just been taken off the stove. Chapter 79. Left behind, a total of 8 adult elephants had gathered wild fruits, amounting to over 100 pounds. After depositing the fruits, they departed with an air of grace. Shun Baoying picked up a green fruit, examining it with a smile. "These are wild kiwis and small jujubes." Zhang Linhai picked up a small jujube, rubbed it gently, and took a bite. It was quite pleasant and remarkably fresh. "Nyo, do give it a try." "Thank you, uncle." Nyo took the small jujube from Zhang Linhai, bit into it, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "So sweet and delicious." Jiang Si sliced a kiwi, its texture perfectly balanced, albeit slightly tart. She suggested to Shen Baoying, making kiwi preserves would be splendid. Shen Baoying chuckled, "In the midst of our travels, who has the time to prepare such things? With so many of us, this 100+ pounds will be consumed in no time. We should enjoy it fresh and replenish our vitamins." Nyo raised the pit from the small jujube and said, "We can save some seeds to plant at our doorstep. We could even make preserves." Laughter erupted among the group, admiring Nyo's clever idea. In fact, Jiang Si's space held an abundance of seeds, and in the half-acre area she utilized, she could cultivate most of the vegetables and fruits for consumption. Often, while others slept, Jiang Si would sneak into her space to harvest and replant. To prevent waste from her bountiful yield, she processed and preserved the surplus for long-term storage. After a night passed, Jiang Si activated the helicopter and set off towards the coastline. Near the coast lay Huaxi City, where the helicopter's radar was inundated with numerous signals, indicating a significant number of survivors in the vicinity. They were well-stocked, showing no need to venture into the city and face danger. Initially, Jiang Si contemplated heading to the airport to acquire another helicopter, but reconsidered, realizing that the northern base was already established. It was improbable that an intact helicopter would be available for her. Jiang Si located a concealed open area along the coastline, suitable for the helicopter's landing. Gazing at the boundless sea, Nyo felt a surge of excitement. It was her first encounter with the ocean. In awe, she exclaimed, "The sea is so beautiful, like blue glass. The water is so colorful." Lu Jifeng patted her head and agreed. "Indeed, it is beautiful." He added with a deeper tone, "But it is also very perilous, rivaling the dangers of the forest." Jiang Si intended to launch the yacht at the shore, believing it prudent to have someone provide cover. Once everything was set, she could summon everyone to board the vessel, ensuring a swift departure. If all went smoothly, they could reach the western shores of the northern country in just a week. Zhang Linhai cast a glance around him and lowered his voice to Jiang Si, saying, "The earthquake fissures are not particularly large. It does not necessarily mean a significant earthquake will occur. If we were to head to the northern lands, we might find it less favorable than here. As long as there is no major earthquake and no mutated beings in the vicinity, I believe it would be quite reasonable to remain and seek a place to settle down." The trajectory of calamity from the past life had diverged significantly from this one. Jiang Si was uncertain about the conditions in the northern lands. Zhang Linhai's words prompted her to ponder in silence for a moment before she replied, "We could first board the yacht. If life aboard is manageable, we can then disembark and explore the surrounding area." Her greatest concern was the influence of regional powers in different territories. Since she could not ascertain the situation, she decided to seize the present opportunity. The true nature of the northern base remained unknown, yet Quang Jiaying had confidently allowed their release, which was indeed commendable. "If we encounter any danger, we will immediately set sail." Zhang Linhai nodded in agreement. "All right, let's do that. I will inform everyone." Jiang Si glanced at Qin Shin, and with a mere look, he took the initiative to tell everyone, "I will accompany you to find the boat." Fearing that he would follow, Zhang Linhai hesitated, as it would be inconvenient for Jiang Si. Just as he was about to say that Qin Shin should not come along, Jiang Si shot Zhang Linhai a knowing glance. Assuming she had a way to manage it, he did not mind Qin Shin accompanying them. Upon reaching the coastline, surrounded by rocky outcrops, Jiang Si and Qin Shin walked for a while, circumventing a stretch of several hundred meters of golden sandy beach, where she casually gathered some sea fish, seafood, and seaweed. The food they collected effortlessly would suffice for quite some time. Jiang Si possessed a space that naturally allowed for abundance, as it could accommodate anything. Upon discovering a giant lobster with an unusually long second arm, she inquired of Qin Shin, who was quietly gathering seafood, "Do you enjoy eating seafood?" Qin Shin nodded, responding, "It's all right. I'm not picky." Jiang Si cast him a glance, initially believing that the transformed Qin Shin, resembling a tiger, would eschew seafood. She recalled that certain species of tigers would venture to the seaside to catch fish and chuckled at her own lack of knowledge. Regardless of his transformations, Qin Shin remained human. Even zoo tigers consumed grains and vegetables. She was curious whether Qin Shin, too, was a reborn entity, thus endowed with such extraordinary abilities, but refrained from asking further. As they meandered, Jiang Si spotted an abundance of abalone, oysters, and sea rainbow on the rocks. An endless bounty. She marveled, "There are simply too many here." Qin Shin explained, "This area was likely a former aquaculture zone. With the absence of humans, the creatures have thrived, thus benefiting us." Jiang Si acknowledged that her space was not static. Food could not be preserved indefinitely. However, the seaside was rich in salt, and various methods existed for long-term preservation of seafood. She smiled, remarking, "It would be delightful to settle here. If we could find a few suitable plots for cultivation, it would be a veritable paradise." Standing atop the rocky outcrop, Qin Shin gazed ahead, revealing a hint of joy as he remarked, "I see an abandoned fishing village up ahead." Upon hearing the mention of the village, Jiang Si immediately became alert, her movements swift and decisive as she readied her weapon. Qin Shin, however, chuckled lightly, assuring her, "There's no one here. I didn't hear anything." Jiang Si's eyes widened in astonishment. "How far can your hearing reach?" "I can't even see the fishing village." Qin Shin cast her a knowing glance, replying, "Perhaps it's over 1,000 times greater than yours." Jiang Si stood dumbfounded, marveling at Qin Shin's extraordinary abilities, which never ceased to impress her. She wished she possessed such talents, but alas, she only had a limited space, and her reflexes paled in comparison to his. Given the presence of a fishing village, there must be a suitable dock for mooring boats. After walking for a while, Jiang Si finally spotted a fitting location. She anxiously scanned the surroundings, and Qin Shin, ever perceptive, reassured her, "There's no one around. You can relax." Tigers possess hearing that exceeds that of humans by over 1,000 times, and their vision is even more formidable, capable of night vision and spotting objects several kilometers away, much like a spiral ball. Trusting his words, Jiang Si conjured a yacht from her space and placed it on the water's surface. This yacht was considerably larger than the previous one. She had realized that the one she rented was too small, and with ample funds at her disposal, she purchased this vessel of which she held legal rights. Jiang Si and Qin Shin boarded the yacht, filling its storage with supplies while intentionally creating signs of prior use. Although Lu Jifeng and Nyo were regarded as allies, the unique nature of her spatial abilities necessitated a degree of caution. After surveying the fishing village once more, with its fish-drying platforms, Jiang Si inquired, "Is there enough space for a helicopter to land?" Qin Shen nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is sufficient. That's wonderful, she replied. Previously, their life aboard the yacht had settled into a routine, only to be abruptly disrupted by the arrival of a falling meteorite, which obliterated the home they had painstakingly built. Now, they found themselves with another luxurious yacht, surrounded by a tranquil little fishing village. Although it was dilapidated, it provided more than enough sustenance for their daily needs. Zhang Qingfang took to farming with enthusiasm. As soon as she disembarked from the plane, she rushed into the grass, scooping up a handful of soil to taste. Jiang Chenggu crouched beside her and inquired with a smile, "How does it taste?" Zhang Qingfang shook her head, noting that the soil had been saturated with seawater and was unsuitable for cultivation. Land that has been salinized by seawater makes it exceedingly difficult to grow grains and vegetables. Even if they managed to cultivate something, the yield would be severely diminished. The effort put in would be grossly disproportionate to the rewards. Improving the soil could involve irrigation to wash away the salt, but the water plant was no longer operational, and there were no reservoirs nearby. They had yet to secure drinking water, let alone consider washing the land. Jiang Si reassured her, saying, "If this land is unfit, there are other options available. We can regularly fertilize the soil, aerate it, and provide essential nutrients to prevent salt from accumulating at the roots of our crops, allowing them to flourish normally. There are numerous solutions, so there is no need for excessive worry. Moreover, we can live off the land and the sea. If necessary, we can simply adjust our way of life." He added, "The treasures of the sea are abundant. Just the kelp that Qin Shen and I collected on the beach could sustain us for several days." Zhang Qingfang felt comforted and smiled, responding, "Indeed, we can live off the mountains and the sea. People living by the coast traditionally consume less grain and rice. We should learn to adapt." Young individuals adapt swiftly, while the older generation, accustomed to their daily seafood, find it challenging to adjust. Jiang Si smiled mysteriously and lowered her voice, saying, "If worse comes to worst, we can cultivate greenhouse vegetables and grains. I have the materials in my space, and constructing it wouldn't be difficult." Zhang Qingfang's eyes brightened with excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent idea! You are truly clever." After exploring the surroundings and surveying the terrain, they settled into the yacht for the night. Jiang Chenggu, an avid fisherman, casually cast a few lines and soon caught several plump sea fish. The table was abundantly adorned with fresh fish soup, fried fish slices, seaweed egg drop soup, refreshing cold dishes, wild fruits gifted by the elephant, and various shellfish and lobsters collected from the rocky shore, creating a feast reminiscent of a New Year celebration. As they savored the meal and admired the moonlight, they sincerely hoped for a tranquil life ahead. Just as they were enjoying their dinner, Qin Shen abruptly dropped his chopsticks and strode to the deck, his expression grave. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Si swiftly followed and inquired, "What is wrong? Is someone coming?" Qin Shen nodded. 5 people. Chapter 81. Opening the pearls, 5 individuals were not an overwhelming number, especially with their firearms and the formidable presence of Qin Shen. However, vigilance remained essential. Upon hearing this, everyone set down their chopsticks, retrieved their weapons, and cautiously peered outside the yacht. Before long, the 5 figures appeared atop the hill. Upon spotting the moored yacht, they halted their advance. Jiang Si, unable to overhear their discussion, leaned closer to Qin Shen and asked, "Can you discern what they are saying?" Before Qin Shen's exceptionally keen hearing, it seemed that these individuals spoke without any secrets. Jiang Si furrowed her brows, oblivious to the peril. After a brief silence, Qin Shen continued, stating that some of them had connections at the northern base, and if they dared to disobey, they would send someone to take them away. Jiang Si's frown deepened. If they had ties to the northern base, it would be impossible to eliminate them discreetly. She asserted, "In any case, this vessel belongs to us. They may wish to seize it, but it will not be so easily accomplished. We could simply sail it out to sea. I am curious to see whether the northern base would dare to act like pirates and seize it outright. This yacht rightfully belongs to me. Even if there are no laws to uphold at present, it was initially ours." The 5 individuals had managed to endure the night in a dilapidated fishing village. As dawn broke, they arose to witness the yacht slowly cruising into the ocean. They hurriedly pursued it, shouting, "Stop! Stop!" Jiang Si halted the vessel 200 meters away from them, contemplating what these people could possibly articulate after a night of reflection. With a raised brow, she inquired, "What if we choose not to?" The man was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Si's audacious tone. Then, in a fit of frustration, retorted, "Everyone must comply with the orders of the northern base. Otherwise, if something goes awry, no one will come to your aid." Jiang Si chuckled, responding, "When we encountered trouble, the northern base did not come to assist us either." The man's complexion darkened significantly as he abruptly realized that Jiang Si and her companions had never registered at the northern base, rendering them effectively unaccounted for. "You still have the opportunity to register voluntarily," he insisted. He threatened everyone to obediently surrender the boat. How could Jiang Si be intimidated by his clumsy excuse? If it were indeed the case that everyone had to register at the northern base, Quang Jiang would not allow them to leave freely. They had not even bothered to secure firearms, so how could they be concerned about whether or not individuals registered? In the past life, those who entered the northern base merely acquired an additional code, enabling them to receive tasks within the base, which could be exchanged for corresponding medical supplies and other resources upon completion. For those who lacked for nothing, going to the northern base was merely an extra layer of security. However, during the later stages of severe resource imbalance at the northern base, the psychological defenses of humanity crumbled under the increasingly harsh living conditions, transforming the northern base into a place where humans preyed on one another. Those who possessed resources yet were unable to protect them quickly became victims of plunder. Seeing that Jiang Si remained utterly unfazed, the men's expressions grew darker, yet they were helpless at a distance of several hundred meters from the water's surface. The 5 men departed, and Jiang Si and her companions did not rush to the shore. Instead, they leisurely navigated their yacht around. They casually collected several traps scattered across the sea, each containing a bounty of seafood. Suddenly, Shen Baoing exclaimed excitedly, "Si, come quickly. Is this not a pearl oyster raised specifically for pearls?" Jiang Si leaned in to take a look, discovering several sizable sea clams in the trap. She speculated it should be, "We'll know for sure once we open them." Although pearls held little value compared to a morsel of white sugar in the apocalypse, what woman does not adore beautiful trinkets? Moreover, this was their first experience of the joy of opening clams. Shen Baoing pried open a clam with a small knife and, upon reaching inside, her fingers brushed against a hard, round object. Overcome with excitement, she exclaimed, "There's a pearl, truly a pearl." Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment as Shen Baoing tossed the pearl into a small basin, revealing a sizable golden pearl. After washing it clean, she lifted it from the water, and its luster was not only exquisite but also large and perfectly round. A true gem worthy of a high-end boutique. Jiang Si remarked with a smile, "What a fortune. This pearl is evidently very valuable." With joy, Shen Baoing began prying open a second clam, while Zhang Linhai hastened the collection of the traps. Shen Baoing generously shared some pearls with Niu and Jiang Si, allowing everyone to revel in the rare moments of joy. Jiang Si managed to open 6 clams in total, each containing pearls of varying characteristics. Some were uniquely shaped Baroque pearls, while others were beautifully lustrous white and purple pearls, all quite substantial in size. The traps had been scattered everywhere, and many clams had perished, their pearls mingling amidst the debris. Yet, the beauty of these pearls was simply irresistible. Shen Baoing mused aloud about saving some of the pearls for Jiang Si to create a necklace for her to wear on her wedding day. Jiang Si particularly cherished a heart-shaped Baroque pearl she had unearthed, playing with it in her hands. Qin Shen, noticing her, suddenly extended his hand filled with similar-shaped pearls. Jiang Si laughed, "So, it turns out that pearl shapes can also be cultivated." Qin Shen glanced at her. Indeed, they were quite lovely, for reasons unknown. As he looked into her eyes while she spoke, her heart raced, warmed by the presence of the pearls in her hands. The oddly shaped and flawed pearls were ground into pearl powder by Jiang Si, who then crafted a limited edition pearl facial mask. Lavishly, Shen Baoing exclaimed, "This truly is a pearl mask. Do not squander it." When she found herself with excess on her hands, she smeared it onto Zhang Linhai's face. Although he attempted to evade her, Shen Baoing firmly held him in place, coating his visage entirely, resembling a little flower dog, which elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Near the fishing village, Jiang Si stumbled upon a deserted island, home only to a solitary lighthouse. The group anchored their yacht on the island, gathering marine treasures, catching fish, and preparing them for drying. The island was also adorned with wild pineapples, resplendent in golden hues, which everyone relished, though consuming too many caused discomfort. Shen Baoying led the effort to create fruit preserves, pineapple jam, and canned goods. Lu Jifeng, ever concerned about running out of sugar, was overjoyed to discover sugarcane on the island, shouting excitedly, "We can produce sugar from the sugarcane." Chapter 82. Nuno goes missing. The sugar yield from the sugarcane was remarkably high. 15 pounds could yield 1 pound of brown sugar, and the production process was straightforward, requiring no elaborate equipment. Lu Jifeng swiftly harvested a large bundle, weighing over 100 pounds, which could yield 10 pounds of brown sugar, and even after filtering and purifying into white sugar, there would still be 7 or 8 pounds remaining. In his youth, Jiang Chenggu had also cultivated sugarcane, specifically boiling it down to create sweet treats for everyone. Upon seeing the bundle of sugarcane, he chuckled and asked, "Is this all the wild sugarcane there is?" This particular variety of sugarcane was slender and long, appearing not overly sweet, yet upon tearing it open and taking a bite, it revealed a satisfying sweetness. Lu Jifeng beamed and replied, "There is more. There is plenty. I can probably harvest a few more bundles. One should be prudent in consuming sugar, as there is ample supply for the entire year." Jiang Si expressed her desire to accompany them, to which Shen Baoying replied, "Let your father take you to your grandfather. After all, the island is not vast. Should any danger arise, a mere call would suffice." Jiang Si nodded and chose to remain behind. Qin Shen also decided to stay, assisting them with the laborious tasks. The process of refining sugar requires extracting juice from sugarcane. In ancient times, this was accomplished using a grinding stone. Fortunately, Jiang Si possessed a large juicer in her space, intended for such occasions. She retrieved it, startling Shen Baoying in the kitchen. "What if Xiao Shen discovers this?" Shen Baoying exclaimed. Jiang Si cleared her throat, reassuringly stating that it was merely found in the warehouse. Shen Baoying, enlightened, proceeded to utilize the juicer without hesitation. Eating raw sugarcane and drinking sugarcane juice are entirely distinct experiences. Nyo particularly enjoyed the juice, while Jiang Si relished the exhilarating sensation of biting into the fibrous cane. They produced 2 large barrels of sugarcane juice, which needed to be boiled vigorously. As Shen Baoying grasped the wooden ladle, Qin Shen inquired, "Shall we pour it into the pot?" Shen Baoying nodded, and Qin Shen effortlessly lifted the barrel, pouring its contents into the pot. His strong physique captivated Shen Baoying, who exclaimed, "What a fine waist!" Jiang Si stifled a laugh, drawing several glances from Qin Shen. Feeling somewhat bashful, she lowered her head, acknowledging the truth in the compliment. As the syrup simmered and was stirred continuously, impurities began to rise in the form of bubbles. Shen Baoying remarked to Nyo, "These bubbles adversely affect the sugar's texture. We can skim them off with the wooden spoon." Nyo nodded attentively, recalling the information with great seriousness, for Lu Jifeng had informed her that these were essential survival skills to master in the apocalyptic world. The moisture within the pot gradually evaporated until it thickened. Shen Baoying then dipped some brown sugar into cold water, saying, "You see, once immersed in cold water, the brown sugar immediately solidifies into chunks, and it is now ready to be transferred to a bowl." Nyo, observing the somewhat dark brown sugar, curiously inquired, "Aunt Shun, aren't we making white sugar?" Upon witnessing the cooled brown sugar, everyone showered their praises, and Shen Baoying once again engaged everyone in the task until nightfall, completing the processing of all the sugarcane into brown sugar. The process could have been expedited had the kitchen possessed a larger pot. The first batch of brown sugar had completely cooled, and Shen Baoying utilized this cooled sugar to instruct Nyo on how to produce white sugar, a procedure that was, in fact, quite simple, requiring only some activated charcoal. Nyo, with a perplexed expression, asked, "Using charcoal?" "Yes, this is based on the extraction of brown sugar. If we were to extract white sugar directly, it would be somewhat more complicated. However, it is late today, so let us start with this method." Nyo gazed at her with admiration, saying, "Aunt Shun, you truly know so much." Shen Baoying chuckled, remarking that she was merely indulging in idle pursuits at home. By adding water to the brown sugar and igniting the heat to dissolve it, then incorporating the appropriate ratio of activated charcoal. One can filter out the impurities using a cloth while the mixture is still warm, thus yielding a colorless liquid. This liquid is then transferred to a steamer, where 1/4 of the solution is cooked until it cools naturally, resulting in a pristine white sugar. Although the process is straightforward, it is time-consuming and requires a measure of patience. By the following morning, the crystalline white sugar had successfully congealed. Winter was fast approaching. Although the sun continued to shine upon the island, the temperature had noticeably dropped. Spending the winter on the boat would be quite frigid, necessitating significant fuel consumption to maintain warmth within the cabin. After discovering a water source on the island, the group contemplated building a small winter dwelling before the cold truly set in. They envisioned a heated space akin to the stoves used in northeast China, which would be both cozy and resource-efficient. Jiang Si, a contractor with a knack for construction, could discern how to erect the house merely by glancing at Jiang Si's blueprints, and he knew how to source materials from the island. Although Jiang Si had a limited supply of building materials in her space, should they need to vacate their temporary shelter on the island, those resources would become obsolete. After several loads of bricks and stones were delivered to the yacht, a group of over a dozen individuals emerged from the small fishing village. Among them, 5 bore a familiar scent to Qinshin, the very individuals who had previously attempted to seize their yacht. Jiang Si quickly urged everyone to board the yacht. Just as the vessel powered up, the group sprinted to the shore, with 5 of them brandishing firearms, demanding, "Get off the boat. Hurry down." There was no way Jiang Si would comply. Instead, she accelerated the yacht with great speed. The individuals on the shore, in a fit of frustration, wasted no time in firing at them. Jiang Si furrowed his brow and inquired, "Can we retaliate?" Jiang Si shook her head. "Let us not complicate matters." Just then, Lu Jifeng dashed towards them, visibly distressed, and exclaimed, "Have you seen Nyonyo? She has gone." "Gone? Wasn't she just on the boat?" Shun Baoying said, her face a mask of shock. Lu Jifeng exclaimed in frustration, "I've searched the entire ship and cannot find her. Has she disembarked without returning?" Shun Baoying, responsible for looking after Nyonyo, felt an overwhelming sense of accountability as Nyonyo was missing. Suddenly, she recalled that Nyonyo had mentioned discovering a sugarcane field. Surely, she hadn't ventured there to harvest sugarcane, had she? Chapter 83. Enemies and kin on the shore. A group of individuals gazed intently at them from a distance. The thought of Nyonyo falling into their hands sent a chill down their spines. The expressions of everyone darkened instantaneously, particularly Shun Baoying, who was consumed by guilt. If only she had been more vigilant earlier and warned Nyonyo not to disembark, this predicament could have been averted. Jiang Si exhaled in relief and reassured everyone, "Do not fret. Let us first deploy the drone to locate Nyonyo. Then we shall quietly approach the shore to avoid drawing their attention, which could inadvertently place Nyonyo in danger." All right. The drone's surveillance capabilities, under Qinshin's guidance, swiftly pinpointed Nyonyo's location. She was concealed within a crevice of a massive rock, clutching a piece of sugarcane, which made Lu Jifeng's heart tremble and his eyes glisten with tears. Confirming that Nyonyo was safe momentarily eased everyone's anxiety. Meanwhile, the drone also detected that the group remained undeterred, gathering firewood and preparing to settle in the small fishing village. After all, confronting the northern base would pose significant trouble. Aside from the dock in front of the fishing village where boats could anchor, other areas would risk grounding or running aground. Lu Jifeng, who could swim, quickly asserted, "Both Nyonyo and I are capable swimmers. I will bring her back." In unison, everyone exclaimed, "I shall accompany you."
Jiang Si ultimately summoned Lu Jifeng.
Concerned that Nyonyo was on the brink of madness from worry, he could only imagine the torment of being forbidden to go. Jiang Si and Lu Jifeng swiftly docked their jet ski and, guided by the drone's transmitted coordinates, navigated around a small hill. Just as they were about to reach Nyonyo's hiding place, a piercing scream suddenly echoed in their ears. Lu Jifeng's mind went blank as he raised his weapon and quickened his pace, soon spotting Nyonyo surrounded by several men atop the slope. Clutching a machete, her eyes brimming with tears, she steadied herself upon Lu Jifeng's arrival, denying the assailants any opportunity to notice her calmness. With a swift strike, Lu Jifeng brought his axe down upon one man's arm, blood gushing forth. The assailants recoiled, scrambling to draw their weapons and retaliate against Lu Jifeng. Having endured the brutality of a post-apocalyptic world, and with guidance from Jiang Si and Qin Shun, Lu Jifeng's skills rivaled those of a seasoned special forces operative. In a matter of moments, he incapacitated them all. Had Nuno not sustained any serious injuries, and had he not feared attracting more trouble with gunfire, Lu Jifeng would have undoubtedly dispatched them. Nuno, witnessing her father's heroic emergence, embraced him with fervor, exclaiming, "Dad, you scared me to death." Lu Jifeng kissed her cheek, his palm trembling slightly, still feeling the residual fear. "They didn't harm you, did they?" Nuno quickly recounted, "They said they were going to sell me." The expressions of Jiang Si and Lu Jifeng darkened instantaneously. There is no good in those who traffic young girls. The man kneeling on the ground, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly exclaimed, "It's all a misunderstanding. I had no intention of selling her. I merely saw her alone and thought she might be in distress. I only wished to find her a place to settle down. Truly, I meant no harm." Infuriated, Nuno retorted, "They are lying. They even attempted to strip me." Although Lu Jifeng and Jiang Si initially intended to let them off the hook, they now resolved to take a stand. Jiang Si retrieved a nail gun from her pocket and fired several shots in quick succession. The men, who were still pleading for mercy, were struck accurately in the temples by Jiang Si's precise aim, collapsing to the ground without uttering a single cry. With a stern expression, Lu Jifeng turned to Nuno, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. "If anyone seeks to bully you, you must remain calm and refrain from impulsive actions. When the opportunity arises, strike like a cheetah with ferocity, tearing them apart without hesitation or mercy. Do you understand?" Nuno nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes, I will be just like Sister Cici," leaving no one unscathed. As they reached the shoreline, they discovered their concealed jet ski had been uncovered. However, only two individuals were present, a man and a woman, the man limping noticeably. Observing that they bore no weapons, Jiang Si approached with a sense of relief, declaring, "This is our jet ski." The man and woman turned to reveal faces so familiar that Jiang Si felt an urge to end their existence swiftly. Xin Fu and Sun Xiu, her adoptive mother and brother, with whom she shared no blood ties. Their faces were etched with hardship and scars, suggesting they had endured untold tribulations to survive thus far. As Jiang Si recognized them, Xin Fu and Sun Xiu simultaneously recognized her. Seeing Jiang Si in good spirits, impeccably dressed, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Cici, where are your parents?" Jiang Si scoffed, "What nonsense, uncle and grandmother. My mother has been an orphan since childhood. The 50,000 in betrothal gifts from back then have long since severed any ties. 20-odd years ago, that sum was considerable. Despite the 50,000 betrothal gifts, Xin Baoying received no dowry, while Xin Fu invested that money in purchasing a house in the city center and got married. Had it not been for the apocalypse, Xin Fu and Sun Xiu would have scorned any engagement with Jiang Si. Moreover, in their previous lives, they had ruthlessly bled Xin Baoying to procure food. Jiang Si refrained from killing them immediately out of sheer restraint. Chapter 84. Tempestuous waves of flicker of thought passed through their eyes, and Jiang Si discerned their intentions. Suddenly, she burst into laughter and approached Xin Fu, asking, "You truly wish to support me?" Xin Fu, mistaking her for a believer, concealed his inner excitement and replied, "Of course. Uncle has acquaintances in the base who will ensure you live lavishly and can even find you a suitable partner to care for you in the future." A wave of revulsion washed over Jiang Si. Lu Jifeng and Nuno shared her disdain, their brows furrowing at Xin Fu's loathsome demeanor. This man was clearly up to no good, with such abysmal acting that he believed he could deceive anyone. He stood there, frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Jiang Si would dare strike him. Witnessing her son being hit, Sun Xiu's expression contorted in fury as she lunged to tear at Jiang Si's hair. However, Jiang Si swiftly seized her hands and forcefully pushed her to the ground. Jiang Si stood over Xin Fu, as if trampling a dying leech on the floor, questioning, "Do you still wish to support me? Do you still wish to find a partner for me?" Xin Fu has come to realize that Jiang Si is not one to be trifled with. He spat out invectives, "You shameless wretch! I am your uncle. How dare you treat me this way? You shall face divine retribution." Jiang Si forcefully stomped on his foot, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously, reminiscent of the past when she had personally flayed their flesh to avenge Shen Baoying. These two scoundrels did not deserve to continue living. With bloodshot eyes and a fierce expression, Jiang Si startled Lu Jifeng. She appeared ensnared in a nightmare, on the brink of madness. The memories of her previous life nearly shattered her sanity. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Si kicked Shen Fu aside. Suddenly, gunshots rang out behind her, causing Nyo to scream and shrink into Lu Jifeng's embrace. Outnumbered and armed, Jiang Si hesitated to act recklessly. Shen Fu and Sun Xiu, nearly terrified to death, hastily raised their hands, pleading, "We will give you everything. Just spare us. Please do not kill us." In a bid for revenge against Jiang Si and to bolster their chances of survival, Shen Fu pointed at her, declaring, "This is my niece. She will comply with your every command. If she dares to run, feel free to discipline her, no need to be polite with me." Lu Jifeng had never encountered such vile individuals, glaring at Shen Fu, wishing he could take Jiang Si's place and end his life with a single shot. Jiang Si was torn, contemplating whether to make Shen Fu and Sun Xiu pay for the sins they had not committed in this lifetime. But it was evident that a dog could not change its nature. Stealthily, she retrieved a grenade, preparing to catch them off guard and obliterate them all. Suddenly, the sky rumbled ominously, and a crimson light illuminated the entire world in an instant. A meteorite. No sooner had the exclamation left the lips than a fragment of the meteorite fortuitously struck the heads of a group of over a dozen individuals. From a distance, the fragment appeared no larger than a palm, yet upon descent, it was indeed the size of half a basketball court. In a fleeting moment, these individuals vanished as if crushed beneath the weight of a colossal hand. Shen Fu and Sun Xiu managed to rise and take a few steps, but molten debris from the meteorite splattered upon them, accompanied by the sizzle of searing heat and their agonized screams resonating through the air. Jiang Si reacted swiftly, leaping onto a jet ski and urgently calling out to Nyo and Lu Jifeng, "Hurry! Get on!" Lu Jifeng, clutching Nyo, had not yet settled himself when Jiang Si propelled the jet ski forward with a rush. Nyo and Lu Jifeng clung desperately to each other as a thunderous roar echoed from behind. Jiang Si pushed the throttle to its maximum, yet the tumultuous waves surged like a monstrous net, threatening to capsize them. Fortunately, she was riding the finest jet ski, which withstood the force of the waves. As they emerged through the tumult, they spotted Qin Shun approaching in a yacht to rescue them. Lu Jifeng and Nyo were the first to be pulled aboard, and at the moment Jiang Si maneuvered the jet ski onto the yacht, another fragment of the meteorite plummeted from the sky, plunging into the ocean and creating a massive plume of white foam. The searing heat turned the sea crimson, bubbling violently. The scene painted a terrifying yet magnificent tableau as white smoke and the fiery descent of meteorites intertwined. Everyone appeared somewhat frantic. Yet thanks to Qin Shun's exceptional yacht-handling skills, they narrowly evaded the incessantly falling celestial debris. The violently shaking vessel and the fish desperately surfacing and flipping over kept everyone on edge. Zhang Linhai inquired of Jiang Si, "Where are we heading now?" Jiang Si gazed at the sky, where the continuous roar in their vicinity and the crimson meteors streaking across the horizon indicated that the surroundings were perilous. In that moment, a sense of insecurity enveloped the world, as if there were no safe haven to be found. Suddenly, a colossal wave erupted, causing everyone in the cabin to collide forcefully. Had it not been for Jiang Si's foresight in lining the cabin with crash pads and removing hard objects, they would surely have suffered severe injuries from that impact. Just as they were regaining their composure, the boat rocked violently again, prompting Jiang Si to urgently shout, "Fasten your seatbelts." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a powerful wave shattered the cabin's glass, causing the temperature inside to surge. As Jiang Si rose, she realized that the meteorite impacts had set the entire ocean ablaze. The seawater was scalding hot, akin to boiling water. Even if the yacht remained upright against the tumultuous waves, the excessively high water temperature could damage the engine, rendering the yacht inoperable during this treacherous moment. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Si decisively rushed to the cockpit and instructed Qin Shun, "We must find a place to land. Let's head to the island." Although the island was not entirely safe, meteors could fall at any moment, it still offered a chance to escape by helicopter. Qin Shun nodded slightly, and with Jiang Si's assistance, he skillfully navigated the yacht through the searing waves towards the small island. Jiang Si prayed fervently throughout the journey, hoping for the island to remain unscathed, and fortunately, the heavens seemed to have heard her pleas as they finally reached the shore safely. As she stowed the yacht away, she was reminded by Qin Shen that the sea level was steadily rising. Startled, Jiang Si realized that the already diminutive island was now half submerged in water. Chapter 85. A calamity upon calamity, the ocean raged incessantly, and the island was engulfed entirely, perhaps within a day. Jiang Si glanced at the others huddled under the makeshift shelter, then looked up at the sky ablaze with flames, where fiery debris and fragments of meteors descended, leaving her in dread. In such dire circumstances, the helicopter had nowhere to flee. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. An earthquake had struck once more. Everyone rushed out from the shelter, their faces etched with terror. The tremor measured approximately 6 on the Richter scale, but its duration lingered for over a minute, causing the sturdy shelter to sway precariously before collapsing. The ground beneath their feet began to fissure in varying degrees. A foul odor permeated the air, and the oxygen grew scarce. They could no longer remain on the island. For the sake of her family, Jiang Si resolved to take a risk and depart from this place. Just as Jiang Si prepared to pilot the helicopter, dozens of helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky. All were originating from the same direction, heading to the northern base to evacuate civilians to safer regions. Jiang Si's gaze followed the helicopters above, when suddenly, one of them ignited due to atmospheric conditions, erupting like a mushroom cloud. In the blink of an eye, it exploded. Amidst the horror, several more helicopters that followed met the same fate, bursting into flames. Jiang Si clenched her fists, yearning for a helicopter to soar into the skies. Upon realizing that ascending too high could incite a catastrophic explosion, the helicopter swiftly adjusted its altitude. As they approached a perilous zone, Nyo, frightened, covered her eyes while the others averted their gazes in dread. Above them, a multitude of meteor fragments plummeted in an instant, resembling the destructive force of a nuclear bomb, reducing the helicopter to mere ashes in a heartbeat. A pang of despair gripped Jiang Si's heart. If they could not escape via the helicopter, they would have to rely on a yacht to navigate through the chaos. Suddenly, Qin Shen pointed in a certain direction, deliberately stating, "Look." Jiang Si followed his gaze and beheld an agile helicopter that had deftly evaded the earlier meteor shards, successfully traversing the treacherous area before disappearing from sight. This indicated that with adept maneuvering, avoiding the surging heat and sudden meteor showers, one could indeed escape unharmed. However, before embarking, it was essential to ascertain their destination. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Si turned to Qin Shen and inquired about the best course. Qin Shen gazed at the Asian continent, now engulfed in thick smoke and flames, and replied gravely, "It cannot be Asia." Ultimately, Jiang Si resolved to head towards the western shore of the northern lands, the nearest continent to them. She piloted the helicopter while the others donned life jackets within the cabin, and Qin Shen took his place in the co-pilot seat, ready to assist should the need arise. Gazing at the gradually diminishing island, a sense of reluctance filled everyone's hearts. Yet, in order to survive, they had no choice but to depart from this place, praying for a smooth flight. Jiang Si relied on her instincts to ascertain the temperature of the air currents, thereby preventing any adverse effects on the helicopter, while Qin Shen was able to directly inform her of the areas with the lowest temperatures. Jiang Si glanced at him. Qin Shen remained remarkably calm and composed. She sincerely reflected on how fortunate it was to embark on this journey with him. Just as the helicopter was about to successfully cross the coastline, Qin Shen lifted his gaze, his tone grave. "Be cautious of what lies above." Jiang Si, wearing aviation goggles, looked up to see a gradually enlarging red dot, unmistakably a fragment of a falling meteorite. She swiftly adjusted her position, but just as she had flown a few meters, Qin Shen's deep voice resonated once more. "Be careful." Jiang Si looked up again, and to her astonishment, several fragments of meteorites were now descending simultaneously. Following Qin Shen's directional guidance, she dodged left and right, not daring to relax for even a moment. Finally, after half an hour, the helicopter pierced through the thick clouds of smoke, allowing everyone to breathe in the fresh air as the sky cleared. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Jiang Si turned to Qin Shen, her voice brimming with joy. "It's all thanks to you that we succeeded." Qin Shin smiled gently, attributing it to her own skill. Jiang Si was aware of her own limitations. Even with a stroke of good fortune, the peril they had just faced might not have been evaded without Qin Shin's keen guidance. As the helicopter stabilized in the air, the group took this opportunity to replenish their energy, bracing themselves for any unforeseen challenges that might lie ahead. After Jiang Si finished her pork floss bread and sipped a steaming cup of milk tea, a few snowflakes began to drift down from the glass dome, and the temperature plummeted, as if abruptly transitioning from autumn to winter. Jiang Si's breath formed visible puffs of vapor as she spoke. The stark contrast in temperature was indeed unusual. Everyone hurried to retrieve their polar down jackets and put them on. The snowflakes in the sky gradually transformed into a heavy snowfall, and Jiang Si wrapped herself in layers. Suddenly, the fuel gauge emitted a warning. Qin Shin glanced at it and remarked that the fuel tank might have frozen. If the fuel tank was frozen, it would spell significant trouble. Jiang Si had to make an emergency landing, but they were surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean, with no suitable landing spots in sight. Suddenly, Qin Shin pointed to the sea and exclaimed, "There's a cruise ship." Jiang Si looked down carefully and indeed saw a gigantic cruise liner. Its deck was spacious enough to accommodate 2 large aircraft. At that moment, Jiang Si dismissed the potential risks of landing the helicopter on the cruise ship. Everyone prepared to disembark. The helicopter slowly approached the cruise ship, and no one was there to threaten them with firearms. Qin Shin observed more closely and realized that the cruise ship had become an ice vessel, with snowflakes swirling in silence, yet no one was in sight. The temperature was exceedingly low, but fortunately, the polar down jackets Jiang Si had prepared kept them from feeling excessively cold. The helicopter landed on the icy deck, sliding several meters and producing a piercing sound that continued for several minutes before finally coming to a halt. Zhang Linhai was the first to exit the helicopter, and the others followed closely behind to provide cover. After taking just a few steps, they discovered several corpses concealed beneath the thick layer of pristine snow. As Zhang Linhai drew closer, he observed the pallid faces of the deceased, their bodies rigid and frozen, indicating they had succumbed to the cold unexpectedly, clad only in light garments. This realization struck the group with the grim understanding that the passengers aboard the vessel had likely been caught unawares by an abrupt and merciless cold wave. Trembling, Zhang Linhai cautiously ventured into the cabin, and what unfolded before him was nothing short of shocking. Hundreds, if not thousands, of lifeless bodies were huddled together, each bearing a serene expression, resembling an eerie ice tableau. Among them, a woman cradled an infant barely a few months old. The scene was profoundly tragic. Zhang Linhai retrieved a calming medication from his possession, swallowing 2 pills in quick succession, which offered him a modicum of relief. He pressed on, and with each cabin he opened, he was met with the sight of more cold corpses, to the extent that he found it unbearable to continue further. Chapter 86. Harvest. These unfortunate souls appeared to have been fleeing on the cruise ship, as an array of luggage was strewn about. Zhang Linhai failed to discover a single survivor, while the temperature continued to plummet, leaving exposed skin, eyes, and ears painfully frostbitten. Concerned for him, Jiang Si followed, and upon witnessing the multitude of corpses, her mood grew particularly somber. Zhang Linhai sighed at her distress, lamenting the cruelty of nature in this apocalyptic scenario. Noticing his ears and nose turning crimson and his eyelashes frosted with ice, Jiang Si hastily retrieved a motorcycle hood from her space and placed it upon his head. This cruise ship, the largest in the northern region, could accommodate thousands, yet the density of the deceased suggested that the number of passengers had exceeded 10,000. Remaining aboard the cruise ship seemed less practical than seeking refuge on a smaller vessel. The cruise ship is equipped with helicopters and yachts. We should explore the lower deck and the uppermost level to ascertain whether the yacht and helicopter remain. Zhang Linhai, too, was reluctant to linger among the multitude of corpses. The atmosphere was heavy with an eerie chill, quite unnerving. Moreover, the ship was vast, and with only a handful of them aboard, navigation proved impossible. It had transformed into a frozen citadel, and seeking warmth within its confines presented a significant challenge. Zhang Linhai readily agreed, saying, "Very well, I shall descend below while you ascend above." Jiang Si shook her head, insisting, "Let us proceed together. There may still be survivors or other threats lurking." Thus, Zhang Linhai and Jiang Si first descended to the ship's lower level, where they were greeted by the opulence of a deserted casino. Presumably, in the chaos of escape, the casino had ceased operations, leaving behind a desolate expanse occasionally punctuated by the sight of one or two frozen staff members. As they traversed the casino corridor, they encountered a formidable barricade. The door was encrusted with frost, firmly sealed by the cold. Jiang Si glanced back cautiously, smashing a nearby camera, before retrieving a cutting tool from her pack to attempt to slice through the barrier. The door proved sturdier than anticipated. Conventional tools were utterly ineffective. Jiang Si contemplated using a grenade to blast it open, but Zhang Linhai interjected. Such doors often conceal a key. With a wry smile, Jiang Si retorted, these days, they utilize fingerprint locks. Keys are a rarity. No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Linhai, peering behind a wall, discovered what appeared to be a key. Jiang Si, astounded, shattered the iron box, revealing indeed a key. How did you know? She inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Zhang Linhai felt a sense of pride. Large vessels such as yachts are not easily moved by ordinary people. Hence I surmise that there is no need for such sophisticated locks. Jiang Sichao gave Zhang Linhai a thumbs up and swiftly unlocked the grand door. They traversed a corridor of over 100 meters, leading to yet another passage. Upon peering down, Jiang Si and Zhang Linhai were met with delight. Indeed, it was a yacht. As they descended the staircase, they were greeted not only by a well-equipped yacht, but also by an astonishing array of kayaks, lifeboats, speedboats, and small sailboats, the sheer number of which was breathtaking. Zhang Linhai, with an expression of exhilaration, inquired of Jiang Si, "Can your space still accommodate more?" Jiang Si shook her head, indicating it could not. The space could at most fit one more yacht and a helicopter. She had already maximized its capacity, leaving little room for additional items. Zhang Linhai expressed a hint of regret, to which Jiang Si suggested, "We could select the largest yacht and load it with as many supplies as it can hold." Zhang Linhai's eyes brightened, and he boldly proposed, "There are several boats here. Why not let each of us pilot one? That way we could carry even more." Jiang Si chuckled. If each person has their own boat, maneuvering them separately would surely consume more fuel. Moreover, navigating a yacht is no simple feat. The vast ocean is fraught with dangers. Would everyone agree to that? After pondering, Zhang Linhai also found it implausible and asked, "Is there enough supply in your space for everyone?" With 3 additional mouths to feed, Zhang Linhai was particularly concerned. Jiang Si nodded, fully utilizing the half-acre of space, which yielded an output equivalent to several acres. "As long as I continue to cultivate, there is no worry of lacking food. I have sufficiently prepared other daily necessities, and even if I conserve some consumables, it should suffice. However, if we must continuously sail, the fuel consumption will be significant. Thus, it is preferable to have an abundance of it. With such a large yacht, there must be ample fuel to sustain us." Zhang Linhai, feeling reassured, excitedly suggested, "Shall we head to the yacht first?" Jiang Si shook her head, noting that everyone was still waiting in the helicopter. "Let me first bring the yacht to the surface. We can move the other items later." After searching the vicinity for a considerable time, Jiang Si and Zhang Linhai could not locate the switch to open the yacht's lower cabin, likely accessible only from the main control room. Even if they reached the control room, the entire yacht was frozen over, rendering it futile. Thus, Jiang Si decided to load the yacht with supplies and transfer them into the space, placing it on the sea. After considerable time had passed, Jiang Si and Zhang Linhai finally made their way to the upper deck of the yacht. The second level featured a luxurious dining area, with numerous frozen storage units and warehouses brimming with food. Upon entering, it felt as if they had stepped into a culinary paradise. Exquisite hams worth hundreds of thousands, golden packaged caviar, and top-tier truffle foie gras left Jiang Si and Zhang Linhai in awe. Zhang Linhai exclaimed, "It would be a tremendous waste not to take these with us." Jiang Si also felt a sense of regret. However, there was no room left in the space, and moreover, the space was not static. If these foods were placed within, the frost on their surfaces would melt, significantly shortening their shelf life. Zhang Sideo suggested selecting items with the longest preservation time to take along. Zhang Linhai picked up a bottle of what appeared to be an exquisite red wine, intending to bring a bottle for his grandfather to savor. Jiang Si then wandered through the warehouse and cold storage, striving to fill every available crevice before proceeding upwards. The third floor housed the luxurious goods emporium of the cruise ship, a veritable paradise for women in times past. Indifferent to handbags and jewelry, Jiang Si passed by a high-tech electronics center, acquiring a selection of computers and mobile devices, as well as 2 intelligent home robots, items she had once been unable to procure even in her wealthier days. As Jiang Linhai strolled past a watch shop, he noticed a lavish Rolex and inquired of Jiang Si, "Is this watch truly waterproof and capable of perpetual motion?" Jiang Si affirmed, "Indeed it is." Consequently, he entered the store and procured one for each of them, suggesting they could serve as heirlooms, uncertain if such technology would persist into the future. In the post-apocalyptic world, luxury timepieces like Rolex became even more precious. On the black market, one could trade a single Rolex for several years' worth of sustenance, thus elevating one's status with dedicated service. Jiang Si had once envied those who had acquired a few before the world changed. After a moment's reflection, she reached out and gathered all the Rolex watches from the display case into her space, knowing they would prove useful. Chapter 87. Cold protection. This level also showcased top-tier luxury vehicles, with an array of styles available. Were it not for her spatial limitations, Jiang Si would have been tempted to take them all. In the end, she chose a solar-powered RV and several electric scooters comparable to off-road motorcycles, stowing them away in her space. No matter how luxurious the vehicle, it is not a necessity in the apocalypse. Only solar-powered campers and small electric scooters can serve as makeshift solutions for various emergencies. The space is incredibly cramped, as Jiang Si needs to reserve room for a helicopter, resulting in barely enough space to accommodate a year's supply from the top-tier ginseng and bird's nest shop they passed by. Jiang Linhai felt regretful, pondering whether there might still be room in the helicopter for a few more items. However, Jiang Si, speechless, responded that he would soon encounter more valuable items. "Our food supply is sufficient. There's no need to take these supplements," she insisted. Jiang Linhai nodded and followed Jiang Si up another floor, entering the entertainment area of the cruise ship, which boasted a grand stage, cinema, SP center, and fitness gaming center. An astonishing sight. Massage chairs and beds worth hundreds of thousands were scattered throughout. Jiang Si managed to cram 2 into their space for future relaxation. Ascending further led them to the luxurious VIP suite area, where each room was designed to presidential standards, filled with the utmost luxury and advanced technology. Jiang Si, however, felt indifferent as they currently lacked for nothing, regardless of how advanced the items were. Upon reaching the 6th deck, they peered inside and discovered the helicopter that Jiang Si was determined to acquire. Surrounding it were a dozen corpses, dressed in a manner suggesting they were individuals of some significance who had sensed impending danger. However, the rapid onset of extreme cold caught them off guard, leading to their demise. Jiang Linhai sighed and began to clear the bodies, ultimately finding 2 helicopters, which Jiang Si insisted on taking without leaving any behind. These were vital for survival, and even if it meant rearranging some items in their space, they had to make room for them. The helicopter was maneuvered inside, and Jiang Si nearly found himself with nowhere to land upon entering the space. Upon spotting Jiang Si and Jiang Linhai, De He and Xiao He erupted in excited barks, eliciting joyful expressions from everyone as they pulled the 2 aboard the helicopter and secured the cabin door before inquiring, "How is it? Can we stay on this cruise ship? Are there any living souls aboard?" After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Si and Jiang Linhai shook their heads. "There are no survivors, but we discovered numerous items and a yacht docked alongside the cruise ship. Let us transfer to the yacht, as both CC and I have inspected it. It is well equipped and suitable for our needs." The revelation that such a large cruise ship harbored no living beings sent a shiver down everyone's spine, compounded by the howling cold wind that whistled ominously. Jiang Si activated the helicopter, flying directly to the yacht adjacent to the cruise ship. Upon descending from the helicopter, they were met with the biting chill of the outside air. A mere breath could freeze instantly, and without proper headgear, inhaling felt like icy daggers piercing the lungs. The yacht's engine failed to start, and the electrical system could not provide warmth. Even De He and Xiao He, clad in their winter gear, were not adequately protected, for they were not Siberian huskies, lacking the thick fur necessary for such frigid conditions. Jiang Si outfitted them with hats and boots to shield their ears and paws from frostbite. Fully equipped, the group entered the yacht's cabin, only to find that the thermometer registered a staggering -20 degrees Celsius inside. One could perish in moments if stripped of clothing. Yet urgency prevailed. They needed to restore the yacht's electrical system and start the engine without delay. Jiang Linhai and Qin Shen began assessing the yacht's condition, discovering that the primary issue lay in the fuel tank, which had succumbed to the frigid temperatures. The most expedient solution was to pour antifreeze into the fuel tank and replace it with high pour-point diesel to facilitate the rapid warming of the engine. Antifreeze was plentiful in Jiang Si's space, and the yacht had originally stocked a considerable amount. However, even after adding antifreeze to the fuel tank, the engine exhibited no signs of life. It was frozen too solidly. The only option left was to find a way to raise the yacht's temperature. Although the yacht was neither too large nor too small, warming it proved to be quite a cumbersome task. Yet, for Jiang Si and her companions to endure on the yacht, they had to strive to create a comfortable environment. To begin with, they needed to implement insulation measures. In the storage area on the first level of the yacht, Jiang Si discovered insulation panels. These panels, when affixed indoors, could retain the temperature, effectively enhancing the yacht's frost resistance. In the coastal regions of the northern west, temperatures had never plummeted below -10 degrees Celsius. Thus, these insulation panels had not been intended for use and were stored at the very back of the storeroom. In order to insulate, they grit their teeth and worked together to cover the entire hall. The tightly sealed hall indeed became considerably warmer, reaching a temperature of -5 degrees. As darkness approached, they hastily consumed bowls of beef noodle soup before setting up their beds in the hall. An electric blanket was plugged into the generator, warming the bedding, and they all slept side by side, managing to pass a peaceful night. The following day, they resumed the transportation of insulation panels. The yacht was quite spacious, and completing the coverage would take an indeterminate amount of time. Each person chose a room, filling it abundantly with insulation panels. In Jiang Si's room, her companions subtly arranged for her to share it with Qin Shen. Shun Baoying deemed this arrangement agreeable, ensuring Qin Shen's prompt intervention should Jiang Si's ailment recur. Subsequent to replenishing the diesel and incorporating antifreeze, the engine unexpectedly roared to life at noon the following day. With the vessel now electrified, the central heating system was operational, elevating the interior temperature to a comfortable 10 degrees Celsius, allowing for the removal of the heavy Arctic parkas. Anticipating a potential temperature decline and subsequent refreezing of the fuel tank, the decision was made to insulate the entirety of the yacht with cold-resistant panels before embarking. This measure aimed to prevent fatal hypothermia, even in the event of a power outage and the cessation of electrical heating. Despite concerns for Nyonyo's youth and potential vulnerability, she insisted on participating in the preparations. While incapable of strenuous labor, she offered her assistance by providing tools. Lu Zhifeng, recognizing an opportunity to fortify Nyonyo's resilience in the face of the apocalypse, dissuaded excessive coddling. However, Lu Zhifeng's conviction soon waned. After perspiring and subsequently exposing herself to the frigid air on deck, Nyonyo abruptly collapsed just as the group was preparing to rest. Chapter 88. Extreme Cold. Nyonyo's temperature soared alarmingly, registering a perilous 40 degrees Celsius under her arm, indicative of a severe fever. Before Jiang Si could administer the children's medicine from the first aid kit, Nyonyo's eyes rolled back, her body convulsing in a sudden seizure. Given the inherent dangers of pediatric seizures, administering anything orally is contraindicated to prevent aspiration and choking. Jiang Si urgently inquired of Lu Zhifeng. Has she experienced febrile seizures previously? Lu Zhifeng nodded hurriedly, recalling a similar incident from his childhood. Jiang Si gently turned Nyonyo's head to the right, unbuttoning her collar to ensure her breathing remained unobstructed, keeping her mouth and nose clear to prevent respiratory blockage. Given her history of seizures, the high fever could trigger another episode at any moment. They would wait for her consciousness to return before administering antipyretic medication. Nyonyo's seizure lasted for over 2 minutes, fortunately not exceeding 5, or it could have been perilous. After Mei Lin administered medication, Nyonyo did not show any signs of fever reduction for half an hour, prompting Shin Baoying to give her a rectal suppository. As Nyonyo's temperature finally decreased to a low-grade fever, Lu Zhifeng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Si remarked that the temperature had yet to stabilize and they needed to continue monitoring her closely. With a history of seizures, Any body temperature exceeding 38 degrees necessitated the administration of antipyretics. With that, Jiang Si took out a box of antelope horn oral solution from her pocket, which could help prevent seizures, suggesting they give it to Nuno shortly. Lu Jifeng expressed his gratitude repeatedly, while Jiang Lin advised him to focus on caring for Nuno, who needed constant attention, assuring him that they would handle the rest. Restoring her health was the utmost priority. With his eyes slightly reddened, Lu Jifeng accepted the guidance without hesitation. Only when Nuno regained her strength could he assist everyone as much as possible. In the unprepared areas, the frost was harder than diamond, and the temperature was exceedingly low. Sensing her own discomfort, Jiang Si quickly prepared a large bowl of ginger and brown sugar water to keep warm and ward off the chill. She had to remain vigilant at all times to help her family weather this calamity. The sky was continually blanketed in snow, and suddenly, the flurries intensified, with flakes as large as goose feathers. Qin Shen stood before Jiang Si, barely able to discern anything but a vague silhouette. The snow was not the only challenge. A fierce wind howled, making it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing. Zhang Linhai intended to transport the thermal boards, but Jiang Si resolutely intervened. The snowfall is too heavy. A moment's carelessness could send us tumbling into the sea. Let us refrain from moving them for now. The thermal boards we have already brought are sufficient to insulate our rooms further. Once the snow ceases, we can reassess the situation. Nothing is more crucial than safety. Zhang Linhai wholeheartedly concurred with Jiang Si's counsel and hastily dragged the thermal boards from Class A into the cabin. If they did not bring them inside promptly, the blizzard would soon cover them, rendering future retrieval laborious and time-consuming. Qin Shen, bearing the weight of the boards as effortlessly as if treading on level ground, was able to accomplish what 10 could not. Even as Jiang Si resolved to abandon the task of transporting the thermal boards, Qin Shen continued to carry in over 100 pounds of them into the cabin. The storm raged, and as he struggled to close the door, it was immediately blocked by the accumulating snow. Fearing that the blizzard might engulf them all, Zhang Linhai anxiously inquired of Jiang Si, "With the snow accumulating so rapidly, will the ship become too heavy and sink to the seabed?" Jiang Si paused, realizing that such a possibility indeed existed, for no one was outside clearing the snow. The build-up from Class A resembled a formidable iceberg. However, she quickly regained her composure and reassured him, "We have melting agents. It should be manageable." Her only concern was that the snow continued to fall, leaving them no opportunity to utilize the melting agents. The snowfall was so heavy, and the temperature outside so frigid, that standing upright was a challenge. Venturing out was simply out of the question. Upon hearing Jiang Si mention the melting agents, Zhang Linhai felt considerably more at ease. Turning her gaze towards the scattered thermal insulation boards, she found herself restless and busy once more. The yacht was too expansive to cover entirely. Thus, they concentrated on the frequently accessed areas, simply draping moisture-proof cloth over the necessary supplies. Their efforts continued late into the evening, yet the heavy snow showed no signs of abating. With a sudden crack, the power went out. Qin Shen remarked, "The temperature is too low. The fuel tank has frozen." With the electricity cut, the heating system ceased to function, causing the indoor temperature to plummet rapidly. Fortunately, Jiang Si had a generator, which allowed the hall and their rooms to maintain warmth. However, in the unheated rooms, despite the insulation, the temperature had dipped to around -10 degrees, causing all the bottled water they had brought down to freeze solid. Shen Baoying planned to concoct a pot of chicken soup to restore everyone's vitality, but discovered the water had frozen. She resorted to cutting open the water bottles with scissors to melt the ice in the pot. Upon seeing Shen Baoying's struggle, Jiang Si retrieved a water purifier from her storage space, explaining that with this, the water would not freeze. Shen Baoying was quite pleased, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Can we also use snow?" Jiang Si nodded, affirming, "Yes, snow can be melted for use. Then we need not worry about a lack of water. We have no idea how long we will drift at sea, and your space cannot hold much water. Let us devise a method to store and recycle the accumulated snow." Jiang Si pointed outside, saying, "The snow in the yacht's swimming pool can be melted and pumped into the yacht's water tank, so we need not worry for the time being. That's reassuring. As long as we have a sufficient water supply on the yacht, we can manage without going ashore. Shen Baoying replied optimistically. Jiang Si contemplated, provided that there was no peril at sea. In addition to her delectable chicken stew, Shen Baoying prepared an array of dishes that delighted everyone, including fish-flavored shredded pork, braised small yellow croaker, sauerkraut rabbit, cold asparagus salad, and garlic prawns. To cater to Nuno, she even simmered a pot of nourishing vegetable porridge. The vegetable pantry aboard the cruise ship was replete with a variety of produce, some of which were vacuum-sealed and remained unspoiled even in the frigid temperatures. This presented Shen Baoying with the perfect opportunity to procure the freshest ingredients from Jiang Si's space and cook with utmost propriety. The table was laden with an abundance of food, and everyone indulged heartily. After the bowls and chopsticks were collected, Shen Baoying retrieved steaming roasted sweet potatoes from the oven and shared them with everyone. Ignoring the tempest outside, they stayed indoors, savoring the soft and sweet potatoes while enjoying a high-tech VR television, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration. With her stomach full and feeling sticky, she yearned for a bath, but the hot water in her room was out of service. Thus, she opted to enter her space, where she luxuriated in a warm bath. Just as she had not yet finished drying her hair, Jiang Si was suddenly enveloped in darkness, gripped by excruciating pain in her chest, nearly losing consciousness. If she were to faint in her space, no one would discover her demise. Jiang Si clenched her teeth, barely having time to don her thermal clothing. She hastily wrapped herself in an outer garment and swiftly exited her space. With pain radiating through her chest and her body convulsing, she was drenched in sweat, and the energy stones within her space glowed intensely. Without a second thought, Jiang Si pushed open her door and knocked on Qin Shen's door. Chapter 89, Misunderstanding. After just 2 knocks, she felt herself weaken and collapse to the floor. Creak. The door to Qin Shen's room swung open, and he immediately spotted her sprawled on the ground. Jiang Si lunged towards him, wrapping her arms around his waist. The refreshing energy continuously flows, alleviating the sharp pain in her heart almost instantaneously. Indeed, Qin Shen's previous massage was merely a pretext to draw closer to her and ease her discomfort. In truth, the mere contact of their skin suffices to mitigate the discomfort brought by the energy stone. Like Jiang Si, Qin Shen, transformed into a great white tiger, likely relies on the energy stone to suppress his body's uncontrollable urges. When Jiang Si suddenly embraced him, his body stiffened momentarily. Yet, she retained a semblance of rationality and stammered, "I just want to hold you, thank you." Previously, when he was in his tiger form, he had held her repeatedly, and now, for the sake of her life, Jiang Si cast aside her embarrassment. Qin Shen hesitated for a brief moment before asking, "Could you please close the door? If someone were to witness this, misunderstandings would surely arise." Jiang Si nodded eagerly. With a soft thud, the door shut, and as Jiang Si held Qin Shen in the dim light, an air of ambiguous intimacy enveloped them. To shift the awkwardness, Jiang Si deliberately broached a new topic. "Your room seems a bit chilly." She had clearly placed electric heaters in every room. In the shadows, Qin Shen appeared to glance down at her, then carried her to the bedside and switched on the heater. Jiang Si mused that with his thick, plush fur, Qin Shen likely felt no chill whatsoever. Based on her previous recovery duration, she would need to hold him for several hours at least. Already feeling unwell, her legs began to ache from the embrace. Noticing her fatigue, Qin Shen gallantly suggested, "Would you like to lie down? I can revert to my original form." Jiang hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Does transforming into your original form consume energy?" Just like when he utilized his healing power, he appeared visibly fatigued. Qin Shen's deep voice gently echoed in her ear, "Yes." Jiang paused and then said, "Well, let us not pursue that." Qin Shen took her hand and they reclined together on the soft bed. Suddenly, Jiang felt a warmth on her face, likely due to the heater being too high, making Qin Shen's grasp feel almost feverish. Although she initially intended to maintain her composure and rise as soon as she felt slightly better, the comfort of being close to Qin Shen was irresistible. The radiant energy within her felt as if it had suddenly released a soothing quality, and her eyelids grew heavy with sleep. Before completely succumbing to slumber, she whimsically pondered that if Qin Shen were to mind, she would willingly take responsibility. The closer she was to Qin Shen, the more delightful it felt, and she instinctively clung to him like an octopus. Qin Shun's handsome face in the dim light of the night bore a slight smile as he brushed aside the hair obscuring her view and gently closed his eyes. When she awoke, it was already broad daylight. For the first time, Jiang experienced such profound comfort in sleep, as if every pore in her body was breathing. Just as she intended to stretch and yawn, the moment she opened her eyes, she was taken aback by the sight before her. She had somehow entangled herself around Qin Shun like an octopus. The collar of Qin Shun's pajamas was slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of enticing muscles, which seemed to be her doing. Jiang's face flushed with a mix of crimson and pale hues as she grappled with how to confront this unexpected situation. Qin Shun suddenly opened his eyes, his profound gaze resembling an alluring whirlpool, quietly fixed upon her. It was excessively obedient. Jiang Si felt her breath catch, her heart racing uncontrollably. Before she could formulate a response, a knock emanated from the adjacent room, accompanied by Shen Baoying's voice. "Si, are you up? Breakfast is ready. Mom made tangyuan with your favorite sesame filling." A wave of panic washed over Jiang Si. Speaking would inevitably reveal her overnight stay in Qin Shun's room, yet remaining silent would only provoke Shen Baoying's worry, compelling her to burst in and discover the truth. Moreover, there was no signal to call Shen Baoying. As her mind spiraled into chaos, Qin Shun inquired, "Do you need me to explain?" Even if Qin Shun offered an explanation, Shen Baoying could easily deduce that they had been alone together for several hours. Jiang Si pressed her hand against him, urging, "You go out and tell her I just went to the storage room. My mom has left, and I will go out afterward." Qin Shun glanced at Jiang Si's hand gripping him tightly and nodded. "All right." Jiang Si stealthily slipped into the bathroom, listening as Qin Shun opened the door and addressed Shen Baoying. "Jiang Si seems to have gone to the storage room." Shen Baoying paused. "I just came from that direction. I didn't see her." Then she mused aloud. Perhaps she took a different route. "Little Shen, you should come out for breakfast as well." Qin Shun nodded. "Okay. I'll tidy up and join you shortly." Once Shen Baoying appeared to leave, Jiang Si quickly emerged from the bathroom, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I'll be going now." Just as Jiang Si opened the door, she was met with Shen Baoying's astonished expression. She felt a moment of unease. "Mom, please let me explain." Shen Baoying glanced between her and Qin Shun for several seconds, then waved her hand as if her bottom were on fire, signaling that there was no need for an explanation. "No need to explain. It is I who have interrupted you too." Jiang Si genuinely wished to prevent any misunderstandings that might bring unnecessary trouble to Qin Shun. Yet now, it felt as though she had been caught in an act of infidelity. Stealing a glance at Qin Shun, she found him remarkably composed, as if her feelings were a mere figment of her imagination, and he was entirely unbothered. Jiang Si felt a fleeting sense of defeat and turned to Qin Shun, saying, "I'm sorry. My mom has a tendency to overthink. I'll clarify things with her shortly." Qin Shun fixed his gaze on her, and Jiang Si felt increasingly embarrassed. Had she known, she would have straightforwardly informed Shen Baoying. A sudden realization struck her. Could sharing a bed with Qin Shun somehow enhance her capacity? That notion was exhilarating. If she were to expand by 1 square meter each day, that would amount to 365 square meters over a year. By the time she departed from this world, wouldn't she be able to contain the entirety of the earth? Not to mention, even now, a single square meter could accommodate an abundance of items. Jiang Si pondered whether she should discuss this with Qin Shun. After all, it was a fortunate circumstance. Resources, no matter how plentiful, could eventually dwindle, and a larger space would provide greater security. Yet, she could not ascertain if the expansion was indeed a result of proximity to Qin Shun. If it were merely a natural occurrence, how awkward would it be to request more closeness? It would undoubtedly be more uncomfortable than the current situation. Qin Shun did not appear to harbor any interest in her. With a sigh, Jiang Si resolved to remain composed, suppressing her delight at the prospect of expanding space, and decided to wait and see if it would continue to grow the following day. She descended to the hall for breakfast, where her family regarded her with a profound gaze, occasionally casting overly amiable smiles towards Qin Shun. Chapter 91. Clear Snow. Jiang Si, mustering her resolve, ate her meal, while Shen Baoying frequently served dishes into Qin Shun's bowl. beaming as if he were her own flesh and blood. "You are too thin, you should eat a bit more." Subconsciously, she stole a glance at Qin Shun, their eyes locking momentarily. It felt as though her thoughts had been laid bare. Despite her thick skin, Jiang Si's cheeks flushed, and she buried her head, feigning nonchalance as she continued her meal. Once breakfast concluded, she sprang up hastily, as if sitting on pins and needles, and during the dishwashing, she pulled Shen Baoying aside, lowering her voice to whisper, "Don't misunderstand. I simply made a mistake last night. I didn't want you to worry, so I went to find Qin Shen." Shen Baoying was taken aback. "Are you all right?" Jiang Si shook her head. "I'm fine now. There is nothing between Qin Shen and me, so please don't act this way. It makes things awkward for him." Shen Baoying, slightly stunned, quickly replied, "I think Qin Shen doesn't feel awkward at all. You two are quite compatible in age and temperament, and he can take care of you. If he hasn't explicitly stated he dislikes you, it means he still holds some interest." Jiang Si's expression faltered, and she took a deep breath. "Just don't worry unnecessarily. Let things unfold naturally. He hasn't outright said he likes me, so there's no need for false hopes." Shen Baoying glanced in Qin Shen's direction, anxiously suggesting, "Should I ask him?" Qin Shen is quite reserved. His childhood experiences may have cast shadows over his views on marriage and love, making him hesitant to take initiative. You should be understanding towards him. In Shen Baoying's view, there was no one more suitable for Jiang Si than Qin Shen. Qin Shen's hearing was 1,000 times sharper than theirs. Jiang Si swiftly covered Shen Baoying's mouth, her face ablaze with embarrassment. "Stop talking. Hurry up and tidy up. We need to go outside to clear the snow." Shen Baoying looked at her helplessly, wondering why her usually audacious daughter was so timid when it came to matters of the heart. It was evident to her that there was a budding connection between the two. If neither took the initiative, what if they missed their chance? The end of the world felt perilously near. Who could say whether love or tomorrow would come first? However, Jiang Si was unwilling to discuss this, and Shen Baoying naturally respected her decision. After washing the dishes, she noticed that Zhang Linhai and Qin Shen had already cleared the snow blocking the cabin door. The two were engaged in lively conversation, their laughter evident. Zhang Linhai's face was creased with joy. Just yesterday, the sea was a fractured expanse of ice, now transformed into a solid sheet. Jiang Si stood on the deck, cautiously peering down. The ice layer was at least a meter thick, with temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees. The snowfall had diminished, but the accumulation on the deck had reached 2 to 3 meters. The yacht was visibly sinking lower, merging with the ice surface. The snow on the yacht had to be cleared. If it became completely enveloped, even if the yacht's engine were not started, the generator would likely malfunction under sustained low temperatures. The yacht was equipped with a snow-clearing machine, but Qin Shen had to pry open the frozen storage room. The machine was coated in frost, and when Jiang Si attempted to start it, there was no response. All the batteries of these snow-clearing machines were dead. They had no choice but to rely on their own efforts to remove the snow. Zhang Linhai had never witnessed such a vast expanse of snow. He inquired, "Is it not feasible to directly spread melting agents?" Jiang Si shook her head, explaining, "If we apply melting agents directly, they will only cause the snow to accumulate and subsequently freeze again. Typically, one must first shovel the snow to clear a basic pathway before application. However, given the sheer volume of snow, it hardly makes a difference. Shoveling is still necessary." Zhang Linhai glanced at the snow, which was even thicker than he, and momentarily felt overwhelmed by the prospect of clearing it. Yet, in order to afford the yacht even a glimmer of operational possibility, they had no choice but to tackle the task, lest the snow accumulate further. Lacking a snow removal machine, they procured several carts and shovels. Niu Niu and Zhang Chenggu were under the care of Zhang Qingfang, while Lu Jifeng also joined in to assist. The snow was indeed extraordinarily thick. After half an hour of labor, Jiang Si found herself utterly exhausted. The primary issue was that she was dressed too warmly. Shedding layers could lead to illness. Although there was a snowplow available in her space, the frigid temperature posed a risk, as the machine would break down if not continually operated. Meanwhile, Qin Shen was shoveling snow while simultaneously pouring antifreeze into the yacht's fuel tank, hoping that when the temperature rose slightly at noon, they could start the yacht and activate the drainage system, allowing the snow to slide off effortlessly. This method proved far superior to their laborious efforts. Zhang Linhai, panting heavily from exhaustion, suggested to Jiang Si you should take a break. Jiang Si shook her head, asserting that her physical limitations necessitated heightened training. In comparison to the 10 years she had endured in the apocalypse during her previous life, she felt considerably weaker. Zhang Linhai turned to the industrious Qin Shin, who dressed rather lightly and kindly advised, "Young man, do not take it lightly. Dress warmly, for the temperature is currently plummeting to -40 to 50 degrees. Zhang Linhai's warm demeanor made Jiang Si feel somewhat anxious, while Qin Shin calmly nodded in response, casting a glance at her, his profound eyes slightly uplifted, as if amused. Jiang Si lowered her gaze, contemplating whether to heed Shin Baoying's advice or to speak openly instead. As the sun emerged, the temperature significantly rose. Suddenly, the yacht's engine roared to life, eliciting joy from everyone as they hurriedly began to operate it, allowing the accumulated snow on the deck to cascade into the sea. Although the snow on the yacht had diminished considerably, beneath it lay a mound resembling a small mountain. Jiang Si sighed, if only our yacht were an icebreaker. Icebreakers possess substantial power, their engines less prone to freezing, allowing them to glide effortlessly over the ice, unlike their current predicament where they could only rely on a helicopter to leave. Yet, uncertainty loomed over whether other regions were also enveloped in the extreme cold, and the fear of encountering a blizzard while aboard a helicopter lingered. Presently, the yacht was well stocked with supplies and offered a suitable environment, leading Jiang Si to believe that staying for a while longer would be prudent. After all, in this apocalyptic world, nowhere was truly safe. In her past life, she had experienced this firsthand. Zhang Linhai inquired, "What is the principle behind an icebreaker's design? Can't we modify our vessel?" Jiang Si chuckled lightly, shaking her head. Icebreakers are fundamentally different from ordinary ships in their construction, primarily utilized for military rescue and Antarctic exploration. They are not vessels that can be casually altered. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. However, even icebreakers can become ensnared in ice and may require the crew to disembark and utilize machinery to cleave the ice, allowing the vessel to navigate through the fissures. We lack such machinery, yet we could resort to explosives to fracture the ice. Jiang Si had a limited supply in her space, but perhaps they could find some icebreaking or drilling tools aboard the cruise ship. Zhang Linhai immediately remarked, "That sounds promising. If we can detonate it, should we keep our distance from the cruise ship? After all, there are so many supplies here. In case of an urgent need, they might still need to board the cruise ship to search for essentials." Jiang Si shook her head. "Let us first see if we can blast it open. The ice may be thicker than we anticipate. If it were that easily shattered, icebreakers would not hold their exclusive status." Nevertheless, a faint glimmer of hope arose, suggesting they might depart this place aboard the yacht. Zhang Linhai promptly proposed, "Shall I accompany you to search the cruise ship?" Just as Jiang Si was about to nod in agreement, a sudden hurricane swept through. The freshly fallen snow was whipped into the air, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters. The ground was perilously slippery, prompting Jiang Si to suggest, "Let us wait until the winds subside." "All right." Upon entering the cabin, Qin Shen, who had likely overheard their conversation, declared, "I will go search." He was unbothered by the cold or the risk of slipping, yet he was but one person. Who could remain unexhausted? Qin Shen did not inquire further. In such frigid weather, a hot pot paired with a sip of liquor was the perfect remedy. Everyone felt a surge of appetite, and Yunyo cheered, "Hooray! Hot pot!" At that moment, she appeared as a lively and innocent child. Everyone unanimously agreed to indulge in hot pot. Shin Baoying hurried into the kitchen. As Jiang Si was about to assist, Qin Shin also entered, inquiring if help was needed. Jiang Si intended to decline, but Shin Baoying promptly handed each of them a piece of yam, insisting they assist their mother in peeling it, as she had an allergy to yams. Jiang Si nodded, and Qin Shin responded affirmatively. Shin Baoying instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, while Jiang Si's eyes widened in surprise. She felt as though her mother resembled his. A warm flush crept into Jiang Si's cheeks as she stole glances at him. Qin Shen's lips curled into a smile, and she couldn't help but smile back. In the space, the vegetable garden was nearly ready for harvest. Fresh eggplants, tomatoes, cucumbers, leeks, chilies, bok choy, chrysanthemum greens, and asparagus lettuce awaited. Jiang Si entered the garden and soon gathered an impressive basketful. Beyond what was needed for the day, Shen Baoying would find ways to preserve the surplus. Utilizing premium lamb bones to create a rich broth, she steadily prepared the accompanying dishes and snacks. Jiang Si and Qin Shen diligently assisted Shen Baoying, and before long, the table was adorned with an array of ingredients, catering to everyone's tastes. The table was designed to rotate, allowing everyone to effortlessly reach the dishes they desired. The crispy rice cake balls, fried to perfection by Shen Baoying and served with brown sugar, were sweet and chewy, vanishing in an instant. The cold-tossed tripe was spicy and refreshing, perfectly aligning with Jiang Si's palate. Even Qin Shen, who appeared to shy away from spicy food, indulged heartily under Shen Baoying's generous offerings. The lamb soup base has been simmered to perfection, and Shen Baoying adds pickled vegetables into the pot. For pickles and hot pot create an exquisite harmony. Everyone eagerly places their meat into the bubbling broth. Jiang Si, the first to introduce lamb rolls, also tosses in some resilient meatballs, fish tofu, and sausages. Jiang Chenggu, whose leg injury has yet to heal, remains seated in his wheelchair. Concerned for him, the group adjusts his position to ensure he can partake in the feast with ease. Nyonyo savors the UME juice prepared by Shen Baoying, while Jiang Chenggu, noticing Jiang Si enjoying sake, wishes to join in but is met with a playful thump from Zhang Qingfang, who admonishes him for not considering his recovery. Zhang Qingfang's fierce demeanor momentarily intimidates Jiang Chenggu, thus he obediently joins Nyonyo in sipping UME juice. Despite his burly appearance, his sheepishness adds a charming touch that elicits laughter from those around him. Jiang Linhai produces a bottle of red wine discovered on the cruise ship and addresses his father, saying, "Dad, once you recover, we shall uncork this 1982 Lafite." Jiang Si chuckles, noting that this vintage far surpasses Lafite in value, being a royal exclusive. Jiang Linhai grins, "Did you hear that? It's even better than Lafite." After satisfying their appetites in the cozy warmth of their surroundings, drowsiness begins to settle in, particularly after a long morning of labor. Jiang Si feels a wave of lethargy wash over her, contemplating the importance of cherishing good times, lest they slip away. She resolves to take a brief nap before rising to teach everyone how to survive in the frigid wilderness. In diverse environments, one must adopt varying survival strategies. Knowledge is essential, for one never knows when it may be required. Jiang Si was momentarily perplexed. The distance between the room and the hall was merely a few steps, making it implausible for anything to transpire. If there were genuine concern,